A month later, two successive waves of Foundation establishment breakthroughs rippled through the inner compound of the Su clan. Besides Ruan Ning's successful advancement, and Xiao followed close behind and smoothly stepped into the Foundation establishment stage. To the Su clan, none of this came as a surprise. With the clan pouring vast resources into its juniors, Foundation establishment had long since ceased to be an insurmountable hurdle. Under such conditions, failing to establish one's foundation would have been the real anomaly. For cultivators, the greatest obstacles to Foundation establishment are nothing more than two things: age and the near impossibility of obtaining Foundation establishment pills. Yet the Su clan possessed a heavenly spirit fruit tree that produced a steady harvest of heavenly spirit fruits every 10 years, granting them an almost unceasing source of ingredients for Foundation establishment pills. Even so, the Foundation establishment pills that the Su clan released to the outside world were always strictly kept within the normal volume circulating on the market, and they sold only mid-grade and low-grade pills. Thus, the outside world had never suspected that the Su clan could refine these pills themselves, merely assuming that the wealthy Su Commerce Association purchased them from elsewhere or acquired them in secret realms. Having completed his Foundation establishment, and Xiao strode out of his secluded meditation chamber in high spirits, just about to announce the good news to his clansmen. Su Xinrui, who was temporarily acting as clan head, saw him come out and immediately spoke. "Uncle Xiao, you have come at just the right time. The Supreme Palace has given no response to the letters we sent. It appears they do not intend to pay us any heed. Over the past few days, Tingfeng Tower has already tracked down Peng Zhao's movements." "Understood." And Xiao knocked his fists together, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. "Leave the suppression of that fiend to me." But Su Xinrui only shook her head with a wry smile. "Peng Zhao's strength is not to be underestimated. You will not be going alone this time. Aunt Xianjing will be accompanying you. He has recently been sighted near Qingyuan Marketplace. It seems that Yunming ruins are under heavy guard, and he cannot find a way in, so he has turned instead to the area around Qingyuan, intending to ambush members of our Su clan. Such audacity! He dares to run wild near Qingyuan." And Xiao flared up in anger, his temper as explosive as ever. "He cannot even enter Yunming ruins, yet thinks he can block us outside Qingyuan. Has the man lost his mind?" Su Xinrui's expression grew slightly solemn as she cautioned, "He is well versed in a spatial shifting secret art unique to the Supreme Palace. Defeating him may not be difficult, but actually keeping him from escaping will be extremely hard." Hearing this, and Xiao put away some of his disdain, his eyes turning as a thought formed. He suddenly leaned closer to Su Xinrui and lowered his voice. "Young Master Xinrui, are you still hiding something from me? I fear the main force in this operation is not me and Miss Xuanjing, is it? Will the clan leader and madam also be secretly overseeing from the shadows?" At these words, a trace of surprise flashed across Su Xinrui's face. Uncle Xiao actually has moments this sharp. Seeing her reaction, and Xiao clapped his hands. "I knew it. Since that man is near Qingyuan, how could the clan leader possibly sit still and not go take a look?" Su Xinrui could only give a helpless, bitter smile and nod in admission. "The clan leader will indeed go, but the main participants in this tempering trial are still you and Aunt. This is a test he has set for you both." "No problem." And Xiao patted his solid chest, brimming with confidence. Outside Qingyuan Marketplace, within a hidden cave abode on a remote mountain peak, Peng Zhao sat cross-legged, drawing in and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, the spiritual power around him gradually subsided, and he opened his slightly hollow eyes. He walked slowly out of the cave abode, his gaze landing directly on the two figures standing side by side not far ahead. His eyes were indifferent, as though he had long anticipated their arrival. "Hey, you are Peng Zhao?" Su Xianjing folded her arms across her chest, red lips curved with a hint of mockery. "Judging from your demeanor, you're not the least surprised to see us. Have you been waiting, hoping to negotiate with our Su clan?" Seeing Peng Zhao remain silent, she went on, "The old grievance with the Shao clan in the end has little to do with you personally. Your mother was not killed by our Su clan either, so why cling to this so stubbornly? If there is something you seek, speak plainly. Perhaps our Su clan can help you." "Miss Xuanjing, why waste words on him?" And Xiao interjected from the side, killing intent surging. "The clan head's order is to suppress this fiend. Hey, now don't be so impatient." Su Xianjing lifted a hand to stop him. "Our Su clan believes in reason. If a grudge can be resolved, why insist on fighting?" And Xiao smacked his lips, clearly not believing the other party would listen to reason. Yet against all expectations, Peng Zhao actually spoke at this moment. "I want to move my mother's grave back to the Shao clan grounds, but you exterminated the Shao clan. Her grave has become a rootless, lonely tomb." Su Xianjing was slightly taken aback, then asked in return, "Should your mother's grave not be moved into your Peng clan's ancestral grounds, or perhaps the Supreme Palace's clan cemetery?" Peng Zhao's face darkened further. "My father forbids it. My mother's grave can only remain on a desolate mountain outside the sect. Huh. Su Xianjing let out a cold snort at that, speaking indignantly on the dead woman's behalf. Then your father truly is a contemptible man. Since he took your mother as a concubine regardless of her status, he should at least have given her a proper resting place. The one who made her a lonely grave is not our Su clan, but your father. If you truly must seek vengeance, it is him you should be looking for. Her words left not only Peng Xiao stunned, but even in Xiao at the side stood there dumbfounded. It did sound as though she had a point. Yet something about it felt strangely off. Weren't the two sides supposed to clash in irreconcilable ideals and then immediately come to blows? Why had they suddenly begun debating right and wrong instead? And judging from the look on his face, the other side seemed to be actually listening. Even Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, hidden in the shadows, exchanged a glance, a trace of astonishment flashing in their eyes. They had been prepared to strike and suppress him at any moment, yet had not expected that Su Xuanjing's impromptu speech would exert some subtle influence. More astonishing still, a trace of confusion and clarity had appeared in Peng Zhao's once hollow eyes. Seizing the moment, Su Xianjing continued, judging by your current state, you probably cannot defeat your father anyway. How about this? Our Su clan can provide the funds to rebuild the Shao clan cemetery. Wait, that might not even be necessary. Changing tack, she said, our Su clan never destroyed the Shao clan graveyard in the first place. In truth, you can move your mother's grave back there right now. Her words left Peng Xiao utterly taken aback. So the Shao clan graveyard still existed. In an even steady tone, Su Xianjing finally asked, I have said all that needs saying. What do you intend to do? Will you insist on fighting our Su clan to the bitter end, or will you move your mother's grave back to her homeland? You must think clearly about what it is you truly want. Peng Xiao stood where he was silent for a long time. At last he spoke slowly, his voice dry. Very well. If the Shao clan graveyard still remains, I will move my mother's grave back there. But your Su clan must swear upon your Dao hearts that you will never again harm the Shao clan burial grounds. No problem. Our Su clan has no reason whatsoever to meddle with your Shao clan graveyard. Su Xianjing agreed readily. With just this brief exchange, a seemingly inevitable clash was dissolved into nothingness in only a few simple sentences. Watching the entire process from the sidelines, Su Yang fell silent. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Peng Xiao for a long while, eventually confirming that the man was not putting on an act. On the contrary, he seemed to have been moved by the Su clan's unexpected magnanimity. This fellow resembled Chun Hao in some ways, but having grown up within the Supreme Palace had twisted and radicalized his temperament. What does husband think of this matter? Qin Jiangmei asked gently. Su Yang sank his consciousness into his spiritual sense space and used the stargazing art to perform a brief calculation. Then he slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, this one might be brought under our banner, but he carries no small risk. He paused, then added, forget it. To resolve this old grudge is already the best outcome we could ask for. Events had unfolded in a way wholly beyond expectations. Su Yang had anticipated a fierce battle, planning to suppress Peng Xiao and only then negotiate with the Supreme Palace. Yet he had not foreseen that the latter would be persuaded by just a few seemingly casual lines from Su Xianjing. Beyond Yunmeng Su, on a desolate hill, countless gravestones stood in dense rows, silently rising from the earth, their presence tinged with loneliness in the passing wind. Peng Xiao stood before a stone slab carved with the words Shao family tomb, staring fixedly at those three characters, lost in a daze. Well, I did not lie to you, did I? Su Xianjing stood to the side with her arms folded across her chest. The Shao family's graveyard was not within Yunmeng Su, but upon a hill outside its bounds, so even when the clan grounds were annihilated, the Shao family's burial site remained untouched. The Su family had neither the idle malice nor the perverse taste to deliberately go outside and destroy the Shao family's graves. So the Shao family's burial grounds are actually outside Yunmeng Su. Peng Xiao muttered under his breath, and the obsession and violent hostility in his eyes seemed to quietly dissipate with those words, transforming into a faint sense of release. Within Yunmeng Su, every inch of land was as precious as gold. How could the ruthlessly pragmatic cultivation forces there spend a fortune on costly plots of land merely to house the bones of the dead? Naturally, it was far more cost-effective to seek out some barren mountain or wilderness beyond the marketplace. The Shao family was no wealthy Taishengong, nor were they bound by the need to maintain lofty sect dignity, so they held no habit of burying their clansmen's remains within the clan grounds. Peng Xiao did not linger in his emotions for long. Soon he found an empty patch within the graveyard and solemnly buried his mother's coffin there, setting a tombstone upright above it. He lit 3 sticks of incense, then knocked his head 3 times against the ground before the tombstone with the utmost respect. Mother, your son has brought you back to the Shao family. May you rest in peace. Su Xianjing watched everything in silence from the side, a sudden clarity rising in her heart. No wonder Peng Xiao had acted with such destructive extremity. He had long carried his mother's coffin and tombstone with him wherever he went, intent on letting her return to her roots. Yet upon arriving, he discovered the Xiao family wiped out, and simply assumed that even the graveyard had been razed by the Su family. It was that misbelief and obsession which had driven him to bite at the Su family like a rabid dog refusing to let go. This fellow truly had something wrong with his head. Could he not at least have investigated the matter? After finishing all this, Peng Xiao rose, brushed the dust from his robes, and turned as though to leave. Hey, you plan to just walk off like this? Su Xuanjing's voice sounded at just the right moment. Had my Su family's people not arrived in time, my juniors would likely have died by your hand. Now that we have helped you resolve the weight on your heart, do you not owe my younger clan members an apology for what you did? Peng Xiao's steps halted, and he slowly turned back. In those eyes, once empty and indifferent, a faint glimmer of light now seemed to emerge. He was silent for a moment, then said in a low, steady voice, I am willing to apologize to the younger generation of the Su family for what I did before. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and tossed several unremarkable gray-brown seeds towards Su Xianjing. Su Xianjing caught them on instinct, and before she could even discern what they were, the space around Peng Xiao blurred, and his figure vanished from where he had stood. That brat really has no manners. And Xiao, standing nearby, could not help venting his displeasure. Miss Xuanjing, are we just going to let him go like that? Should we chase him down and beat him up a bit to vent our anger? Su Xianjing shook her head, too lazy to bother. She lowered her gaze to the few seemingly ordinary seeds in her hand, then departed within Xiao through the teleportation array to Guangling County, after which they made their way back to the Qingyuan Su clan. Upon returning to the clan, the very first thing Su Xianjing did was seek out her father and hand the seeds to him. Father, please take a look. These were thrown to me by Peng Xiao before he left. I do not know what spiritual plant they belong to. Su Yang received the seeds and delicately extended his spiritual sense into them, carefully probing and identifying. Seeds were inherently difficult to discern, and most of the time one needed to grow them to maturity to judge their nature. Yet the instant Su Yang's spiritual sense touched the interior of the seeds, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. He happened to recognize them. They are Dengxinko. Su Yang's tone carried unmistakable joy. These are the seeds of Dengxinko, the primary ingredient for refining Jiejin Dan, the golden core formation pill. Jiejin Dan was similar to foundation establishment pills. Its formula required a wide variety of auxiliary materials, yet the core principal herbs were relatively fixed. Dengxinko was one such indispensable, exceedingly rare main herb. Over the years, the Su Clan Chamber of Commerce, relying on its abundant wealth, had secretly acquired a formula for Jiejin Dan, yet remained lacking in several key medicinal ingredients, especially Dengxinko. Because its growing conditions were harsh and its yield meager, it was virtually impossible to buy on the open market. What made matters worse, the refinement of Jiejin Dan required not a few, but a considerable amount of the main ingredient. Who would have thought that the gift Peng Xiao left behind as an apology would prove so precious? With these few seeds, the Su family could continuously cultivate Dengxinko. From now on, they would no longer need to worry about the main ingredient for Jiejin Dan. Dengxinko demanded extremely harsh conditions from its environment, and its cultivation was notoriously difficult, yet for Su Yang that posed no problem at all. With the destiny traits, Tiandao Chouqin and Kumu Fengchun, upon him there was no spiritual plant or medicinal herb under heaven that he could not nurture into life. You handled this matter remarkably well, he said. Su Yang looked at his daughter, his tone filled with unreserved appreciation and emotion. With little more than words, Su Xianjing had defused a bloody conflict and even coaxed Dengxinko seeds out of Peng Xiao. Such gains far surpassed all expectations. If father truly wishes to thank me. Su Xuanjing's eyes turned bright as she flashed a mischievous smile tinged with a hint of playful coquettishness. Why not help me for a while? I have been stuck lately in my research on spirit inscription. I do not understand spirit inscription. How am I supposed to help you? Su Yang raised his brows, slightly looking at his daughter with amused curiosity. Father knows that I have always been experimenting with flesh-body inscription. Su Xianjing smoothed away her playful air, speaking in all seriousness. But I discovered that an ordinary cultivator's body is far too fragile to endure the direct branding of runes. Only cultivators who specially temper their bodies might barely withstand such an attempt. She paused, an excited gleam flickering in her eyes. Later I realized the problem might not lie in the physique itself, but in enhancement. As long as there is a Dao art capable of temporarily and greatly strengthening a cultivator's fleshly body to serve as a medium, it could provide a stable vessel for the inscription. You mean? Su Yang instantly grasped the key point, his gaze sharpening. The Tianma Ti. Exactly. It is your improved version of Tianma Ti. Su Xianjing nodded vigorously, her words spilling out faster and faster against her will. As long as Tianma Ti is activated, it can perfectly bear my inscription runes. After inscription, the Tianma Ti itself, its armor form, its color, even its aura, will all transform with its power multiplied. Yet as she spoke, her delicate brows knit together again, revealing a trace of vexation. The problem follows immediately. Once the Tianma Ti state is dismissed, the inscription effect vanishes with it. The next time it is activated, the runes must be carved all over again. Time-consuming, laborious, impossible to solidify. I tried imprinting the state of Tianma Ti after inscription into talismans, but the difficulty is extremely high, and ordinary talisman paper seems incapable of bearing a full version of the inscribed Tianma Ti. Her ideas leapt in wild directions, weaving talismans, spirit inscription, and Dao arts into one. The sheer strangeness of her approach left even Su Yang inwardly astounded. With only a single destiny trait, Wanxiang Fuxing, Su Xianjing had already pushed her research to such an unbelievable frontier. So whether you wish to achieve permanent solidification of the inscribed Tianma Ti, or to seal it successfully into a talisman, the fundamental crux lies in the Dao art Tianma Ti itself. It must undergo further modification and optimization. Correct. Su Yang concluded, understanding clear in his eyes. Hearing this, Su Xuanjing's bright gaze filled with hope, and she nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. In the time that followed, the father and daughter immersed themselves in the study of Taoist techniques and spirit. During this period, disciples from 5 golden core powers, the Wanjian sect, the Yuming Palace, the Bai family of Daqi, the Taishang Palace, and the Daoxian sect, visited the Qingyuan market multiple times. Some came to investigate the Qingyuan secret realm, while others harbored different motives. Just like several years ago, they searched high and low, but ultimately could not find any clues they desired, returning empty-handed. As a result, the Su family entered a relatively stable period of development. With Zhou Jun's complete eradication of the bandit forces within the Luoxian prefecture, the trade routes within the prefecture became unprecedentedly smooth. The expansion of the Su Merchant Association surged forward rapidly, with their stores not only scattered across every county within the prefecture, but also successfully establishing a presence in the capital city, Luoxian City, and forming a trading fleet that roamed various counties. With the combined efforts of the major forces in Luoxian City, a third-tier teleportation array connecting the capital with the counties was established, leading to a rapid economic boom across the entire prefecture. The Su family profited immensely from the teleportation fees, even attracting merchant fleets passing from distant immortal cities. Seizing this opportunity, the Su family spent a fortune at an auction to successfully acquire 2 golden core spiritual items. In stark contrast to this flourishing situation, the outside world was engulfed in escalating warfare. With the astonishing power of the spirit-binding warships and spirit-binding cannons, Zhou Jun's forces swept through the war against the Daqi army, capturing 23 prefectures in quick succession. The combined territories of Daqi and Dawei totaled only 53 prefectures, and Zhou Jun had already taken nearly half, suggesting that the downfall of the Daqi dynasty was imminent. Years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the prudent management of Su Xinrui, who temporarily took over as head of the family, the Su family made steady progress. During these years, Su Xianming devoted himself to intense cultivation, finally reaching the 8th level of qi refinement, but he had also passed 60 years of age, missing the optimal age for foundation establishment. Yet he did not succumb to despair, firmly believing in his father's assertion from years ago that he could establish a foundation after 60. Thus, he dared not relax for even a day, diligently practicing every day without pause. One day, a cold wind swept through the Qingyuan Su residence, rustling the dried leaves. Inside and outside the residence, there was a deathly silence, with only the sound of fallen leaves brushing against the stone steps. The morning hall was stark white, with a coffin lying quietly. Xiaomei, who had taken care of Su Xuanheng since infancy, once chased after Su Xinyo in the courtyard and gently patted Su Zhangjun to sleep by candlelight, ultimately exhausted her mortal lifespan of 80 years. She had run out of oil and wax 10 years prior, and it was only through the Su family's medicinal pills that her life was extended, just to retain the warmth of her hands that had nurtured 3 generations of Su children for a little longer. Xiaomei's funeral brought the scattered members of the Su family back together. Whether it was Su Zuanheng's family training in the Sword Tower, or Su Sini honing themselves in the Great Mountains, or Su Xianxiao stationed outside, regardless of how perilous the immortal path was, and how distant the mountains and rivers, all were kneeling before the coffin at this moment. The sound of sobbing floated among the solemn white banners, every face reflecting the childhood memories held by those hands. Qin Jiangmai's fingers brushed against the cold coffin, her face etched with indescribable sorrow. The little maid brought from her family had ultimately reached the end of time. She recalled decades ago the timid little maid in the Qin family courtyard remembered how Xiao Mei tightly held her wedding dress on her wedding day, and how she wiped the sweat from the children's brows with fine beads of sweat forming at her temples. She once wished to forcibly bring Xiao Mei onto the immortal path, but ultimately respected the choice of a mortal life of one generation is enough. Before leaving, Xiao Mei merely held her hand tightly, a gentle and content smile squeezed from her pale face, as she said intermittently, "Madam, my life has truly been very happy. This life has no regrets. I hope Madam can continue to see the broader landscapes beyond the immortal realm." The cold wind whined through the courtyard, lifting a flurry of white paper money, resembling an untimely snow in winter. At some point a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, fine and cold, soaking the bluestone ground, and wetting people's clothes and cheeks, as if even the heavens were shedding tears for this ordinary soul. On this day Qingyuan was silent, and the heavens mourned together. The stream of time ultimately smoothed the deep chasms of sorrow. The inner courtyard of the Su family gradually returned to its former tranquility, though occasionally, in some familiar corner, memories of warmth from those hands that had once brushed against them would quietly surface in their hearts. Within the starry secret realm, the silence was suddenly broken. The overwhelming spiritual power surged forth like the eruption of earth veins. Su Yang sat cross-legged in the courtyard with the Tao rhythm circulating around him, his robe moving without wind, rustling with every pulse, each surge causing visible ripples in the surrounding space. Late stage of foundation establishment. The majestic aura was deep as the ocean, steadily ascending to a new peak. Foundation establishment cultivators typically have a lifespan of just over 200 years, yet Su Yang, over 90, was still in his prime, having reached this realm. Before the age of 150, it was the golden years for breaking into the golden core path. With his current foundation, even someone of mediocre talent could achieve perfect foundation establishment within 50 years. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, the starlight within them restrained deep as an ancient well. To advance further on the Tao path, the next step is to gather golden core spiritual items and refine the golden core. His gaze swept across the secret realm, where the green leaves of the lampwick grass swayed gracefully under the starlight, abundant everywhere. This was the essential main ingredient for refining the golden core, ensuring no worries. Su Xinrui possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, and was currently in the alchemy room day and night contemplating the method of refining the golden core. With his capabilities, refining a high-quality golden core within 50 years was no exaggeration. Thus, the real bottleneck for the Su family lay in the golden core spiritual items. 6 types. Su Yang murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on his knee. To refine the 9 transformation golden core, 9 types of golden core spiritual items were needed, and the Su family had only obtained 6, lacking 3. Such treasures could only be acquired through great fortune. Even the immense merchants of the immortal city possessed them rarely, and they are priceless. His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of indescribable anxiety swirling in his eyes. He pursued immortality and possessed a bloodline genealogy, so it was naturally impossible for him to settle for lower-tier golden cores. However, even if he utilized the full strength of his family to scour for resources, what he obtained was still minimal. The rarity of golden core spiritual items far exceeded his initial expectations. No, this is a cognitive bias. Suddenly, Su Yang awoke, pondering, I can't access them simply because my level isn't high enough. The Su family is ultimately just a foundation establishment family, and the resources accessible are limited. Perhaps I can obtain them through the golden core powers. Since Zhou Jun has risen, their foundation is deep, and they must have plenty of golden core spiritual items. Yet wanting to exchange golden core spiritual items from Zhou Jun, relying solely on the value of the spirit-binding flying boats and spirit-binding cannons, is far from sufficient. Although the two parties have cooperated for many years, when it comes to actually trading, interests take precedence and emotions are hard to rely on. Su Yang had been troubled by this for some time. Just then a thunderous piece of news suddenly emerged from the outside world, like a ray of dawn, directly dispelling the gloom in his heart. Zhou Jun and Daki suddenly announced a ceasefire. Zhou Jun sent proclamations throughout the realm, widely issuing edicts inviting the major powers and cultivators within the territory to attend the grand ceremony welcoming the monarch to ascend to the supreme throne, declaring the establishment of a new nation. At that time, there would be a vast amount of cultivation resources sold to various powers at prices far below market value. Within the Su family's divine sense space, the waves of the starry sea gently lapped against the shore, the sound crisp and lingering, while the dancing bonfire cast a warm orange glow on the faces of each clan member. The Su clan convened a clan meeting here. The news of Zhou Jun's impending nation-building left everyone present in a state of shock. Su Xuanheng furrowed his brow and said, I simply cannot understand why Zhou Jun, clearly in a position of strength and on the verge of completely defeating De Qi, would suddenly halt his advance at this moment. The situation on De Qi's side is equally puzzling. Su Xianjing took over the conversation, her tone tinged with the same confusion. Having been pushed to such a state by Zhou Jun, how can they swallow their pride and agree to a truce so readily? Not only the Su family was perplexed, cultivators across the two nations' territories were also debating the abrupt cessation of the war, speculating on the mysteries hidden behind it. Su Xianming pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. In my opinion, this ceasefire is likely only temporary. The reason both sides would pause must be due to some interest that can sway the overall situation. What kind of interest could compel both armies to halt? Could it possibly involve the opportunity related to the nascent soul? Su Xinrui said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the people by the bonfire fell into a brief silence. The opportunity related to the nascent soul could indeed lead to a temporary cessation of hostilities. However, nascent soul cultivators are exceedingly rare, let alone the chance for such an opportunity. If a chance for the nascent soul were to appear in the world, it would undoubtedly cause great upheaval, even attracting overseas cultivators. After a moment, Su Yang's steady voice rang out, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. Regardless of the reasons behind the ceasefire, it is not our priority to delve into it now. The most pressing matter for the Su family is to seize the opportunity presented by Zhou Jun's nation-building and invite powerful forces from all directions to acquire as many golden core spiritual items as possible. Su Xianming nodded in agreement, saying, "Father is right. The upcoming coronation ceremony will gather various forces within the territory, making it a prime opportunity for our Su family to seek golden core spiritual items. We must not miss it." At this moment, Wei Yin, who had been quietly listening, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on Su Yang and Su Xianming. "Clan leader, head of the family, I wish to accompany the family to ZD City this time." As her words fell, everyone displayed looks of astonishment. They all knew that Wanjian sect as a golden core force would definitely attend this ceremony. Although Wei Yin practiced the Su family's high-level concealing technique, there are countless wondrous skills in the world, making it impossible to guarantee that there wouldn't be methods capable of seeing through her disguise. In the past, whenever matters concerning Wanjian's sect arose, Wei Yin always acted with utmost caution, never taking risks. Her current request truly surprised everyone. Confronted with the questioning gazes of her clan members, Wei Yin softly explained, "My master will likely also go to ZD City, so I wish to." She did not finish her sentence, but everyone could hear the unspoken longing in her words. Wei Yan's master, the former sect leader of Wanjian sect, had vanished for decades. Su Xianming and Su Yang exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding. Then Su Yang's voice rang out, "It is permissible. Father, is this not too risky?" Su Xianming still had concerns. Su Yang shook his head, his gaze profound. "It is of no concern. Our Su family has already stepped into the spotlight. This trip to ZD City will likely earn us Zhou Jun's official endorsement, granting us jurisdiction over this territory of Luoxian. As long as we are within the new dynasty's territory, we will be under the protection of the court. Even Wanjian sect would not dare to act against the Su family lightly unless they wish to openly provoke the authority of a new dynasty. At this critical moment, as long as the sect leader of Wanjian sect is clear-headed, they would never confront Zhou Jun directly. After all, Zhou Jun is a colossal force capable of annihilating a nation. If Wanjian sect truly dared to act rashly, it would simply provide Zhou Jun an opportunity to set an example and establish authority over the world. Su Yang swept his gaze over everyone and continued, "The journey to ZD City presents a great opportunity to witness the world of cultivation, but our family's foundation must remain unshaken. We must have someone stay behind to guard it." Next, the core discussion of the clan meeting revolved around personnel assignments. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei would undoubtedly attend, while Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, both formidable, were also included to face various risks. Su Xianming and Su Xinrui volunteered to stay behind to manage the family's internal and external affairs. Su Xuanjing, on the other hand, repeatedly requested to go, mentioning her feelings of regret for not being included in the previous trip to Luoxian City. Seeing this, Su Yang nodded in agreement. Su Xuanling, with her calm demeanor, showed little curiosity about external disturbances, willingly choosing to remain and oversee the family business. Wei Jing, seeing his wife not going naturally, decided to stay by her side. Among the second generation of the Su family, after some discussion, it was decided to bring along Su Xini, Su Xinjia, as well as the siblings Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue. Su Xinyou chose to stay behind to take care of his young children. In recent years, he and Ji Shulan had welcomed 2 daughters, his thoughts completely immersed in the warmth of family life and the daily contributions to the family. As for Su Xingshan, he remained as usual, preferring to stay at home in peace, showing no interest in the external turmoil, let alone any thoughts about the so-called nation-building. As for the third generation of the Su family, Su Yang decided to take Su Jingxuan, Su Jingluan, and Su Jingjuan, letting them see the world. With so many elders accompanying them, it would be sufficient to ensure their safety. Moreover, the team also needed to be equipped with some foundation establishment Su family guards, as well as a few Qi refinement servants to handle miscellaneous matters along the way. Over the years, the Su family had also recruited some foundation establishment cultivators, but their foundations were ordinary and their potential had mostly been exhausted. For them, the early stage of foundation establishment was their peak, unlike Song Baiqing and Chunhao, who still had room for advancement. Song Baiqing and Chunhao needed to stay and manage the family, thus would not be accompanying this trip. A few days later, the Su family members were fully prepared and ready to set out. At this moment, Chu Yutong arrived for a visit, coming to the Su family courtyard with a smile and asking, "Does the Su family wish to travel alongside my Zhou Jun?" Chu Yutong appeared radiant and full of vigor. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. To be able to travel with Zhou Jun is indeed a coveted opportunity. He replied with a smile, then sized up the other party. Seeing Brother Chu in such high spirits, could it be that there is good news on the way? Chu Yutong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Once the new dynasty is established, I will take a position in ZD City, and thereafter someone else will represent me in negotiations with the Su family in Qingyuan. So that's how it is." I didn't expect Chu Yutong to indeed embark on the path of the national teacher. Su Yang instantly understood the other party's intentions. Chu Yutong's art of foresight truly had its unique strengths. Although it was not as efficient as Su Xinya's destiny technique within Qingyuan's secret realm, the true strength of the art of foresight lies in deducing the rules and patterns governing the operation of all things in the world, rather than solely for exploring secret paths. This person's mastery of foresight is indeed not to be underestimated. Su Yang had once discussed the art of foresight with him and gained much insight. Su Yang immediately cupped his hands and smiled, saying, "Then congratulations, Brother Chu." Chu Yutong laughed heartily, his mood particularly bright, and the two sides engaged in pleasant conversation. Subsequently, many cultivators from Qingyuan also boarded the flying boats. Dozens of streaks of light flew in unison, slicing through the sky, swiftly departing from Qingyuan and vanishing into the clouds. Zhou Jun designated Zidi City as the imperial city, located 3 prefectures away from Luoxuan City, a journey of considerable distance. Even with the swift flying vessel, it took nearly a month to arrive. The journey was quite peaceful, and with Zhou Jun accompanying them, all robbers were deterred and no one dared to offend. The flying vessel hovered, revealing a city ahead that was vast beyond imagination. Purple mist swirled like smoke and clouds, with palaces and halls rising in layers amidst the mountains. Floating islands adorned with radiant lights hovered above the city, connected by bridges of light formed through Dao techniques. Countless patterns and runes glimmered inside and outside the city, casting a breathtaking beauty that also exuded an inherent grandeur and majesty. Su Jingjun and the other 3 little ones leaned over the ship's railing, crying out in amazement, their eyes filled with brilliant colors. Not to mention them, even Su Yang, who had lived for nearly 100 years, saw such a magnificent city for the first time. Although Zidi City is not a celestial city situated in a cave world, its imposing presence and bustling scale are enough to rival that of a celestial city. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Chu Yutong rang out clearly, spreading across all vessels. Flying is strictly prohibited within Zidi City. Even if flying through the air, the height must not exceed 10 zhang, and large magical tools like flying vessels are strictly forbidden. After speaking, he was the first to steer the flying vessel down slowly. Everyone followed suit, retracting their vessels. Under the guidance of Chu Yutong, they approached the majestic city gate, passing through layers of guards and formations for identity verification before being allowed entry. As soon as they stepped through the city gate, an unprecedented rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. Zidi City was already situated in a location where spiritual veins converged, and the spiritual energy within the city was several times denser than that of the outside world. The streets before them were wide and straight, bustling with crowds. Shops lined the streets with customers coming and going, both mortals and cultivators brushing past each other, each busy in their own way, presenting a scene of flourishing prosperity. After arranging suitable accommodations for everyone, Chu Yutong hurriedly left to report back. Su Yang walked alongside Qin Jiangmei, strolling along the long street, enjoying the sights of the imperial city, while also paying attention to the shops and auctions along the way, hoping to find clues regarding golden core spiritual items. Meanwhile, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin led the other family members through the city's streets and alleys, guiding the younger generation to broaden their horizons. For several days, Su Yang, and Qin Jiangmei lingered between the streets and shops. They encountered 3 auctions for golden core spiritual items at an auction house, but ultimately only successfully secured 1 golden core spiritual item, while the other 2 were taken by 2 golden core factions. It wasn't that the Su family lacked financial resources, rather in the mighty Ziti city a foundation establishment family, showing excessive wealth, and frequently snatching food from the mouths of golden core factions would be akin to a child with gold walking through a bustling market. Even just acquiring this single spiritual item made Su Yang feel several concealed gazes sweep past him, leaving him with a prickly sensation. Yet there was no alternative. The Su family needed more golden core spiritual items. They had to strive to obtain them without angering the golden core factions, while also not allowing others to perceive the Su family as weak and easily bullied. Once Su Yang broke through to the golden core stage, he would no longer need to be so timid. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the national founding ceremony. At dawn, the first ray of daylight pierced through the clouds, and the mighty sounds of the 9 echoes Jingyang bell and the great drum resonated, shaking the entire imperial city awake. The court's elegant music began to play slowly, the solemn and profound melody sweeping across the surroundings, seemingly dispelling the bloodshed of years of chaos. Ceremony to initiate the altar. Inside and outside the heavenly altar, dark dragon flags were everywhere, and 100,000 banners stood like a forest in the morning breeze. The 3-tiered white jade sacrificial altar stone steps were laid out layer by layer, presenting a solemn atmosphere, with a bronze 9 tripod representing the world displayed at the front, and ceremonial musicians holding magical instruments lined up solemnly on both sides. Zhou Xuanji wore a crown adorned with 12 pearls, the cascading jewels half covering her brow and eyes, while her hair was meticulously arranged. Dressed in a bright yellow dragon and phoenix imperial robe with satin glimmering, it was embroidered all over with 5-clawed golden dragons and auspicious phoenix patterns, and the hem was woven with gold thread into landscapes of mountains and seas, exuding a magnificent aura. She wore a gold belt inlaid with jade, her posture upright and imposing with a delicate yet stern makeup, the softness of her youthful demeanor long gone, leaving only the regal presence of the supreme ruler looking down upon the world. The grand historian knelt before the altar holding a gilded proclamation and read aloud, counting the turmoil and suffering of the people, declaring the heavenly mandate to the new ruler to pacify the 4 seas and stabilize the 9 provinces. Upon reading the proclamation, Zhou Xuanji personally held the jade tablet facing the heavens. She burned incense and knelt to pay respect to heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, and the state. Then she stood tall, her clear and resonant voice echoing through the heavenly altar, each word distinct as it spread in all directions. Today, the heavenly mandate is bestowed to quell chaos and establish a new dynasty, declaring the national title to be Qian. This year shall be the first year of the founding of the nation. As the rites concluded, the music and ceremonies erupted, the grand sounds soaring into the clouds. Below the altar, all officials bowed in unison, responding 3 times, the heavenly mandate has returned, may the state prosper forever. As the ceremonial music reached its climax, all officials, soldiers, and citizens knelt down, performing the highest standard of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. The mountains and seas echoed together, and 10,000 voices shouted, "Long live our emperor, long live, long, long live." The cries layered upon each other, echoing like waves through the sky, shaking the entire Ziti city. Even the dust seemed to tremble, as if the heavens and earth were celebrating together. All the cultivators who came to witness the ceremony, regardless of their thoughts, now bowed and saluted, celebrating the establishment of the Daiqian dynasty and the formal ascension of the empress. The national title was determined as Qian rather than its original surname Zhou, which surprised many Though the Cultivation dynasty had vast territories, it was still essentially a large power controlled by core families, hence the tendency to use family surnames as the national title to signify their authority, as with the rulers of Deqi and Dewei, who were the Qi and Wei families respectively. Su Yang initially thought Zhou Xuanji would continue using the Zhou character, but unexpectedly adopted Qian as the title. Does it imply the boundless meaning of Qian and Kuan? Su Yang, seated in the audience, murmured softly. He quietly observed this grand ceremony, taking a sip of the imperial wine granted to him. As the liquid flowed down his throat, the pure and rich spiritual energy dissipated, allowing him to clearly feel a slight advancement in his cultivation. The officiating official stood on the high steps, unfurling a bright yellow edict channeling sufficient spiritual power and his voice was loud and solemn, resonating throughout the venue. Today, the new dynasty stands tall, granting special honors, conferring the Qingyu. After a grand, complex, and lengthy ceremony, the event finally entered the last segment of the officiating official stood on the high steps, unfurling a bright yellow edict, channeling sufficient spiritual power, and his voice was loud and solemn, resonating throughout the venue. Today, the new dynasty stands tall, granting special honors, conferring the Qingyuan Su family as the hereditary guardians of the Luoxian prefecture to serve the emperor and pacify the region. I hope your clan diligently fulfills their duties, solidify the territory, assist the dynasty, and contribute to the flourishing age. Thus decreed. Upon the proclamation's conclusion, countless gazes turned toward the Su family. The ceremony of conferment continued, unveiling the guardianship positions of each domain one by one. Without exception, the territories were either bestowed upon the Golden Core sects or granted to the venerable generals who had achieved remarkable military feats in the Zhou army. However, when the final edict was read, the entire venue fell into silence. The guardianship position of the Luoxian domain unexpectedly fell upon an obscure foundation establishment family. Countless gazes filled with suspicion, scrutiny, and inquiry simultaneously turned towards the seats occupied by the Su family. The cultivators from the Luoxian domain had some understanding of the Su family, knowing that this clan had made significant contributions to the domain's commerce in recent years, perhaps explaining their conferment. But for the forces from other domains, the name Qingyuan Su clan was extremely unfamiliar. They only knew that this honor was neither granted to a Golden Core sect nor to a commander with outstanding military achievements. Powerful divine senses belonging to Golden Core true beings swept over the Su family members without any concealment, piercing like needles against the skin, causing discomfort akin to a thorn in the back. Subsequently, the gazes of these Golden Core cultivators, tinged with a hint of amusement and mockery, shifted towards the representatives of several local Golden Core sects in the Luoxian domain. The foundational sects of the Wanjian sect, Ghost Face Valley, and Daoxian sect were all located within the Luoxian domain. How could the guardianship position fall to a foundation establishment family? Wasn't this a grand joke? A faint sound of snickering emerged among the attendees. Amid this subtle silence and undercurrent, Huang Lingxiao, the leader of the Wanjian sect, who had been seated steadily at the forefront, slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the venue. Congratulations to the Su family for being honored as the guardians of Luoxian. Pausing slightly, his gaze sharpened like a sword as it directly fixed upon Zhou Xuanji on the high platform, his tone calm, yet underscored with an undeniable challenge. However, I still have a question in my heart, and I hope your majesty can enlighten me. I wonder what extraordinary merit the Su family has rendered for Great Qian to be able to leap over numerous Golden Core peers and attain this guardianship position. As soon as these words were spoken, the banquet hall fell into a silence where a pin drop could be heard. All cultivators, regardless of their thoughts, held their breath and listened intently. This question, although posed as an inquiry, was clearly sharp and directly thrust the Su family into the spotlight. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. No matter how the Su family responded, they would be placed in a precarious position. When had it ever been the case for a sect leader to question how the court conferred honors? Huang Lingxiao's actions were clearly a calculated move. Beneath his calm facade lay strong dissatisfaction at the Wanjian sect being subordinate to a foundation establishment family. On the throne, Zhou Xuanji maintained a dignified presence. Facing this nearly provocative question, her expression remained unchanged, and her clear, pleasant voice resounded with composure. Huang sect leader may not be aware, but the Su family has deep ties with my Great Qian and has collaborated closely. The Great Qian army has been able to advance like a hot knife through butter, winning battle after battle thanks to the ethereal warships and spirit artillery provided by the Su family, for which they deserve great credit. If we talk about merit, there is truly no one who can compare with the Su family. Every time the Great Qian soldiers unleash their artillery fire and resist assaults with their warships, the power therein is bolstered by the unique spirit techniques of the Su family. As her words fell, the entire assembly was astonished. The expressions of the Su family members changed slightly, and the cultivators present all displayed looks of bewilderment. Zhou Xuanji could have chosen not to address it. As the emperor, why should she explain herself to her subjects? Yet she not only answered, but also laid out the details of the collaboration, bringing the Su family into the open. Su Yang's heart sank suddenly. Great Qian intended to bind the Su family to its war chariot, leaving them no way to retreat. After this statement, the Su family's possession of spirit techniques and their provision of core equipment for the Great Qian army would undoubtedly spread like wildfire across both nations. How would the Great Qi dynasty respond? They would either spare no effort to destroy the Su family, cutting off the source of Great Qian's weapons, or desperately try to win them over claiming this technique for themselves. The Su family found themselves cornered. They could either wholeheartedly cling to Great Qian for protection or turn to the Great Qi royal family, which practiced demonic arts, or seek assistance from a more distant dynasty, but that would undoubtedly be akin to seeking a tiger's skin. Zhou Xuanji had clearly seen this point. Her response was entirely beneficial to Great Qian and posed no harm, yet it was a blatant strategy to forcibly tie the Su family's fate to the Great Qian dynasty. What a clever scheme, Su Yang sighed inwardly. At the dawn of the new dynasty, employing tactics against former partners was indeed a law of the cultivation world he was well acquainted with. He had long anticipated the exposure of spirit techniques, yet he did not expect it to happen in such an irretrievable manner. After a brief silence at the banquet, discussions erupted. Spirit techniques. What is that? No wonder the Great Qian military equipment is so formidable. It turns out to be the work of the Su family. A foundation establishment family possesses such a crucial technique. As the whispers spread, the gazes directed at the Su family from various forces lost some disdain, gaining much more scrutiny and wariness. The dissatisfaction with the Su family's conferment as guardians seemed to have diminished somewhat. But this certainly did not mean the end of troubles. Once the news reached Great Qi, the Su family would undoubtedly become a target. And right before him, the leader of the Wanjian sect, Huang Lingxiao, whose face appeared calm and unperturbed, was someone Su Yang sensed a hint of coldness from. This person would likely not let things rest easily. Huang Lingxiao, after hearing Zhou Xuanji's explanation, showed little reaction on his face, merely nodding slightly, his tone casual, as if his earlier question had been merely a momentary curiosity. I see the Su family has been hiding their talents. It seems I have been lacking in insight. He spoke no more and returned to his silence. Zhou Xuanji, with her graceful demeanor, sat upright on the throne. Once the venue quieted slightly, she gently opened her lips, her voice clear and melodious, like stones striking each other. The matter of conferment has concluded. Next I have an announcement. I wish to establish the Great Qian Academy to gather cultivators from across the land, teaching various doctrines and nurturing Great Qian talents to elevate the overall cultivation level of our realm. The Great Qian Academy. A golden core cultivator's eyes flickered slightly as he stroked his beard and asked, Your Majesty's intention is to have the Academy's students eventually join the Great Qian military and fight in battles. This question was subtly posed but pointed out the doubts in many hearts. Would a dynasty establish an academy for a losing venture? Zhou Xuanji's expression remained unchanged as she replied, Not at all. The Great Qian Academy has but one aim: to strengthen our cultivators' foundation and expand our doctrines. As for what the students choose after graduation, whether to serve the military, teach at the academy, or return home in glory, it is entirely up to the scholars, and the court will not impose any demands. As her words fell, the scene first fell silent, then uproar erupted. This condition sounded like an incredible opportunity devoid of any harsh demands. Your Majesty, someone immediately couldn't contain himself and called out, May I ask how much tuition is required for admission? Zhou Xuanji had already made calculations and answered calmly, As the academy is newly established, to demonstrate sincerity, there will be no tuition for the first 10 years of enrollment. After 10 years, tuition will be assessed based on internal evaluations of the academy. The top 100 will have their tuition waived. For those beyond the 100, tuition will increase according to their ranking, with specific regulations to be fully announced only after 10 years. Finally, she slightly raised the corners of her lips, throwing out a piece of news heavy enough to shake the minds of all present, especially those from smaller forces. I can explicitly state here that the doctrines held by the Great Qian Academy will encompass the true teachings of many sects across the world, and all students admitted will have the chance to access them. The atmosphere in the room froze momentarily before boiling over like water in a pot. Which sects are referred to? Do the various Golden Core factions' inherited techniques also fall within? Countless suspicions arose in everyone's hearts. If the Dakian Academy truly possessed and was willing to openly teach the techniques of various sects, it would be akin to cutting off the roots, directly shaking the core interests that uphold the positions of all sects. A Golden Core cultivator could no longer contain himself, speaking out the thoughts of everyone. Your Majesty, what you mentioned about the inheritance of various sects, does it also include the inheritance of our Golden Core factions? Of course. Zhou Xuanji replied with a slight smirk, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, her voice clear and cold, leaving no room for negotiation. In an instant, the uproar swept through the hall like a tsunami. The faces of the cultivators from the Golden Core factions turned pale, a mix of shock and anger. The cultivators from the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment factions, after a brief moment of shock, erupted with an almost frenzied gleam in their eyes. The Dacian dynasty truly dared to touch upon the taboos of the cultivation world, intending to disseminate the inheritance techniques of the Golden Core factions to the world. Once the Dacian Academy was established, how many of those who might have joined various sects would still be willing to support? They would surely flock to the Dacian Academy, like rivers converging into the sea. Joining a sect would only allow one to learn a single inheritance, while joining the Dacian Academy would enable one to learn multiple Golden Core inheritances. Only a fool would not know how to choose. Zhou Daoist. An elderly Golden Core cultivator could no longer maintain a facade of respect, suddenly standing up and discarding the honorific Your Majesty, his voice chilling. Please clarify, how exactly did Dacian obtain these inherited techniques? Huh? Zhou Xuanji tilted her head back, letting out a clear and long laugh, her brows and eyes filled with a proud disdain for the world. How did we obtain them? Naturally, they were seized from the Daki. Do you think Dacian slaughtered your disciples and forcibly took them? Even so, Dacian has no right to publicly disclose our sect's inheritance to the world. If Zhou Daoist insists on this being reckless and disregarding the foundational interests of various sects, do not blame us for turning to Daki. The elder's beard and hair bristled, and the pressure of his Golden Core spiritual energy erupted with a roar, his robes billowing, as if he transformed from an aged figure into a ferocious beast ready to pounce. The terrifying aura pressed down like a mountain, making those below the Golden Core gasp for breath and feel chills run down their spines. Impudent! Zhou Xuanji shouted. Her voice was not loud, but it contained the majesty of an emperor and vast spiritual power, like an invisible hammer crashing down. The elder's pressure shattered like glass in an instant. Immediately after, a second, third, and fourth Golden Core aura erupted around the table, attempting to unite against Zhou Xuanji. But before these spiritual energies could fully unfold, they were crushed by the imperial aura suddenly radiating from Zhou Xuanji, like the blazing sun melting snow. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, her aura beginning to ascend rapidly. The world around them seemed to resonate with the sounds of dragons and phoenixes, their ethereal forms Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, her aura beginning to ascend rapidly. The world around them seemed to resonate with the sounds of dragons and phoenixes, their ethereal forms intertwining as the overwhelming imperial aura surged into her being. She soared from early-stage Golden Core to mid-stage, then to latest-stage Golden Core, until she reached the full Golden Core stage. Just a step away from the pressure of the nascent soul. The vast and terrifying spiritual energy swept across the entire ZD city. The previously erupting Golden Core cultivators were struck hard, all groaning, spitting blood, their faces turning pale in an instant. Full Golden Core. Though bolstered by imperial aura, her cultivation and might were undeniably formed. In this realm, a full Golden Core represents peak combat power. Unless a nascent soul true monarch from overseas or the 10,000 Great Mountains descends, Zhou Xuanji at this moment is truly invincible. The only one who could contend with her was the Emperor of Daki, who carried the national fortune. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The representatives of all Golden Core sects turned ashen, never expecting Zhou Xuanji's response would be so domineering. No explanations, no reassurances, no exchanges of benefits. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, they had no qualification to negotiate. Zhou Daoist, are you truly not afraid of the world's forces turning against Dacian? Do you wish for Dacian to repeat the fate of Daki? The elderly Golden Core cultivator, still unwilling to accept, rasped out, as if he were using all his strength to shout, his voice painfully sharp in the square. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's face revealed a cold and mocking smile. Dacian seeks to establish unprecedented peace, to bring blessings to the people, to spread the teachings to the world. Those who turn against Dacian are merely selfish individuals like yourselves who disregard the greater trend. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the Golden Core cultivators, her voice suddenly turning sharp, imbued with an undeniable killing intent. Within the borders of Dacian, you must abide by Dacian's rules. Her gaze turned icy, a torrent of murderous intent pouring forth as she sternly proclaimed, all who defy shall be annihilated. Boom. A muffled explosion erupted without warning. The elderly Golden Core cultivator couldn't even let out a scream before his body exploded in full view, turning into a dazzling mist of blood. Crimson blood splattered across the luxurious carpet, deepening its already vivid hue. The strong scent of blood rose, only to be violently masked by the aroma of fine spirit wine and delicacies lingering in the hall. The splattered flesh and blood had yet to hit the ground when they were ignited by the spell's might, turning to fine ash and silently drifting away with the gentle breeze in the hall. Only a solitary Golden Core, its brilliance subdued, floated in midair, flickering with faint spiritual light. The hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned, as if time had frozen at that moment. A Golden Core cultivator died just like that. died so decisively, so completely. Flesh turned to ash, soul extinguished, leaving only this golden core as proof of his existence. Thud. A few soft thuds were heard as the disciples of the deceased elder turned pale, as paper, their eyes filled with terror, their legs giving way beneath them, collapsing to the ground, trembling like chaff. On the day of the founding of the nation, the golden core stained the earth with blood. Zhou Zuanji's domineering decisiveness and near-mad strength hung over the hearts of every golden core cultivator present like a chilling sword. The hall was silent, with even the sound of a falling needle audible, only the heavy breathing and uncontrollable heartbeats echoing. This imperial wine is quite exquisite. May I trouble you to refill my cup? In this suffocating silence, a relaxed voice tinged with a hint of laughter suddenly rang out, echoing in every corner. This voice was so out of place that everyone stiffly turned their heads, their gazes landing on the source. It was none other than Su Yang. He wore a slight smile, a relaxed curve at the corner of his mouth, holding an empty jade cup, his demeanor at ease contrasting sharply with the tense and fearful atmosphere around him. The crisp laughter of Zhou Xuanji echoed throughout the gathering. She gracefully raised her delicate wrist, and the imperial wine bottle, under the guidance of spiritual energy, floated steadily to the jade cup before Su Yang. The empress herself poured the wine. Su Yang, filled with a smile, raised his cup in thanks and gulped it down, praising excellent wine. Their brief interaction, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings, was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, breaking the suffocating silence that had previously enveloped the room. The atmosphere gradually warmed, and soft conversations and the gentle clinking of cups began to rise again, slowly restoring the surface warmth. The faces of the cultivators from the Qi refining and foundation establishment sects barely concealed their smiles, while the Golden Core sect cultivators wore expressions that ranged from disdainful frowns to forced stiff smiles. The foundation of any sect lies in its unique transmission of Dao techniques, and it is this irreplaceable advantage that attracts a continuous influx of talented individuals into their ranks. With the establishment of the Daiqian Academy, the most premium source of talented individuals was abruptly cut off, leaving the major sects to pick up the scraps of those overlooked by the Academy, which was a devastating blow to the heritage of any sect. The larger the sect, the more disciples it requires to operate. These disciples, in a sense, are also a form of consumable resource. Those with exceptional talents become the pillars of the sect's future, while the mediocre serve as miscellaneous workers, servants, or even necessary cannon fodder. If the number of disciples drastically decreases due to a lack of sources, the sect's daily operations, resource extraction, and power maintenance will all encounter serious problems. However, circumstances are often stronger than individuals. Under the prowess and iron fist displayed by Zhou Xuanji, even if the Golden Core sects felt a myriad of reluctance, they were powerless. The talk of defecting to the Qi was more a moment of anger. Those who truly went there might not find themselves in a better situation than if they stayed in Deqian. For now, they could only pray that their core teachings had not fallen into the hands of Deqian, as that might allow them to retain some slight advantage as a Golden Core sect. This grand ceremony for the founding of the nation ultimately concluded in a subtle and strange atmosphere. Before dispersing, each faction received a treasure purchase list issued by Deqian, detailing many cultivation resources available at extremely low prices along with the quantities they were allowed to purchase. When the Su family saw their list, they were taken aback. It clearly stated that the Su family had 5 qualifications to purchase Golden Core spiritual items. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. After further inquiries, they learned that the contents and quantities of the lists received by the various factions were all different. The generous treatment received by the Su family, particularly the 5 quotas for Golden Core spiritual items, was likely a result of Su Yang's public support for Zhou Xuanji during the ceremony. Returning to their residence, Su Xuanheng spoke gravely to Su Yang. "Father, after this matter, our Su family is completely tied to Deqian. If Deqian were to face downfall in the future, I fear for our Su family." Su Yang, however, interrupted his concerns with a calm demeanor. "What you fear is merely the lack of a Golden Core cultivator to oversee our family and the instability of our foundation. But if our Su family has its own Golden Core true person, or we can invite a Golden Core true person as a guest elder, all worries will naturally be resolved." Su Xuanheng was taken aback by these words. Could it be that his father was about to break through to the Golden Core? He was about to ask when he noticed Su Yang's gaze shift to the side towards Wei Yan. "Yenner, during this grand event, did you catch any sight of your master?" Su Yang inquired. Wei Yan's eyes flickered with worry and disappointment as she gently shook her head. She had lost contact with her master for several decades, and this event was her best chance to see her master. Yet even after the event concluded, she had not been able to find her master's figure. Anxiety rose within her. Was her master in distress, or was she in seclusion somewhere? It was not uncommon for Golden Core cultivators to seclude themselves for decades. But based on her understanding of her master's temperament, especially with the Wan Sword sect being under the control of the Huang family, and enjoying a prosperous time, her master would never simply swallow her pride and choose to remain in seclusion for a long time. At this moment, Su Xuanheng spoke up. I noticed just now that the people from the Wan Sword sect did not leave immediately. It seemed they were secretly searching for someone in ZD City. Father, do you think they are looking for Yenner's master? Su Yang pondered for a moment and replied, the person the Wan Sword sect is looking for may not necessarily be Wei Yan's master, but we cannot rule out that possibility. Anyway, we are not in a hurry to return to Qing Yuan. Let's linger a bit longer in ZD City and observe how things unfold. In fact, most factions had chosen not to leave. The Daqian Academy was about to enroll its first batch of students, and many families were busy arranging for their qualified descendants to prepare for admission, with some even sending people back to their families at high speed to fetch their outstanding members. Days later, the Daqian Academy officially announced the requirements for enrollment. The Academy welcomed talented individuals from all over the world with no restrictions on their sect backgrounds. Even those from sects could join the Daqian Academy. The first batch of students needed to meet the basic criteria of being below foundation establishment and under 60 years old, and would be screened based on their spiritual root qualifications. Those nearing 60 with only low-level qi refining cultivation or possessing pseudo-spiritual roots would in principle not be accepted by the Academy. However, the rules were not absolute. If one had sufficient wealth to pay a hefty sponsorship fee, the Academy could make exceptions, but future achievements would depend entirely on personal luck. The second and third generation descendants of the Su family all met the recruitment requirements of the Daqian Academy. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue just barely met the threshold as their cultivation had reached the 9th layer of qi refining. Su Xini and Su Xinxiao fully met the standards both in terms of age and cultivation, belonging to the category of outstanding talents. However, Su Yang did not intend to let the third-generation children enter the academy just yet. At this age, it was crucial for shaping their character and cultivating a sense of belonging to the family. Sending them to the Daqian Academy too early would make it hard to ensure that these children would prioritize their recognition of the academy over their family in the future. First, let the second-generation descendants of the Su family enter the academy and establish a foothold, understand the situation, and pave the way. After a few years, allow the third-generation descendants to enroll with their elders there to support them, ensuring they not only feel a sense of belonging to the family, but also have a much smoother experience in their time at the academy. Su Yang accompanied his descendants to the floating island above ZD City. The Grand Daqian Academy was located here, with crowds of young cultivators from various factions gathering, bustling with activity. Su Xinyao and the others followed the flow of people, forming a long line at the entrance of the academy to handle enrollment procedures. Su Yang retreated to a nearby spot with fewer people and stood quietly. From here, the magnificent scenery of the entire ZD City was visible, with palaces stretching endlessly, purple mist swirling, and the floating islands and light bridges forming a dreamlike painting. The view was vast and captivating. Just as he was immersed in the grandeur of the imperial city, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he turned to look. The newcomer was none other than the Empress of Daqian, Zhou Xuanji. She was not wearing her coronation robes, just simple, everyday clothes, yet she still exuded an innate noble demeanor. She stood side by side with Su Yang, both gazing down at the city below, her profile calm. After a moment of silence, she spoke indifferently, her voice revealing little emotion. I have privately made the Su family's accompanying spiritual techniques public. Does the head of the Su family harbor any resentment in his heart? Zhou Xuanji's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. She stood quietly beside Su Yang, as if a shadow blended into the light and shadow with the passing crowd brushing past her, without noticing. Not even a single glance was diverted. Even the surrounding sounds seemed to be quietly isolated by an invisible barrier. The clamorous voices that had just filled the air suddenly faded away, leaving only a serene stillness that was comforting. The small space where the two were situated was completely cut off from the outside world, forming a tranquil realm of its own. Faced with Zhou Xuanji's straightforward questions, Su Yang's response was equally candid. Your Majesty did not consult my Su family beforehand, yet publicly revealed the art of spirit attachment, completely disregarding our long-standing alliance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuanji not only did not get angry, but instead let out a melodious laugh, the sound carrying a rare sense of ease. Talking to the Su clan leader is refreshing. Unlike those officials and generals in my court, each one of them speaks in riddles, always beating around the bush and playing dumb with me. As her laughter gradually subsided, her tone became gentle. This matter is indeed my fault. I must thank the Sioux clan leader for your broad-mindedness in proactively expressing your stance at the Grand Assembly. She slightly tilted her head, her phoenix eyes looking at Su Yang, her voice lowered even further. Does the Sioux clan leader have any needs? I am willing to offer this as compensation to the Sioux family, and I can promise that in the future any matters involving the Sioux family will be discussed with you first. Su Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a perfectly appropriate smile, and he smoothly replied, the Sioux family indeed has requests. We need more golden core spiritual objects. I wonder if your majesty can provide them. Oh. Zhou Xuanji cast a sidelong glance, her gaze carrying a hint of inquiry on the list of treasures. I bestowed 5 portions of golden core spiritual objects have already been allotted to the Sioux family. Is that not sufficient? It seems the Sioux family is quite fortunate. Your majesty, you flatter me, Su Yang replied, with an unchanging expression, calmly handling the situation. It's merely that the younger generation in my family has decent aptitude. As their clan leader, I naturally wish to secure more opportunities for them. Golden core spiritual objects are hard to come by. If we miss this chance, who knows when we can gather some again. It's all for the next generation, preparing for the future. Zhou Xuanji quietly scrutinized him for a moment. Her eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through one's heart, clearly did not fully believe his words. However, she did not delve deeper, just pausing slightly before saying, very well, I shall provide the Sioux family with another 5 portions of golden core spiritual objects. Would this suffice to offset my previous indiscretion? Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression immediately became serious, and he bowed deeply with cupped hands. Your Majesty's generous bestowal is greatly appreciated by the Sioux family. How could we dare to request anything further? Su formally expressed gratitude on behalf of the Sioux family. Zhou Xuanji raised her head again, letting out a clear long laugh. With a casual wave of her sleeve, 5 brilliantly colored jade boxes appeared out of thin air, floating before Su Yang. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji's figure blurred slightly, like a reflection in water, and she abruptly vanished from before Su Yang. Her arrival was sudden, and her departure left no trace. Su Yang reacted swiftly, using his spiritual power to draw the 5 portions of golden core spiritual objects into the Xinghuan secret realm. Almost simultaneously, the sounds that had been isolated returned to his ears like a tide, everything returning to normal. The brief moment of tranquil conversation seemed like a fleeting illusion, leaving no impact on the surroundings. Only the 5 portions of golden core spiritual objects quietly lying in the Xinghuan secret realm served as proof that Zhou Xuanji had just been there. At this moment, a commotion from behind drew Su Yang's attention back. He turned to see a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Dakian Academy, where several young individuals were confronting each other, the atmosphere tense and charged. Among those encircled was none other than Su Xinqing of the Su family. Facing her was a young man in luxurious clothing, currently clutching his swollen cheek, staggering backward, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling dramatically, clearly both humiliated and furious. Amid the onlookers, several cultivators let out snickers like invisible whips, striking the young man's face. Well done, Xinqing. You should strike hard against such a lecher. Su Xinqing stood at the front of the crowd wearing a look of delight, as if relishing the chaos, clapping loudly and praising, her voice crisp and resonant. Impudent. A furious shout rang out as a middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator rushed out of the crowd, shielding the battered young man behind him. His spiritual power erupted with a roaring sound, the Tao rhythm circulating, and the overwhelming pressure unabashedly bore down on the Su family members. In peer-to-peer sparring, one should stop at an appropriate point. How could you strike with such force? Is there no decorum left? Su Xuanjing, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin slightly. Wasn't that stopping at an appropriate point? Look at him, isn't he still jumping around and able to breathe? As soon as she finished speaking, she revealed her Foundation establishment cultivation, raising her hand as a thick stack of talismans flew out from her sleeve, swirling around her like a lively serpent of talismans, their spiritual light flickering and exuding a heart-stirring aura. Such a display of wealth immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator's expression changed slightly. He had not expected the opponent to be a Foundation establishment as well, and to possess such substantial backing, making her not easy to provoke. The origin of the incident was that the young master of his family had found Su Xinqing's beauty alluring and had approached her with flirtatious words, only to be taught a lesson by Su Xinqing. The Tang family had no justification in this matter. Not only were they likely unable to defeat the other party, but if the guards of Zidi City were to be called, they would also be in the wrong. This is Zidi City. In front of the Dakian Academy, the Tang family's Foundation establishment cultivator said sternly, "Do you intend to violate the laws of Dakian and openly resort to violence here?" Hearing this, Su Xianjing snorted coldly, the talisman serpent around her slowly retracting its spiritual light, but not fully putting it away. I thought you were going to make a move, I was just considering self-defense. She pouted, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. Forget it, let your incapable young master come over and formally apologize to Xinqing, and we can consider this matter resolved otherwise. The Foundation establishment cultivator's face fluctuated between dark and light as he turned to look at the Tang family youth, his voice carrying a suppressed admonition, young master, this matter. Impossible. Tang Shi covered his bruised face, his eyes burning red with shame and anger as he shouted at Su Xuanjing, when has my Lingchuan Tang family ever been so humble? If you have the guts, say your name. Hey, are you really ignorant, or just playing dumb? Before Su Xianjing could respond, a mocking voice from the onlooking crowd rang out, reaching everyone's ears. Did you not see them at the founding ceremony a few days ago? The Qingyuan Su clan newly appointed to guard the Luoxian prefecture. They are a family backed by the Empress, oh why provoke them? These words fell like cold water, instantly stiffening the faces of the Tang family members, the previous shame and indignation quickly replaced by an undeniable shock and fear. At the founding ceremony, most people's attention was actually focused on the clan leader, Su Yang, with little regard for the other members of the Su family. Thus the Tang family members failed to recognize the Su family at first, and they never imagined that the young woman they casually teased at the entrance of the Dacian Academy was actually a descendant of the Su family. No wonder the opponent was so young, yet possessed such strength. For a moment, the momentum of the Tang family was stifled. Tang Shi's face turned pale and flushed as family pride made it hard for him to bow his head, yet the imposing power displayed by the Su family left him in a dilemma. This matter is indeed our Tang family's fault. I apologize to Miss Su on behalf of the young master. A Foundation establishment cultivator from the Tang family stepped forward and cupped his hands. However, Su Xianjing was relentless, her gaze toward Tang Shi filled with disdain. Is this how little sincerity you have? You actually want your family's servant to apologize on your behalf? The Tang family's Foundation establishment cultivator seemed to have not heard this provocation, instead retrieving a spirit plant resembling a lotus flower from his storage bag and offered it. This is the Jade Mica Lotus, a specialty of Lingchuan. It has the effects of strengthening bones and temporarily enhancing cultivation speed. Consider it a small token from our Tang family, and I hope Miss Su can forgive us letting this matter pass. What do you say? One must admit that this Foundation establishment cultivator from the Tang family handled matters quite tactfully. However, their young master was indeed somewhat incompetent. Su Xianjing didn't want to entangle with them any further. Since their young master couldn't lower his face to apologize in person, this compensation could be considered a concession. All right, let's consider this matter resolved. Su Xianjing took the Jade Mica Lotus and handed it to Su Xinqing beside her, adding, however, I hope that once you Tang family enter the Dacian Academy, you won't engage in any underhanded schemes behind our backs. Her eyes glinted coldly as a warning. Of course not, replied the Tang family's Foundation establishment cultivator before quickly leaving the scene with Tang Shi, whose expression remained grim. Once the Tang family members were far enough away, Su Xianjing turned to Su Xinqing and the others, instructing, once you enter the academy, be extra cautious. The Tang family may not show their intentions openly, but that young master has a narrow mind, and you must be on guard against him. Don't worry yet. Su Xinyue stepped forward, patting her chest with determination. With me and Xinyue here, no one can bully our family members. Su Xianjing smiled and nodded. With Su Xinyue and Su Xinyue both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, they could indeed hold their own among this batch of new students. At this moment, Su Yang walked over, glancing at the younger generation with a gentle tone. Once we leave ZD City, you all will need to handle any matters on your own. However, the Su family has cultivated many connections, such as the Bihai Society, Lingxi sect, the Chung family, and the Qian family. There should be members among them who will also enroll in the Dacian Academy, so you can attempt to engage with them. If you find common ground, it would certainly be beneficial for mutual support. What the clan leader Su said is absolutely correct. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from beside him. Everyone turned to see Cheng Yue, the leader of the Lingxi sect, standing with a warm smile. Indeed, we have several disciples who have enrolled in the Dacian Academy. Cheng Yue approached and nodded at Su Yang, then looked at the younger members of the Su family. I have instructed them to maintain frequent contact with the Su family disciples. Seeing this, everyone from the Su family bowed respectfully. Su Xinqing even sweetly called out, great-granduncle. Although Cheng Yue was not her direct great-granduncle, he was the great-granduncle of her younger brother Su Xinshi. Cheng Yue was the grandfather of Cheng Ningxiang and was in a marriage relationship with the Su family. After many years of development, the Lingxi sect, with some assistance from the Su family, now had only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators besides Cheng Yue. Thus the position of the sect leader was likely to be passed on to Cheng Ningxiang. After a few pleasantries, Chung Yu scanned the crowd and asked with some confusion, "Why haven't I seen that boy Shinner?" Su Yang shook his head with a wry smile. "That boy didn't come, he stayed back at Qingyuan." "He can't be too timid," Chung Yu lamented, shaking his head, unlike his father who was fierce beyond compare back in the day. Su Yang smiled without replying. To outsiders, Su Xianzhao acted decisively, and with great vigor. His thunderous powers were incredibly formidable. But to his family this boy was actually rather cautious and conservative at heart. Su Xinqi's timid nature was somewhat influenced by his father. "Clan leader Su, it's been a long time." Just as the two parties were enjoying their conversation, another familiar voice interjected. Su Yang looked up, and in his heart he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness gracious." During the founding celebration, various forces maintained their restraint, seldom moving about, yet unexpectedly today, he encountered old acquaintances in quick succession at the Dakian Academy. The newcomer was actually Zhang Xian, whom he hadn't seen for decades, the immortal official from Qingyuan. Ever since the grand gathering in Luoxian City 100 years ago, Su Yang had not seen him again, never expecting this man was still alive. It wasn't that Su Yang was cruel in nature, it was simply that the lifespan of Qi refinement cultivators was only around 100 years. Without achieving foundation establishment, one could not be considered to have truly embarked on the path of longevity. Time was merciless, and the passing of old friends was a common occurrence. Su Yang's divine sense quietly swept over, and he saw Zhang Xian's head full of white hair, his face deeply etched with the marks of time. Although his aura had not changed much, his cultivation level remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement. He couldn't help but show a look of confusion. "Dao friend Zhang, what happened to you?" All these years had passed, and with the foundation Zhang Xian had shown back, then he should not have only this level of cultivation. Zhang Xian's voice carried an aged tone, and his smile pulled at the wrinkles on his face. "I failed at foundation establishment, and although my family still has some resources, I barely managed to keep my life. However, I won't last much longer. I never expected to meet an old friend here again. It's a blessing without regrets." Failing at foundation establishment often meant a regression in cultivation for those with better luck, while worse luck could lead to immediate death. For those who regressed in cultivation, attempting to establish their foundation again became incredibly difficult. The golden age for foundation establishment was right there. If one did not succeed during their prime, what hope could they have after 60? The Su family disciples, having abundant resources, had never experienced a failure in foundation establishment, to the extent that Su Yang had nearly forgotten the taste of the difficulty of foundation establishment, making it hard for him to truly empathize with those who had failed. Aside from the plentiful high-grade foundation establishment pills, Su Yang had also speculated that practicing the Hunyuan Ningxin method might improve the success rate of foundation establishment, although the teachings had not explicitly stated this. As a result, all members of the Su family succeeded in their foundation establishment. Su Yang still feigned a sigh of sadness, patting Zhang Xian on the shoulder. "Come, let's go have a drink." As he did so, his divine sense probed into Zhang Xian's physical condition, making him sigh once more in his heart. Zhang Xian's vitality was indeed dwindling, and he had little lifespan left, which reminded him of the scene when he reunited with Wang Songyue back in the day. On the path of longevity, one could not escape the cycle of life and death. Old friends and acquaintances around him were leaving one after another. Each seemingly ordinary farewell could become a final goodbye. Su Yang instinctively turned back to look. Behind him, a group of young clansmen were chatting and laughing, their faces full of youthful vigor and light-hearted joy. His heart warmed slightly, and he silently thought, "Fortunately, there are still clansmen accompanying me." In the depths of the imperial palace of Zidi City, Zhou Xuanji casually crossed her long jade legs, lazily leaning against the imperial throne while flipping through a roll of jade slips. Suddenly, a cold sword light silently swept in from the window, transforming into a figure that stood quietly before Zhou Xuanji. The newcomer wore a spotless white robe with flowing garments that accentuated an ethereal beauty. Her demeanor was as cold as frost and snow, and in her hand, she held a flawless white longsword exuding an innate sharpness akin to an unparalleled divine sword poised to strike. In the face of this unexpected visitor, Zhou Xuanji maintained a calm expression, showing no surprise. A slight smile appeared on her red lips, revealing her understanding. "Has Taoist Luo returned? How is the situation over there?" Luo Wanyan's voice was crisp, yet carried a trace of detached coldness, her words concise and efficient. "The entrance to the ruins has been successfully opened, and a special black mist pervades the interior, capable of continuously devouring the divine senses of cultivators. Mortal beings perish instantly upon entry, while cultivators will have their divine senses gnawed away until they are completely exhausted and die." Zhou Xuanji set down the jade slip in her hand, intrigued, and asked, "Have you determined the opportunities within the ruins?" "Not yet," Luo Wanyan replied indifferently. I returned immediately to report. The internal space of the ruins is exceptionally vast. I suggest deploying more personnel to explore in groups. Zhou Xuanji nodded, slightly already understanding in her heart. The vastness of the ruins combined with the black mist that continually consumes divine senses meant that the time and scope for a single cultivator to explore within would be severely limited. They would need to rely on a large number of people entering in shifts to gather as much information as possible before their divine senses were exhausted. The divine senses consumed by cultivators could be restored provided they could leave the ruins before their senses were entirely drained. Zhou Xuanji's gaze shifted slightly to Luo Wanyan, her smile carrying a deep meaning. If I were to publicize the news of these ruins, I believe the people of the Wanjian sect would also be stirred to enter. Do you need me to send some people to assist you? Hearing the name Wanjian sect, Luo Wanyan's icy demeanor finally showed a slight ripple, but it quickly returned to normal. She replied coldly, I will handle it myself. There's no need to trouble Taoist Zhou. With that, she ceased to speak further, turning her figure into a sharp sword light that flew out the window, disappearing in an instant. Zhou Xuanji watched her depart, lightly laughing and shaking her head. What a cold and stubborn woman. Her expression then became serious, her clear voice ringing out to the outside of the palace. Come here. Announced the following message to the entire city immediately. Soon a shocking announcement stirred the city of Zidi like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Great Qian has discovered a black mist ruin within its territory containing unknown opportunities and is now publicly recruiting cultivators from all sides to explore together. A ruin. It actually exists. This is a chance to get rich. A young cultivator confused asked, how is a ruin different from a cave heaven? A well-informed Foundation establishment cultivator heard the question and replied with a cold smile. Cave heavens are often blessed lands where spiritual energy converges. Although there are obstacles, they are ultimately places for cultivation. Ruins, on the other hand, are often the remains of ancient sects or battlefields, or even the burial grounds of mighty beings. Therefore, the dangers within are bizarre and perilous, incomparable to cave heavens. If you enter with the mindset of exploring a cave heaven, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay the price. Hearing this, everyone gasped in unison, gaining a new understanding of the dangers of the ruins. But amidst their fear, greed also surged. After all, it was an ancient ruin. It could very likely contain lost techniques or treasures, and even if it were just a single spirit herb that had survived through the ages, it would surely be a priceless rarity. A millennium-old spirit herb is the core material for refining third-grade pills. Each one is worth a fortune. Once the news of the ruins spread, it instantly overshadowed the Great Qian Academy. All forces that had not yet left Zidi City focused their attention on the ruins, with no one willing to miss this opportunity, urgently discussing countermeasures. In the courtyard of the Su family, everyone was also discussing this matter. Exploring alongside the Great Qian army undoubtedly offered more safety, but it also meant limited actions, only able to follow behind the main force and pick up some leftovers. Weighing the choice between seeking safety or risking for rewards required careful consideration. Su Yang closed his eyes, quietly operating the star observation technique to deduce the outcome of this expedition. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing within. The hexagram shown by the deduction revealed auspicious. Interesting, Su Yang murmured to himself. Could it be that certain rules within this ruin favor my suit, or perhaps the technique mastered by the family can precisely counter or avoid the dangers within? He recalled the previous experience in the Qingyuan sect's secret realm, where the eternal darkness allowed the Su family, who mastered the night traveler technique, to navigate it effortlessly and escape danger repeatedly. Father, how did the deduction turn out? Su Xuanheng, unable to contain herself, asked eagerly from the side. Su Yang smiled broadly and nodded, saying, my Su family will definitely go to this ruin, but we must not. From my observation of the hexagram, the risk for qi refinement cultivators entering is quite high, so Xinju and Zhengwan and Zhengxian must stay in Zidi City until we return. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xianjing interjected, then I will stay to look after them. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. His usually lively daughter was unexpectedly so obedient and proactive in taking responsibility. Seeing the puzzled gaze from her father, Su Xianjing covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining nonchalantly, I originally came to Zidi City to see the world and have some fun. This ruin sounds dangerous and probably quite desolate. It can't compare to the excitement of staying in the bustling imperial city. I have no desire to go there. Su Yang nodded to himself. This was the daughter he remembered. No opportunity was as important as having fun. How could a ruin compare to the imperial city in terms of enjoyment? Cultivators from various sects boarded the flying ships prepared by the Great Qian. Dozens of ships transformed into streaks of light breaking through the air. Many familiar faces and factions were among them. Some families and sects allied with the Su family naturally gathered around, engaging in casual conversations while the atmosphere remained relaxed. The leader of the Lingxi sect, Cheng Yue, stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "This time for the opportunity within the ruins I asked for nothing else, but to follow the great Qian army and have a bowl of hot soup. That would suffice for me." Next to him, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Qian family interjected, "We Foundation establishment families think the same. With Golden Core cultivators leading, safety is paramount. It is better to follow behind and share in the leftovers than to risk going alone and endanger our lives." Indeed, many around nodded in agreement. With so many Golden Core experts present, it is exceedingly dangerous for us Qi, refining, and Foundation establishment forces to stray too far from the great Qian army. The majority were clear in their thoughts. Following the army for safety was the priority. The main force competing for the opportunities within the ruins would be the Golden Core cultivators, hence no matter how great the fortunes for Qi, refining, and Foundation establishment cultivators, they could not claim the lion's share. Clan leader Su, what are the Su family's plans this time? Someone shifted the topic towards Su Yang. After a brief contemplation, Su Yang calmly replied, "I plan to first scout the periphery of the ruins. If I sense something amiss, I will immediately retreat back to the great Qian army's formation. Acting alone away from the main group would attract attention, and trying to hide would only raise suspicion. It was better to speak plainly, thus indicating that the Su family had not strayed far and could return at any moment, dispelling any dark thoughts of certain unscrupulous individuals. The members of the Su family ceased further discussion, closing their eyes to rest and gather their energy. The flying ship sped through the clouds for over 10 days, finally coming to a slow stop. The scene ahead sent a chill through their hearts. Thick black mist surged like a solidified ink, sea endlessly roiling, yet firmly sealed within a grand formation's light barrier, unable to leak even a wisp. In front of the black mist lay the sprawling encampments of the great Qian dynasty, banners fluttering like a forest, soldiers swarming like ants with a palpable aura of murder looming. A robust general of the great Qian, clad in dark armor, stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell echoing throughout the crowd. Ahead lies the black mist ruins. Those who accompany the great Qian army will be rewarded based on merit and resources allocated. If you wish to leave the ranks and act alone, you are responsible for your own life and consequences. The ruins will only open for a month. Exceeding that time will lead to closure, so do not delay. Furthermore, the black mist within the ruins can continuously erode the cultivator's spiritual senses. If you feel your spiritual sense faltering, you must exit immediately. Otherwise, you may perish within, and the great Qian will bear no responsibility." With that, he waved his hand, leading the dark mass of the great Qian army towards the direction of the black. Several formation masters had long been standing before the mist wall, simultaneously forming seals, their array tools shining brightly. With a deep humming sound, the black mist was forcibly torn open, creating a gap several zhang wide. The vast army surged like a dragon, entering the sea, flooding into the black mist. The cultivators from various factions behind took a deep breath and followed closely. Su Yang and the others stepped in. Instantly, a chilling sensation enveloped their spiritual seas, as if countless fine flames were burning their spiritual senses at an almost imperceptible slow pace. A cultivator's spiritual sense could naturally recover like stamina. Ordinary battles consumed limited amounts, but at this moment within the black mist, their spiritual sense felt as if it were placed in a leaking pot, gradually evaporating away. The scene before them was utterly obscured by the dense black mist, with visibility reduced to nothing. They could only rely on their spiritual senses to probe outwards to perceive the surrounding environment. However, as their spiritual senses continued to deplete, the range of their probing was visibly shrinking. Once their spiritual sense was exhausted, not only would they become blind even with their eyes open, but their spiritual seas would also be eroded by the black mist. As for the consequences, the great Qian had already made it clear. If one's soul is extinguished, death will be instantaneous. Fortunately, I did not let Jing Jun and the others come along. Though entry into the Black Mist ruins was not prohibited for Qi refining cultivators, the true exploratory force would undoubtedly be the Foundation establishment cultivators with stronger spiritual senses. For Qi refining cultivators, even drinking soup would likely be difficult. Su Yang's thoughts shifted slightly, and he instinctively divided a strand of his consciousness to enter the spiritual sense space. But as soon as he entered, he was stunned. The continuous burning sensation of his spiritual sense vanished. He tried to split his consciousness into two, one half remaining with his physical body to sense the outside world, and the other half residing in the spiritual sense space. To his astonishment, the part of his consciousness remaining with his physical body experienced an almost negligible speed of erosion from the black mist, nearly nothing. So that's how it is. Su Yang's heart was enlightened. No wonder the stargazing divination indicated auspicious. This Zhong Yuan Spiritual Refinement Classic has opened up a spiritual sense space that can immunize against the black mist's erosion on spiritual senses. Thus plans would need to be adjusted. He immediately turned around and transmitted to several Foundation establishment guards accompanying him. You will follow the Great Qian Army's movements and must not leave the ranks without permission. If you feel your spiritual sense is unable to endure, exit the ruins immediately. Remember, your task is to follow the Great Qian Army and safely partake in the soup. Do not be greedy and wish for meat. The guards, though puzzled, saw the clan leader's serious expression and immediately responded with solemn agreement. Afterwards, Su Yang gave a slight nod to Qin Jiangmei, Su Xuanheng, and Wei Yin, signaling them to follow. The four of them detached from the main force and headed towards the depths of the dense black mist, slightly deviating from the mainstream direction. Father, why not let the guards act together? Su Xuanheng transmitted a question. Qin Jiangmei and Wei Yin also cast puzzled glances. Su Yang smiled slightly and replied, once you enter the spiritual sense space, you will understand. If we can split our focus, our exploration this time will be much easier. Upon hearing this, the three of them showed signs of realization, seemingly understanding something, and immediately entered the spiritual sense space. Indeed, once they entered the spiritual sense space, the uncomfortable feeling of erosion from the outside world was cut off. The consciousness remaining in their physical bodies could still feel slight consumption, but compared to other cultivators, it was negligible. Truly deserving of the family's inherited methods. How profound! Su Xuanheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had practiced the Zhong Yuan Spiritual Refinement Classic for years and could already split his focus. Wei Yin and Qin Jiangmei had similarly achieved this. Qin Jiangmei smiled brightly, her gentle voice carrying a hint of ease and expectation. With this method as support, we shall have no worries in exploring the Black Mist ruins. We can recover our spiritual senses without needing to leave the ruins. She slightly turned her gaze towards Su Yang, her heart understanding. No wonder her husband had the guards follow the main force while bringing the three of them deeper into the ruins. The guards had not practiced the Zhong Yuan Spiritual Refinement Classic and could not resist the continuous erosion of the black mist on their spiritual senses, thus following the Great Qian Army was the only way for them to safely partake in the soup. But the four of them were different. With the spiritual sense space from the Zhong Yuan Spiritual Refinement Classic, they were almost immune to the black mist's erosion, allowing them to venture deeper, seeking opportunities that the main force could not reach without being constrained by the limitations of the guards' spiritual senses. In this journey, they were the ones truly capable of feasting. Our primary objective on this expedition is to gather millennium-old spirit herbs. Any other opportunities we encounter shall be assessed and pursued with due caution and restraint. Having spoken, Su Yang stepped forward first. He focused his will, and his divine sense spread outward in all directions. Years of rigorous cultivation within the divine sense realm had honed Su Yang's spiritual perception. Though not yet reaching the probing range of a golden core cultivator, it now approached that level closely. Before long, deep within a shroud of black mist, his divine sense brushed against an anomalous zone, where spiritual energy surged with unusual intensity and faint fragrant herbal aromas pierced through the gloom. This way, Su Yang murmured softly, guiding the three others to alter their course. After a brief advance, the landscape before them transformed dramatically. A serene spirit herb garden bathed in ethereal radiance lay slumbering deep within the black mist. The spirit plants within varied widely in form. Though dimmed by the oppressive mist, their agile potency remained palpable, a profound accumulated essence resonating unmistakably through time. Many of these specimens were over 1,000 years old. At the sight, all four wasted no time, immediately beginning to harvest the spirit herbs. A spirit herb garden. Could this ruin belong to some ancient sect? Qin Jiangmei asked quietly as she deftly gathered herbs. Su Yang moved fastest. Before her words had even faded, he had already sealed several millennium-old spirit herbs rich with pungent aroma into the Xinghuan secret realm. Judging from the signs, it is most likely the ruins of a sect. But this expanse of black mist surely encompasses far more than a single sect's domain. The garden held so many spirit plants that the four of them could not possibly gather them all within a short span. Soon the rapid approach of other cultivators echoed from the surroundings. Clearly others had also sensed the anomaly and were racing toward the site at full speed. Before Su Yang and his companions had harvested even half the herbs, over a dozen figures burst into the garden. Wait! The young man leading the group called out sharply upon spotting the others harvesting herbs, his tone brooking no dissent. Since this garden was discovered jointly, its spirit herbs rightfully belong to our Tsonghua Mountain as well. Kindly present your storage rings and pouches for fair distribution. Get lost. Su Yang turned his voice cold as glacial ice. We found this place first. The youth's gaze locked onto Su Yang's face, and for a fleeting moment his eyes narrowed slightly. Ah, of the Qingyuan Su clan. He offered a slight bow, his tone softening marginally, yet still laced with condescension. I am a disciple of Lingchuan's Songhua Mountain. I come not to seize by force, but to reason with your clan patriarch. He secretly transmitted a message instructing a fellow disciple skilled in aura detection to reconfirm the cultivation bases of the 4 Su family members. Moments later the reply came unambiguous and definitive. All were indeed Foundation establishment cultivators. No hidden depths detected. The youth nearly laughed in disbelief. For Foundation establishment cultivators, what audacity granted them such arrogance? An outsider might mistake them for harboring a Foundation establishment senior cultivator among their ranks. Let me make one thing clear, Su Yang said, rising to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade. We discovered this place first, and we choose not to share. Leave. Now. Insolent wretches. One hot-tempered Songhua Mountain disciple behind the youth roared. We're both Foundation establishment forces. Do you truly believe Songhua Mountain fears you? Foolishness. His expression hardened completely. His earlier courtesy had stemmed solely from caution toward the great Qian Empress, the Su clan's formidable matriarch, not genuine fear of a mere Foundation establishment lineage. They numbered over a dozen, the opposing side only 4, yet dared to assert dominance. Utterly reckless, bordering on suicidal. You have 3 breaths. Refuse and die. Su Yang's voice remained utterly flat, yet carried a chilling, lethal intent. Arrogant fool. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Songhua Mountain disciples launched their assault. Rays of arcane light flared, one after another, transforming into torrents of blazing fire and radiant streaks hurtling toward the 4 Su cultivators. In that very instant, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin drew their swords in perfect unison. Their blades sang with crystalline clarity, rending the black mist asunder. 2 opposing sword intents, one yin one yang, surged forth like celestial dragons, breaking free of chains coiling and ascending until they manifested above the battlefield, the resplendent illusion of a blazing sun and a luminous silver moon. Sun and moon in conjunction. Zheng. A sudden piercing note sliced into the fray. Qin Jiangmei's fingers swept across her zither strings. Her sonic waves struck like invisible shackles, halting several charging Songhua disciples mid-stride. Simultaneously, a blinding, incandescent halo erupted behind Su Yang, radiating pure, scorching brilliance, as if the sun itself had descended upon the mortal realm. Zixia Divine Light. Where the divine light touched the Songhua disciples, spells dissolved like snow beneath a furnace, vanishing instantly. More terrifying still, where the light struck their flesh, it ignited searing solar flames. Skin and muscle sizzled with sickening hisses, and agonized screams shattered the mist's oppressive silence. Break! One Songhua disciple, barely wrenching himself free from the sonic restraint, gritted his teeth and activated a talismanic treasure. A colossal ancient bronze cauldron materialized overhead, bearing the crushing weight of a mountain, as it plummeted toward the sun and moon illusion. Boom! The thunderous impact shook the heavens. Violent spiritual shockwaves pulverized several spirit herbs at the garden's edge into dust. Before anyone could lament the loss, the black mist overhead was violently torn apart by an immense, unseen force. A meteor wreathed in blinding white flame and trailing a comet's tail descended like heavenly retribution. Plucking stars technique. With a flick of his finger, Su Yang detonated the meteor directly amid the densest cluster of Songhua disciples. Shrapnel and fire rained down like a storm, smoke and ash swallowed half the battlefield. Then, a blood-stained spear cleaved through the haze, thrusting with lethal precision toward Qin Jiangmei's brow. Its wielder's eyes burned with vicious resolve. From behind Qin Jiangmei rose a towering golden avatar, 3 heads, 6 arms. Its central arm gripping a jade pestle that intercepted the spear's tip with flawless timing. At the instant of metallic resonance, eerie sound waves surged up the spear shaft into the wielder's body. He screamed, blood erupting violently from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Before he could retreat, a massive mountain-imbued seal descended from the void, crushing him with irresistible weight. Mountain stabilizing seal. Thud. Amid the sickening crunch of bone and flesh, he was flattened into a crimson smear. Through smoke and shattered spelllight, 2 brilliant sword beams flashed anew, crossing like celestial shears, cleaving the chaotic battlefield cleanly in 2. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin moved like phantoms, countless sword shadows coalescing behind them, then raining down like a storm, each strike finding its mark with merciless precision, throats, hearts, temples, foreheads, hearts, eye sockets. Wherever the sword light passed, blossoms of crimson bloomed. Then, without warning, the gentle patter of rain began. Amid the hazy drizzle, Su Yang strode forward calmly, his Yunling sword slicing idly through the air. Instantly, the falling raindrops transmuted into countless fine razor-sharp sword energies, alive with predatory instinct, as they sought out chinks in the remaining Tsanghua disciples' defenses and pierced inward. Blood mist burst open like scarlet plum blossoms blooming amid rain, gruesome, elegant, and pitiless. The Tsanghua youth leading the group paled drastically, his final certainty shattering as he watched his comrades fall like grass before the scythe. He'd kicked a steel plate, red-hot molten steel. Without hesitation he spun and fled, abandoning his fallen brethren's cries and corpses without a backward glance. Your fellow disciples are dead. What face do you have left to live alone? Su Yang's icy voice rang out beside his ear. Better to join them below. Next lifetime, learn to see clearly before you act. The youth whirled in terror, only to find Su Yang standing silently at his side, and the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from him. How could this possibly be Foundation Establishment initial stage? It was unmistakably Foundation Establishment late stage. His face drained of all color, terror and incredulity warred in his eyes. This man wasn't just a master. He was a consummate calculating predator. The purple haze of divine light struck the young man's face, igniting his entire being in an instant. The searing pain forced a chilling scream from his lips as he instinctively sought water to extinguish the flame that clung to him like a festering wound. The patter of rain fell upon him, but instead of the anticipated coolness, it was met with countless sharp strands of sword energy piercing into his body, causing an agonizing sensation of tearing deep within. Faced with the full-on assault of a late Foundation Establishment cultivator, no matter the measures the youth employed, he was ultimately no match for Su Yang. His charred body crashed heavily to the ground as a hand mercilessly pressed down upon his head. In an instant, a more shrill cry echoed as if one's soul and flesh were being forcibly separated, trembling and flickering painfully in the void. Soul-searching technique. Without any hesitation, Su Yang directly extracted the opponent's memories to investigate the secrets of the Tsanghua Mountain. The Lingchuan and Luoxian territories were adjacent, and the Lingchuan forces Su's family had encountered were limited to the Tang family and the Tsanghua Mountain before him. Both were Foundation Establishment forces, yet in terms of true depth, they were evidently inferior to Su. Through the youth's memories, Su Yang learned that this person was actually 130 years old and held the position of elder within Tsanghua Mountain, merely maintaining a youthful appearance due to the use of a beauty-preserving pill. Unfortunately, the inheritance techniques of Tsanghua Mountain were rather ordinary. Su Yang's brief glance yielded no interest in studying them. Ultimately, the corpses of the Tsanghua disciples were ignited by his spells, turning to ashes. Though their storage rings contained numerous spirit herbs, most were decades, or even hundreds of years old, completely insufficient to make up for the precious spiritual plants destroyed in the earlier fierce battle. Fortunately, these individuals bore no special tracking marks, eliminating the need to employ puppets for. Su Yang and his companions quickly gathered the remaining spiritual plants in the herb garden and immediately set off for the fluctuations from the earlier battle, which surely attract attention. Go! Su Yang commanded calmly, and the force swiftly withdrew from the scene. Not long after Su Yang and the others left, several groups of cultivators arrived at the herb garden only to find a desolate wasteland left in the wake of the battle. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The cultivators, exploring alongside the great Qian army due to the depletion of their divine sense, had repeatedly entered and exited the ruins to recuperate. However, Su Yang and his companions, sheltered by their divine sense space, had never left the ruins and continued to gather for over 10 days. Though they had not encountered any earth-shattering opportunities, these long-standing thousand-year spiritual plants were of utmost importance to Su's family, perfectly compensating for their current resource scarcity. Su's family lacked Foundation Establishment pills, but was severely short of the third-tier pills required by Golden Core cultivators. Once one reached the Golden Core stage, they needed to nurture their Golden Core. Without pill assistance, their cultivation progress would be exceedingly slow. Unlike the Foundation Establishment and Qi refining pills, which were primarily used for enhancing cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks, Golden Core cultivators needed to refine corresponding attribute origin pills based on their spiritual root attributes to nurture their Golden Core. Most cultivators had spiritual roots associated with the 5 elements, so they needed to refine 5-element origin pills, continuously consuming them to nurture their Golden Core and accelerate cultivation speed. If one relied solely on absorbing the wandering essence of the 5 elements within the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nurture their Golden Core, then that golden core cultivator's cultivation would at most reach the mid-golden core stage, and they would struggle to glimpse the later stages in their lifetime. The further one progressed in the cultivation realm, the more resources became critical. Even if a heavenly spiritual root could smoothly break through to the mid-golden core stage, they could still be hindered in their cultivation progress during the nascent soul stage due to resource limitations. Let alone cultivators with other spiritual root qualifications who generally required vast amounts of cultivation resources to reach the golden core stage. Hence, attribute origin pills were crucial for golden core cultivators. Though Su's family had yet to produce a golden core true person, they understood the importance of preparation. The primary ingredient for refining attribute origin pills was precisely the thousand-year spiritual plants. While collecting spiritual plants, Su Yang and his companions also continued to explore deeper into the black mist. One day, a powerful golden core aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the black mist. Immediately afterward, another equally formidable golden core pressure erupted violently. The two sides engaged in fierce combat amidst the black mist, and the intense fluctuations of their techniques caused the ground within a radius of several dozen miles to tremble. Su Yang and the others hurriedly retreated towards the perimeter of the ruins. The aftershocks of a golden core cultivator's battle had an extensive impact range. Getting too close could mean being inadvertently harmed by the other party, like stepping on an ant by the roadside. What bad luck to encounter a golden core cultivator's battle deep in the black mist. Amidst the swirling dust of spiritual energy, Su Xuanheng's figure was the first to rush out, breathing slightly heavily. The only ones who can reach such depths apart from our Su family are golden core cultivators. Thankfully, we only stumbled upon their fight rather than encountering them heated. Wei Yan's delicate face turned serious. Under normal circumstances, the divine sense of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators is simply insufficient to support them reaching this place. Thus, the appearance of Su's group here was a significant point of suspicion. Any golden core cultivator who saw them would undoubtedly feel curious and take action to capture them. Fully activate the concealment technique and Nightwalker's movement. We must not expose our tracks. Su Yang's expression was equally grave as he solemnly instructed. To acquire more resources, they had to explore deeper into the black mist. After all, the spiritual plants in the outer regions had already been thoroughly harvested by the Great Qian army and various cultivators several times. At that moment, the fluctuations of the golden core cultivators' battle intensified, once again rapidly approaching the direction where Su Yang and the others were. The four's expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately employed their escape techniques, trying to change direction to flee. But the speed of golden core cultivators is incredibly fast. Even with their timely reaction, it was already too late to alter their course. Boom! A blazing red spell light fell like a meteor nearby. The violent shockwave sent the four flying. In the moment of losing control, Su Yang made every effort to conceal all his presence and hide his figure, while his gaze sharp as lightning quietly turned towards the two golden core figures locked in fierce conflict. One of them was a familiar face, the sect master of the Wanjian sect, Huang Lingxiao. Behind him, sword shadows filled the air, densely packed in the void, as the long sword in his hand emitted a blinding radiance piercing through the chest of the opposing golden core cultivator with a single thrust. Huang Lingxiao's expression remained indifferent, his tone icy and devoid of any emotion. Why bother? If you honestly hand over the spirit source, you wouldn't end up like this. The opposing golden core cultivator was covered in wounds. Each time his skin showed signs of healing, it would be cruelly reopened by the sharp sword intent. Countless illusory sword shadows continuously pierced through his body, releasing a mist of blood. With blood trickling from his mouth, his face twisted in agony and fury, he roared, "Old dog Huang, your tyrannical actions will surely lead to your demise. That has nothing to do with you anymore." As Huang Lingxiao's words fell, he jerked his wrist, withdrawing the sword from the opponent's chest. At the same time, the myriad sword shadows behind him seemed to receive an order, transforming into a suffocating storm of sword light that rained down upon the opponents, Dantian accurately striking the golden core. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The golden core of the opposing cultivator exploded. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted from his body, akin to a miniature sun descending to the mortal realm, its blazing radiance temporarily dispersing the surrounding black mist, forcefully clearing a brief area of space. The dazzling white light gradually dissipated. Huang Lingxiao stood unharmed in place, with a storage ring enveloped in spiritual power floating in his hand, while the sword shadows behind him slowly sank into the ground. His gaze, as cold as a deep pool, suddenly swept across the hiding places of Su Yang and the others. Hep! A cold smile curled at the corners of Huang Lingxiao's mouth, his voice flat, as he said, "Come out." Although your concealment and evasion techniques are remarkable, the earlier clash of spiritual power has already exposed your positions. Upon hearing this, the Su family members stiffened. In the end, they could not completely hide from the divine sense of a golden core cultivator. The slight disturbance caused by the fluctuation of spiritual power was keenly captured by Huang Lingxiao. Initially, Huang Lingxiao did not notice Su Yang and the others, but when the shockwave from the golden core explosion swept past their hiding place, it created a ripple that was different from the normal environment, which was enough for him to conclude that 4 people were concealed nearby. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chilling sword formation suddenly erupted from the ground. Countless sword lights surged into the air like a torrential rain, densely packed, instantly enveloping a 10-mile radius in an impenetrable, deadly domain. There was no way to avoid it. Once Su Yang and the others attempted to flee, this sword formation would transform into a storm of sword shadows, grinding them all to pieces. With no other choice, Su Yang and the others had to cancel their concealment and reveal themselves. Su Yang's expression remained calm, his eyes devoid of panic. He had long prepared for the worst and was ready to activate the starry secret realm at any moment. This was the Su family's greatest trump card. As a golden core cultivator, Huang Lingxiao lacked the means to break through space. As long as they entered the secret realm, he would have no way to deal with them. Master Huang, we are merely passing through this place and do not wish to get involved in any conflict. I hope you will show mercy. Su Yang gazed directly at him, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. It is best to keep the trump card until the end. Hiding in the starry secret realm only offers temporary safety, not eternal security. If this secret technique were to be known by Huang Lingxiao, he would certainly come after the Su family, forcing them to hand it over, making it even more difficult to deal with. Heh, you seem quite composed. Huang Lingxiao remarked, a hint of scrutiny and disdain in his tone. A mere foundation establishment family can venture this deep. It seems that the Su family has a stroke of fortune. At this moment, your calmness can either be a forced facade, or you must truly have confidence in your ability to escape from me. Su Yang clasped his hands, his tone still flat. The Su family does possess some fortune, so I kindly ask Master Huang not to make things difficult for us. Huang Lingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly turning towards Wei Yan, who had remained concealed under a black cloak. The other members of the Su family did not deliberately conceal their appearances, only this person. A strange sense of familiarity arose in his heart, a direct intuition related to his own karmic ties. He raised his long sword, pointing the tip at Wei Yan, his voice suddenly turning cold. You take off your cloak. His divine sense scanned the black robe that could block probing. The more he probed, the clearer that sense of familiarity became. Upon hearing this, Su Yang and the others frowned. Just as they were about to make a decision on whether to immediately enter the starry secret realm, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp sword intent, as if capable of cutting through everything, suddenly surged in from afar. The speed was astonishing, like an invisible divine sword cutting through the void, appearing beside everyone in an instant. When the figure appeared, Huang Lingxiao's expression drastically changed, as if facing a great enemy, and he wasted no time in activating the sword formation with all his strength. However, the figure in white only took a light step forward. With a crisp cracking sound, the sword formation that enveloped a 10-mile radius abruptly shattered, like fragile glass bursting into countless sparkling points of light. Who are you? Huang Lingxiao exclaimed in shock. The newcomer showed no intention of concealing her identity. Clad in a spotless white robe, her garments billowing like clouds, her ethereal beauty and demeanor cold like frost that had never melted, with a pure white, flawless long sword in hand, seemingly the source of the sword intent surrounding her. Luo Wanya, Master. Huang Lingxiao and Wei Yan exclaimed almost simultaneously when they recognized her face. Luo Wanyan shattered the sword formation with a step and was about to lock onto Huang Lingxiao when she suddenly heard a familiar call. Her figure paused abruptly, and in her icy, beautiful eyes, confusion and bewilderment appeared for the first time as she turned to look in Wei Yan's direction. Wei Yan, unable to contain her excitement, tore off the cloak, obscuring her face, revealing a beautiful, yet now more mature visage. She rushed towards Luo Wanyan like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, throwing herself into the embrace she had longed for decades. Master, it really is you. I am so glad to see you again, truly so glad. Wei Yan's voice carried the repressed longing and grievances of decades, turning into a choked sob. Luo Wanyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her expression filled with disbelief, and her usually cold voice rarely showed fluctuations. Yenner, are you still alive? After decades of silence, she had searched everywhere for possible whereabouts of Wei Yan, but found nothing. Luo Wanyan had once felt despondent, thinking her beloved disciple had met with misfortune. This trip was solely to eliminate Huang Lingxiao and clear the sect. Yet unexpectedly in the depths of this black mist ruins, she would meet her disciple again in this form. Master, I have been well these years. The Su family took me in and protected me, allowing me to be where I am today. Wei Yin tightly embraced her master's slender waist, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls that had broken free from their string. Having been raised by Luo Wanyun in the Myriad Sword sect, she regarded Luo Wanyun as both a teacher and a mother. The deeply buried admiration and longing poured out entirely at this moment. Although we can catch up later, there are still important matters to attend to right now. At that moment filled with warmth, Su Yang's calm voice suddenly rang out, breaking the atmosphere. From the moment Wei Yin called out, "Master," he reacted. The suddenly appearing white-robed female sword cultivator was indeed the master Wei Yin had missed for decades, the former sect leader of the Myriad Sword sect, Luo Wanyun. But now was not the time to bask in the joy of reunion. The enmity between the current and former sect leaders had yet to be resolved, and Wei Yan's identity had been exposed. If Huang Lingxiao was not dealt with here, it would surely become a future threat. Upon hearing Su Yang's reminder, Luo Wanyun's gaze sharpened like a sword, her surrounding sword, intent surging, once more firmly locking onto Huang Lingxiao. I wondered who was hiding, or it turns out to be you, little beast. Huang Lingxiao's gaze fixed sharply on Wei Yin, a cold smile on his face, but inside, he was tossing and turning with overwhelming waves of shock and indescribable embarrassment. The Myriad Sword sect and the Su family were not strangers to each other. Years ago, a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect mysteriously fell in Qingyuan, and Huang Hongfang had repeatedly mentioned the suspicious activities of the Su family, but he had never truly taken them to heart. Only at this moment, seeing Wei Yin appear before him, did he suddenly realize that those disciples lost in Qingyuan, even if they were not directly killed by the Su family, must be inextricably linked to them. All of this was due to his negligence and carelessness. What made him feel even more humiliated was the fact that it was precisely because of his lack of concern that Wei Yin, the young lord of the Myriad Sword sect, had managed to survive these decades. To him, this was an absolute humiliation. "Shut up. Dare to insult my disciple. You seek death." Luo Wanyun's face was icy, and with a cold shout, a sword intent erupted around her, like the shattering of millennia-old ice, piercingly chilling. Huang Lingxiao, unwilling to show weakness, similarly unleashed a fierce sword intent, and the two distinctly different auras of sharpness clashed suddenly. Buzz. An invisible stream of sharp air erupted in the void, as if countless fine sword energies were entangling and cutting between the two, shattering the earth instantaneously, while the surrounding black mist evaporated in an instant. One of the air currents swept past Su Yang's cheek in an instant. He didn't even have time to react before a long, thin scar of blood was left on his face, with blood slowly seeping out. "Luo Wanyun back, then you fled the Wanjian sect like a stray dog, and today the outcome will not change." Before Huang Lingxiao's words fell, he had already drawn his sword. In an instant, a flurry of sword shadows poured out from behind him. The sword light crisscrossed, as if unleashing a tsunami of sword energy that obscured the sun, crashing down towards where Luo Wanyun and Su Yang were. Luo Wanyun's gaze sharpened. With her left hand forming a seal, a gentle spiritual power instantly enveloped Su Yang and the others, pushing them back dozens of miles. At the same time, the pure white sword at her waist suddenly unsheathed, emitting a clear and melodious sound like a dragon's roar. The sword light appeared like a white rainbow piercing the sun. The figures of the two golden core sword cultivators were instantly engulfed in the turbulent ocean of sword intent, with only two vague trails of light visible, weaving through countless sword energies, each clash exploding with blinding spiritual light and deafening blasts. Su Yang steadied himself, unhesitatingly summoning several second-tier defensive talismans. The spiritual light sword forming layers of shields that barely blocked the oncoming surge of spiritual energy. His expression grew serious as he said in a deep voice, "We need to leave. This place is not safe for long." The four of them immediately soared into the air on their swords, transforming into four streaks of light, hastily fleeing towards the outskirts of the Black Mist ruins. However, the fluctuations of the battle between golden core cultivators were terrifyingly overwhelming, as tangible waves of terrifying sword energy easily sliced through dozens of miles of void. Wherever they passed, whether it was the broken ruins, jagged rocks, or withered ancient trees, all collapsed and shattered into fine powder as the sword energy swept by. The sharp sword energy even stirred the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, forming visible violent winds and waves. Su Yang and the others felt like tiny boats in a raging sea. Their momentum on their swords abruptly interrupted, their bodies unsteady as they were directly shaken back to the ground, staggering backwards. The battle between golden core cultivators is beyond what ordinary mortals can imagine, akin to deities clashing, causing heaven and earth to shatter with every motion. What particularly unsettled Su Yang was that Huang Lingxiu's attacks seemed deliberately aimed towards their retreating direction, the sword light shadowing them, clearly intent on preventing their escape. Although Luo Wanyun was trying her best to protect them, Su Yang and the others were merely Foundation establishment cultivators, and the gap with Golden Core cultivators was too vast. The residual waves of pressure and released energy were particularly lethal. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would have been knocked unconscious by the pressure long ago. Relying on their far superior foundation, Su Yang and the others barely held on, enduring the suffocating pressure as they staggered toward the outskirts. Su Yang was about to grit his teeth, preparing to take Qin Jiangmei and the others into the Starry Realm first, while he risked venturing alone. However, from the depths of the black mist ahead, several equally formidable Golden Core energies surged forth. Following that, there were even more violent and chaotic sounds of Dao techniques clashing and explosions. Are there more Golden Core cultivators fighting? Su Yang was shocked. To his surprise, the depths of this black mist turned out to be a nest of Golden Core cultivators. Encountering Huang Lingxiu and Luo Wanyun was already an extremely low probability event, and yet other Golden Core cultivators were gathered here, all engaged in fierce battles. Recalling what Huang Lingxiu had mentioned about the spiritual source when he killed that Golden Core cultivator earlier, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he suddenly realized there must be a shocking opportunity emerging nearby, and these Golden Core cultivators are gathered here to fight over the spiritual source. Spirit stones are crystals formed from the accumulation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy over the years. The spiritual source, on the other hand, is a product of the further concentration of the essence of a large number of spirit stones. Its quality far exceeds that of ordinary spirit stones, with purer spiritual energy and extremely high absorption efficiency. More importantly, the spiritual source can help cultivators smoothly break through minor bottlenecks in their realms with effects comparable to top-tier breakthrough elixirs, but without the risks of violent backlash. For Golden Core cultivators, each breakthrough in a minor realm is exceedingly difficult, and the spiritual source is the treasure they dream of for breaking through. Su Yang felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Amidst the shock, a deadly sense of crisis descended. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became violent, and a destructive wave of Dao power surged from the side, without warning, too fast for them to react any further. Without any hesitation, Su Yang focused his mind, making himself and Qin Jiangmei disappear from their original spot in an instant. Just at the moment, their figures vanished. Boom! A dazzling light of Dao so intense it was indescribable erupted like a falling sun at the place they had just stood. Wherever the light reached, be it the remnants of walls, rolling mountains, desiccated trees, or meandering rivers, all were vaporized in an instant, turning into a vacuum wasteland. Soon after, one Golden Core escape light after another streaked across the sky above this wasteland like meteors. Numerous terrifying manifestations of Dao appeared in succession. A sea of fire that burned the heavens, freezing cold waves, giant blades splitting the earth, and black holes that devoured light, all obliterated everything around them with overwhelming force. Several Golden Core cultivators were evidently blinded by rage, and the residual waves of battle reduced the surrounding area of dozens of miles to a desolate realm. Inside the Starry Realm, through the faint connection between the secret realm and the outside world, Su Yang sensed the terrifying scenes outside and couldn't help but take a deep breath, his back already soaked with cold sweat. That was close. If we had been a moment slower, the four of us would have turned to ash, Su Yang said, still feeling lingering fear. Su Zunheng's face turned pale, his voice trembling with residual terror as he said, the gap in realms between cultivators is too great. That feeling just now was akin to mortals looking up at deities in the clouds. Su Yang nodded slowly, his tone grave. To high-level cultivators, low-level cultivators are no different from ants. Their slightest attack can crush a multitude, and the levels of life between both sides are no longer in the same dimension. He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze over the three, and continued, the higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan, and the more one witnesses the life and death separations and the passage of time. Over time, facing those ants that can be extinguished with a snap of the fingers, their awe and prayers inevitably become indifferent. This is one of the roots of the increasingly cold and aloof nature of most high-level cultivators in the cultivation world. Qin Jiangmei, Su Xuanheng, and Wei Yin fell into silence upon hearing this. Having personally experienced the oppressive feeling of life and death just moments ago, they deeply understood it. Qin Jiangmei, Su Xuanheng, and Wei Yin fell into silence upon hearing this. Having personally experienced the oppressive feeling of life and death just moments on the path to immortality, it is not only the ascent of power, but perhaps also the transformation and loss of one's heart. Deep within the black fog ruins, a thunderous roar echoed endlessly as if the heavens were collapsing. A fierce battle among several Golden Core cultivators had continued for 3 days and nights. The power of the Golden Core cultivators' spells spread like a tsunami, the tremors even affecting the outskirts of the Black Fog. The Dacian army and various sects of cultivators wisely withdrew, leaving the ruins to become a true battlefield for the Golden Core cultivators. Suddenly, a chilling sword light sliced through the Black Fog, and Luo Wanyan's figure shot out like a white flash. The Taoist light behind her pursued, closely exploding around her, as the booming sounds and chaotic spiritual currents churned the Black Fog. Following closely, several Golden Core flashes surged from different directions, showing no intention to conceal their murderous intent. Upon first meeting, fierce collisions erupted. Sword shadows, thunderbolts, seas of fire, and ice spikes. Various magical phenomena intertwined and collided, creating towering waves of spiritual energy that evaporated large sections of the Black Fog. In the chaos, a Golden Core cultivator was struck by multiple spells simultaneously and was instantly reduced to ashes. The storage ring fell from the spot where he was obliterated, snatched up by a quick-eyed Golden Core female cultivator nearby. She hastily probed inside with her divine sense, and a look of ecstatic joy immediately appeared on her face. There are actually 10 spiritual sources. This is truly a tremendous fortune. Just as she was overwhelmed with joy, a heavy and deep bell toll echoed without warning. An elderly woman, her face lined with age and her figure hunched, flew out with a flash, an ancient and mottled brass bell hovering above her head. The eerie sound of the bell reverberated, causing all Golden Core cultivators engaged in fierce combat to tremble, their inner spiritual energy becoming instantly chaotic. The female cultivator who had just obtained the spiritual sources let out a muffled groan as the storage ring in her hand slipped from her grasp. The old woman appeared like a ghost, her bony hand reaching out to catch the falling storage ring. A sinister smile spread across her wrinkled face, and she vanished again, reappearing behind the astonished female cultivator. Her withered hand, covered in age spots, struck like the sharpest of claws, piercing through the female cultivator's back. With a forceful grip inside her chest, she forcibly extracted a still pulsing Golden Core. Only at this moment did the other Golden Core cultivators manage to shake off the shock of the bell's toll. Upon witnessing this scene, they were all filled with rage, turning their targets toward the old woman. At the same time, Huang Lingxiao and 2 other Golden Core cultivators transformed into flashes, bursting forth from the surging Black Fog, unhesitatingly attacking Luo Wanyan. Huang Lingxiao's eyes gleamed with cold light, his long sword emanating a terrifying sharpness, his voice icy and resolute. "I told you the outcome will not change." The 3 of them formed a pincer formation, unleashing their Taoist techniques. Huang Lingxiao's myriad sword shadows transformed into a storm of slaughter, while another conjured a massive dark claw that obscured the sky, and the third summoned 9 fire dragons. Their combined assault sealed off all avenues for Luo Wanyan to evade, vowing to eliminate her right here. Boom. Another heart-stopping toll of the bell rang out, accompanied by the blinding light of countless exploding spells. As the brilliance began to dissipate, the old woman's figure gracefully emerged from the chaotic remnants of the spells. On her withered palm floated several bloodstained storage rings, while the Golden Core cultivator who had just attacked her was nowhere to be seen. She scanned the battlefield with her murky eyes, finally fixing her gaze on Luo Wanyan and Huang Lingxiao, a fleeting glint of greed passing over her face. "Hand over the storage rings, and I may spare your lives." Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, yet her voice was as crisp and pleasant as a young girl's, creating a chilling sense of incongruity. As soon as she finished speaking, her age-spotted hand pointed forward. Boom. A colossal phantom finger blocking out the sun materialized from thin air, like an ancient divine pillar, supporting heaven and earth, descending upon Huang Lingxiao, and the center of their assault on Luo Wanyan, aiming to crush them indiscriminately. This strike aimed to suppress several people caught in the melee. Huang Lingxiao and the others' expressions changed drastically as they had to maintain their siege against Luo Wanyan, while also diverting attention to respond to this deadly assault from the heavens. The 3 unleashed their treasures, and the sword light, ghostly claws, and fire dragons collided with the descending phantom finger. Boom. A violent toll from the old woman's bell exploded above her head, visible golden sound waves radiating outward in rings, intensifying the power of the colossal finger and sending all Golden Core cultivators within the area reeling, with the weaker ones spitting blood on the spot. The scene was completely out of control, plunging into utter chaos. The old woman clearly had a plan of when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Her attacks were aimed alternately at Luo Wanyan and Huang Lingxiao's group, lacking any pattern, merely to create chaos and weaken everyone. Unable to tolerate any longer, the 4 decisively joined forces and launched a simultaneous attack on the old woman. The bell's sound echoed through heaven and earth, shaking the souls of the listeners. Various magical lights intertwined, illuminating the depths of the ruins, as if it were day. The brass bell above the old woman's head was a top-grade treasure. Its sound not only captured souls, but also disturbed the spiritual energy within the cultivators' bodies. With her own strength, she firmly suppressed the combined assault of 4 golden core cultivators. Moreover, with the deep-seated hatred between Luo Wanyun and Huang Lingxiao, even while joining forces against the enemy, the two repeatedly sought opportunities to deal fatal blows to each other. This mutual wariness and hindrance granted the old woman a chance to breathe and counterattack. Off. With a shrill scream, the tide of battle suddenly shifted. The old woman's figure approached like a ghost, her withered, age-spotted hand suddenly penetrating Huang Lingxiao's protective spiritual light, seizing his arm and yanking it forcefully. With a sound that made one's teeth ache, Huang Lingxiao's arm was brutally torn off by the old woman, blood gushing like a fountain, and the intense pain from his severed limb twisted his features. Almost simultaneously, the golden core cultivator controlling the 9 fire dragon's eyes gleamed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The fire dragon abruptly changed direction, opening its fiery maw and accurately biting down on Huang Lingxiao's severed arm. For the finger of that arm wore a storage ring. A cold sword light suddenly struck. Luo Wanyun seized the perfect moment of Huang Lingxiao's injury, and the chilling sword light sliced through the air, aiming directly for Huang Lingxiao's neck. Though Huang Lingxiao had lost an arm and felt excruciating pain, his survival instincts unleashed remarkable potential. Spitting blood, a layer of blood-red flame igniting around him at the critical moment, he twisted his body at an incredible angle, narrowly dodging the deathly sword aimed at his neck. Immediately, the blood-red flame enveloped his body, transforming into a crimson flash that sped away towards the outskirts of the black fog at a dizzying pace. Luo Wanyun's gaze turned cold, and she pursued without hesitation. The old woman's bell told. She was determined to obtain Huang Lingxiao's storage ring. The phantom finger descended with overwhelming power, targeting the golden core cultivator controlling the fire dragon. No! The fire dragon cultivator let out a desperate and piercing scream. The fully unleashed fire dragon disintegrated under the phantom finger like paper, along with its controller, and the severed arm caught in the dragon's mouth, all turned to bloody mist. Huang Lingxiao's storage ring quickly fell into the black fog from the exploding blood mist. The old woman reached out her withered hand to grab it. The golden core cultivator, who had been waiting for the right moment, finally seized the opportunity, unleashing a ghostly claw that surged from an extremely tricky angle to ambush the old woman from behind. However, the old woman was extraordinarily experienced in combat. It seemed she had anticipated this, as she snorted coldly and suddenly slapped her palm against the brass bell above her. Clang! A violent sound wave mixed with overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, scattering the attacking ghostly claw and sending the ambushing cultivator reeling, with blood surging in his body, staggering back. In that fleeting moment, the unattended storage ring was about to touch the ground. Suddenly, a thin crack opened in the void below. A gentle stream of spiritual energy emerged from the crack, gently curling and drawing Huang Lingxiao's storage ring inside. The head of the cultivator smashed onto the ground, his face frozen in a look of fear and confusion. Suddenly, the figure of the old woman appeared like a ghost. Her murky eyes swept around her divine sense, meticulously probing every inch of the scorched ruins. After a moment, her wrinkled face suddenly darkened, her brows furrowing tightly. After repeated examinations, she was absolutely certain. The storage ring that should have fallen here was missing. The old woman's expression turned cold as frost, her voice like the chilling wind of the 9 underworlds, shaking the surroundings. In all my years, this is the first time someone has stolen from right under my nose. Her killing intent was almost palpable. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were. With that, her figure transformed into a shadowy blur, searching the nearby area for an entire day, nearly turning over every piece of debris, yet ultimately found nothing and could only leave in resentment. She intended to wait at the entrance of the ruins for someone. The spiritual source was a treasure with highly active spiritual energy. Even when hidden in a storage ring, its restless essence would subtly leak out. The reason she had been fixated on Huang Lingxiao was precisely because the storage ring emitted the fluctuations of the spiritual source. Su Yang took out everything from Huang Lingxiao's storage ring. One must admit the wealth of a golden core cultivator was indeed astonishing. Swordsmanship manuals, rare spiritual herbs, various pills, high-grade talismans, and fine magical tools were piled up like mountains. Among them, the most crucial were the 6 spiritual sources obtained from the ruins. These spiritual sources seemed to possess life, their golden light flowing wildly within the starry domain, exuding an extremely pure spiritual energy. When Su Yang reached out to grasp them, the gaseous light would instantly coalesce into solid golden crystals. So this is the spiritual source. The purity of its spiritual energy is indeed high. Su Yang exclaimed, feeling the surging energy within the crystal at his fingertips. Though this item was excellent, using it to break through the small bottleneck of foundation establishment was rather extravagant. It would be better to save it for when he aimed to break through to the golden core stage, maximizing its value. In this way, the Su family also has a foundation for the golden core. Aside from lacking a golden core true person to oversee it in terms of resources, it can already rival that of golden core families. After counting and distributing all the gains, Su Yang and the others waited quietly in the starry domain for several more days, confirming that the old woman had not returned before quietly leaving the secret realm and moving towards the ruins exit. As soon as they stepped out of the thick misty area, Su Yang and the others were confronted by the old woman who had been waiting there. Her divine sense swept over Su Yang and the others without restraint, her murky eyes fixated on every subtle expression and movement, her face growing increasingly dark and grim. Today was the last day before the ruins closed, and it was highly likely that Su Yang's group was the last batch of cultivators to leave. She had been blocking the entrance for so many days, but had not sensed any trace of the unique fluctuations of the spiritual source leaking out. Thus, the only explanation was that the spiritual source had been completely sealed by some special means, with not a hint of its breath leaking out. The thief who stole the storage ring was likely already mingling with the crowd, escaping calmly. Anyone with such means must be a high-stage golden core cultivator. Su Yang and the others maintained their composure, seemingly oblivious to the old woman's scrutinizing gaze. They first politely cupped their hands in salute to the several golden core cultivators present, then their gazes fell upon the cool figure in white. Seeing Wei Yin appear, Luo Wanyun swiftly stepped forward and gently embraced her beloved disciple once more. "Master, has that person been dealt with?" Wei Yin asked softly, wrapping her arms around Luo Wanyun's waist. Luo Wanyun nodded slightly, but then let out a barely audible sigh. "Huang Lingxiao is dead, but the 10,000 Sword Sect still exists. The foundation of the Huang family remains, and those branch families occupying the various peaks are still present. Killing the main culprit is merely a temporary fix. Without Huang Lingxiao, there will still be Zhang Lingxiao and Li Lingxiao. As long as the foundation controlled by the family forces remains unchanged, the 10,000 Sword Sect will forever be the same 10,000 Sword Sect." Wei Yin raised her head, concern evident in her eyes. "What are your plans moving forward, master?" Luo Wanyun took a deep breath, her cold demeanor unchanged, but her gaze became unusually resolute. She looked at Wei Yin and spoke in a crisp, cold voice. "I have a new idea. The old 10,000 Sword Sect can never return, so I plan to establish a new sword cultivation sect. Yin, would you be willing to join?" Wei Yin, upon hearing this, did not hesitate for a moment and nodded emphatically. "Of course. As long as the sect has you, I will definitely go." A sect and a family are not mutually exclusive. However, this means Wei Yin will need to spend considerable time on sect affairs in the future, and she has already made plans to visit with her husband at that time. On the flying boat returning to the Purple Emperor City, Wei Yin openly shared her thoughts with Su Yang. Su Yang smiled gently. "Of course, there is no problem. The family does not lack manpower at the moment. Your master's newly established sect will be an excellent training ground for you and Henger, and even in the future, if there are family members who enjoy swordsmanship, they can also be sent to the sect for training. With you as the young sect master to look after them, their lives will surely be much more comfortable." He smiled, slightly pondering for a moment before his tone turned slightly serious. "However, this move may also bring about new problems, namely that your new sect risks repeating the mistakes of the 10,000 Sword Sect in the future. For example, if too many disciples from the Su family join, a new family force will naturally form within the sect. Other cultivation families, seeing this, will inevitably follow suit and insert their own kin. Over time, the sect will become rife with internal factions, interests entangled, and it will be hard to avoid becoming a second 10,000 Sword Sect. This point must be discussed and planned early with your master to formulate a new governance charter for the sect." Wei Yan's expression grew serious as she nodded earnestly. "I understand your concerns, father. I will definitely discuss this carefully with my master, establish strict rules, and ensure that the old events of the 10,000 Sword Sect do not repeat in the new sect." She paused, her eyes shifting slightly as a glimmer of cleverness flashed through, testing the waters as she asked, "Father, do you think we can invite my master to be a guest elder of our family?" Su Yang immediately understood her unspoken implication. She wanted to bind the Su family and the new sect closely together, making the Su family the natural dominant force within the new sect. Since it was difficult to completely eliminate family infiltration from the sect, it would be better to proactively introduce a family that could consider the overall interests of the sect, serving as the anchor for the sect. The Su family would balance and suppress other families, thus maintaining the long-term stability of the sect. Su Yang smiled and looked far ahead, saying, "Your idea may be feasible in the long run, but not at this moment. For now, let things unfold naturally. Your immediate priority as teacher and student is to refine the sect's system, prevent the resurgence of old problems, and develop the sect first. If one day it truly comes to the point where the system cannot contain things and strong intervention is necessary, then our Su family will step in to suppress those restless families." The current Su family is ultimately just a foundation establishment family. Trying to contend with those large families that often have golden core cultivators stationed is akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot. Just look at the 10,000 sword sect, which family behind each peak and branch is not a golden core force. The overt and covert struggles among them are not something the current Su family can meddle in. However, once the Su family truly rises in the future, perhaps this will no longer be a problem. With the fall of Huang Lingxiao, chaos erupted once again within the Wanjian sect. Something terrible has happened. The life token of the sect master has shattered. The disciple on duty at the life token hall staggered out, his face pale, his voice sharp and distorted from fear, filled with disbelief. He even doubted his own vision and hurried back into the hall, trembling as he approached the jade token representing the sect master's life. The three characters Huang Lingxiao were clear and unmistakable, but the jade token had completely dimmed, covered with web-like cracks. It was true, it was shattered. Their sect master had truly fallen. The news spread like sparks falling into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire Wanjian sect's mountain gate. Regardless of whether they were elders or ordinary disciples, the first reaction upon hearing the news was shock and disbelief. How could someone of Huang Lingxiao's cultivation and means suddenly perish? Yet when undeniable evidence lay before them, fear and unrest spread like a tide. The members of the Huang family felt as though struck by lightning, collectively lost in despair, a sense of impending doom overshadowing their hearts. Meanwhile, the golden core cultivators from other peaks, after the initial shock, could not suppress their ecstatic expressions. Huang Lingxiao is dead. How could he die? Didn't he represent the sect in ZD City? I heard there was an ancient ruin discovered in the Dacian territory. Huang Lingxiao must have entered it. But we don't know whether he died at someone else's hands or triggered the terrifying restrictions within the ruin. Regardless of how he died, this is tremendous news for our Lu family. The position of sect master should now belong to us. In an instant, the major golden core families sprang into action. Many ancestor-level figures who had remained in seclusion for years broke through the barriers on the same day, gathering in the sect's main hall. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and strange, though no one mourned Huang Lingxiao's fall nor mentioned seeking revenge for him. All eyes flickered, for there was only one matter they truly cared about. Who would be the next sect master? In ZD City, at a certain in the Su family gathered together. Now that all matters here are settled, we should head back to the Su family. Su Yang's gaze swept over the younger generation preparing to enter the Dacian Academy, his tone gentle with a note of admonition. You should focus on your studies at the academy. If you encounter any difficulties, seek the Dacian government first. If they shirk their responsibilities. He paused, retrieving an ancient token and handing it to Su Xinyao. Just activate this token. This was the Zhou Jun token given years ago with 3 opportunities to summon Zhou Jun, and the Su family had only used it once. No matter how time passes, the relationship between the Su family and Dacian, whether close or distant, would remain valid as long as this token exists. Dacian as a nation must uphold justice and maintain its reputation, so they would strive to honor the remaining 2 promises of this token. Su Xinyao solemnly accepted the token, nodding. Grandpa, don't worry, no one at the academy can bully us. In a few more years, my sister and I will attempt foundation establishment, and then we will have nothing to fear. As Su Yang smiled and nodded, he added, if you miss home, you can always enter the divine sense space to see your parents. This remark elicited knowing smiles from everyone present. The existence of the divine sense space indeed brought immense convenience. It allowed family members separated by thousands of miles to communicate instantly and meet at any time, alleviating the sorrow of parting. In a few more years, I will arrange for the 3rd generation of suitable heirs from the family to study at the Dacian. I will also send other family members to ZD City to establish the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and the Su Clan Chamber of Commerce. Su Yang continued, so you won't be lonely here for too long. The future development of the Su family must extend beyond the Luoxian territory. Local resources are ultimately limited, despite being backed by the vast 10,000 mountains. Obtaining resources from them relies on luck and extensive manpower for exploration. In contrast, trade with other territories is the most efficient and stable way to gain resources. Moreover, as the family continues to grow, the cultivation resources needed in the future will be astronomical. Opening up financial avenues and continuously accumulating wealth is the cornerstone of a family's longevity. After discussing all matters, Su Yang and the others boarded the family airship. As the spiritual light surged amidst the farewells from Su Xinyao and the others, the airship transformed into a swift beam of light and soared into the sky. This ship, enhanced with spiritual reinforcement, moved at an astonishing speed under the full activation of its array. In normal flight, it could leave Foundation establishment cultivators far behind, and if fully powered, it could even briefly shake off the pursuit of golden core cultivators. On their journey, Su Yang and the others encountered several ambushes from rogue cultivators with ill intentions, but the airship's speed was too great. The pursuers couldn't even see the escaping light from the ship's tail before being left far behind. Thus they traveled smoothly, briefly stopping at several prefectural cities along the way, but unfortunately there were no news of golden core spiritual items being auctioned. After crossing thousands of miles, Su Yang and the others finally returned to the Luoxian territory, arriving at Qingyuan Square Market. The Su family members collectively came out to welcome them outside the square. The entire Qingyuan Square Market was filled with a festive and lively atmosphere. The Su family, having been granted the title of Guardians of Luoxian, meant they could now stand on equal footing with golden core powers, even holding a superior official status. Such a leap in status made countless forces envious, and those seeking to curry favor flocked in droves. It took a considerable effort for Su Yang and the others to finally extricate themselves from the enthusiastic greetings and congratulations returning to the Su family residence. Entering the main hall, Su Yang did not show any signs of fatigue from the long journey, still appearing spirited. This was because a guest had been waiting for some time, Wei Yan's master Luo Wanyan. She had arrived at the Su family several days prior. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Sect Master Luo, who I was slightly delayed on the way," Su Yang said with a smile, cupping his hands. A rare, faintly genuine smile appeared on Luo Wanyan's cool and stunning face. "There is no need for courtesy, clan leader Su. What I should be thanking you for is the care and protection the Su family has provided for Yenner over the years. You and I are both Yenner's elders, so in that sense we can be considered family." After a round of pleasantries, the two returned to the main topic. "I wonder what plans Sect Master Luo has for the new sword sect?" Su Yang directly inquired. Luo Wanyan took a sip of tea and replied crisply, "The new sword sect will still be established in the Luoxian territory. I came this time to request clan leader Su to use his authority as a guardian to facilitate some matters and provide support. The authority of a guardian is significant as it governs a prefecture on behalf of Dakian, so for Luo Wanyan to establish a sect in the Luoxian territory, the location and establishment of the sect require the guardian's approval and support." After much discussion, the location for Luo Wanyan's new sect was finally determined, situated near Luoxian City, boasting a rather advantageous geographical position. Luo Wanyan subsequently stayed at the Su family's residence for a period. Once Wei Yan, Su Xuanheng, and Zhao Wani finished handling family matters, she led the three of them to a sect. The new sect was named Yunjian Sect. Luo Wanyan's actions were highly publicized, both to announce her return to the Wanjian Sect and to gather those scattered disciples who once belonged to the main branch of Wanjian Sect. Yunjian Sect was not a rootless wanderer. All the core disciples of Wanjian Sect from years past could become the foundational backbone of Yunjian Sect. With this group of foundational disciples, the establishment of the sect would be much easier. Moreover, the history of Wanjian Sect was nearly known by everyone in the cultivation world. Those sword cultivators aware of Luo Wanyan's prowess and character would surely come seeking her. With a solid foundation and reputation, Yunjian Sect would have no trouble recruiting disciples. The advantage of Wanjian Sect lay in its long-standing heritage, which included a vast collection of sword techniques. In contrast, the advantage of Yunjian Sect was the presence of Luo Wanyan, a pure-hearted golden core cultivator with exceptional swordsmanship. By comparison, even the newly established Daqian Academy seemed somewhat ordinary in front of these two well-established and emerging sword cultivation sects, especially for cultivators who pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Sword cultivators' pursuit of sword techniques is often very pure. Hence, they would prefer to join Wanjian Sect or Yunjian Sect unless Daqian Academy also had a renowned golden core sword cultivator to lead. Now with Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan heading to Yunjian Sect, their children Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue had entered Daqian Academy, planting seeds for the Su family on both sides. Fortunately, the Su family was no longer short-staffed. As before, family members were free to venture out for training, which did not hinder the operation of the family. After discussions among Su Yang, Su Xuanming, and Su Xinrui, it was ultimately decided to send Su Xianxiao and Su Xinshin to Luoxian City, with Su Xianxiao taking on the role of city lord. The homebody father and son were most suitable for such a guarding role. Thus only Su Xuanming, Su Xuanjing, Su Xuanling, as well as Su Xinyo and Su Xinrui remained in the Su family residence. The inner courtyard suddenly became a lot quieter, and the usual sounds of playful banter came solely from the still-growing children of the Su family's third generation. Looking at the current Su family, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. The children had truly grown up, each embarking on their own paths and responsibilities. A faint sense of loneliness washed over him, and it was only at this moment that Su Yang realized he was about to reach his centenary. He turned around and slowly walked into the starry abyss in the lake. His gaze swept over the piles of various cultivation materials in the secret realm, and the melancholy born from parting was quickly replaced by the longing for longevity. This time of closed-door cultivation had a clear goal to achieve perfect foundation establishment and condense the golden core. As spring passed and autumn came, the wild geese returned several times, and time flowed quietly. In the year Su Yang turned 100, the Su family intended to hold a grand birthday banquet for him, but they missed it due to his ongoing closed-door cultivation, which left his descendants feeling quite regretful. On this day, a sudden wave of spiritual energy surged through the inner courtyard like the first tide of spring, quickly spreading out. Su Xuanming's hearty laughter echoed in the inner courtyard. A figure in blue robes flew out from the closed-door room, riding a sword with his garment's fluttering hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting a graceful demeanor while unabashedly exuding the pressure of foundation establishment cultivation. Having cultivated for over 70 years, Su Xianming had missed the prime age for foundation establishment, yet today, he finally succeeded after years of accumulation. The family members and servants gathered in the inner courtyard, their faces filled with genuine joy and admiration, all cupping their hands in salute, voicing in unison congratulations to the family head for successfully establishing a foundation. Father, congratulations. Su Xinrui stepped forward with a warm smile. It's rare to see a cultivator succeed in foundation establishment after passing the prime age in the cultivation world. Su Xianming jokingly scolded, "You kid, who knows if that's a compliment or a veiled taunt?" Establishing a foundation past the prime age implies that one's talent is mediocre, yet Su Xianming managed to succeed at such an age, indicating an extraordinary accumulation of background and a resilient character. However, in the eyes of many outsiders, achieving foundation establishment at such an advanced age was often attributed to luck, suggesting that one's potential was already exhausted and that further hopes on the path of immortality were bleak. Since you have successfully established your foundation, the family affairs should be handed back to you, Su Xinrui said with a smile, his tone noticeably relaxed. Over the years he had managed the family affairs and found them excessively complicated and tiring. He truly preferred alchemy, which was much simpler and more enjoyable. "You kid," Su Xianming said with a bitter smile, shaking his head, "do you know how many people fight to become a clan leader? Yet here you are only thinking about how to escape." Su Xinrui immediately retorted, "Other families may be like that, but our Su family is not necessarily so. If you don't believe it, just ask the brothers and sisters in the clan if anyone is willing to take on the role of family head." Still daring to retort, Su Xianming pretended to be angry. Su Xinrui laughed heartily, "Father, do you need me to organize a banquet for your foundation establishment? To let the outside world know? Forget it." Su Xianming waved his hand, his expression somewhat complicated. "Establishing a foundation at over 70 years old, if I were to hold a grand banquet, it would likely just invite ridicule." Outwardly, Su Xuanming's identity had always been that of a mortal martial artist, yet some secrets would gradually become difficult to conceal with the passage of time, especially after foundation establishment, when his lifespan could extend to over 200 years. Who in the world could live so long as a mere mortal? Holding a foundation establishment banquet would be tantamount to officially revealing to the outside world that Su Xianming was indeed a cultivator. However, after some thought, he decided against it. With the vast resources of the Su family supporting him, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing to have only managed to establish a foundation at the age of 70. Has the clan leader come out of seclusion? Su Xianming collected his thoughts and turned to the servant beside him. "Not yet." The responding voice was old and slow. Su Xianming was taken aback. What stunned him was not the news of his father still being in seclusion, but rather the identity of the speaker. It was Jia. This former peer and friend, despite having taken longevity pills to maintain a youthful appearance, now had gray strands in his hair, and his voice carried a hint of age, giving off an aura of approaching old age. Clearly possessing a youthful visage, yet anyone observing would feel this was a person whose life was nearing its end. For a moment, Su Xianming fell into silence. The joy he felt from just achieving foundation establishment was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving only a faint sense of melancholy and chill. Over these years he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, racing against time, and had not noticed that this old friend at his side was aging little by little. The scene of them founding the business association together and toasting to each other felt like yesterday, yet in the blink of an eye this dear friend seemed to be nearing the twilight of his life. At that moment a warm hand gently patted his shoulder. Su Xianming turned to see another familiar face, similarly gray-haired, yet possessing the visage of Luo Qian was of a similar age to Su Yang, but the lifespan during the qi refinement stage was vastly different from that of the foundation establishment stage. Now over 100 years old, Luo Qian's vitality had waned and his spiritual energy had run dry, exuding a sense of desolate twilight. Thus he was particularly sensitive to the emotional changes in the younger generation of his family. Noticing the heaviness and confusion in Su Xuanming's brows, he merely smiled gently and patted the shoulder of the family head. This silent gesture was a form of comfort and understanding from an elder to a younger one. "Uncle Luo, is this what cultivation is like?" Su Xuanming's voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of melancholy. Luo Qian's tone was amiable, resembling that of an elder who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. He slowly replied, "This is just a part of the cultivation journey. The old master once said that if one becomes mired in the relentless lamentations of time, unable to extricate themselves, they will ultimately become indifferent and aloof, like most cultivators in the outside world, detached from worldly affairs and devoid of life's joys. Cultivation is not solely about the relentless passage of time. The old master has exerted every effort to elevate the cultivation of each clan member, hoping that everyone can journey further and remain together longer. Indeed, while the path of cultivation may be devoid of compassion, our Su family must always be filled with warmth." Luo Qian was merely an old servant nearing the end of his lifespan, not well versed in profound paths of longevity. However, he had served Su Yang for decades and understood deeply that his master was no ordinary figure. He would undoubtedly pursue the elusive pinnacle of the immortal way. In Luo Qian's simple yet steadfast understanding, the master's words were the unshakable truth of this world. Upon hearing this, Su Xianming was greatly shaken, as if a layer of mist had suddenly parted, revealing a deeper meaning behind the family's principles. He finally understood why the Su family's way of doing things and familial atmosphere always seemed at odds with the outside world of cultivation, and why his father repeatedly emphasized the importance of staying true to one's original intentions, avoiding arrogance, and never belittling the lives of ordinary people. All of this was to safeguard the most precious warmth and humanity in their hearts, to prevent the clan members from gradually losing their true selves on the long path of immortality and becoming those cultivators who viewed all things as mere fodder, emotionally detached. If one were to lose joy and sorrow, to forget the care for loved ones, the responsibilities towards the family, and the passion for life, they would all become cold and heartless puppets in pursuit of the Tao. Even if they attained immortality, existing alone in the heavens and the earth, what meaning would that hold? That evening, Su Xianming was stirred with emotions, finding it difficult to calm himself. He invited Jia and several old friends who had founded the Su clan trading company together in those years, setting up a banquet at home to drink and share stories. Everyone set aside family affairs and cultivation levels, reminiscing about past amusing tales and imagining future prospects. Laughter and sentiments intertwined, as if time had reversed, returning to the youthful days of decades past, filled with fervor and dreams. In the blink of an eye, several years had quietly passed. Su Xianming had completely let go of his confusion and burdens, taking the helm of the Su family once more with a more fulfilled and composed mindset. Under his leadership, the family experienced a rapid and steady development, its momentum soaring. The territory of the Su clan trading company expanded continuously, stretching from the territory of Luoxian City to the neighboring Lingchuan region, with trade routes becoming increasingly dense and their reputation spreading far and wide. At the same time, the population of the Su family continued to grow, thriving and vibrant. Su Xinyo and Su Xinrui, the two brothers, successively added new members to the family, welcoming several offspring. There was also an unexpectedly joyous piece of news. Su Xinshan, stationed in Luoxian City, had actually settled down in the city. His wife was a woman from a local foundation establishment family. The two had often interacted in the city over the years, frequently exchanging insights and discussing the Tao, which gradually blossomed into feelings, ultimately leading to their union. Now Su Xinshan and his wife had already given birth to a son and a daughter. They had returned to the Su family several times with their children, hoping to introduce them to the clan leader. However, Su Yang was still in seclusion, and these later-born Zheng generation offspring had only met the highest-ranking elder of the Su family, the clan leader's wife, Qin Jiangmei. The warmth and kindness of their great-grandmother became their most profound impression of the clan's highest lineage. Among the three generations of the Su family, Su Xinya's second son, Su Jingyan, and Su Xinrui's eldest son, Su Jing, Both chose to embark on the path of immortality at the age of 12, cultivating the true spirit root with the Hunyuan Ningxian method. Su Xuanming, seeing this, once thought that his father's earlier prediction that someone in the family would willingly choose a mortal life might not come to pass. Who in this world could resist the allure of cultivation? Yet in the years that followed, some descendants among the 3 generations of the Su family indeed began to emerge without spiritual roots, clearly rejecting the path of cultivation at the age of 12. Especially Su Xinyo, who had the most children, as several of his offspring chose to live as mortals, seemingly enamored with their carefree childhood, immersed in the stability and happiness provided by the family's protection. It is just unknown whether when they reach 20 and their minds mature further, they would regret today's choices. In Ziti City at the Dakian Academy. The academy was situated on a floating archipelago connected by rainbows among various islands of differing sizes, shrouded in clouds and mist resembling a fairyland. Today marked the decadal examination period of the Dakian Academy. At the entrance of the examination site, students from Dakian gathered, and the citizens and cultivators of Ziti City flocked to watch, creating a bustling and lively scene. Look, the people from the Qingyuan Su clan have arrived. When the Su family arrived, they instantly drew countless gazes. The onlookers were filled with curiosity and scrutiny, while the students gathered here mostly cast looks of rivalry and hostility towards the Su family. All of this stemmed from the results of the examination 10 years prior. That year, the siblings Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue from the Su family, with their solid foundation establishment cultivation, dominated the examination, securing first and second place. Although several students that year also broke through to the foundation establishment stage before the examination, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue had a deeper foundation, defeating all those newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators with such speed of elimination that they did not even manage to rank among the top 100. This dramatic outcome led to the third place being ultimately claimed by a student who had reached the peak of qi refinement. Additionally, although Su Xini and Su Xinqing from the Su family were slightly weaker in cultivation and did not make it to the top 10, they still secured stable positions within the top 20. Now 10 years had passed, and many students from that year had successively broken through to the foundation establishment stage, their cultivation improving. Many came to this examination holding a grudge, eager to vindicate themselves and prove their worth through the Su family's reputation. Su Xinyao, Su Xinyue. Now that we are all foundation establishment cultivators, are you too prepared to be eliminated as soon as you enter the examination hall? A student stood with an indifferent expression, hands clasped behind their back, their sharp gaze sweeping over the Su family members, speaking in a cold tone. The speaker was a disciple of the Deng family from Ziti City, Deng, one who had ranked third in the previous academy. Logically, his achievement was largely due to the brother and sister Su Xinyao, who had eliminated all other foundation establishment students, allowing him, a mere qi refinement period cultivator, to secure third place. He ought to be grateful to the Su family. Yet in his heart, he firmly believed that this third place was earned solely through his own abilities with no connection to the Su family. He believed that in a battle of equals, Su Xinyao and Su Xinhue would not be his opponents, as the Su siblings had merely relied on their cultivation advantage back then. Now he was also a foundation establishment cultivator, and in this assessment, he would bring the Su siblings down from their pedestal. The members of the Su family couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue stood at the forefront, followed by Su Xini, Su Xinsa, and the third generation of the Su family, Su Jingjuan, Su Zhengshuan, and Su Zhengluan. Su Xinyao had a handsome face, his brows radiating with vibrant energy, brimming with spirit, and his bright eyes shone like blazing suns, as if they contained the essence of fiery twin suns. Upon hearing Deng Wen's provocative words, he laughed heartily and said, "There is indeed a difference between early foundation establishment and early foundation establishment. You will soon learn just how great that gap is." Beside him, Su Sinyu's expression was cool, merely casting Deng Wen a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze, seemingly dismissing him entirely. Well said, there are indeed differences among those of the same realm. Deng Daoyo, do refrain from boasting here, lest you find yourself being soundly slapped in the face later. A disciple from the Lingxi sect friendly with the Su family chimed in with a teasing tone. At these words, the students close to the Su family couldn't help but laugh collectively. Though their words were not sharp, the laughter spoke volumes. Deng Wen's expression darkened slightly, and just as he was about to say something further, he heard the voice of the Academy's Grand Priest resound. "The time has come, everyone should be clear on the rules. Now all of you enter the secret realm." As the Grand Priest spoke, all the students at the scene fell silent, their expressions solemn. The examination rules within the secret realm were quite simple: once transported and confront your opponent and fight. In the secret realm, death would not lead to true demise, but would result in being transported out, leaving one weakened in spirit and vitality for a month. Within 3 hours, killing cultivators of different realms would earn corresponding points. If one were killed, their points would reset to 0. Points would change in real time, and the positions of the top 100 students would be sensed by all. After 3 hours, rankings would be settled based on total points. Though the rules appeared rough, each individual's landing point in the secret realm was meticulously arranged by the Academy. The higher one's cultivation, the closer to the core area of the secret realm. As one moved outward, the cultivator's levels would decrease. Being fierce does not guarantee victory. It is only the one who can remain fierce until the end who can claim true victory. As the Grand Priest's words fell, the students of Dakian surged into the secret realm like a tide. I hope you won't be crying later on. Dang Wen turned and coldly smiled at the Su family before entering the realm. Following closely behind, Tang Shi also flashed a menacing grin at them, raising his hand to perform a throat-slitting motion. Childish. Su Xinzi scoffed disdainfully, then stepped into the light portal of the secret realm. The scenery before him suddenly shifted. When he opened his eyes again, Su Xinyi found himself in a dense forest, quickly scanning with his divine sense, and soon detecting the presence of nearby Foundation establishment cultivators. Both he and Su Xinyi were positioned in the core area of the secret realm, where the number of Foundation establishment cultivators from Dakian Academy was already scarce. He quickly sensed Su Xinyi's presence as Foundation establishment cultivators began to converge on them from all directions. At the forefront was Dang Wen, followed by the Foundation establishment students eliminated by the siblings in the previous assessment. These individuals seemed to have reached a silent agreement to eliminate the two siblings at the very onset of the secret realm. It seems that not only my sister and I, but the entire Su family is being targeted by all sides. Su Xinyi realized this in his heart, yet his expression revealed no hint of panic. He stood quietly in place, watching as the figures of Foundation establishment cultivators emerged in the forest, gradually forming a siege. Su Xinyi seemed to have no intention of joining him, equally standing still and waiting. Is Xinyi not coming over? Su Xinyi divided his consciousness and called out to Su Xinyi in the divine sense space. No need, just be careful yourself. Su Xinyi's voice was cool and calm, then she exited the divine sense space. Su Xinyi chuckled in surprise. Since entering Dakian Academy and acquiring numerous sword techniques, the two had embarked on completely different paths in their swordsmanship. Su Xinyi no longer depended on him as she once did, which left her elder brother feeling somewhat troubled. Su Xinyi's sword technique still followed the path of the blazing sun and fiery flames, whereas Su Xinyi had abandoned the frost blade technique, instead pursuing the ultimate path of one sword, breaking all laws. With their paths diverged, the combined sword technique of two sons returning to the void wielded less power than their respective unique sword techniques. Thus Su Xinyi chose to fight separately instead of joining forces, enabling them to fully unleash their strengths. Are you all so harmonious together? Is this a gathering? Su Xinyi, with his cheerful personality, smiled brightly at this moment, speaking in friendly tones, as if oblivious to the tense atmosphere before him, yet anyone with a slight experience could discern the mockery in his words. Even facing death you dare to boast here? Dang Wen shouted coldly. Su Xinyi laughed heartily. In this secret realm, one won't truly perish. How can you speak of facing death? I'm sharp-tongued. All that's left is your sharp tongue. Dang Wen's gaze turned icy as he barked attack. In an instant, all the Foundation establishment cultivators present attacked simultaneously. Various magical artifacts were summoned, talismans ignited, and spells erupted in brilliant splendor resembling a starry sky as they converged towards the center where Su Xinyi stood. Su Xinyi's laughter had not yet faded when he drew his sword. In that moment his aura surged violently, as if a blazing sun had erupted from the horizon, the terrifying heat igniting the surrounding trees, flames soaring into the sky, radiant like a descending sun. Is that a manifestation of sword intent? How is that possible? Dang Wen gasped in disbelief, his eyes reflecting a glorious sun that devoured everything, engulfing all attackers, including himself. Meanwhile, in another area, Su Xinyi was also surrounded by numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. Her expression was calm and serene, and in the face of the dazzling laws of the path, a clear sound of sword ringing echoed. She drew her sword, unsheathing it. The sword light condensed into a line. Her actions were concise and efficient, with no superfluous movements. She simply drew her sword and slashed towards the sky. The sword light, like a flowing ribbon, sliced through the vast sky. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze. The next second, the myriad laws of the path, like a glass painting, shattered violently. A long rainbow streaked through the air as if it were a line from the opening of the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it cut through the endless laws before her and severed the heads of the besieging Foundation establishment cultivators. The scenes of the assessment within the secret realm were projected through the formation, clearly displayed in the outside world. Just as the assessment began, figures were continuously teleported out. The audience outside was collectively stunned. Those eliminated were not Chi refinement stage cultivators, but all Foundation establishment students. The spectacle inside the secret realm was fully captured by the various factions watching the battle, yet there were no anticipated cheers or applause, only an oppressive silence. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue eliminated the top talents cultivated by various factions with overwhelming force. They seemed unsatisfied, even beginning to hunt down all Foundation establishment cultivators within the secret realm. After a brief silence, a few cultivators allied with the Su family regained their senses from their initial daze, transitioning to low murmurs of admiration and sneers which sounded particularly clear in the quiet. What a powerful sword technique! What Su Xinyao just displayed, could it be a manifestation of sword intent? To grasp sword intent at the Foundation establishment stage, such swordsmanship aptitude is truly monstrous. In my view, Miss Su Xinyu's sword was equally extraordinary. It seems to pursue an ultimate sword path, emphasizing one sword to break all laws. This path of swordsmanship is even more arduous. Ha ha ha. Everyone look. Isn't that the arrogant young Master Deng, one from before? Just look at his face, it's as dark as the bottom of a pot. A cultivator sneered in a low voice. The gazes of those around turned towards where Deng Wen was located. Indeed, his face was extremely grim, not only due to the weakness and backlash from the secret realm's dangers, but also because he had boasted before entering only to be eliminated by Su Xinyu's sword in mere moments, utterly humiliated. Who truly possesses strength and who merely seeks to impress was now glaringly obvious. The members of the Deng family had no face to remain, and amidst strange gazes someone cursed angrily, half dragging the ashen-faced Deng Wen away from the scene. Meanwhile, in another area of the secret realm, Su Xinyi and Su Xinqing were also besieged by many students. This was a joint targeting by students from multiple factions, but the outcome surprised everyone. The heavenly origin divine weapon in Su Xingqian's hand transformed freely, smoothly shifting between forms of spear, sword, battle halberd, and powerful bow. The spear struck like a dragon, splitting the clouds. A sword chi crisscross stars were scattered. The battle halberd swept through, opening and closing vast. The longbow fully drawn arrows like locusts. Surrounded, yet fiercely breaking through the encirclement with a terrifying momentum, she swept away the attackers, causing them to scatter and flee in disarray. Among the cultivators watching the battle outside the secret realm, someone marveled at the figure on the projection, unable to help but exclaim, "Isn't that a fusion of the Cease War combat technique from Diqian? She can proficiently wield so many weapon techniques alone, truly a born female warrior. If she were to enter the battlefield, she would undoubtedly be an unrivaled general." Before the astonishment faded, Su Xinqing had already swept through the battlefield like a whirlwind, instilling fear in the surrounding students, who fled in panic. Now was not the time to show off. If they fell in the secret realm, their points would reset to 0, and they would be unable to compete for rankings. As long as they survived, there was still hope. The rankings of the academy were about more than just tuition. They also influenced the resources provided to students by the Qian Academy and the expectations their families had of them, determining whether their families would continue to invest in their training. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Su Xinsheng's heavenly origin heavy hammer struck the ground as she stood on a hill, breathing slightly heavy, her gaze sharp as an eagle looking out over the distant battlefield. Not far away, Su Xinyi was also stirring up tremendous waves. His skin shimmered with mysterious dark golden patterns, glowing and shifting, standing tall like an iron tower, yet without the slightest clumsiness, rather agile, like a leopard striking like lightning. Every blow carried the immense force to split mountains and shatter rocks, crashing towards the attacking cultivators. No matter if it was a magical tool, talisman, or spell, anything that obstructed him was shattered by his punch. Without any external assistance, his body was the strongest weapon. The myriad of incoming magical flows struck his body like tofu, hitting iron walls, leaving not even a trace. This was the terror of body refining cultivators, and no one dared to meet his sharp edge and engage in close combat. Some attempted to use ranged spells, but although Su Xinyi was a body refining cultivator, he was equally adept at escape techniques. The Su family's night travel, divine movement, and small 5 elements escape technique were executed by him, making him as fierce as a tiger. Those students with plans to kite him often found themselves approached by Su Xinyi in an instant. Immediately after, an iron fist rapidly enlarged in the field of vision. Poof! The head exploded like a ripe watermelon. What's going on with this guy? When did the body refining cultivators become this strong? They can actually withstand various spells of the same realm. A student who had narrowly escaped the chase looked at Su Xinyi, of fear and disbelief filling his heart. This completely overturned his understanding of body refining. If all body refining cultivators possessed such abnormal physiques, where would the chi refinement cultivators stand? Just as he was about to turn around and continue fleeing, a violent gust of wind howled down from above. He didn't even have time to react before everything went dark, and he collapsed to the ground completely unconscious. Su Sini's figure emerged like a ghost from the overhead cliff, lifting the unconscious cultivator with one hand. The small 5 elements escape technique could ignore terrain obstacles passing through rock, and would moving without any hindrance, allowing him to pursue without detours. Zhengjun, come here. Uncle Wu left you some points. Su Sini shouted towards a large rock nearby. Su Zhengjun emerged from his hiding place, looking at the unconscious cultivator that Uncle Wu was holding, licking his lips and smiling bitterly. Uncle Wu, you can keep those points for yourself. I'm not good at fighting. Whether I earn points or not doesn't really matter. De Qian Academy values not only combat ability, but also the 100 arts of cultivation. Su Zhengjun has been devoted to the path of refining tools over the years, and has shown some talent in it. Thus, even if he scored 0 in the combat assessment, he would still receive his share of resources for training from the academy. Cultivators proficient in the 100 arts merely participated in assessments for form's sake. How can that be? Su Sini exclaimed with wide eyes. You are the only one in our family not on the ranking list. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock if word got out? Su Zhengjun chuckled helplessly. Uncle Wu, I really don't care about these empty titles. Besides, everyone in the academy knows I'm decent at refining tools. They might even come to ask me for help in crafting magical tools in the future. He spoke calmly, yet with confidence. Moreover, relying on the points earned through your help, even if I barely make it onto the list, my ranking wouldn't be impressive. It's better to be honest and avoid falling into gossip saying I, Su Zhengjun, only made it onto the list thanks to my elder's support. After hearing his nephew's well-reasoned analysis, Su Sini scratched his head, feeling it indeed made sense. He looked at the unconscious cultivator in his hand and sighed helplessly. All right, you are right. As his words fell, he tightened his fingers slightly. With a soft pop, the head of the unconscious cultivator was crushed, and the points were transferred to Su Sini. On the peak of the mountain, 2 figures stood tall. From the summit down to the foot of the mountain, the ground was littered with craters and charred marks, and the air was infused with the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy, silently narrating the intensity of the battle that had just occurred here. Sister, we've advanced too far. Our position has been exposed. Su Zhenglan held a pitch-black spear condensed from water-based Dao techniques, its tip angled toward the ground, his calm gaze scanning the figures that were continuously gathering in the distant woods. Su Zhengxian sat cross-legged, a light smile gracing her lips as she remarked, What? Are you afraid? Not afraid, just feeling a bit fatigued. Su Zhenglan scratched his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. He was someone who preferred tranquility and disliked conflict. If it weren't for the various students secretly teaming up and deliberately targeting the Su family, he would have just aimed to casually secure a ranking. Who would have thought that being forced into a corner would lead him to retaliate and inadvertently break into the top 100? Now, not only was he devoid of peace, but he also attracted even more people. All you do is complain about being tired. Do you even know what true exhaustion is? Su Zhengxian spoke seriously, her tone carrying a hint of admonition. What the clan leader grandfather experienced back then was true exhaustion. He had to navigate between various factions, fend off beast tides, and tirelessly work for the survival and development of the entire family. Look at yourself. You were born with family resources to support you, and now you are enrolled in the De Qian Academy. You need not worry about cultivation resources, nor do you need to fret over the inheritance of Dao techniques, and you are free from complex clan affairs. How can you even claim to be tired? Hearing his sister's rapid-fire words, Su Zhenglan put on a pained expression and quickly pleaded, Got it, sister, please stop lecturing me. I'll kill, isn't that enough? Satisfied, Su Zhengxian nodded. That's more like it, a child worth teaching. Go ahead, those people at the foot of the mountain are all yours. Sai, I knew you would make me do all the work. Su Zhenglan complained with a grimace before leaping with his spear in hand. Boom. He fell from the mountain top, his feet crashing into the ground, sending shards of stone and dust flying. At the moment of landing, his figure seemed to transform into a swift black water dragon, accompanied by a deep dragon's roar surging forward. Coincidentally, the student he faced was Tang Shi. I was actually looking for Su Xinxia, but unexpectedly bumped into you. I can only say it's your misfortune. He grinned widely, unhesitatingly forming a hand seal to cast a spell. Earth Dragon, rise. The ground trembled as a hardened yellow dragon, made of solid rock, surged upward, roaring as it charged at the black water dragon. The 5 elements restrain each other. Earth can overcome water, thus his action was not inappropriate. However, at the moment when the Earth Dragon collided with the Water Dragon, an unexpected change occurred. That seemingly unstoppable Earth Dragon crumbled like sandcastles meeting the tide, disintegrating upon contact. How is this possible? Tang Shi's pupils contracted, his expression one of horror. Without time to think, he hastily produced several yellow talismans, conjuring a heavy rock shield in front of himself. The black water dragon was already upon him. Within the dragon's shadow, Su Zhenglin's figure flashed into view, his pitch-black spear lunging like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, striking forcefully against the rock shield, causing it to tremble as the black dragon's phantom coiling around it let out an ear-splitting roar. Break! With a low shout, Su Zhenglin's figure merged once again with the black dragon. Boom! The rock shield exploded in response. The black water dragon's momentum remained unyielding, piercing through Tang Shi, who was filled with horror. Su Zhenglan did not stop his steps, nor did he glance back at the figure that turned into a mist of blood. He seemed to have merely kicked a wild dog to death by the roadside, charging straight towards the other students. Wherever the black dragon passed, the black floods surged like a raging tide, roaring with every rush. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain forest was completely submerged in the dark, heavy waters, the flow murky as ink, toppling trees and rolling rocks in its wake. What a terrifying water technique! This is definitely not an ordinary water technique. It seems to incorporate battle skills. A cultivator watching from outside the secret realm couldn't help but exclaim. In Deqian, and even Deqi, due to the mountainous geography and distance from the ocean, casting large-scale water techniques consumes immense energy. Therefore, cultivators often rely on ice techniques for assistance or substitution. Pure and powerful water techniques are quite rare. On the contrary, overseas cultivators relying on the endless oceans often wield water techniques with remarkable proficiency. However, what Su Zhenglan displayed at this moment was not only pure and overwhelming control over water. That black flood seemed to weigh a ton, even annihilating earth techniques that should have countered it. This was almost equivalent to erasing the weaknesses inherent in the interactions of the 5 elements. What kind of water technique is this? Does the Daiqian Academy possess overseas water inheritance that we have never seen before? The crowd murmured in uncertainty, discussing among themselves. Just as Su Zhenglan stirred up the black tide below, slaughtering on all fronts, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void behind Su Zhengxian. A figure materialized like a ghost, holding a dagger glimmering with cold light, silently stabbing toward the back of the seated Su Zhengxian. The timing and angle were exceptionally cunning and ruthless. Using such underhanded tactics for the academy assessment, even if you win, it would hardly be honorable, right? Su Zhengxian's cold voice resonated calmly. Faced with the lethal strike approaching from behind, she did not even turn around. Just as the dagger was about to touch her clothing, a black and white taiji pattern suddenly appeared beneath her, slowly rotating. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The dagger seemed to stab into an invisible wall, unable to penetrate further, and the backlash caused the assailant's arm to feel numb, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, Su Zhengxian lightly raised her beautiful wrist, snapping her fingers. An invisible yet immense Dao rhythm erupted with a thunderous impact, forcefully sending the assailant flying. Before he could land, Su Zhengxian pressed her palm downward. Bang! The invisible force of Dao rhythm suddenly pressed down, as if solidifying the space. The assailant was firmly suppressed on the ground, unable to move. As the power of Dao rhythm intensified, a look of agony appeared on his face, letting out a short, pained scream as he exploded into a mist of blood, then was transported away by the rules of the secret realm. Is this the Dao technique of the Taishang Palace? Someone in the crowd watching from the outside exclaimed in shock. The taiji pattern was too conspicuous, being the symbol of the core inheritance of the Taishang Palace. Although there had long been rumors that the Deqian Academy had included many genuine Dao techniques from Golden Core sects, there had previously been no definitive evidence. It was only at this moment that Su Zhengxian casually displayed the inheritance Dao technique of the Taishang Palace, turning this rumor into a shocking reality. A core inheritance from a Golden Core sect was truly being taught openly to students from all over the world by the Deqian Academy. This scene caused the crowd of onlookers to erupt in excitement, the sounds of astonishment and discussion spreading like a tidal wave. The assessment of the Deqian Academy quickly entered a boiling phase. In the final hour, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue ruthlessly purged the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators in the secret realm. Their figures moved like lightning, with sword light flashing towards them. One Foundation establishment student after another was eliminated. In the end, only the 2 siblings remained among the Foundation establishment cultivators in the secret realm. This scene was reminiscent of the assessment 10 years prior. Apart from Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue, all Foundation establishment cultivators had a score of 0. In truth, had it not been for the joint efforts of various forces targeting the Su family attempting to eliminate the Su members, first, the siblings never intended to go this far. They originally wished to leave some face for everyone so that the assessment rankings of Deqian Academy wouldn't appear too dismal. However, as the opponents pressed on relentlessly, even a mudman would have some spirit left. Since they showed no mercy, why should the siblings hold back? Often tolerance does not earn respect. Only absolute strength and an iron fist can forge true deterrence. Thus, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue showed no mercy, and at the point of their swords, all Foundation establishment cultivators retreated. Meanwhile, Su Sini, Su Xinqing, Su Zhonglan, and Su Zhengxian also shone brilliantly on their respective battlefields, demonstrating their absolute strength to sweep through their peers. When the bells signaling the end of the assessment rang, the light curtain of the secret realm dissipated, and the final rankings thunderously solidified in the sky above the Academy Square. In that instant, the entire place fell silent, and everyone involuntarily held their breath, their gazes locked onto the list shimmering with golden light. First place is Su Xinyao. Second place was Su Xinyue. Third place was Su Xinqing. Fourth place is Su Sini. Fifth place was Su Zhonglan. Sixth place was Su Zhengxian. Among the 7 members of the Su family participating in the assessment, apart from Su Jingjuan, who had no interest in this, the remaining 6 not only made the list, but dominated the top 6 spots with overwhelming force. Even more astonishing was that only Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue were at the Foundation establishment stage, while the other 4 were at the Qi refinement stage. The cause of such a situation was not only because Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue eliminated all other Foundation establishment cultivators, but also due to the extraordinary strength of Su Xinqing and the others who faced no rivals at the Qi refinement stage. The silence lasted only a brief moment. The next second, a massive uproar and clamor erupted like a tsunami, with countless exclamations, discussions, and incredulous remarks exploding all at once. Incredible! The Su family is set to soar to great heights. A family from such a remote place like Qingyuan could cultivate so many extraordinary talents at once, overpowering the elites of various forces. The Su family must have some astonishing fortune. Fortune? Which family doesn't have some trump cards? But who can cultivate so many prodigies like the Su family? From now on, those wanting to curry favor with the Su family will have to break down their door. It's not surprising. Did you know that Su Zhengxian and Su Zhonglan are the children of Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue? With parents like dragons and phoenixes, how could their offspring be ordinary? As this relationship was revealed, it caused another round of gasps. Many people previously only knew that they all shared the surname Su, but hadn't delved into their specific kinships. Especially Su Zhengxian and Su Zhonglan, who initially were not well known. Most people had not taken them seriously. It was only at this moment that everyone suddenly realized that the Su family was not only strong in this generation, but had been producing outstanding talents for generations. In the next 10 years, the Dakian Academy will likely be dominated by the Su family's descendants. The news of the Su family dominating the rankings was like a lit powder keg thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire ZD city and spreading rapidly to other regions. Various forces reacted swiftly, all rushing to the Su family's place of residence with generous gifts to offer congratulations and compliments, trying their utmost to curry favor. Even the Su family's business in ZD City and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion experienced unprecedented prosperity, although most of the guests were not truly interested in the wine, but rather aimed to build good relations and leave a favor. The news soon reached Luoxian City. In the city lord's mansion, Su Xuanxiao, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, held a communication jade slip, his handsome face wearing a mischievous smile as he looked at the young man in purple robes with a calm demeanor. "Did you see? Your sister Xinqing is now renowned across Dakian, ranking 3rd in the assessment. And look at you, just enjoying your time in Luoxian City. Can't you learn from your sister and go out to make a name for yourself?" The young man in the purple robe was none other than his son Su Xinshi. Hearing his father's teasing words, Su Xinshi merely smiled in a calm manner, his gaze clear. "Father, everyone has their own aspirations. I do not enjoy being ostentatious, nor do I wish to be under the spotlight, but my heart to protect the family has never changed. If the family is in need, I will certainly do my utmost to safeguard every family member." All right, you sure know how to talk about principles." Su Xianxiao shook his head with a wry smile. He felt helpless regarding his son's calm nature and disinterest in fame. Fortunately, he was upright and responsible, just a bit too low-key. He then asked, "How has the investigation into the source of the plague in the city been?" Upon hearing this, Su Xinqi's expression turned serious as he pondered. "There are some clues, but I always feel that this matter is shrouded in oddities. Father, don't you think the plague came too suddenly? There are no records in books, it spread rapidly, and the mortality rate is extraordinarily high. I suspect it may not be a natural disaster, but rather deliberate poisoning." His cautious nature made him habitually overthink in such situations. After days of investigation, this suspicion weighed heavily on his mind. Su Xianxiao furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before saying, The immediate priority is to control the epidemic and save the people. As for tracing the source, we can delve deeper once the epidemic subsides. By the way, how is the medicine that Chiner is developing progressing? Before he finished speaking, he sensed someone approaching. A woman dressed in a long green skirt with a gentle demeanor entered the courtyard, lightly caressing her prominent abdomen, and gracefully bowed to the two men. She had a beautiful face and exuded the soft aura typical of a healer. There's no need for you to be overly polite, my lady. Please come in and sit. We were just talking about you. Su Xinshe immediately broke into a warm smile and stepped forward to assist her. This woman was his partner Yi Qin, skilled in both medicine and alchemy. Yi Qin sat down gracefully, her voice soft and pleasant. Husband, father-in-law, the medicine for treating the plague has been preliminarily refined successfully. I just tested it on a few patients and their conditions have shown significant improvement. That's wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, my lady. Please rest well and do not overexert yourself. Su Xinshe hurriedly ensured she was comfortable, his eyes full of concern. Yi Qin was pregnant with their third child. Had it not been for the urgent situation of the plague, he would never have allowed his pregnant wife to work so hard. Su Xinshe looked at his daughter-in-law with a gentle tone. Chiner has made great contributions, so you need not worry about the following matters. Leave them to me and Xinshe to handle. You should focus on resting and take good care of yourself and the baby. The plague remedy developed by Yi Qin has been confirmed through several days of testing to cure the disease, and the city lord's residents quickly distributed it to all the patients. The plague that ravaged Luoxian city has finally been successfully contained, and the citizens are filled with gratitude for the city lord, with praises echoing through the streets. Just as Su Xinshe was preparing to continue his investigation into the source of the plague, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Outside the city lord's residence, a surging crowd blocked all passage. The sounds of crying, cursing, and shouting mixed together, creating a deafening uproar that soared into the sky. City lord, it's bad. A maid rushed into the residence with a panicked expression, her voice trembling with fear. The citizens are saying that the medicine developed by the young lady is poisonous. Many people have already died from it. The three people inside the residence furrowed their brows upon hearing this. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Qin's tone was resolute, her brows tightly knitted. My medicine has successfully treated numerous patients. There is no issue. All the servants in the residence have taken it, and none have shown any abnormalities so far. Su Xinshe's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing within. There must be something amiss here. It likely relates to the source of the plague. I will go out to take a look. Madam, you should stay inside to avoid being bumped by those irrational rabble outside. Yi Qin immediately shook her head, her expression firm. No, this matter originated because of me, and I must personally clarify it. Su Xinshe wanted to dissuade her further, but seeing the determination in his wife's eyes, he ultimately swallowed his words silently, deciding to protect her at all costs. He turned to look at his father, Su Xuanchao, who sat calmly in a chair, his expression as tranquil as water, merely nodding slightly to indicate that he would handle everything. Su Xinshe took a deep breath, and with Yi Qin and a group of guards strode towards the gates of the residence. The scene outside was nothing short of chaotic. Several bodies covered with straw mats lay on the ground, while around them knelt and sat relatives clad in mourning garments, wailing incessantly. A few agitated strong men were attempting to break through the guards' line, continuously hurling profanities. Damn the city lord for harming the citizens. You will all meet a terrible end. My husband took your medicine and died on the spot. Where is the city lord? Is he hiding in his turtle shell, afraid to show himself? If we don't get an explanation today, we will report this to the Deqian court. We will ensure that your Su family finds no peace. As soon as Su Xinshe appeared, the crowd became even more enraged, their shouts rising sharply. What a situation that doesn't allow our Su family any peace. Su Xinshe snorted coldly and walked steadily to the front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone like lightning. You are gathering here to cause trouble, and if you cannot provide solid evidence, it will be considered slander and conspiracy. At that time, don't blame me for sending all of you to the dungeon to reflect on your actions. A strong man with a brutish face spat directly at Su Xinshe, but the spit was silently blocked by an invisible barrier of spiritual energy. A woman fell to the ground trembling as she pointed at Yi Qin, crying out, "You poisoner! Quack! Give me back my husband's life. I want blood for blood." The situation grew increasingly out of control, the citizens' emotions ignited. Su Xinshe, however, remained unfazed, calmly surveying the surroundings. He keenly noticed that behind these crying commoners stood some well-dressed, composed warriors and cultivators. They did not participate in the shouting, but merely crossed their arms and observed coldly, appearing to wait for the right moment. Su Xinshe sneered inwardly, knowing that if he acted forcefully, these people would immediately jump out to uphold justice. Sure enough, before he could make a move, an elderly man with gray hair stepped forward from the crowd, calmly bowing to Su Xinshan. Young friend, Su, the plague remedy has caused fatalities, and this matter has significant implications. I am Xiao Yi, a member of a Foundation establishment family in Luoxian City. I cannot bear to see the citizens wronged, so I have come to seek justice for the elders of Luoxian City. Su Xinshan recognized this person, Xiao Yi, the head of the Qiao family, whose reputation in Luoxian City was far from good. At this moment, he put on a guise of compassion that was truly ridiculous. This further confirmed that today's events were a deliberate setup against the Su family, head of the Qiao family. Su Xinshan's tone was calm, revealing no anger or joy. You speak of seeking justice, yet you do not even explain the cause and process of the events. Could you first elaborate on the details? Xiao Yi did not expect Su Xinshan to remain so composed, and it was until this moment that the city lord Su Xianxiao had not shown himself, leaving only this young couple to respond. His mind raced, and he said loudly, "These victims all took the plague remedy distributed by the city lord's residents, thinking it was truly a lifesaver, but who knew that after taking the medicine, they would sequentially succumb to poison? There is solid evidence. The corpses are here. We asked the city lord's residents to provide an explanation to the citizens of Luoxian City." Yes, we must have an explanation. Xiao Yi's words poured oil on the fire, immediately drawing even more fervent agreement from the crowd behind him. Looking at Xiao Yi's hypocritical face, Su Xinshan found it laughable. He said coldly, demanding an explanation. The cause of death is still unclear. How can there be any explanation? Do you think that just by bringing a few corpses you can frame my Su family's medicine as the cause? Besides, there are thousands of patients in Luoxian City who took this medicine. Why is it only your few families that encountered problems while everyone else is safe? Xiao Yi's expression remained unchanged, as if he was prepared for this. He stepped aside and pointed to the corpses on the ground. If young friend Su still does not believe the corpses are right here, you are welcome to inspect them yourself. Su Xinshan's brow furrowed slightly. Yi Qin had already stepped forward, disregarding the surrounding clamor, squatting down to examine the bodies carefully. After a moment, she raised her head, her face slightly pale. The deceased indeed retained traces of the medicinal ingredients she had formulated, but the specific cause of death was not as simple as it appeared and required more detailed examination. What do you think, Miss Yi? Do you still have anything to say now? Xiao Yi smirked, his gaze flicking between Yi Qin and Su Xinshan. As a doctor, Yi Qin instinctively wanted to defend that her medicine was absolutely fine, but facing this meticulously arranged trap, she momentarily did not know where to start. At this moment, Su Xinshan stepped forward, his voice clear and calm, carrying an undeniable pressure that instantly drowned out the clamor. The cause of death of these bodies is unclear, and the truth is difficult to discern. Everyone present, including you, head of the Qiao family. Until the truth is revealed, all of you have significant suspicion. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping over Xiao Yi's somewhat bewildered face, and those of the various onlookers behind him, decisively ordering, "Come. Take all those involved in this matter before the residents, and detain them temporarily. Once I uncover the truth, I will make a decision." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was stunned. This move was indeed quite clumsy and born out of desperation, yet Su Xinshan's forced action played right into the hands of Xiao Yi and others. As long as they could suppress everyone from the city lord's mansion, they could later team up with multiple powers to testify, thereby solidifying the evidence of the city lord's mansion harming the common people. The city lord's mansion wants to destroy the evidence and forcefully detain us. For the sake of the greater good and justice for the citizens, we have no choice but to offend. Xiao Yi proclaimed with righteous indignation, his foundation establishment Cultivation suddenly erupting as he raised his hand to strike Su Xinshan. The guards of the city lord's mansion immediately moved to shield Su Xinshan and Yi Qin, their own foundation establishment Cultivation bursting forth as they summoned magical artifacts to defend. In an instant, both sides of warriors and cultivators launched their attacks simultaneously, spiritual light flashing and fierce winds swirling, shattering the heavy gates of the city lord's mansion. Are you all refusing to cooperate with the investigation and openly opposing the Qian? Su Xinshan shouted sternly. Who cannot throw accusations? He understood as well. He had already thought of a justification before taking action. This was not about forcibly suppressing the citizens, but rather demanding cooperation with the investigation. The resistance from the other side indicated their guilt. Should this escalate to the Daiqian court, they would have sufficient reason. Choosing such a blunt approach was not, because Su Xinshan could not see that the other side intended to incite a war and blow things out of proportion. Rather, engaging in debate would only trap them in self-incrimination, wasting time. Today was different from the past. Now the Su family held the position of guarding Luoxian, representing the authority of the Daiqian court rather than just being a family. they could adopt a much tougher stance. If they merely focused on self-justification, they would only fall into a disadvantage, giving the other side more time to fabricate false evidence and stir public sentiment. It was better to exercise their authority as guardians and detain first. Although this action would likely lead to immediate conflict, the process would become simpler. The winners would take. Xiao Yi was convinced that they could suppress everyone in the city lord's mansion, and Su Xinshi was equally unafraid, believing that as long as no golden core appeared, the city lord's mansion had the strength to suppress all the clans. The city lord's mansion is harming the citizens of Luoxian City. We are avenging the common people. Xiao Yi shouted loudly, growing more courageous and battle, breaking through the guards' defenses in an instant. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a barrage of sharp spells towards Su Xinshi and Yi Qin. Master Qiao, are you plotting a rebellion? A steady middle-aged figure suddenly appeared before them, effortlessly blocking Xiao Yi's spells with the flow of Dao around him. Yi Tingtao. Your Yi family colludes with the city lord's mansion, and you will not escape death either. Xiao Yi recognized the newcomer, who was indeed Yi Tingtao, the head of the Yi family and Yi Qin's uncle. This Yi family was not the same as the one from decades ago in Luoxian City. That Yi family had long been divided among the major clans, with its members completely eradicated. The current Yi family had no relation to that past. It was a newly risen foundation establishment force, with only Yi Tingtao having reached foundation establishment, having gradually gained prominence by clinging to the city lord's mansion. Yi Tingtao laughed heartily. Luoxian City is now De Qian's. Luoxian City, no longer a private property that you major clans can control at will. Your tricks won't work in today's De Qian. Xiao Yi snorted coldly. No need for more words. Let us see the true skills beneath our hands. The rules of the cultivation world have never been about who has more reason, but rather whose fists are harder. As long as they suppressed everyone from the city lord's mansion and produced ironclad evidence during the notification to the Daiqian court, they could bring down the entire Su family. At that time, Luoxian City would revert to the state, where it was jointly controlled by multiple clans. Su Xinshi did not engage in the battle, but prioritized protecting his wife and retreating back into the city lord's mansion. What are these people trying to do? Could it be that this epidemic was concocted by the Qiao family and others? Yi Qin, with her pregnant belly, frowned tightly. They should be closely related to it. As Su Xinshi led her back to safety, he said gravely, this epidemic is likely a scheme orchestrated by multiple clans aiming to pull our Su family down from the position of guardians, making Luoxian City revert to the era of their divide. Such a significant disturbance had not escaped Su Zhuangxiu's notice. However, in the face of this chaos, his expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of preemptive composure. Father, this matter is due to my mishandling. I messed it up. Su Xinshi came before his father and spoke softly. Su Xianxiao stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the chaotic battle outside, and said indifferently, "No, you have done well. In the cultivation world, it's always about whose fists are harder. Speaking reason with enemies only leads to being passive." He was not skilled in plotting or adjudicating cases. When facing an enemy, he believed his older brother's saying was very reasonable: just start fighting. What was needed was a simple and brutal approach. The only flaw of this method was that if they lost, everything would be lost. I ask for father to take action. Su Xinshi bowed respectfully. Su Xianxiao gave his son a slightly helpless glance, yet his movements were swift. In an instant, his body flashed with lightning, transforming into a black and white intertwined thunderbolt, disappearing from the spot. The next moment, the sky outside the city lord's mansion underwent a drastic change. A deafening roar of thunder filled the air, the sky darkening with dense clouds enveloping a radius of 10 miles. Countless thick bolts of lightning seemed to pour down from the heavens, bringing with them a violent aura of electricity, crashing into the battlefield. Seeing this, Su Xinshi immediately took out the array device to control the formation, intending to activate the city lord's mansion's third-level formation for assistance. However, the array device showed no response, and the formation in the nearby area could not be activated. In an instant, he realized that the other side had come prepared. They could not break the entire third-level formation, but could use special means to briefly restrict the operation of the formation in a certain area. This was the main reason why Qiao Yi and others dared to take action, confident that they could suppress everyone in the city lord's mansion. So this is what they were plotting, Su Xinshi murmured, yet there was no panic in his eyes. Then you have miscalculated. Outside the mansion, the lightning flickered with the 5 colors of gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow, as if divine punishment had descended. The 5-colored divine thunder crashed down, and several foundation establishment figures were struck, turning blackened, as if they were withered trees collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yi and the others' expressions changed drastically, filled with disbelief. Without the support of the third-level formation, Su Xianxiao was actually able to severely injure multiple Foundation establishment cultivators by himself. What is this thunder technique? How can it restrain the 5 elements spells? Not good. This city lord is a tough nut to crack. Retreat quickly. The expressions of the crowd shifted between blue and red, caught in a dilemma. Just as the panic transmission sounded, Su Xianxiao appeared like a thunderous killing god, his face cold, and his killing intent palpable, resembling a ghost, as he materialized before a Foundation establishment cultivator, pressing his palm onto the cultivator's head. In an instant, a scream that was chilling and unhuman echoed across the battlefield as the soul shadow of that cultivator was forcibly pulled from his body, flickering in and out of visibility. Is this the soul-searching technique? Not good. The Su family employs sinister methods. Run away. Xiao Yi was horrified, shouting hoarsely, no longer possessing the earlier arrogance, as he turned and attempted to flee. Su Zhuangxiu's display of overwhelming strength completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Since taking on the role of the Lord of Luoxian City, he had rarely made public appearances, leading many in the city to speculate that he was merely a pawn sent by the Su family to maintain a symbolic presence rather than a true powerhouse. In the eyes of many, the Su family's control over Luoxian City relied on the powerful, 3-tiered formation that enveloped the entire city. Without the formation's support, Su Xianxiao would not stand a chance against the combined forces of the major clans. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to everyone's face. When Su Xianxiao finally made his move, it was like a thunderous explosion, ruthless and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. He transformed into lightning, moving with agility as the violent thunder rained down like a torrential downpour, its power terrifying enough to easily pierce through various protective spells and defensive artifacts. What was even more chilling was his public display of the soul search technique, uncovering the schemes and plots of all the major clans. This method, so audacious and unrestrained, showed that he held the major families of Luoxian City in utter contempt. The citizens who had been incited by the clans to come and protest were now completely dumbfounded, and those with even a hint of courage cowered in corners, trembling in fear of being caught in the terrifying aftermath of the thunder, instantly reduced to ashes. The scene of the once high and mighty immortal masters being instantly obliterated by Su Xianxiao was truly horrifying. Causing trouble in Luoxian City, do you think you can just walk away from it? Is Dao friend Xiao being a bit too naive? Besides, your Xiao family is right within Luoxian City. Where can you escape to? In the moment that Xiao Yi turned back in shock, Su Xianxiao transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing before him as the thunder spear he had condensed surged forward with a violent aura. Xiao Yi's soul left his body in fear, instinctively channeling all his spiritual energy to condense the strongest protective light. The thunder spear pierced through his protective light as if it were made of paper, followed by the dull sound of flesh being torn apart. Xiao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. With just one strike, he was utterly defeated. The gap in strength between them was shockingly vast. Lord Su, you misunderstand. Xiao Yi's face turned ashen as he forced out a smile that was more pitiful than crying, struggling to say, I was merely misled, taking on this role of a scapegoat. I hope the Lord will show mercy. From the soul search, I already know everything. Su Zhuangxiu's voice was devoid of warmth. I do not believe there is any misunderstanding in this matter. He abruptly withdrew the thunder spear and kicked the weakened Xiao Yi to the ground. Xiao Yi knelt on the ground, his face ashen, completely devoid of the strength to resist, his heart filled only with regret and despair. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, strength is the ultimate truth. All his schemes and plots ultimately crumbled into nothing before Su Zhuangxiu's absolute power. Everyone immediately surrender or face death. Those who resist will be treated as rebels, and their entire clan will be exterminated. Su Zhuangxiu's voice, imbued with the might of thunder, echoed across the land. The guards of Luoxian City sprang into action, quickly encircling and capturing those foundation-building cultivators who attempted to flee. The citizens who had previously been enraged were now terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground with pale faces. The few burly men and women who had shouted the loudest earlier had fainted, whether from the pressure of spiritual energy or sheer terror, no one could tell. Su Xianxiao couldn't be bothered to deal with the subsequent trivialities personally. He ordered that all troublemakers and involved cultivators be thrown into the dungeons, while also reporting everything that happened in Luoxian City in detail to the Great Qian dynasty, allowing them to send someone to take over. Father, should we continue to investigate the source of the disease? Su Xianxia asked, watching the figures being taken. No need. Su Xianxiao shook his head, his tone cold. The source lies with these clans, who, just as you surmised, this epidemic is the result of their collusion to poison us, aimed at creating chaos and overthrowing our Su family to reclaim power in Luoxian City. So they intended to use the epidemic to make our Su family fail and lose our position. But when Qin developed the antidote, it disrupted their plans, forcing them into a desperate situation leading to today's events. Su Xinqi's mind raced, quickly coming to this conclusion. Exactly. Su Xianxiao nodded. They have plotted meticulously, even going so far as to spend heavily to acquire artifacts that can temporarily interfere with the three-tier formation, all to force us into action, then suppress us using their numerical advantage once the formation was compromised. Unfortunately for them, no matter how many calculations they made, they ultimately underestimated our Su family strength. At this point, father and son exchanged glances, both secretly relieved. Indeed, one must never reveal all one's cards. The opponent will always formulate strategies based on the known information, while the Su family's habit of holding back a hand led these clans who thought they were cunning to suffer a major setback. Su Xianxiao did not interfere further with the follow-up work, only instructing the guards to closely monitor the involved clans. The envoys of the Great Qin dynasty arrived quickly, rapidly taking over the related matters. With the storm subsiding, Luoxian city returned to calm. A month later, Su Xinqi's third child was about to be born. This wait felt particularly long. Su Xinshi paced anxiously outside the delivery room, an inexplicable, ominous premonition swirling in his heart, making him extremely tense. Finally, a loud cry of a newborn pierced the silence. Just as a smile began to appear on Su Xinqi's face, an unexpected change occurred. A thick purple poisonous mist suddenly spread out from the delivery room. The expressions of those waiting outside changed drastically. Su Xinshi and Su Xianxiao reacted the fastest, their bodies bursting with thunderous light, forming a barrier against the poisonous mist. Su Xinshi was horrified and pushed open the door. Inside, the midwife and maidens lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, no longer breathing. On the bed, Yi Qin was breathing heavily, her face turning purple, indicating she had been deeply poisoned. Beside her, a newborn girl, still stained with blood and not yet cleaned, was wailing loudly. The source of the deadly purple poisonous mist was none other than this newly born child. What has happened? Su Xinqi's face turned pale with fear as he immediately summoned a purification talisman, attempting to absorb the spreading purple poisonous mist. However, the mist was exceedingly strange, actually corroding the talisman's spiritual light, emitting a hissing sound. Su Xianxiao reacted even faster, flicking his fingers as gentle spells fell upon Yi Qin. At the same time, he summoned a green detoxification pill which floated in midair, swiftly refining into a pure liquid, and cautiously delivered into Yi Qin's mouth. Yi Qin's purpling face finally showed a hint of imperceptible color, her breathing steadied slightly. She struggled to open her eyes, glancing at the baby beside her, filled with fear and confusion, her voice weak and trembling. Husband, what happened to our child? She had no idea what had transpired, why her baby erupted with poisonous mist that took everyone's life. If it were not for her own cultivation and medicine, which provided her with a natural resistance to toxins, coupled with the timely rescue from Su Xianxiao and his son, she would likely have already perished. In the small courtyard of the Qingyuan Su family within the Starry Domain's secret realm, Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance contained within his spirit, full and energetic. He raised his hand and waved lightly, a cleaning spell sweeping through, causing the fine dust that had accumulated for over 20 years in the room to quietly dissipate, as if time were reversing. With complete spiritual power, abundant vitality, and divine sense reaching the false core realm, the three aspects of essence, energy, and spirit are perfectly integrated. He rose to his feet, his aura dense as a deep abyss, subtly emanating a sharpness about to break free from its cocoon. It is time to form the golden core. After over 20 years of seclusion, his cultivation had finally reached the peak of foundation establishment, and the liquid spiritual power in his dantian surged like an ocean, already at the limit of advancement. Su Yang took a deep breath, feeling his mind and body clear, reaching the pinnacle of his state. I wonder how the golden core formation of Xine Rue is progressing. Just as he was about to head to the alchemy room to inquire about Su Xine Rue, a sudden wave of urgent summons rippled through his divine sense space. Since he announced his closed-door training to break through to the golden core, the family descendants had refrained from disturbing him and had never actively summoned him in the divine sense space. At this moment, the usually composed Su Xuanxiao, disregarding the risk of interrupting his seclusion, urgently initiated the summons. What could be such a significant event happening in Luoxian City? Su Yang's thoughts stirred slightly. Fortunately, his state was exceptional, and he had not yet formally begun to condense the golden core. Otherwise, no matter how chaotic the outside world became, he would never allow himself to be distracted. Diving into the divine sense space before forming a shape, Su Yang felt two anxious emotions. The light and shadow coalesced, revealing Su Xianxiao and Su Exai and Shin standing there, their faces filled with panic and urgency. Father, something is wrong. Su Xianxiao spoke urgently, no longer the calm demeanor he usually maintained. The newborn baby girl of Exai and Shin's child is continuously emitting toxic mist from within her body. Exai and Shin and I have exhausted all our spells and pills, but we can only barely suppress it. We cannot stop it at all. The child's breath is growing weaker, and she is in grave danger. Grandfather, please save her. Only you can save her now. Su Exai and Shin, even more anxious, had reddened eyes and knelt down to bow. Do not panic, explain the situation clearly. I will come at once. Su Yang left half of his consciousness here to inquire about the situation, while the other half returned to his body. Without any hesitation, his figure flashing out of the starry domain's secret realm and directly exiting the inner courtyard. In the courtyard, upon seeing him emerge from seclusion, Su Xianming and the others were about to approach to greet him when they noticed Su Yang's expression was as serious as iron. He raised his hand to stop them. Quickly activate the teleportation array to the market. I must go to Luoxian City immediately. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and dared not ask further, quickly leading the way to activate the array. As the light flowed, Su Yang stepped in, transitioning through the arrays of multiple counties and reappeared at the entrance of the Luoxian City Lord's residence. Su Exai and Shun awaited anxiously, and upon seeing his grandfather's figure, it was as if he had seen a savior. He had no time to say much and quickly led Su Yang inside. A room within the residence was sealed with layers of arrays, yet wisps of purple toxic mist still seeped through the cracks. Upon pushing the door open, the room was filled with toxic mist, the smell pungent. Su Xianxiao was working tirelessly to channel his spiritual energy, combining several detoxification spells to form a light barrier, barely protecting a small figure on the bed. The source of the toxic mist was the newborn baby girl swaddled in blankets, her small face presenting a horrifying bluish-purple hue, her breath faint. Father, you are finally here. Please check on this child's condition. Su Zhuangxiu's forehead was beaded with sweat. He was not proficient in medicine or alchemy, and at this moment, he could only resist with his abundant spiritual energy, appearing utterly exhausted. Su Yang's expression was solemn as he quickly stepped forward. His gaze swept over the baby's condition, and without hesitation, he pointed with his fingers. Several spells of spiritual light entered the baby's body. At the same time, he flipped his palm, and several detoxification and vitality-enhancing pills were refined into a crystalline liquid in midair, which he carefully administered into the baby's mouth. Finally, he lightly touched the baby's brow with his fingertip. The fate of withered tree springing to life quietly activated a surge of immense and gentle vitality, poured in, temporarily stabilizing the faint life force. Father, can you see anything? Su Xuanxiao, seeing his father take action, felt slightly reassured and quickly inquired. Su Yang closed his eyes in concentration, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his sea of consciousness, where the ancient bloodline genealogy flipped to the latest page without wind. Su clan's 3 generations: name none, spiritual root none, fate none, physique 10,000 curses, poison body. It is the 10,000 curses poison body. Su Yang's eyes snapped open, his voice deep. This physique is inherently plagued by poison, gathering all the toxins of the world within a logically. A newborn's toxins should not be so potent, nor should they backfire on themselves. His gaze sharpened as he quickly grasped the key. The only possibility is that the mother was poisoned during pregnancy and the toxins were absorbed by the fetus, while in the mother's body balance could be maintained. However, once born and separated from the mother's protection, the accumulated toxins within would erupt violently due to the emotional turmoil. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xianxiao and Su Exai and Shin instantly realized, their expressions changing drastically. It must be the recent plague in Luoxian City. Yi Qin, in her efforts to develop an antidote, had been in contact with patients day and night, and it was highly likely that she became infected during that time, but the toxins were all absorbed by the fetus. Does grandfather have a remedy? Is this child destined to live a life relying on medication, coexisting with poison? Su Exai and Shun's voice trembled, filled with despair. No worries. Su Yang's tone was firm and reassuring. I have a method to prevent her from being harmed by these myriad poisons. However, her physique is special. The toxic mist she emits cannot be controlled autonomously at present, and will require her spiritual intelligence to gradually develop before she can slowly gain mastery over it. During this time, you must take extra care to avoid her emotional fluctuations, causing the toxic mist to spiral out of control and harm others. These words acted like a tranquilizer, allowing Su Xianxiao and his son to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the child's life was not in danger, there would be ways to deal with the control of the toxic mist in the future. You all go out and leave this to me. Su Yang commanded, And although Su Xianxiao and Su Xianshun were concerned for the child, they knew the clan leader's skills were extraordinary and he must have a plan. They respectfully exited the room and reinforced the outer array's ceiling. The room fell silent once more with only the slight surging of the toxic mist and the baby's faint breathing. Su Yang focused his mind, sinking his consciousness back into the bloodline genealogy, his gaze sweeping over the fate entries before finally fixing on the fate of immunity to all poisons. With a thought, the fate of immunity to all poisons was extracted from the genealogy, transforming into an intangible yet profound stream of light that slowly merged into the baby's body. In an instant, the horrifying bluish-purple hue on the baby's face receded like a tide replaced by a healthy rosy color. The previously weak and chaotic breath began to stabilize and strengthen under the nurturing of withered trees springing to life and the transformative power of immunity to all poisons. Even more astonishingly, the purple toxic mist filling the room seemed to be drawn by some force, starting to slowly swirl and form a miniature vortex, ultimately being completely absorbed into the baby. The 10,000 curses poison body, which encompasses all the toxins of the world, typically not only poisons surrounding life forms, but also backfires on itself. Hence, most individuals with this physique perish young, making it difficult to live to adulthood. Su Yang watched as the baby's breathing gradually stabilized and fell into a peaceful sleep, feeling a sense of emotion. He never expected that this seemingly somewhat useless fate would be of such great use today. The healthy infant was gently placed in Yi Qin's arms. Su Xinshan and Yi Qin expressed their gratitude to Su Yang, their appreciation evident in their voices. Had it not been for Su Yang's timely intervention, the child's life would surely have been in peril. The Wan Yi poison body is documented in ancient texts known to be extremely dangerous once the poison manifests, yet due to its rarity, there is no effective countermeasure. Only someone like the head of the Su clan, who possesses extraordinary abilities, could suppress the lethal toxicity of the Wan Yi poison body. We are all family, no need for such formality. Su Yang spoke gently. Let's give this child a name. In a few years, take her back to the Su family to gather her spiritual roots. Having been married into the Su family for many years and given birth to 3 children, Yi Qin was already aware of some family secrets. Hearing that her child could exceptionally gather her true spiritual roots at the age of 3, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. After thanking Su Yang once again, she named her daughter Yi after the physician. Su Jingyi. Medicine and poison are not separate. Bearing the Wan Yi poison body, Yi Qin did not wish for her daughter to be plagued by poison throughout her life, thus the name Yi symbolizes her earnest hopes for her child. May she be able to master her own poison and walk the path of a healer, excelling in both the art of poison and the noble cause of helping the world. Father, when you return, will you continue your seclusion? Before parting, Su Xianxiao stood beside Su Yang and asked. Su Yang smiled lightly. Had it not been for this matter, I should be breaking through in seclusion right now, but coming out this time is also good. Seeing the family flourishing fills my heart with a sense of completeness. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuangxiu's body shook and his eyes sparkled with shock and joy. Father, are you going to form your golden core? Su Yang nodded with a smile. The process of forming a golden core is immense, and this matter cannot be hidden, nor should it be concealed. Moreover, there are no permanent golden core cultivators in the Luo Xin domain. Even if there were, they would merely be passing by. He can safely form his golden core in the Su family's territory. Father, let me protect you when you return. Su Xianxiao said excitedly. Once his father successfully forms his golden core, the Su family will rise to the ranks of golden core families. Su Yang chuckled and patted his son's shoulder. No need, the family members can handle various situations. You can stay here to guard Luo Xin City with peace of mind. If you are truly anxious, let Xianming relay the situation to you in the divine sense space. Yes, I understand, Father. Su Zhuangxiu's expression became serious and he deeply bowed to his father. I wish you success in forming your golden core. Su Yang laughed loudly, said no more, and stepped into the teleportation array. As Su Yang returned to the Qingyuan Su family, Su Xianming and others learned of everything that had transpired in Luo Xin City. However, at this moment, they had an even more urgent matter at hand. Within the Su family territory, a third-tier protective formation suddenly rose, its patterns swirling and glowing, enveloping the entire clan. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? The servants were uncertain. Soon the family head's order spread throughout the Su family. All members on high alert, no suspicious individuals are allowed near the family territory. At this time, the inner courtyard was completely cleared, leaving only Su Yang sitting cross-legged. Before him lay 9 different golden core spiritual materials arranged neatly along, with several high-quality golden core pills that contained restrained radiance. Everything is ready, it's time. Su Yang silently thought, then focused, and began to operate the golden core section of the Tao, Yin Hunyuan Jing. The surging spiritual power within him began to flow faster, gradually becoming viscous. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the sky above the Su family began to wildly gather, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. The vast waves of spiritual energy surged, transforming into a magnificent spectacle of colorful clouds, forming a grand and stunning phenomenon of golden core formation. In an instant, the entire Qingyuan market was captivated by this heavenly sight. Look, what is that? Could this be the legendary phenomenon of golden core formation? My heavens! Which great power is forming their golden core in our Qingyuan market? That direction seems to be the Su family. Cries of astonishment echoed throughout the market as countless cultivators and commoners looked up in awe, their faces filled with shock. The Su family had only established itself for a little over 100 years, and yet they were about to give birth to a golden core cultivator. The market buzzed with excitement, while within the Su family territory there was a heavy silence. Su Yang's thoughts shifted, and he swallowed a high-quality golden core pill. Breaking through from qi refinement to foundation establishment is the transformation of spiritual power from gaseous to liquid. Breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core is the transformation from liquid to solid, culminating in the formation of the golden core. In his dantian, the vast liquid spiritual power began to spin violently and compress. Su Yang, with his powerful divine sense nearing the golden core stage, exerted all his strength to precisely control the massive spiritual power, collapsing it towards a central point, gradually forming a nascent golden core shape. He formed hand seals and refined a portion of the golden core spiritual material in midair into pure spiritual liquid, carefully guiding it into the gently trembling nascent golden core shape. The moment the two met, the nascent golden core shape trembled violently, erupting with intense fluctuations of spiritual power. At this moment, the vital importance of divine sense in the golden core formation process was highlighted. If the divine sense is not powerful enough to stabilize the violent agitation of the golden core, all efforts would be in vain, and the nascent golden core would shatter instantly. Su Yang's divine sense was close to the golden core stage, allowing him to maintain exceptional control and stabilize the agitation. This was just the beginning. He continued to refine the golden core spiritual materials. The second, third, and fourth portions were used, and the liquid spiritual power in his dantian continued to crystallize and solidify. With the immense potency of the golden core supplementing the previously consumed liquid spiritual power, the liquid spiritual power was instantly replenished. Su Yang did not need to worry about depletion and could focus fully on refining the spiritual materials and forging the golden core. Each time a spiritual material was successfully integrated into the golden core, a profound pattern would emerge on its surface. With each pattern added, the required consumption of spiritual power would double. Thus, to condense the 9-turn golden core, it was necessary not only to collect 9 different golden core spiritual materials, but also to employ a technique capable of accommodating the fusion of 9 types of materials, along with a vast amount of spiritual power sufficient to support the formation of the 9-turn golden core. When Su Yang's golden core reached the 5th turn, he distinctly sensed that the potency of a high-quality golden core was beginning to wane. Without hesitation, he swallowed the second golden core pill. The spiritual power within him surged again. His divine sense moved like an extension of his will, controlling the golden core to spin and compress rapidly, while continuing to merge spiritual materials. The patterns on the golden core increased the 6th, 7th, and 8th. However, the potency of the second golden core pill was also completely depleted. Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder there are almost no 9-turn golden core cultivators in the world. Even 2 high-quality golden core pills were still insufficient. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He swallowed the 3rd golden core pill, while simultaneously refining the last portion of golden core spiritual material to merge into the golden core. 9-turn golden core formed. Boom! The phenomenon of golden core formation in the sky suddenly changed dramatically. 9 colored rays of light erupted, illuminating the mountains and rivers for miles. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles formed a massive vortex, wildly rushing towards Qingyuan market. A wave of golden core pressure that caused souls to tremble swept out. The brilliant phenomenon after the golden core formation descended like a celestial trace, illuminating the entire Qingyuan market. At this moment, all the cultivators in the market looked up in unison towards the colorful radiance above the Su family. Countless gazes intertwined, filled with shock, envy, disbelief, and a hint of instinctive reverence. This indicates a successful golden core formation. What level of golden core is this? Why does the pressure feel so terrifying, even causing souls to tremble? The Su family has produced a golden core true master. In a place like Qingyuan where spiritual energy is so thin, forming a golden core is already exceedingly difficult. To condense a third-level golden core is truly extraordinary. Yet such magnificent heavenly might and the spectacle of 9 colors shining together do not seem to indicate a mere third level. The cultivators in the market were abuzz with discussion. Although no one knew the level of the golden core that Su Yang had achieved, their words were still filled with reverence. Even a first-level golden core cultivator is a genuine master, as foundation establishment cultivators are like mere ants in comparison, their lives at the mercy of his thoughts. Due to a severe lack of understanding of golden core cultivators, almost no one present could determine the level of Su Yang's golden core. A few knowledgeable cultivators gazed at the gradually dissipating, yet still astonishingly resonant 9-colored halo, and a conjecture that even they found absurd began to surface in their minds. A 9-turn golden core. In such a remote place as the Luoxian domain where resources are scarce and heritage shallow, how could a 9-turn golden core cultivator possibly arise? Even the former leader of the Wanjian sect, according to legend, only achieved a maximum of 5 turns in his golden core. As the last trace of the extraordinary phenomenon completely merged with the heavens and earth, the 3-tiered Great Formation's light, covering the Su family, gradually receded. Without any summons, leaders of all sizes from various forces inside and outside Qingyuan market almost immediately set off with sincere and anxious hearts converging towards the Su residence. The birth of a golden core true master is a significant event that shakes the region. If one does not promptly visit to congratulate and express their stance, it may be difficult to even gain entrance in the future. Moreover, given the incredible manifestation of Su Yang's golden core, the quality of his golden core must be exceptional. With time, he might even advance further within the golden core realm. If one could climb this towering tree, it would be a tremendous opportunity for any force. The atmosphere within the Su residence was at its peak of excitement. All family members and servants, regardless of their cultivation level, spontaneously gathered outside the inner courtyard, their faces beaming with pride and excitement. Suddenly, a pure white and flawless escape light shot up from the inner courtyard. The escape light stood in the air, revealing the figure of Su Yang. His aura was round and restrained, yet naturally radiated an intimidating majesty that made it difficult for others to look directly at him, like a radiant sun that had restrained its heat, quietly hanging above the Su family. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, calmly gazing down at the densely packed crowd below. Wherever his eyes fell, all cultivators involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. This was not an intentionally released pressure, but rather the inherent aura of a golden core true master, naturally intimidating the minds of lower-level cultivators. Congratulations to the clan leader on successfully forming the golden core. The path to greatness is promising. Eternal life is within reach. With Su Xianming leading, all the Su family members shouted in unison, their voices harmonious and loud, filled with heartfelt excitement and respect resonating through the heavens. The voices of hundreds of people converged, shaking the ancient trees in the courtyard, causing the wind chimes hanging from the eaves to jingle. Outside the Su residence, the gathered cultivators from various forces quickly followed suit, bowing and cupping their fists, their voices merging into an even greater roar. Congratulations to Su Jinren on successfully forming the golden core. The path to greatness is promising. Eternal life is within reach. The roaring sound spread to every corner of the market, even drawing faint echoes from distant mountains, as if a small earthquake had been triggered. The scattered cultivators in the market who had not yet set off, hearing such commotion, also put down their tasks and bowed towards the Su residence to show their respect. At this moment, the various forces in Qingyuan market finally confirmed that the newly ascended golden core true master was none other than the head of the Qingyuan Su family, Su Yang. This self-made individual who led the Su family from a humble small clan to its current scale had now once again elevated the family to the ranks of golden core families. Such an achievement cannot simply be encapsulated by the word legend. Countless cultivators yearned for it, filled with admiration. Once the congratulatory voices subsided, Su Xianming stepped out of the gate with a calm and joyful smile, cupping his hands towards the dense crowd before him, and said loudly, "Thanks to the support of all fellow cultivators. The formation of my father's golden core is not only a blessing for the Su family, but also a joy for Qingyuan. In gratitude, the Su family will hold a golden core celebration 1 month from now at the clan's territory, and I hope all fellow friends can spare time to attend and share in the festivities." As his words fell, a wave of agreement and congratulatory voices erupted from the crowd, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Everyone understood that from today onwards the sky of Qingyuan had completely changed. Inside the Su family's inner courtyard, Su Xianming, and Su Xinrui were reporting to Su Yang about the various matters that had occurred in the family over the years. Although for Su Yang 20 years was just a fleeting moment while in seclusion, the changes that had taken place in the family were indeed significant. 20 years of time is enough for an infant in swaddling clothes to grow into a spirited youth, and it is also enough to bring about earth-shattering changes in a family structure. The primary concern is the growth of the population. Although the fourth generation of the Su family has yet to be born, the number of third-generation descendants has already increased to over 10. Among them, Su Xinyo has the most descendants, each robust and strong, followed by the children of Su Xinrui and Su Xinshan. However, after examining the bloodline genealogy, Su Yang discovered that among these newly born third-generation descendants, very few possessed innate special destinies or constitutions, and even those with innate spiritual roots were quite rare. This was somewhat expected, as the birth of special destinies and constitutions is already exceedingly rare. The Su family was incredibly fortunate to have several individuals with special destinies emerge in the second generation. Zheng Jun possesses only modest talent in martial contests, yet he demonstrates remarkable mastery in spirit artifact forging. Su Xianming spoke with evident approval. As for Zheng Yin and Zheng Yi, these two youths have already revealed the latent qualities of future clan patriarchs. A look of quiet satisfaction softened Su Xuanming's features as he continued. Zheng Yin has recently become deeply immersed in celestial divination arts and devours military strategy classics with fervent passion. Zheng Yi, by contrast, excels in clan administration, charming, versatile, and masterful in interpersonal diplomacy. A clan cannot rely on wise patriarchs generation after generation. Among the first and second generations of the Su clan, only Su Xianming possessed the capacity to assume the patriarchal mantle. During Su Xinrui's interim stewardship, the chasm between his capabilities and Su Xuanming's became glaringly apparent. He governed with excessive caution, daring no bold initiative, so the clan merely sustained itself, making no tangible progress. Whispers once circulated among the elders during Su Xinrui's tenure as acting patriarch. The Su clan resembled a stagnant pool, flawless in its stillness, yet utterly devoid of vitality or momentum. Yet upon Su Xuanming's resumption of the patriarchal seat, the clan's prosperity surged visibly, a transformation witnessed and acknowledged by every clansman. Thus, a sagacious patriarch exerts an irreplaceable influence upon the clan's destiny. Not until the third generation, embodied in Su Zhengyin and Su Zhengyi, did the clan finally glimpse the promise of its next enlightened leader. Though young in years, both boys already display composure and insight far surpassing their peers. Su Xianming had privately assessed them. Their competence in managing clan affairs and their acuity in discerning strategic currents alike left a profound impression. Su Yang glanced at their ancestral registry entries. Both bore unremarkable blank slate records, their spiritual roots cultivated postnatally through the Hunyuan Ningxuan art. Su Yang gave a slight nod. These two lads showed genuine promise. Let us prioritize their cultivation within the clan. The Su clan suffered a chronic shortage of patriarch-caliber talent. Most members excelled solely in combat or specialized cultivation arts. Martial prowess abounded, yet those truly skilled in clan governance and administrative leadership remained exceedingly rare. Perhaps this imbalance stemmed from ancestral influence. Take Su Zhengxian and Su Zhenglan, whose martial aptitude is extraordinary. Their grandfather is Su Xuanhing himself, ranked among the clan's foremost duelists. It was only natural that his grandchildren inherited his combative brilliance. Likewise, Su Zhengyin and Su Zhengyi, the very heirs displaying patriarchal potential, are grandsons of Su Xianming. Having presided over the clan for decades, Su Xuanming's legacy inevitably shaped their aptitudes. Their accomplishments therefore unfolded with elegant inevitability. Embed the earth vein crystal marrow into our spirit vein, Su Yang murmured softly. The earth vein crystal marrow, acquired years earlier from the Wangchuan Valley immortal realm, had remained untouched, reserved expressly for this moment to elevate the Su clan's spirit vein to the third tier following his own golden core formation. Now that he had successfully forged his golden core, the Su clan was duly entitled to possess a third-tier spirit vein. At the golden core stage, cultivation demands escalated dramatically. Not only vast quantities of spiritual energy, but also attribute primordial pills to nurture and refine the golden core itself. Refining such pills proved extraordinarily arduous, requiring not only a third-tier alchemist, but also millennium-old spirit herbs as principal ingredients. An ordinary golden core cultivator lacking a stable supply of attribute primordial pills would advance scarcely an inch over a century, even drawing solely upon ambient spiritual energy. Xinrui, can you now refine attribute primordial pills? Su Yang turned towards Su Xinrui. Su Xinrui nodded, his voice edged with quiet confidence. I am currently capable of refining mid to low-grade 5-element primordial pills. With further practice, I expect to attain proficiency in high-grade refinement within the coming months. However, our current stock of millennium-old spirit herbs suffices only for 5 years' worth of 5-element primordial pills. As for single attribute variants, I have yet to master their formulation. He added this with a faint trace of regret. Su Xinrui had only recently achieved foundation establishment, and yet already mastered third-tier pill refinement thanks entirely to his Destiny Mark's 100 Herb Spiritual Resonance and 9-turn pill heart. Combined, these marks rendered his alchemical talent nothing short of preternatural. Most foundation establishment cultivators could not even hope to succeed with basic golden core formation pills, let alone attribute primordial pills. Under the dual auspices of these marks, Su Xinrui's alchemical mastery had already surpassed Su Yang's. Upon hearing this, Su Yang merely inclined his head, offering no request for mid- or low-grade 5-element primordial pills. He consumed only high-grade pills. Though lower grades retained efficacy, their residual pill toxins accumulated dangerously, eroding foundational stability with prolonged use. High-grade pills, however, delivered pure, potent essence with negligible toxicity, making them indispensable for golden core cultivators. Since high-grade 5-element primordial pills had not yet been refined, he felt no urgency. Given Su Xinrui's prodigious aptitude, high-grade refinement was merely a matter of time. Attribute primordial pills were essential resources for golden core cultivators, nurturing the golden core, amplifying its elemental affinity, and accelerating cultivation. Moreover, the elemental potency embedded within the golden core directly influenced the success rate of nascent soul formation. After exchanging brief observations on recent clan developments, Su Xianming and Su Xinrui took their leave. Su Yang sat alone in the inner courtyard, unfurling the Bloodline ancestral register. Names shimmered across its surface like constellations, each accompanied by exhaustive personal records. His gaze traversed the register before settling upon Su Jingjuan's name. Without hesitation, he bestowed upon him the Divine Mechanism Refinement Destiny Mark. This mark dramatically elevated one's spirit artifact forging aptitude, rendering mastery swift and intuitive. Presently, aside from Ziao, who excelled in forging, the only other practitioners within the clan were Su Xianjing and Su Jingjun. Yet Su Xuanjing's true genius lay in talismanic arts amplified by her myriad phenomena talisman-formed destiny mark. Applying her talents to artifact forging would squander her innate gifts. And Ziao, though peerless in forging skill, did not appear on the Su clan's ancestral register. Su Yang could not bestow destiny marks upon outsiders. Thus, the Divine Mechanism Refinement mark belonged exclusively to Su Jingjun, its allocation both prudent and optimal. For the remaining destiny marks, Su Yang saw no suitable heirs among his descendants, so he retained them within the register, awaiting the opportune moment for assignment. Destiny marks, however potent, wasted their power if misassigned. Su Yang preferred patient deliberation over hasty decisions. Having concluded the destiny mark allocations, Su Yang redirected his attention to the clan's resource constraints. We lack neither golden core cultivation scriptures nor techniques, but golden core level resources form an insatiable abyss. A thoughtful frown furrowed his brow. Only upon attaining the golden core did he grasp the staggering scale of its resource demands, and finally comprehend why so few golden core cultivators existed in the Great Qian and Great Qi realms. A golden core cultivator required dozens of times more spiritual energy daily than a foundation establishment cultivator, rendering ordinary second-tier spirit veins wholly inadequate. Even a third-tier vein without attribute primordial pills yielded glacial progress. Each attribute primordial pill demanded millennium-old spirit herbs as its core ingredient, supplemented by dozens of century-old herbs, making its cost prohibitively immense. The market price of a single high-grade attribute primordial pill could bankrupt a foundation establishment cultivator. Such meager reserves across both realms simply could not sustain more than a handful of golden core practitioners. To cultivate multiple golden core cultivators within the Su clan using only local resources would be little more than wishful fantasy. Perhaps the Su clan's wealth could elevate several to the golden core, but beyond that threshold, advancement would likely stall entirely. New resource frontiers must be opened. Su Yang reflected inwardly, resolve hardening like tempered steel. A month later, the Su family was adorned with lights and decorations, with spiritual light flowing everywhere, presenting an unprecedented grand spectacle. The news of Su Yang, the head of the Su family, successfully achieving the golden core, swept across the entire De Qian dynasty like a storm. Especially the forces within the Luoxian region, regardless of distance, were all shaken upon receiving the news. They prepared lavish gifts and hurried to Qingyuan Square Market eager to make their presence known at the celebration of the newly promoted Golden Core Master and to establish good relations. On the day of the celebration, the entrance of the Su family's residence was bustling with activity. Various flying magical tools and spirit beasts continuously arrived, illuminating the sky above Qingyuan Square Market with radiant colors. Countless cultivators came to congratulate, from the heads of foundation establishment families to managers of major merchant associations, and even some rarely seen Golden Core sects sent their representatives. Su Xuanming, as the family head, personally welcomed guests at the entrance clad in luxurious attire, exuding a composed demeanor and wearing a perfectly appropriate smile as he exchanged pleasantries with visitors. Core disciples of the Su family, such as Su Xuanxiao, Su Xinrui, Su Xingshan, and others, each played their role in receiving guests from various backgrounds. The Chung family from Qingyuan offers 100 second-tier top-grade spirit jade, congratulating Master Su on the success of his golden core, wishing for everlasting prosperity on the path of immortality. The Bihai Association offers a piece of deep-sea mysterious crystal iron, wishing the Su family a flourishing foundation and enduring blessings. The sound of offerings rose high in front of the Su residence as rare treasures that could cause a stir in the outside world were presented, showcasing the sincerity of various forces and their acknowledgement of the Su family's new status. Most of these were forces that had dealings with the Su family or were neighbors within the Luoxian region. Their gifts were conventional, focusing on friendship and acknowledgement. As the celebration reached its climax, some heavyweight guests began to appear, and the sounds of offerings grew louder, attracting the attention of the entire gathering. The Yunming Alliance's leader Situ Ming arrives, offering a third-tier spiritual herb 9 curves returning soul grass, congratulating Master Su on his Golden Core certification. The leader Situ Yu personally arrived, wearing a beaming smile and adopting a very humble demeanor. The Lingxi sect's Master Chung arrives, offering 10 foundation establishment spiritual items. Congratulations to Master Su on attaining the Golden Core. May the friendship between the Su and Qian families last forever. Cheng Yu and Su Xianxiao exchanged glances and nodded, slightly understanding each other without words. Then a clear voice like a sword's cry pierced through the noise, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. The Yunjian sect Lord Luo has arrived. The entire place fell silent. A pristine white sword light swiftly descended from the horizon, transforming into a woman dressed in a moon-white long dress, her demeanor as cold as frost and snow. Luo Wanyun. She came alone without any attendants, yet instantly became the center of attention. This Golden Core sword cultivator, who had emerged from the chaos of the Wanjian sect and now established her own sect, represented a powerful symbol in her own right. Luo Wanyun walked gracefully to Su Xuanming, lightly raising her hand, revealing a sword-shaped jade pendant that emanated a repressed sword aura, yet faintly resonated with the dragon's roar. The achievement of Golden Core by the head of the Su family is a grand event for the Luoxian region. The Yunjian sect lacks any significant treasures at its inception, so I present this Yunjian ancient jade as a gift. This jade nurtures sword intent and is somewhat beneficial for sword cultivators, a token of my sincerity. Luo Wanyun's voice was cold, yet carried a rare touch of warmth. Her personal visit held significant meaning due to the special relationship with the Su family. With the arrival of Lord Luo, the Su family is honored. Please come in and take a seat. Su Xianming didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Luo Wanyun's arrival seemed to signal a turning point. Soon, even more unexpected guests began to appear. The Guamian Valley steward has arrived, offering Red Sun golden bamboo, congratulating Master Su. The Daoxian sect steward has arrived, offering a bottle of 5 elements condensed pill sand, wishing for the Su family's Golden Core to remain eternal. The Guamian Valley and Daoxian sect were both major Golden Core powers within the Luoxian region, and although they had no deep ties with the Su family in the past, they too sent representatives today. Even some forces far away in Zidi City, closely connected to the Daiqian court, sent congratulatory letters and gifts. Although they did not attend in person, their attitude was clear. The main hall of the residence was decorated as the celebration's main venue. Su Yang did not appear early. According to tradition, he would reveal himself at the most critical moment to receive the formal congratulations of everyone. Su Xianming moved gracefully among the guests, responding with ease, yet his heart was filled with countless. He remembered the cautious beginnings of the Su family decades ago, recalled how his father Su Yang toiled for a single foundation establishment pill, and remembered the hardships the Su family faced in rising step by step in Qingyuan County and Yunmengsu. Now that his father had achieved the Golden Core, the Su family finally stood at the pinnacle of the Luoxian region, receiving congratulations from all directions. The hall was filled with guests, and the sound of conversation rose and fell naturally revolving around the newly promoted Golden Core Master Su Yang and the future direction of the Su family. Master Su truly hides his talents, but when he makes a move it is astonishing. Not only astonishing that day, the Golden Core manifestation, with 9-colored clouds filling the sky and pressure extending for miles, must be far from an ordinary Golden Core. Should be cautious in your words. This matter is only known to us. Regardless, the rise of the Su family is unstoppable. The heavens of the Luoxian region have truly changed. I heard several younger generations of the Su family are also making waves at the Daiqian Academy, dominating the top 6 ranks. Truly a tiger father begets no dog sons. It seems we need to pay more attention to our dealings with the Su family in the future, said Qianshe and Situ Yu, standing together in the crowd, conversing in low voices. Situ Ming, it seems we placed our bets on the Su family correctly back in the day, Qianshe said with a smile. Situ Yu stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping over the many representatives in the hall, and slowly said, "It is not that we have good foresight, but rather the Su family indeed has the potential for soaring. Master Su is truly talented, and the descendants of the family are also exceptional. Today's grandeur is merely the natural result of their efforts." Just as everyone was engaged in conversation, the sound of offerings outside the hall rose again, carrying a barely perceptible tremor of excitement. The Daiqian court, the Empress Special Envoy, has arrived. Presenting gifts: 10 pounds of 4th-tier spiritual material star iron, a volume of Golden Core technique, Qian Yuan Jinjia, and a bottle of 3rd-tier spiritual pill, Hao Yuan Dan. Congratulations to Master Su on achieving the Golden Core. May the Su family forever stabilize Luoxian and bless the region. At this declaration, the room was stunned. The Empress Zhou Xuanji actually sent a special envoy and bestowed such substantial gifts. Any one of the 4th-tier spiritual materials Golden Core techniques or 3rd-tier spiritual pills would be enough to make Golden Core forces envious, let alone all 3 together. This was not just a congratulatory gift, but a clear recognition and support from the Daiqian court for the Su family status. The phrase "forever stabilize Luoxian" carried profound meaning. Everyone's eyes became fervent, and their evaluation of the Su family rose once again. To receive such favor from the court, the future of the Su family would likely go beyond simply guarding a single region. The envoy was a middle-aged official with a solemn expression, and his cultivation level was evidently at the peak of foundation establishment. He entered the main hall holding the list of gifts and slightly bowed towards the main seat. The Empress has said Master Su has rendered great service to the nation and benefits to the people. Today, achieving the Golden Core is a great fortune for Daiqian. This humble gift is insufficient to express respect. I hope the Su family will continue to work hard and not let down the Empress Grace. Su Xianming took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and solemnly received the gift list, bowing on behalf of his father. The Su family thanks the Empress for her heavenly grace. We will certainly do our utmost to guard Luoxian in return for the Empress' great kindness. With the arrival of the court's special envoy, the atmosphere of the celebration reached its peak. The emissaries of the imperial city and representatives of various major powers took their seats in the main hall. The seating arrangement was circular according to their status and cultivation, with the most central position naturally reserved for Su Yang. Moments later, Su Yang stepped out from the inner hall. He did not deliberately display his imposing presence, yet the Tao rhythm of a Golden Core cultivator subtly resonated with the heavens and the earth with each step he took, seemingly pulling the spiritual energy in the hall. Dressed in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, his expression calm and his gaze deep as an abyss, he sat down peacefully at the main seat. As he raised his hand to signal, Su Xuanming, as the head of the family, announced in a loud voice that the celebration had officially begun. In an instant, the hall was filled with melodious music as the already waiting musicians played elegant and harmonious celestial tunes. A troupe of dancers adorned in colorful garments and gracefully moving entered the hall, their flowing sleeves fluttering as they danced lightly. At the same time, the servants of the Su family filed in, presenting the exquisite wines and delicacies that had been prepared in advance to each table. Spiritual fruits and celestial brews, rare delicacies, and exquisite dishes all emanated rich aromas infused with pure spiritual energy. Many of the ingredients were quite rare in the outside world, showcasing the Su family's investment and sincerity for this celebration. For a moment, cups clinked and guests enjoyed themselves, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere in the hall. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Xianming stood up again and cupped his hands to the audience, saying, "Today, as we celebrate my father's Golden Core achievement, we are deeply grateful for the presence of all Tao friends. To enhance the elegance and to encourage the younger generation to diligently cultivate, my Su family has prepared a modest gift to enhance the festivities. He clapped his hands, and several young members of the Su family brought forward several jade plates. On the jade plates, precious light shimmered, revealing several high-quality spiritual artifacts, and a number of jade bottles exuding enticing scents of pills. These were indeed foundation establishment pills, enough to drive any chi refining cultivator crazy. These are the humble achievements of my Su family in the fields of artifact crafting and alchemy. Today we set this stage for all young talents under the age of 50 who are at the foundation establishment stage or below from various forces to come up and spar. The top 3 victors will each receive 1 foundation establishment pill, while the top 10 will each receive a second-tier spiritual artifact. The sparring will be for demonstration purposes only, aimed at exchange. We hope all Dao friends will cooperate and give the young ones a chance to showcase their skills. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall surged even higher. The power of spiritual artifacts had been validated by the Daiqian armies, their reputation well known, while foundation establishment pills were a precious resource crucial to the Dao journey. For many small to medium forces, this was undoubtedly an attractive incentive. Naturally, the Su family members would not participate in the sparring as their achievements at the Daiqian Academy were well recognized. If the Su family members were to participate, these incentives would not be distributed, who would still be willing to take the stage and contribute to the festivities. Soon some eager young cultivators leaped onto the makeshift arena in the hall. Initially, it was a contest among chi refining cultivators, with spells flashing and bodies weaving in and out, drawing cheers from the audience. Then some young prodigies at the early foundation establishment stage voluntarily stepped down to challenge, making the duel even more exciting as various exquisite Dao techniques and artifacts shown, showcasing the unique traditions and styles of each family. The Su family was also generous, providing these foundation establishment cultivators with some pills to enhance their spiritual energy. Su Yang sat at the main seat, smiling as he calmly surveyed the young figures sparring in the arena, occasionally raising his glass in respect to the emissaries of the imperial city, the Golden Core Sect's steward and Luo Wanyun, engaging in quiet conversation. As the head of the Su clan ascends to Golden Core, joining the ranks of the top powerhouses of Daiqian, I imagine you must have many feelings, and you should also be aware of how scarce Golden Core cultivation resources are in this realm. Luo Wanyun raised her teacup, her cool voice carrying a detached understanding of worldly matters. Su Yang nodded solemnly, his gaze serious. What you said is indeed true. Only by personally reaching this realm can one understand its difficulties. The Su family may seem affluent, but that is merely the foundation of a foundation establishment family. May I ask, Luo Sect Master, if there is a solution to such a predicament? Even if Luo Wanyun did not bring it up, he had intended to seek her advice. This Golden Core cultivator, being a sword practitioner, surely faced greater demands for resources than himself, and must have a way to cope. Luo Wanyun set down her teacup, her tone calm and unruffled, as if stating a well-known fact. This is no secret. The region we reside in has scarce spiritual vein resources that cannot support too many Golden Core cultivators. The true treasure troves of resources lie overseas and on the other side of the 10,000 mountains, but both places are fraught with danger. Su Yang felt a heaviness in his heart upon hearing this. He was well aware of the resource richness overseas and beyond the 10,000 mountains. What he sought was a path that was relatively easier to access with controllable risks, rather than immediately embarking on a journey into the 10,000 mountains or overseas. Luo Wanyun seemed to see through his thoughts, her clear gaze sweeping across the bustling hall as she continued, "This is also why Golden Core cultivators are so scarce in this area. Most people, once they reach the Golden Core stage, will find ways to cross the ocean or take the risk of traversing the 10,000 mountains to seek opportunities in the wider world, and most of them never return. For cultivators, the path of longevity is solitary, and the ties to family and sect are merely way stations along the path, even burdens for most cultivators. To pursue higher realms, it is common to abandon one's homeland and loved ones." This statement left Su Yang in silence. However, his pursuit of longevity was not meant to be this solitary path. What he desired was to walk alongside his family, sharing the warmth and support of the long celestial journey. Even if in the future he had to explore overseas or delve deep into the mountains, he would never abandon the Su family. Yet the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns and dangers, and once he ventured far away, the return would be uncertain. "May I ask, Luo Sect Master, where do your cultivation resources primarily come from?" Su Yang asked directly. Such inquiries pertained to the very foundation of cultivators and were rather taboo. But given the friendship between their families combined with Luo Wanyun's temperament, he felt it would be fine. Indeed, Luo Wanyun did not mind, calmly saying, "I went to the other side of the 10,000 mountains, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is far denser than here. After leaving the Wanjian sect, I roamed and trained in that region." Her gaze turned to the distant horizon outside the hall, as if she could see through the layers of mountains. Where we reside is merely a corner of the southern region of Qianzhou. The 10,000 mountains stretch across several states. In reality, it is just a vast wild land yet to be developed with an environment particularly conducive to the proliferation of demon beasts, leading to countless lurking ancient demons. Qianzhou. Su Yang's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but glance at the Deqian emissary not far. He then quietly transmitted a message to Luo Wanyun. Is it a coincidence that Deqian's national title is Qian and its relation to Qianzhou? Luo Wanyun's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she replied through the transmission, her cool voice resonating in his mind. It is certainly not a coincidence. Our empress has ambitions that extend far beyond dominating the southern region, and her gaze has long been set on the entirety of Qianzhou. The clamor and splendor of the Golden Core celebration gradually came to a close. A few days later, the cultivators who had come to congratulate began to leave Qingyuan Square one after another, and the Su family's affairs returned to their usual order. In the past few days, Su Xianming experienced an unprecedented busyness. After the news of the Su family ascending to a Golden Core family spread, it created ripples far beyond expectations. Not only did various business cooperation invitations come pouring in like snowflakes, but several Foundation establishment forces also proactively visited, earnestly hoping to become vassals under the Su family. However, having too many vassal forces is not necessarily a good thing. The family must provide protection for its vassals, so the conduct and actions of these vassal forces will ultimately be bound to the Su family's reputation. After a thorough investigation and consideration, Su Xianming graciously declined the vassal requests from these forces and instead established relatively loose business cooperation with a few of them. Even the existing vassal forces of the Su family subtly changed their attitudes. Riding on the prestige of the Su family's Golden Core status, some could not help but develop a sense of pride, and their conduct began to change. Su Xianming keenly noticed this trend. Over the past few days, he buried himself in paperwork and began to formulate stricter regulations for managing vassal families. One must prevent small issues from escalating, avoiding these families forgetting themselves due to the protection brought by the Su family, which could ultimately lead to trouble that implicates the Su family. Inside the Xinghuan secret realm, while Su Xianming was busy with family affairs, Su Yang was quietly contemplating the issue of the family's cultivation resources. The consumption during the Golden Core stage is enormous, and the cultivation resources in the southern region of Qianzhou are limited, making it inevitable for the family to expand outward. After several days of deep thought, Su Yang realized that the Xinghuan secret realm could actually solve the current predicament. The growth of spiritual plants within the Xinghuan secret realm would be accelerated, though the current efficiency is relatively low. If this issue can be resolved and the mass production of Millennium spiritual herbs is achieved, the Su family will completely escape the predicament of cultivation resources. However, this requires a deeper transformation and understanding of the Xinghuan secret techniques, and other Golden Core cultivators might consider this approach to be a pipe dream, but Su Yang is different. He possesses the destiny of heaven, rewards the diligent, and was a law-creating cultivator even during the Foundation establishment stage. What others see as impossible for him only requires perseverance. Like water dripping through stone, he will eventually achieve success. Furthermore, regarding the Xinghuan secret realm, he has an even grander vision. He once imagined whether it would be possible for the entire clan to share this secret realm, allowing anyone, no matter how far apart, to enter the realm at any time. The mass production of Millennium spiritual plants and the sharing of the secret realm could both be realized through the Xinghuan techniques. Moreover, it doesn't end there. Clan members could enter the secret realm from anywhere, and naturally, they could also use the secret realm to travel to wherever other clan members are located. As long as the Xinghuan secret realm serves as a transfer point and clan members are used as spatial coordinates, transmission that disregards distance could be realized. If this method succeeds, Su Yang would be completely free to act. Whether heading to the other end of the 100,000 Great Mountains or exploring the vast unknown overseas, he could always return to the family through the secret realm. Once successful, the value of this secret technique would be immeasurable, perhaps even making it difficult for nascent soul-old monsters to capture members of the Su family. This idea seems a bit far-fetched. If successful, it would be akin to divine powers, and the difficulty is indeed too high. Su Yang gathered his thoughts. The most urgent issue at present is to enhance the growth efficiency of spiritual plants in the secret realm. As long as he can mass-produce Millennium spiritual herbs, Su Yang would not need to take risks traveling far in the short term. Having just entered the early stage of Golden Core, his cultivation is among the lowest among Golden Core cultivators. Recklessly venturing into the 100,000 Great Mountains or overseas is too dangerous. He cannot afford to run around randomly, and can at most visit Xian City. Currently, there are 4 cultivation empires in the southern region of Qianzhou. Besides Deqi and Deqian, there are also the Deshao and Daying empires. Notably, Deying's territory is so vast that it even exceeds the combined total of Deqi and Deqian. All 3 of the only immortal cities in the southern region of Qianzhou are located within Daying. In the immortal city, there must be many cultivation resources needed for the Golden Core stage. If I can develop the Su Merchant Association into Ying's immortal city, it could also alleviate the family's urgent needs. Su Yang pondered for a moment and formed a definitive plan in his mind. He decided to visit the immortal city not only to seek resource channels for the family, but also to conveniently gather materials needed for refining his life treasure. The biggest difference between Golden Core cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators, aside from the ability to fly without relying on magical artifacts, is that the former possesses life treasures. Magical treasures are the main reliance for Golden Core cultivators in battles, and the quality of these treasures greatly influences a cultivator's combat strength. The techniques and combat skills I have mastered are quite extensive. Common magical treasures have a single form, making it difficult to fully showcase my strengths. Only a magical treasure that can change freely and adapt to various techniques can truly unleash my power to the fullest. Su Yang already has a preliminary concept for his life treasure. The inspiration he gained while studying the Heavenly Yuan Divine Weapon technique has become increasingly clearer at this moment. What he intends to refine is a magical treasure that can change into any divine weapon or sharp tool. But third-tier refining materials are also rare and hard to find. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh softly. The resources required for the Golden Core stage, whether pills, techniques, or materials, are far beyond what the Foundation Establishment stage can compare to, each one being priceless, yet hard to come by. Su Yang collected his thoughts and stepped out, his figure transitioning from the Xinghuan secret realm to the inner courtyard of the Su family. The descendants scattered after the Golden Core celebration have now gathered back, making the inner courtyard much livelier than usual. In one corner of the courtyard, Su Xuanheng held a wooden sword, meticulously instructing several young third-generation descendants on the basics of swordsmanship. Although the sword chi was not released, the essence of a great sun was subtly present in each move. On another side, Su Zhuangxiu's fingertips sparkled with lightning as he explained the essentials of lightning techniques to the seated clan members, the occasional crackling of electricity eliciting low gasps from the children. Su Xinyang was surrounded by a group of teenagers animatedly sharing stories and experiences from the dead. Discussions about secret realm trials, peers sparring, and teachings from mentors filled the air, captivating the eyes of the third-generation Su clan members who had yet to travel far, filling them with a yearning for the cultivation world beyond their family. Elder family members or servants such as Xiaosong, Baiqing, and Chunhao were also present, but they were much more reserved than usual, quietly standing to the side ready to respond to any summons. After all, the current Su family is no longer the Foundation Establishment family of the past, but a genuine Golden Core family. With the core members gathered, their imposing presence naturally made them more cautious than before. Upon seeing Su Yang appear, everyone in the courtyard, regardless of age, paused their activities and gathered around, respectfully bowing and greeting him. Su Yang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over familiar and youthful faces, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. The Su family is now a Golden Core family, and we attract attention. You must be more cautious and thorough in your actions outside, guarding against plots and schemes from petty individuals. However, caution does not equate to timidity. One must not show weakness when it is time to reveal one's brilliance, lest we be underestimated by external forces and invite unnecessary trouble. You must learn to gauge the right balance. He then turned his gaze to the family head, Su Xuanming, and instructed the family is in urgent need of a large quantity of third-tier cultivation resources. The Merchant Association needs to increase procurement efforts. Additionally, I plan to visit Xian City to explore resource channels and materials for refining treasures. During this time, you need to manage the family well. Immortal City. As soon as these words were spoken, the courtyard fell silent, soon followed by a chorus of suppressed gasps. Immortal City. That is the center of the cultivation world in the southern region of Qianzhou, gathering countless high-level cultivators and rare resources, a place that these secluded cultivators have only heard of for years without ever visiting. Father, I want to go too. Su Xuanheng was the first to lose control, his eyes shining with eager anticipation. Father, I wish to accompany you to explore for the family business. Su Xianming followed closely behind. As the head of the family, he was more focused on expanding family affairs, and the Immortal City undoubtedly contained enormous business opportunities. And me? Father, take me to see it. Su Xianjing also stepped forward, her delicate face filled with expectation. Several voices echoed almost simultaneously, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Su Yang looked at his eager children, his stern expression softening, revealing a bemused smile. The immortal city is not in Deqian or Deqi, but in the Great Ing dynasty. Father has never been to Deing, nor has he ever set foot in the immortal city. The journey is long and fraught with danger. It is truly inconvenient to bring you along. He paused, turning his gaze to his gentle wife, who always wore a soft smile. However, Qin Jiangmei raised her delicate brows, slightly, a trace of surprise appearing on her exquisitely beautiful. She was already accustomed to managing affairs at home, playing the zither, and teaching the younger generation. She never thought she would go to the immortal city with Su Yang. Unexpectedly, her husband, who rarely took the initiative, invited her to join him. Her lips curled into a gentle arc, her voice soft. I will follow my husband's arrangements. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanheng and the others immediately showed expressions of regret. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Yang scanned the crowd, smiling. The Su family business will one day span the entire southern region of Qianzhou. The road of longevity is long. As long as one lives long enough, there is no worry about seeing the world's splendor. In the following months, Su Yang enjoyed a rare time of family reunion at home. Afterwards, Su Xuanheng and the others successively left the family, each embarking on their own journeys. When the home became somewhat deserted again, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei boarded the flying boat, leaving Qingyuan behind under the reluctant gazes of their family. This journey was long, requiring them to cross thousands of mountains and rivers, traversing the entire territories of Deqian and Deqi. Even with the speed of the spirit boat, it took several months before they finally entered the realm of the Great Ing dynasty. Upon entering Deing, the sensation was completely different. The topography of Deing was predominantly flat, unlike the mountainous terrains of Deqian and Deqi near the 10,000 Great Mountains, offering a broad view and smoother flow of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the air was obviously several times thicker than in Qingyuan, and the atmosphere was vibrant with vitality. The demeanor of the cultivators they encountered along the way was also different. Their average cultivation level was higher, and they were more densely packed, with the markets and towns bustling with prosperity. All of this was due to the three immortal cities located within Deing, which attracted cultivators from all over the southern region of Qianzhou. They yearned for the immortal city especially because it housed the pinnacle of cultivation resources in the entire southern region. Su Yang purchased a map of Deing from a cultivator and learned the specific locations of the three immortal cities. The one closest to them was called Ta Qing Immortal City, located within the Ta Qing Celestial Cave. Following the map's guidance, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei steered the flying boat across thousands of miles, finally arriving at the Ta Qing Celestial Cave. Before them stood an extraordinary mountain range shrouded in vast white mist where the clouds swirled, and even divine sense probing within felt obscured. Without divine sense guidance, mortals entering this area would only become trapped in the maze, and no matter how they walked, they would ultimately return to the starting point. However, Ta Qing Immortal City did not prohibit mortals from entering, they just needed to be led by a cultivator. With strong curiosity and anticipation, the two stepped into the mist. After passing through an invisible barrier, the scenery suddenly became clear. A vast immortal city beyond words to describe immediately came into view. The city walls were built from unknown spiritual materials, shimmering with a warm jade-like glow towering into the clouds beyond the reach of sight. The scenes within the city were shrouded by formations impossible to glimpse. At the city gate stood two guards dressed in standard spiritual armor, their cultivation level reaching the late stage of qi refinement, standing solemnly with sharp gazes. Seeing Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei walking straight towards them, one of the guards raised a hand to stop them. Halt. You two must be visiting the Immortal City for the first time, right? To enter Ta Qing Immortal City, you need to hold an Immortal City token. The entry token costs 500 spirit stones per person. Please pay. Su Yang, hearing this, calmly took out a storage bag and counted out 1,000 spirit stones to hand over. Although this entry fee was nothing to the Su family, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. The threshold to enter the Immortal City was indeed extraordinary. Without sufficient wealth, one wouldn't even qualify to enter, let alone bring a mortal inside. The guard verified the spirit stones and handed over 2 tokens made of a non-metallic, non-jade material intricately engraved with the characters Ta Qing. The token requires a drop of blood to recognize its master before it can be used. Inside the city, you must abide by the laws of the Immortal City, or violators will face severe punishment. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei took the tokens and dropped their blood on them as instructed. The tokens flashed with a faint light, establishing a weak connection with the two. Holding the tokens, the two took another step, officially entering the grand gate of the Immortal City. In an instant, it was as if they had passed through a water curtain, and the scene before them became suddenly clear and magnified. A rich, almost mist-like spiritual energy rushed towards them, invigorating their spirits, causing every pore in their bodies to involuntarily open up. Simultaneously, the clamorous sounds of voices, vendors, discussions, and the cries of spirit beasts surged into their ears like a tidal wave, presenting a scene of cultivation prosperity that was 100-fold more bustling than any cultivation market they had seen. At the first glance upon entering the city, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmai's gazes were firmly drawn to the spectacle in the sky, unable to look away. In the distance, there was a massive staircase, seemingly carved from white jade, rising from the ground, winding upwards straight into the clouds. At the top of the staircase floated a series of palatial structures adorned with exquisite towers and flying eaves surrounded by radiant light, resembling the heavenly palace from legends descending into the mortal realm. They stood majestically above the firmament, yet did not obstruct the sunlight and view below. Instead, they cast down a soft glow, illuminating the entire immortal city in a dreamlike radiance. One can imagine how magnificent and awe-inspiring the scene would be when overlooking below from that floating heavenly palace. Is this the immortal city? Qin Jiangmai, linking arms with Su Yang, exclaimed softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Can we go up to that heavenly palace to take a look? Su Yang, hearing this, slightly curled his lips. If all goes well, that should be where the city lord resides. The scenery of the immortal city was equally grand, with towering buildings and palaces rising in succession, exceedingly prosperous and beautiful. However, compared to the heavenly palace, the beauty of the immortal city below felt like it was created merely to please the inhabitants of the heavenly palace. Walking along the bustling streets of the immortal city, Qin Jiangmai gazed at the distant palace floating among the clouds, unable to help but softly ask, "It is said that the lord of the immortal city has at least reached the late stage of golden core, and some are even nascent soul true lords. How powerful could the lord of the Taiching immortal city be?" Su Yang's gaze swept over the towering heavenly palace, calmly replying, "It is rumored that the lord of the Taiching immortal city is indeed a nascent soul true lord, but most nascent soul true lords do not reside in the southern region of Qianzhou. They likely spend most of their time seeking opportunities outside, leaving the daily affairs of the city to a deputy lord. Why would a nascent soul old monster waste time on such trivial matters? They leave it to their subordinates to. In addition, the southern region of Qianzhou is resource poor, unable to support even many golden core cultivators. It is even less likely for nascent soul true lords to stay in such a place, at most just passing by occasionally to take a look. The purpose of the immortal city exists to help him gather cultivation materials and train subordinates. So the actual power holders of the Taiching immortal city are essentially golden core realms." Qin Jiangmai linked her arm with Su Yang's, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "With your current cultivation level in the immortal city, you could be considered a distinguished guest." Su Yang smiled and shook his head. "I'm just a mere golden core cultivator, and besides, we are newcomers here, unfamiliar with the surroundings. It's best not to stand out too much. Our primary task is to discern the local unspoken rules and cultural nuances. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the longer their lifespan, and often their temperament becomes increasingly indifferent and detached. Foundation establishment cultivators can easily cut off mundane ties. How cold-hearted would those golden core realms who have lived for hundreds of years be? If an unfamiliar golden core cultivator rashly revealed his identity, he might not be treated as a revered guest. Instead, he could be seen as a potential threat that needs to be guarded against or eliminated. Therefore, since entering the immortal city, he and Qin Jiangmai have been suppressing their cultivation to the early stage of foundation establishment. In the Taiching immortal city, early foundation establishment cultivators are hardly noticeable. Even the guards at the city gate, who are latest stage Qi refinement practitioners, show them little respect. At this level of foundation establishment, one is just a mere member of the multitude. The two acquired several pieces of intelligence regarding the Dang dynasty from various information organizations. They then sought out and in piecing together the recent events within Dang from the casual conversations of the cultivators. "You two must be new to the immortal city, right?" An amiable middle-aged cultivator in the inn took the initiative to engage in conversation. "Not long ago, a large auction just concluded. Now, if you wish to purchase rare materials, you'll mostly have to rely on luck at the various trade associations or sift through the scattered market stalls." At this moment, another person next to him took over the conversation. "Actually, there is another channel." The middle-aged cultivator was momentarily stunned, and then smiled in realization. "Indeed, how could I forget this? In a few days, Master Li in the city will organize a small trade fair. If you need anything, perhaps you can go take a look." Master Li. A trade fair organized by Golden Core cultivators. Su Yang's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "How many Golden Core cultivators will be present?" The middle-aged cultivator pondered for a moment, somewhat uncertain, and said, There are quite a few golden core cultivators in the Immortal City, though I estimate there will be at least 7 or 8 present. His tone carried a hint of reverence and detachment. After all, he himself was merely at the Foundation establishment level, unable to reach the level of golden core realms. His words were merely based on vague hearsay. Su Yang nodded slightly in thanks, and did not ask further, taking Qin Jiangmei back to their in-room. Are you planning to participate in this trade fair? Qin Jiangmei softly inquired, a hint of concern showing on her beautiful face. Su Yang nodded. The variety of third-tier refining materials in the trade association is scarce, and most are of average quality, not meeting the needs for refining my innate magical treasure. This trade fair might be an opportunity. Qin Jiangmei frowned slightly, and reminded. Those few people earlier were a bit too enthusiastic. Their words and actions were markedly different from ordinary cultivators. I'm worried that the so-called trade fair could be a meticulously laid trap. It wasn't that she was overly cautious, but rather her intuition, honed over years in the cultivation world, was sounding alarms. It's fine. Su Yang's expression was calm, exuding the confidence of a golden core true lord. As long as it's not a nascent soul true lord personally making a move, no one can keep us here. Moreover, those few are merely at the Foundation establishment level. If they dare to act, it will be them who are unfortunate. His purpose for this journey was solely to acquire necessary materials, and regarding the potential risks, he had his own strategies to cope. I didn't expect to get involved in such disputes right after arriving in the Immortal City. Qin Jiangmei sighed lightly. It seems that the Immortal City only appears orderly on the surface, but it's likely not peaceful behind the scenes. Su Yang chuckled and teased. Who knows, perhaps the mastermind behind this trade fair is the Deputy Lord of the Immortal City. Without the Lord's tacit approval, how could these people be so brazen? Do you still have the mood to joke? Qin Jiangmei's expression turned serious. What if we are genuinely besieged by 7 or 8 golden core cultivators? While we can indeed retreat into the starry secret realm to take refuge, what about afterwards? Still in the Immortal City, we would inevitably find ourselves surrounded again, making it extremely difficult to escape. So what? Su Yang smiled brightly, carrying a hint of playfulness. At worst, we can just stay together in the starry secret realm, living a peaceful life together for a lifetime. Qin Jiangmei, hearing this, couldn't help but give him a playful eye roll, too lazy to argue with her unserious husband. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The two gathered more intelligence within the Immortal City, gaining a deeper understanding of the cultivation landscape of the Dang dynasty. The competition among cultivators here is fierce, with cunning methods, and the degree of treachery far surpasses that of the Great Qian. Beneath the seemingly prosperous and harmonious surface of the Immortal City, there are turbulent undercurrents filled with schemes and plundering. This further convinced them that the trade fair is very likely a trap, likely orchestrated by the higher-ups of the Immortal City. The purpose is actually simple. If enticing high-tier treasures appear, they would secretly make their move to rob them. If not, it would just be considered an ordinary gathering, extracting exorbitant entrance fees. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The clear light spilled over the Lingxiao Lake of the Taiching Immortal City, with shimmering waves reflecting the full moon and countless stars, creating an exquisitely beautiful scene. In the center of the lake floated an incredibly large spiritual wooden ship. The ship was intricately carved and adorned with pearls and spiritual light talismans, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. The ship was brightly lit with the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments echoing, and one could faintly see graceful figures dancing to the music, with a fragrance of cosmetics mixed with spiritual wine wafting in the air. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei arrived at the lakeside, verified their identities, and paid an entrance fee of 2,000 spirit stones. That's pretty steep. 1,000 spirit stones, each even more expensive than entering the Immortal City. Su Yang mused inwardly, yet remained expressionless on the outside. As they boarded the ship, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of extravagant revelry. Su Daoyo Qin Xianzi over here. Come quickly. The middle-aged cultivator who called himself Meng Chun was the first to notice Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. His face was filled with a warm smile as he called out from a distance. The people sitting beside him were all cultivators he had met at the inn that day, each wearing a friendly smile and an almost overly cordial attitude. The more they acted this way, the more out of place it felt. Su Yang had long seen through their true intentions, and disinterested in any pretense, smiled gently and replied through sound transmission, "My wife, and I will find a quiet spot on our own. You fellows can feel free to do as you wish, no need to trouble yourselves." As soon as he spoke, the smiles on Meng Chun and the others' faces clearly froze for a moment. Meng Chun quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying, "Very well, the two of you please feel free." Once Su Yang and the others had walked away, a tall, thin cultivator beside Meng Chun whispered, "Brother Meng, this person seems to be quite guarded. Could it be that he has noticed something?" Meng Chen's expression darkened slightly as he scolded through sound transmission. It must be that you all were too fake. Anyone with a bit of experience in the martial world can sense that something is off. However, this may not be a bad thing, as it at least indicates that they have some ulterior motive and perhaps truly possess something valuable. Another person asked, now that they are suspicious, yet still dare to come, they must have some confidence. Should we proceed according to the original plan? Meng Chen pondered and replied, let's observe for now. There are other fat sheep tonight. If we push too hard, we can always switch targets. At this moment, a slightly overweight cultivator whose gaze occasionally darted toward Qin Jiangmei licked his lips and spoke with a tone of regret mixed with greed. What a shame to change targets. That Qin Xinzi truly is a sight for sore eyes and absolutely perfect furnace body. This remark caused those behind him to breathe a little heavier, sharing knowing chuckles. Meng Chun frowned tightly. This plump cultivator practiced a dual cultivation technique, favoring the collection of furnace bodies. A woman like Qin Jiangmei, with her gentle demeanor, stunning beauty, and solid cultivation base, was akin to a rare treasure in their eyes. Do not let your lust cloud your judgment and jeopardize the main objective, he warned in a low voice, but judging by the expressions of the others, it was clear they had not fully taken his words to heart. After a round of songs and dances to warm up the atmosphere, several Golden Core cultivators entered in succession and took their seats at the main table. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the trading meeting officially commenced. Initially, the Qi refining cultivators brought out some of their assets, seeking to purchase or exchange Foundation Establishment pills and other resources from the Foundation Establishment cultivators present. Then it was the turn of the Foundation Establishment cultivators to seek purchases of second and third-tier techniques, pills, and magic tools from the Golden Core cultivators. Su Yang remained seated in silence, not uttering a word. The items being traded held no appeal for him. This situation left Meng Chun and the others nearby feeling puzzled. Could it be that they had misjudged? Were these two truly here to gain experience? Once all the Qi refining cultivators had left, only the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators remained, and the trading meeting entered its next phase. At this moment, a Golden Core cultivator dressed in a green robe with a resolute face stood up and said loudly, I am a newcomer to the Golden Core stage and lack a technique of the 5 elements attributes for this stage. I am willing to exchange treasures or spirit stones. May I ask which fellow Taoist can assist me? As soon as he finished speaking, the venue fell into a moment of silence, with many cultivators exhibiting expressions of surprise. Techniques encompassing all 5 elements were extremely difficult to cultivate and demanded high resources and talent. Most cultivators typically focused on 1 or 2 attributes based on their spiritual root affinities, with only a few managing to practice 3 attributes. To think that this person had cultivated all 5 attributes. It was already a feat for him to establish a foundation, yet he had actually achieved Golden Core success. His strength and talent were certainly extraordinary. However, precisely because cultivators who practiced 5 attributes were exceedingly rare, Golden Core techniques of the 5 elements were nearly extinct. After waiting for a while, no one responded. The green-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment and anxiety. He had searched through 3 immortal cities to no avail, and if he could not find it again, his path could very well be cut off. Just as he was about to give up hope and sit down, a calm sound transmission rang directly in his sea of consciousness. I possess a 5 elements Golden Core technique from the Great Qian, but I require rare 3rd-tier refining materials with 10 of each elemental attribute. The green-robed cultivator's spirit lifted, and he instantly locked onto the source of the sound transmission, discovering that it was actually a young man who was only at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. He felt a mix of shock and suspicion, but outwardly he maintained his composure and sat back down, secretly replying via sound transmission, I possess 3rd-tier refining materials, but I cannot gather 10 of each elemental attribute. I can at most provide 5 of each. Can we make up the difference with other resources? As he transmitted the message, he carefully scanned Su Yang with his divine sense, but still only sensed the spiritual fluctuations of an initial Foundation Establishment cultivator. How could a Foundation Establishment cultivator possess a Golden Core technique? And how could he dare to trade so calmly with a Golden Core cultivator? This person could not possibly be at Foundation Establishment. You can make up the difference with Golden Core spiritual items and Millennium Spirit herbs. Su Yang's reply was concise and clear. The green-robed cultivator felt a weight lift from his heart and promptly transmitted, I am Jiangze, the head of the Jiang family in Songming City. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? Su Yang replied, lightly, tomorrow you may come to the inn where I am staying to discuss in detail. After saying this, he ceased further conversation. The trading meeting continued with several more Golden Core cultivators presenting treasures for exchange, yet none captured Su Yang's interest. Just as everyone thought that this trading meeting would end rather blandly, the hosting Golden Core Cultivator Master Li suddenly cleared his throat and threw out a significant piece of news. Fellow Taoists, I believe you are all aware that the Qingming Medicine Valley is about to open. I happen to have 10 tokens for entering the Medicine Valley. These tokens are not for sale in spirit stones. They can only be exchanged for spirit sources. Interested parties may start bidding. Once Master Li spoke, the atmosphere in the trading venue, which had been somewhat dull, suddenly changed like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. The Qingming Medicine Valley. This is an ancient medicinal garden secret realm controlled by the Grading Dynasty, where countless rare spirit herbs not easily found in the outside world grow, some of which are hundreds or even thousands of years old. This secret realm does not open at all times, but rather every few decades or hundreds of years. The only credential for entering the Medicine Valley is this token issued by the Grading Dynasty. In an instant, the surrounding people began to discuss animatedly. Su Yang pieced together the information about the Qingming Medicine Valley from their fragmented words, and his spirit instantly surged. This secret realm was precisely what could alleviate the current shortage of Millennium Spirit herbs faced by the Su family. The only question was whether this Medicine Valley token was merely a simple entry credential, or if it was related to the actions of cultivators within the Medicine Valley. If it was just an ordinary entry token, the matter would be simple. Su Yang would only need to hold one token himself, and then bring all his clan members into the Starry Horizon secret realm. After he personally entered the Qingming Medicine Valley with the token, he could then release his clan members, allowing the entire Su family to share the resources of the secret realm. But if the token was related to the restrictions within the Medicine Valley, then this method would not work. Let's exchange for a token first and see. Su Yang had made up his mind, and someone in the crowd had already begun to bid. A wisp of spiritual source. 3 wisps. This price is still reasonable. Any more would exceed its value. 5 wisps. My Sure family needs 2 tokens. Can we exchange 1 wisp of spiritual source for 2 tokens from Master Li? At the trading fair, several Golden Core cultivators successively made their bids, their voices steady, yet concealing hidden agendas. Right from the start, a token from the Qingming Medicine Valley had already been raised to the high price of 5 wisps of spiritual source. 1 wisp of spiritual source can be divided into 10 strands. Although the Su family possesses 6 strands equivalent to 60, the spiritual source is a treasure essential for Golden Core cultivators to break through minor bottlenecks, making its value immeasurable. Exchanging 5 wisps of spiritual source for a token has already exceeded the inherent value of the token. Upon hearing the word Sure family, Su Yang instinctively turned his gaze. The opponent's cultivation aura was very well concealed, but his divine sense as a Golden Core cultivator was exceptionally sharp, still capturing a faint sense of familiarity. Could this Sure family be the one from Wanjing County back in the day? Su Yang pondered in his heart. Back then, the Sure family's practice of demonic arts was exposed in the Xinghuan secret realm of Luoxian City, leading to the massacre of disciples from the Lingxi faction. It was the timely arrival of the Su family that saved Cheng Yu and others. Subsequently, the Sure family from Wanjing County was hunted down by the Wei dynasty, but they received wind of it in advance and fled as a clan, avoiding extermination. This matter later faded away. Now, hearing the name of the Sure family again, and sensing a familiar aura from the opponent, Su Yang could almost conclude that this Sure family was indeed the one from Wanjing County back then. Not only had they survived, but the clan had even produced Golden Core cultivators, indicating that they were living quiet. Just as Su Yang was contemplating, the Sure family's Golden Core cultivator successfully acquired 2 tokens from the Qingming Medicine Valley with a single wisp of spiritual source. Then 3 more tokens were snatched away by several other Golden Core cultivators at prices of 3 and 4 wisps of spiritual source. Su Yang immediately snapped back to reality, no longer hesitating, and said in a deep voice, I will also bid 1 wisp of spiritual source for 2 tokens from the Medicine Valley. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes and attendants focused sharply on him. Su Yang's displayed cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and even the Golden Core cultivators present could not see through his disguise. Thus everyone instinctively thought of Su Yang as just a naive rookie. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, holding such a treasure as spiritual source without hiding it away, yet daring to participate openly in the bidding, was simply like a child with gold in a bustling market. Many cultivators showed glimmers of greed and mockery in their eyes. Meng Chuan and others, seeing this, couldn't help but feel it was a pity. They were not mistaken. Su Yang indeed had hidden treasures, but they never expected him to be affluent enough to casually produce a wisp of spiritual source that even Golden Core cultivators coveted. Unfortunately, he had caught the attention of the Golden Core cultivators. Master Li in the main seat upon hearing this was slightly taken aback, then nodded subtly with a composed demeanor. Very well, these 2 tokens are yours. He waved his hand, and 2 ancient tokens emanating a faint blue glow and inscribed with mysterious patterns floated before Su Yang. Su Yang hesitated not at all. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of spiritual source, glowing with golden light, flew out from his storage ring, landing steadily in Master Li's hand. He initially intended to exchange for just 1 token, but then thought it over. If the tokens were bound to the cultivator's actions within the Medicine Valley, exchanging for only 1 would prevent him from entering with Qin Jiangmei. Moreover, the Medicine Valley's tokens are hard to come by. Missing this opportunity would make it difficult to obtain them again. To be safe, it's better to exchange for 2. After all, the Su family has deep roots, possessing as many as 6 strands of spiritual source. Using 1 is within an acceptable range. He was also too lazy to haggle with these golden core cultivators, as saving that 1 or 2 wisps of spiritual source would not significantly aid his breakthrough. Having secured the 2 tokens, Su Yang calmly surveyed his surroundings, taking in the expressions of the. Since he dared to make a bid, he was naturally prepared for possible robbery, and there was even a hint of anticipation within him. If any bold golden core cultivators were to come, the rewards would surely be substantial. For the remaining tokens, Su Yang no longer participated in the bidding, instead watching quietly as the trading fair concluded. As the event dispersed, Jiang Zhe transmitted a message to Su Yang. Do you require assistance? It was not easy to find a golden core technique of the 5 attributes. I hope nothing happens to you, Su Yang. You can come find me at the inn tomorrow, fellow Taoist. Su Yang replied indifferently, leaving Lingxiao Lake at a leisurely pace with Qin Jiangmei. The 2 possessed divine senses far surpassing their peers, covering a vast range. Not long after they departed, they noticed a number of tails following them, predominantly the auras of several golden core cultivators, with a few foundation establishment cultivators trailing from a distance, likely wanting to watch the fun or hoping to pick up some leftovers. Meng Shun and his group were among them, unwilling to give up so easily, yet curious about how Su Yang could be so fearless. Did he truly possess extraordinary abilities, or was he simply a naive rookie unaware of the danger? Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei walked along the streets of the Immortal City. At this moment, the city should have been bustling and lively, yet the surroundings were eerily silent. The lights were still on the towers, still stood, but the noisy voices, the cries of spirit beasts, and the gleaming sounds of magical artifacts. All sounds and traces of life had vanished. The entire long street was empty, resembling a ghost town, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. Qin Jiangmei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she softly said, "This is a 3rd-tier concealment array. We have stepped into a formation." With her current mastery of formations, if someone had set up a formation temporarily on the street, she would be able to see through it at a glance. However, the 2 had unknowingly fallen into the formation, the only explanation being that this formation had not been set up on a temporary basis, but had long been shrouding this area. It is the city's own formation. Su Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. A formation that could be overlooked by both of them, and was difficult even for golden core cultivators to detect, could only be the city protection formation within Taiching Immortal City. The opponent had activated the city protection formation, creating a confinement array in this place. This completely confirmed their previous conjecture. The mastermind behind the trading fair was indeed the acting city lord. Su Yang halted, his steps no longer advancing. His gaze swept over the hiding spots of several golden core cultivators as he calmly said, "Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that this Taiching Immortal City is actually a den for robbing cultivators? To mobilize so many golden core experts just to besiege 2 foundation establishment casual cultivators seems excessively grand." A light chuckle broke the silence. Master Li's figure slowly emerged from the void ahead, gently stroking his goat beard, a smile on his face that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking. "You are too modest, fellow Taoist." His gaze fell upon Su Yang. "You are no mere foundation establishment cultivator. You are clearly on par with us golden core cultivators." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Meng Chun and his group were struck as if hit by lightning, their bodies trembling, their expressions solidifying, fear and shock surging in their eyes. "This person is a golden core cultivator." Meng Chun felt a chill surge from his feet straight to the top of his head, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Golden core cultivators are inherently deep thinkers and would never naively believe that a foundation establishment cultivator could remain so unperturbed under such circumstances as Su Yang. Though they could not see through Su Yang's true cultivation level, his calm demeanor amidst impending danger and his boldness in offering spiritual resources for a token left them wholly convinced that he was not a foundation establishment cultivator, but indeed a fellow golden core practitioner. Upon being exposed by real person, Li Suyang showed no signs of surprise or panic on his face. He had never intended to conceal his cultivation indefinitely. Presenting himself as a Foundation establishment cultivator was merely to avoid drawing attention while navigating the immortal city, thus preventing unnecessary trouble. The token from the Qingming Medicine Valley was of paramount importance to the Su family, and thus revealing his true cultivation was entirely worthwhile. Now that you know I am a golden core cultivator, what do you intend to do by setting up a barrier here? Su Yang's expression was as calm as still water, his gaze sweeping over real person Li and the several indistinct auras around him. Is it really because I concealed my cultivation that you feel the need to take special measures? Not at all, not at all. Real person Li chuckled, stroking his beard, his tone warm, as if he were an old friend catching up. You are mistaken, fellow cultivator, we mean no harm. We merely noticed your unfamiliar face and thought we should make your acquaintance, as it seems you are new to the Taiching Immortal City. As fellow Golden Core practitioners, discussing and exchanging insights would be a wonderful opportunity. Su Yang thought to himself, sneering inwardly at the hypocrisy. Clearly aiming to commit murder and seize treasures, they cleverly masked their intentions with a pretense of discussion, providing themselves with a reason to act, while leaving room for negotiation. If they encountered resistance, they could easily feign a friendly exchange. These old foxes, having lived for hundreds of years, indeed acted with caution and guile, always leaving themselves an escape route despite being in a seemingly advantageous position. I see. Su Yang's tone remained flat, devoid of any indication of joy or anger. There is nothing wrong with discussing and exchanging insights. However, I have some trivial matters to attend to. Would it be acceptable for my companion to leave first while I engage in this discussion with you? Upon hearing this, real person Li's gaze sharpened as it quickly scanned Qin Jiangmei. This woman exuded a solid aura and robust foundation, but given the current circumstances, it was clear she only possessed the cultivation of a Foundation establishment. He calculated in his mind, the real treasures must be in the hands of Su Yang, the Golden Core cultivator. Letting a Foundation establishment female cultivator go would not be a loss. Thus he nodded with a smile. Feel free, young friend. Husband Qin Jiangmei gently grasped Su Yang's sleeve, her beautiful eyes betraying her concern. After all, there were several Golden Core cultivators present, making it highly likely that her husband would struggle to cope alone. Su Yang gently patted her hand, his fingertip subtly brushing against her palm as he transmitted his voice in a steady and reassuring tone. It's fine. You go take care of those tails outside, they'll handle things here. Feeling the warmth from her husband's palm, Qin Jiangmei felt somewhat reassured. She knew Su Yang had many tricks up his sleeve and possessed the Starry Horizon secret realm as a final trump card. Even if he couldn't win, escaping should not be a problem. She nodded, slightly refraining from further words, and turned to walk towards the edge of the formation. In a flash, she appeared outside the formation. Meng Chun and his companions were anxiously monitoring the situation inside the formation. Upon seeing Qin Jiangmei emerge alone, their expressions turned cold as they gazed at her, their hearts sinking. Especially the slightly plump cultivator who had previously leered at Qin Jiangmei with lustful words aboard the ship. Now all that remained was sheer terror. How could their hushed discussions on the ship possibly escape the perception of a Golden Core real person? With her appearance, it was evident she intended to silence them permanently. Run! Meng Chun reacted the quickest, shouting as he turned to flee on his sword, transforming into a streak of light. The others, waking from their shock, turned pale and scattered in a panic. Qin Jiangmei's demeanor suddenly turned icy, her entire being radiating a chilling, killing intent. She did not pursue. Instead, she simply raised her jade hand and seemingly casually pressed against the void. Buzz, spiritual power manifested like threads from thin air, intertwining into invisible strings of a zither. In an instant, a clear and ethereal melody began to resonate, the tune not loud, but echoing directly within the depths of their souls. Yao Hu's soul-binding melody. Upon hearing the zither sound, Meng Chun and the others who had intended to flee suddenly froze as if bound by invisible shackles, their eyes widening in terror. They felt their souls sinking into a viscous mire, their thoughts stalling, their spiritual power becoming sluggish, and their escape light immediately dissipating. Fairy Qin, please don't misunderstand. We were merely passing through, and we mean no harm. Meng Chun stammered, trembling with fear as he attempted to plead. Qin Jiangmei's expression remained icy, showing no signs of wavering. In the realm of cultivation, showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. This is an ironclad rule. With a gentle flick of her fingertip across the imaginary zither strings. Zheng. The zither sound suddenly sharpened, transforming into countless razor-sharp sound waves that were nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, sweeping towards the immobilized group like an invisible tide. As the sound waves passed, the air rippled, and the protective spiritual light surrounding Meng Chun and the others shattered like paper, their spirits quickly dimming. Inside the formation, with Qin Jiangmai's departure, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Only Su Yang remained along with 4 golden core cultivators led by Real Person Li. The formation had isolated them from the outside world, transforming this place into a temporary battleground. Real Person Li's smile grew increasingly benign, as if he were genuinely engaged in a casual conversation with a newly met friend. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name and where you hail from. I have cultivated within the Great Ing for hundreds of years, yet I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Su Yang remained alert to the other 3 golden core cultivators while responding with calm indifference. It is only natural that Real Person Li has not seen me before. I have only recently condensed my golden core and am new here. As for my origins, I am merely a wandering cultivator from the wilderness, hardly worth mentioning. While his combat abilities were indeed formidable, with a wealth of diverse techniques, the life and death struggles between golden core cultivators often hinged on their lifebound treasures. Su Yang had yet to refine his own lifebound treasure, which was currently his greatest shortcoming. If these 4 were to disregard face and swarm him, he feared he would have no choice but to evade the onslaught and retreat into the Starry Horizon's secret realm. However, judging by their postures, these individuals seemed rather wary of him and did not immediately attack. No one could discern what support he might possess or whether he held any astonishing trump cards. Upon hearing Su Yang claim to have just ascended to the golden core stage, a hint of subtle mockery flashed in Real Person Li's eyes, while the other 3 exchanged glances. Having already seen through his earlier pretense of being a Foundation establishment cultivator, they did not believe a single word of Su Yang's statement. This guy had just pretended to be a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator, and after Real Person Li exposed his cultivation, he was now masquerading as someone who had just recently ascended to the golden core stage, portraying himself as someone who had yet to refine a lifebound treasure. But what was the actual situation? Perhaps he was at the mid-golden core stage, or even the late golden core stage, just feigning ignorance. Several golden core cultivators communicated secretly, yet they were pushing each other to take the first move to test Su Yang's depth, while they observed from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to act. After all, sparring was one thing, but seizing treasures was another. No one wished to be the first to take the risk and end up making a wedding gown for someone else. Realizing the other 3 were so evasive, Master Li cursed inwardly. Each of you is so timid, it truly disgraces the dignity of a golden core cultivator. He no longer waited, his voice suddenly turning cold, breaking the stalemate. Since you are all being modest, then let this old man experience the skills of this fellow Taoist. A clear and melodious sound of a sword echoed. A dazzling silver flying sword shot out from Master Li's waist pouch, hovering before him. The sword body trembled, and in an instant 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of silver sword shadows densely emerged, forming a formidable sword array suspended around Master Li. The chilling sword intent permeated the area, firmly locking onto Su Yang. In the air, it seemed as if countless fine sword chi were swimming about, cutting against the skin painfully. Fellow Taoist, reveal your treasures. Master Li's voice carried the unique authority and pressure of a golden core cultivator as he formed a sword seal, causing the myriad sword shadows to slightly adjust their direction, ready to strike. Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, yet a slight heaviness filled his heart. A brilliant and fiery golden sun slowly rose from behind him, its light not blinding, but carrying a scorching Tao rhythm that seemed to incinerate all. His tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of helplessness. Master Li, everything I stated earlier is true. I have just entered the golden core stage, and have yet to refine my life treasure. In this sparring, I hope you will show mercy. If that's the case, be careful, fellow Taoist. Master Li clearly did not believe him, pointing his sword seal. Hundreds of silver sword shadows surged like an enraged swarm of bees, piercing towards Su Yang from all directions. The sword light fell like rain, sealing off all escape routes. The fierce sword chi had yet to reach him, but deep grooves were already cut into the ground and walls around him. In that instant, the radiant sun behind Su Yang erupted, with even more brilliant light, a condensed divine light shooting out, refracting, and colliding among the countless sword shadows. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed between the two as the densely packed sword shadows shattered under the illumination of the sun's divine light, transforming into countless silver light spots that dissipated. At the same time, spiritual power surged within Su Yang. A silvery liquid-like substance emerged from his body, rapidly spreading and enveloping him. It then transformed from liquid to solid, forming a sharply defined, smoothly contoured silver spiritual armor. The spiritual armor was adorned with mysterious golden patterns, shimmering brightly, subtly flowing with a strange luster. Heavenly spirit body. This was a brand new secret technique created by Su Yang and Su Xianjing after years of research combining the heavenly demon body with spirit attachment. It not only provided comprehensive enhancement to the physical body from the heavenly demon body, but also permanently solidified the enhancement effect of spirit attachment onto the surface, forming this armor that integrated offense and defense comparable to a treasure. The moment the spiritual armor took shape, Su Yang's aura suddenly surged. He moved like lightning, directly charging into the still dissipating sword shadows and the residual divine light. Facing the sporadic sword shadows that surged again, Su Yang threw his fists, and in an instant the shadows of his fists crisscrossed, carrying immense power, shattering all remaining sword shadows. He didn't even dodge, instead punching directly against Master Li's life treasure flying sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the street, and that silver flying sword let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying backward. The physical strength enhanced by the heavenly spirit body was already comparable to that of a treasure. Just as he spoke in mere breaths, Su Yang had broken through the sword rain and arrived before Master Li. Master Li's pupils constricted sharply as the massive shadow of the fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. In a hurry, he conjured a heavy shield of spiritual light, placing it before him. Boom! However, the shield had just risen when it shattered upon impact. Master Li, startled, retreated hastily, and with a swift thought the flying sword that had been knocked away transformed into a streak of light, blocking before him once more. Su Yang's fist collided with the flying sword, and the terrifying force transmitted through the sword caused Master Li's blood to surge, sending the flying sword flying again. Taking advantage of this gap, the purple glow of divine light illuminated and accurately struck Master Li. Sizzle! Master Li's clothes ignited in a fiery glow. Though it did not cause severe injury, it momentarily stalled his aura, leaving him in a state of embarrassment. What is this thing? Could this armor be his treasure? Master Li was horrified, once again forcibly urging the flying sword, its body trembling, splitting into more sword shadows, slashing down towards Su Yang with fierce sword intent. However, this time Su Yang did not clash. Heat in his figure flickered like a phantom, avoiding the sharpness at an incredible speed. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, grasping the sword hilt of the silver flying sword, attempting to circumvent and attack. The golden spirit attachment patterns on the spiritual armor suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, spreading along the sword hilt toward the entire flying sword like a living thing. What a... Master Li was horrified, losing his voice as he felt the connection between himself and the flying sword becoming sluggish, as if separated by an invisible barrier. A life treasure is intricately linked with its owner's mind, making it extremely difficult for others to control, let alone forcibly seize it. This situation completely overturned his understanding. It's that strange pattern, he realized in an instant. Su Yang, unconcerned with his thoughts, held the temporarily seized flying sword, shifting its momentum, unleashing the water sword intent. The sword emerged like spring rain, gentle yet omnipresent. In an instant, the myriad sword shadows transformed into a fine rain of sword chi enveloping Master Li. The seemingly gentle sword rain actually contained terrifying, penetrating, and lethal power, specifically designed to break through protective spiritual light. Are you all still not moving? Master Li's complexion changed drastically, shouting loudly, no longer concerned about his dignity. The three golden core cultivators who had been observing also displayed shock. They never expected Master Li to be forced to such an extent. Hearing the shout, the three no longer hesitated, their figures appearing simultaneously, each employing their methods, either summoning treasures or casting Dao techniques, attacking Su Yang from different directions. Is this what you call sparring? Using many to fight against one? Su Yang sneered, mocking them. With his left hand, he swept the purple divine light, repelling a fire-type spell attacking from one side, while with his right hand the sword rain transformed from the water sword intent split off to meet the golden great seal attacking from another side, and he quickly retreated to avoid a third icy finger wind ambush. The faces of the several golden core cultivators flashed with a hint of awkwardness, but having lived for hundreds of years, their skin had thickened like city walls, pretending not to hear and intensifying their attacks. Just as the four were preparing to exert their full strength to suppress Su Yang home, the third-tier trapping formation that enveloped the street abruptly collapsed without warning. The street, originally quiet and isolated by the formation, instantly regained its clamor. A bustling crowd appeared out of nowhere, their shouts, conversations, and footsteps merging into a cacophony. Master Li and the others' Dao techniques and spiritual light still hovered in midair, while Su Yang's sword intent had yet to completely dissipate, and both sides' movements simultaneously froze. Su Yang happened to stand at the center of the crowd. The pressure of spiritual power emanating from the Golden Core cultivators left the surrounding cultivators and commoners in a stupor, gazing at them in confusion and fear, as if an invisible weight, like a massive stone, pressed upon their hearts, making it hard to breathe. A few individuals suddenly appeared, radiating waves of combat intent, catching the cultivators and citizens in the immortal city off guard. The time has come, fellow Taoists, let's end this sparring here. A calm yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Li Jinren and the others' expressions slightly changed. Without hesitation, they immediately restrained their auras and retracted their suspended magic treasures and imminent attacks. With a slight sway, he seemed to merge like an ink drop in water, disappearing from the sight of many cultivators in the blink of an eye, as if he had never existed. Today's incident is due to my mismanagement in Taiching Immortal City, disturbing your tranquility. I hope you won't hold it against me. The voice rang out again, but this time it was a transmission of spiritual energy, audible only to... At this moment, the graceful figure of Qin Jiangmei quickly approached, Su Yang grasping his hand with concern in her beautiful eyes. Husband, are you injured? Su Yang dispersed his heavenly spirit body, the silver-white armor, transforming into flowing light, and merging into his body, shaking his head. He looked at his wife, his eyes filled with questions. What's going on here? Did you summon the acting city lord? Being able to easily dismantle the trapping formation and persuade Li Jinren and the other 4 Golden Core cultivators to withdraw, with a single word, Su Yang could think of no one else besides the acting city lord in Taiching Immortal City. However, the acting city lord should logically be aligned with Li Jinren and the others, and it made no sense for him to falter at such a critical moment. There must have been some other changes. Su Yang immediately thought that this was likely the handiwork of Qin Jiangmei. As expected, Qin Jiangmei nodded, slightly smiling as she said, after all, this is Taiching Immortal City. They utilized the trapping formation to prevent this matter from being exposed. Thus, after I dealt with those few scoundrels outside, I went to the city lord's residence and sounded the drum of grievances, stating that Golden Core cultivators were using formations to trap and kill foreign cultivators within the city. Unexpectedly, this acting city lord handled the matter quite swiftly. Listening to this, Su Yang roughly guessed what Qin Jiangmei had done at that time. He hadn't expected that this seemingly unsolvable predicament had been easily resolved by her in such a simple manner. Previously, he had prepared to directly escape into the starry secret realm if the situation became untenable. Those with high moral standing are often the most bound by their reputation. I overlooked this point. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. After many years of cultivation, his thinking had gradually become direct, believing that all crises had to be forcibly resolved through strength. On the other hand, Qin Jiangmei's thoughts were meticulous. She still remembered that some matters could be easily resolved through rules or public opinion. The two quickly left the scene and returned to their in-room. After Qin Jiangmei set up a soundproof barrier, she softly asked, "What do you plan to do next, husband? Are we leaving Taiching Immortal City?" She felt that Taiching Immortal City was not safe. After all, she had made quite a ruckus at the city lord's residence, causing this acting city lord to lose face. Moreover, Su Yang had a feud with several Golden Core cultivators, including Li Jinren and the other party, would surely find ways to target them again. Su Yang shook his head, calmly analyzing. No, staying in Taiching Immortal City is actually safer for us now. Once we leave the city without the constraints of rules, they would be unrestrained. Although Qin Jiangmei's action of reporting to the city lord did not stir up much of a wave, it would undoubtedly fall into the eyes of certain forces within the city. The waters of the Immortal City run far deeper than what appears on the surface. One could not know how many eyes were watching the position of the acting city lord, waiting for him to make a mistake and then take the opportunity to strike and replace him. It was precisely for this reason that the earlier robbery was concluded so decisively. As long as Su Yang and the others stayed within the city, this acting city lord would not dare to act against them in the short term. Qin Jiangmei nodded slightly and then asked, "Is husband planning to wait here for the opening of the Qingming Medicine Valley?" Su Yang smiled and said, "Indeed, when the time comes, we will go to the Qingming Medicine Valley with the main group, and then we'll see how it goes step by step." City lord's residence. In a quiet room decorated mainly in light purple, an old man dressed in a luxurious purple robe, with meticulously combed white hair, was carefully trimming a pot of uniquely shaped purple spirit plant. With a small jade scissors, his expression focused. The interior was elegantly arranged, yet almost everything was in various shades of purple, showing the owner's preference for this color. This person was none other than the acting city lord of Taiching Immortal City, Ziyun Jinren. For beams of escape light quietly descended into the quiet room, revealing the figures of Li Jinren and the other 4 Golden Core cultivators. The faces of the 4 were not looking good, especially Li Jinren, whose hair was slightly disheveled and his robe bore faint traces of being scorched by purple light. "City lord, The four bowed in greeting, their tone respectful, yet puzzled. Why did the city lord suddenly make a stop? Li Jinren couldn't help but speak up, his voice carrying a hint of frustration. We were just about to take that brat down. Ziyun Jinren did not turn around, continuing to trim the leaves leisurely until he cut off an extra leaf, then slowly turned around. His face was old and wrinkled, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, but his eyes were clear and deep, shimmering with a hint of purple light, and the aura emanating from him was as heavy as a mountain, far surpassing that of Li Jinren and the others. That person's Dao companion just came to my city lord's residence to beat the drum of grievances, Ziyun Jinren said flatly. Although the commotion wasn't large, a few old fellows in the city who have been keeping an eye on me have surely noticed the unusual fluctuations in today's formation. Li Jinren frowned. A mere foundation establishment woman beating the drum of grievances is nothing to worry about. Just dismiss it. Ziyun Jinren glanced at him and said lightly, if it were just that, it would naturally be no problem, but I in a moment of whimsy used the heavenly mechanism technique to make a rough deduction. He paused, a hint of seriousness appearing on his aged face. This person has significant karmic ties with the Great Qian Empress. The Great Qian Empress? Another golden core cultivator asked in surprise. The one who has risen to fame in recent years, known for her thunderous methods. Ziyun Jinren nodded slowly. Precisely. According to my deductions, the fate of the Great Qi is nearing its end and will soon be swallowed by the Great Qian. At that time, the Great Qian will become a formidable force that can rival the Great Ying, and this empress is known for her domineering personality. His gaze swept over the four, his voice chillingly cold. If this brat dies in Taiching Immortal City today, and things are cleaned up neatly, it might go unnoticed by the outside world. But once word gets out, and that empress learns of it, with her temperament and the weight of the karmic ties on this person, she would not let it go easily. At that time, it would be a huge problem. To hear Ziyun Jinren say, it would be a huge problem, speaks volumes. The expressions of Li Jinren and the others all changed. They hadn't expected that Su Yang had such connections behind him. This person's words were indeed not to be trusted. A mere wild cultivator turned out to have an empress backing him. But now we have already offended him. If he holds a grudge in the future. Li Jinren frowned, deeply voicing his concerns. Ziyun Jinren picked up the jade scissors again, his tone returning to flatness. As long as he is not dead, the karmic ties are not fully established, and there is still room for maneuvering. However, this person's existence is indeed a nuisance, and has caused our plans today to fall through. He was trimming another leaf as he slowly said, the Qingming Medicine Valley is about to open, and the heavenly mechanisms within are chaotic, shielding all deductions. Li Jinren and the others' eyes brightened, understanding Ziyun Jinren's intention. Taking action within the Medicine Valley without anyone being aware. Even if the Great Qian Empress investigates afterward, no one would be able to deduce what exactly happened inside the valley. The city lord is wise. The four bowed deeply, smiles returning to their faces. Ziyun Jinren no longer spoke, as if he had fully immersed himself in the pot of purple spirit plant. In the quiet room, only the subtle sound of the jade scissors trimming the leaves remained, along with the distant sounds of bustling and commotion from outside. The next day, as the morning light began to break, Jiangze arrived as promised at the inn where Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were staying. He had witnessed yesterday's battle of the Golden Core cultivators in its entirety, and initially thought that his friend Su would be in peril under the siege of several Golden Core experts. However, to his surprise, it was Master Ziyun who intervened and forcefully halted the killing. Yet he still held little hope for Su Yang's situation. While Master Ziyun might have temporarily intervened out of face, how could the group, led by Master Li, simply let it go? However, these subsequent troubles were no longer his concern. Today, upon the completion of the transaction, the karmic ties would be resolved, and obtaining the 5 elements Golden Core technique was of utmost importance. As he approached the door, it opened silently before he could knock. Jiangze took a deep breath, adjusted his robe, and stepped inside. Inside, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were seated, waiting with 2 cups of spiritual tea on the table, steam rising and fragrant. As he entered, an invisible soundproof barrier quietly enveloped the room, completely isolating it from the outside. Su Daoist, Qin Daoist. Jiangze cupped his hands in greeting, adopting a very humble posture. In the face of this Golden Core cultivator, who could take on 4 opponents, he dared not show any slackness. Please take a seat, Jiang Daoist, Su Yang said with a slight nod, without any unnecessary pleasantries, directly taking out an ancient jade slip and placing it on the table. The jade slip was warm and faintly glimmered with spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary item. This is the Golden Core technique, De Qian Jinjia, Su Yang stated directly. It contains 5 sections: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Cultivators can choose the corresponding section to cultivate based on their spiritual root attributes, or they can cultivate multiple sections simultaneously. If one possesses all 5 elements and studies the entire text, it would constitute a complete golden core technique of the 5 elements. This technique was bestowed by the Daqian court. Although it is not a forbidden secret, the merit required for exchange is exceedingly high and a certain status within the court is necessary. The Su family has the authority to handle it, but this inheritance jade slip can only be used 3 times. I have comprehended it once, leaving 2 opportunities remaining. The Daqian Zhenjie holds limited value for the Su family, who possess the Dao Yanhunyuan Jing. The Dao Yanhunyuan Jing can actively adapt to cultivators, its mysteries far surpassing the latter. Thus, using this somewhat unhelpful technique to exchange for the rare refining materials he needed was a worthwhile trade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ze's breath quickened, his gaze fixed tightly on the jade slip. The flexibility of Daqian Zhenjie was precisely suited for a cultivator like him who practiced techniques of the 5 attributes. It was practically tailor-made. I understand. Jiang Ze forcibly suppressed his excitement and immediately took out several jade boxes and containers from his storage ring, carefully placing them on the table. These are the 3rd-tier refining materials. You require 5 portions of each of the 5 elements, totaling 20. Additionally, there are 3 stalks of 1000-year fire cloud grass, 2 stalks of Xian ice grass, and 1 stalk of earth vein golden ginseng, all primary materials for a tribute yuan dan to make up the price difference. This is all I can offer. I hope you will take a look. Su Yang's divine sense swept over. The quality of those refining materials was superior, and the purity of the 5 elements was precisely what was needed for crafting a lifebound treasure. Several stalks of 1000-year spiritual herbs were also sufficiently aged, brimming with spiritual energy, making them excellent for refining 5 elements yuan dan. He nodded slightly. Your sincerity is commendable. However, according to the rules, you must comprehend the inheritance here on the spot, and I have a few questions I would like to ask you as well. Jiang Ze felt a great weight lift from his heart and quickly replied, Please feel free to ask. I will answer to the best of my ability. As long as the questions are not too difficult, he was eager to provide more value to ensure the transaction proceeded smoothly. I purchased the Medicine Valley token, yet know very little about the matters within the valley. Jiang Daoist, having resided in the Great Ing for a long time, must have a deep understanding. Su Yang inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ze's face broke into a smile, as this was indeed new. The Qingming Medicine Valley holds a prominent reputation within my Great Ing, opening once every several decades, or even a century. It is an ancient remnant of a medicinal garden secret realm, within which not only grow a plethora of rare 1000-year spiritual herbs, but if one is fortunate, they might even discover the legacy of ancient cultivators. It is said that some have found spiritual sources there. His tone then became serious. There are no fixed rules within the secret realm, and the greatest danger comes from the cultivators who enter the secret realm. Killing for treasure is not uncommon. In certain legacy caves with restrictions, the rules are relatively simple, such as prohibiting battles or limiting the taking of treasures, but once outside the cave, danger still lurks everywhere. Thus, once inside the Medicine Valley, you must remain vigilant and trust no one. At this point, Jiang Ze seemed to remember something and added, Oh, and one crucial point within the Qingming Medicine Valley, the heavenly secrets are disrupted, shielding all divination techniques, tracking marks, and energy locks. In other words, whatever one does inside is extremely difficult to trace from the outside. Precisely because of this, the killings within the secret realm are often more reckless and without regard for the consequences. Su Yang's gaze shifted slightly. This was the key. The obstruction of heavenly secrets and energy tracking meant that taking action inside the Medicine Valley could maximize the avoidance of future troubles. This was both a crisis for him and an opportunity to shake off troubles. Yet for Qin Jiangmei, the risk also increased simultaneously. Glancing at his serene wife beside him, Su Yang thought for a moment and decided to bring her along. After all, such opportunities are rare. If they encounter a legacy suitable for Qin Jiangmei, it would be a pity to miss it. At worst, during critical moments, the two could retreat to the starry secret realm for safety. I see. Thank you for your clarification, Jiang Daoist. Su Yang nodded, then seemingly casually asked, Do you happen to have a Medicine Valley token as well? If so, we could possibly travel together, looking out for one another. Jiang Ze revealed a bitter smile, shaking his head. To be honest, I have only just resolved my issues with the technique, and my cultivation at the early stage of Golden Core is quite ordinary. Even if I had a way to obtain a token with my meager strength, entering the Medicine Valley would likely be perilous merely to make someone else a bride. I apologize for disappointing you. Half of his statement was true, half was an excuse. While cooperating with Su Yang was certainly beneficial, Su Yang was evidently being targeted by Master Ziyun and others. Traveling with him posed too high a risk. Su Yang understood and did not press further, smiling. No need to worry, opportunities cannot be forced. If there is a chance in the future, we will collaborate again. After saying this, he pushed the inheritance jade slip towards Jiangze. Jiangze received it with both hands, took a deep breath, and pressed the jade slip against his forehead. In an instant, a vast amount of information about the technique surged into his sea of consciousness. The rhythmic flow of the 5 element sections left him in awe, and a look of ecstatic joy involuntarily appeared on his face. The perplexing issues that had troubled him on his path were finally resolved today. After a long while, he slowly lowered the jade slip, still filled with excitement in his eyes, and solemnly bowed deeply to Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. Thank you, Su Daoist, for your assistance. This favor will be remembered by Jiang. If you two Taoists ever need help from me in the future, as long as it is within the Tsangming City area, I will certainly do my best. With the transaction complete and karmic ties cleared, Jiang Ze no longer lingered, filled with excitement, as he bid farewell and left. The room returned to silence. Qin Jiangmei delicately held the teapot, gracefully pouring another cup of spiritual tea for Su Yang. The Qingming Medicinal Valley is a perfect opportunity to escape our pursuers, but the battles within the secret realm are bound to be perilous. Does my husband have a decision in mind? Her voice was gentle, yet it pointed out the crux of the matter. Su Yang lifted the teacup, taking a small sip, his gaze deep. Risks and opportunities coexist. The Medicinal Valley will not open for some time, which is enough for me to successfully refine my lifebound treasure. At that time, even when facing multiple golden core cultivators, I may still have a fighting chance. This was not arrogance, rather it was due to his mastery of numerous Dao techniques coupled with a flawless Dao foundation and 9 turns golden core, allowing him to fight against mid-stage golden core cultivators and even confront several at once. Golden core cultivators are influenced not only by their treasures, but also by the quality of their golden cores, which affects their spiritual power and the strength of their Dao techniques. Su Yang's thoughts shifted, and 5 pieces of refining materials, each shimmering with different spiritual light, floated before him. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements were all present, each with its own spiritual aura. Time was pressing, and he no longer hesitated, saying to Qin Jiangmei, I need to enter seclusion for a period. Immediately his figure flickered and entered the quiet room of the inn, activating the isolation formation. In the quiet room, the earth fire was ignited and blazing flames surged at the center of the formation. Su Yang sat cross-legged before the formation, his expression calm. Refining one's lifebound treasure was a crucial step in the cultivation path of a golden core cultivator, and not to be taken lightly. The inspiration for the ever-changing heavenly origin divine weapon lies in this. He muttered to himself, visions of a spell that could transform into myriad divine weapons swirling in his mind. The core of the lifebound treasure he aimed to refine lay in the word change. The treasure must align with the attributes of the cultivator's spiritual root. Su Yang possessed the 5 elemental spiritual roots, thus he needed to use materials from the 5 elements as the foundation. To achieve endless transformations, the material of the treasure must possess excellent toughness, ductility, and plasticity, ideally allowing for smooth transitions between liquid and solid states. Liquid is convenient for shaping changes, while solid is used for stabilizing forms and unleashing power. He held his breath and focused, first throwing a portion of gung metal essence into the earth fire. Under the intense heat of pure fire, the hard metal gradually softened and melted, transforming into brilliant golden liquid. Following the principle of the 5 elements, he successively added 1000-year green, wood heart xian, yuan heavy water, leaf fire crystal, and wu earth essence. The 5 materials, each with distinct attributes, rolled and clashed within the earth fire, repelling each other, yet subtly resonating. Su Yang focused intently, using his powerful divine sense to control the process with precision, while simultaneously forming hand seals to cast refining techniques. He did not confine himself to traditional refining methods, but instead drew on the essence of merging from alchemy, attempting to perfectly blend the 5 materials into a framework that embodied the characteristics of the 5 elements and could change freely. In his first attempt, he was overly focused on achieving a perfect round form like a pill. The synergy between the fire and the seals was slightly off, resulting in the 5 materials failing to fully merge and instead separating into a pile of mottled waste during cooling, nearly turning into a batch of pills. The form can resemble a pill, but its essence must not be. It should gather and disperse like flowing water, yet remain as solid and unbreakable as metal. Su Yang summarized his experience undeterred. With the fate of heavenly Tao rewards hard work in play, every failure becomes a stepping stone to success. In his second attempt, he adjusted the order of material input and heat, added more shaping and stabilizing seals. But during the final shaping, a slight imbalance in the 5 elements led to minor cracks forming within the treasure embryo, causing its quality to drop to inferior grade, which he discarded. In his third attempt, he was more cautious, even attempting to integrate a hint of the changing Tao rhyme from the heavenly origin divine weapon spell into the process, employing some spiritual techniques to enhance the affinity and stability between the materials. This time the embryo took initial shape, resembling a bead the size of a pigeon egg, its surface shimmering with 5 colors, yet the luster appeared dim, lacking spiritual essence, barely reaching the threshold of a mid-grade treasure. Su Yang gazed at the bead floating in the earth fire, glowing with an orange-golden hue, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. A mid-grade treasure is already a rare item for many cultivators just entering the golden core stage. But he sought the utmost perfection on his own path. He would only consume top-grade pills. How could his life-bound treasure be any less? This concerns his future potential and combat strength. He flicked his finger, sending a gust of wind that shattered the bead, returning it to its material essence, which was slowly devoured by the earth fire. Only one material remains. He murmured, his tone devoid of anxiety, instead filled with determination. The fourth attempt had already succeeded, proving that his approach was viable. With the blessing of heavenly Tao rewards hard work, the fifth attempt is bound to succeed. The key lies in whether it can reach the top grade. He did not immediately begin the fifth refining attempt, but closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and sank into his divine sense space, operating the star observation technique to deduce the key points of this refining process and the possible variables. As the stars shifted, the hexagrams emerged, guiding him towards subtle adjustments. 3 days later, Su Yang opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance shining in them. He adjusted his state and once more ignited the earth fire. This time his movements flowed more smoothly, achieving a new level of control over the heat seal's balance of the 5 elements and the integration of Tao rhyme. He even took out a vial of spiritual spring and at a critical moment sprinkled it into the earth fire. The spiritual spring, meeting the fire, transformed into vapor, infusing the embryo with refining and purifying energy. The refining process lasted a full 7 days. The embryo at the center of the earth fire continually changed form, at times flowing like liquid mercury, at times solidifying like metal, its 5 colors flashing alternately, gradually stabilizing, and ultimately transforming into a pearl the size of a longan, perfectly round, and containing a radiant 5-colored light. The surface of the pearl bore natural patterns that intertwined, hinting at profound runes, as an innate aura slowly emanated from it. When the final solidification seal was cast, the pearl trembled violently, bursting forth with brilliant orange-golden light, illuminating the entire quiet room. A unique aura belonging to a top-grade treasure spread out. Though isolated by the formation, it still resonated with Qin Jiangmei outside. It's done. A fleeting joy sparkled in Su Yang's eyes. Without hesitation, he pointed like a sword, forcing out a drop of blood containing his essence and divine sense imprint. Flicking his finger, the blood drop entered the pearl. Buzz. The pearl emitted a clear ringing sound, its brilliance retracting, becoming warm and ancient, establishing a close connection with Su Yang, intertwining their bloodlines and minds. It obediently flew into Su Yang's hand, feeling cool to the touch, and with a slight thought it could transform freely, becoming a spear, a sword, or maintaining its spherical shape. With endless transformations, its form at will, I shall name you Wandering Pearl. Su Yang softly named it, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Immediately the Wandering Pearl transformed into a streak of light, sinking into his dantian, hovering beside the golden core, beginning to absorb and refine the golden core's spiritual power. With the life-bound treasure now taking shape, Su Yang felt his strength increase again. He reined in his aura and stepped out of the quiet room. Next, he would simply wait for the opening of the Qingming Medicinal Valley. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The sky outside Taiching Immortal City appeared vastly different. Various flying boats, floating ships, spiritual birds, and mystical beasts hung in the sky like stars, densely packed with spiritual light, flowing, illuminating the clouds above the immortal city in a riot of colors. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei stood on the deck of their spirit boat, mingling within this grand procession. They sensed several audacious divine senses sweeping in from different directions, clearly probing their true strength and background. Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly, and with a thought, the isolation formation on the boat activated, raising an invisible barrier that blocked all malicious spying. The Medicine Valley is about to open, attracting all sorts of people, including demons and spirits. Su Yang spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping around. Soon as an imperceptible command spread, the floating army began to set sail collectively. In an instant, countless streams of spiritual light pierced through the sky, resembling a dazzling meteor shower that surged towards a particular direction. Su Yang also steered his boat, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of light, closely following behind. The journey to Qingming Medicine Valley took only a few days. As a silhouette of a mountain range shrouded in misty spiritual light and dotted with strange peaks appeared on the horizon, the speed of the large group began to slow. At the entrance of the secret realm, a formidable army clad in standardized spiritual armor and exuding a murderous aura stood guard. Their formation faintly connected with the earth vein, emanating a bloodthirsty vibe that tightened the hearts of all present, making no one dare to act recklessly. The gathered cultivators here formed an impressive array. Just from a cursory glance, there were conservatively at least 20 or 30 visible golden core cultivators. As for foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators, they were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Not all of these individuals intended to enter the Qingming Medicine Valley. Some were here to protect their own formations and prevent robbery and killing upon exit. Su Yang quickly scanned the crowd and immediately spotted several familiar faces. The 4 golden core cultivators, including Master Li, were naturally among them, gathered in one area whispering to each other, occasionally glancing towards Su Yang's direction with unmistakable murderous intent. Additionally, there were the Stone family's golden core cultivators who had purchased 2 tokens at the trading fair. However, it was the figure standing beside the Stone cultivators that took Su Yang by surprise. He saw a woman in a pale yellow long dress with delicate features and an aura of lazy nonchalance. Qi Feng. Su Yang's heart jolted as he immediately recognized her. Back in the Yunjing ruins at the Drunken Immortal Tower, she had engaged in wild discussions with a man named Mo Li, her words mad and frenzied, leaving a deep impression on him. He had even once, at her request, gifted her a jar of Su family exclusive celestial brew. What puzzled Su Yang even more was Qi Feng's connection to the Stone family. The Stone family's golden core cultivator beside her maintained a very low posture, his eyes even holding a hint of reverence, completely unlike that of equals, but rather like a master-servant relationship. Stone family demonic arts, Qi Feng. Su Yang's eyes flickered with thought, his mind racing. Qi Feng's surname was Qi, and she was mingling with the Stone family, known for their practice of demonic arts, and could command such respect from a golden core cultivator. A bold hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Qi Feng is a member of the Great Qi royal family? It is well known that the Great Qi royal family is the largest demonic force within the Great Qi territory, with many members practicing demonic arts, contributing to the rampant demonic cultivators in the region. If the Stone family's demonic arts inheritance indeed came from the Great Qi, then Qi Feng's identity would be self-evident. A warning bell rang in Su Yang's heart. Unexpectedly, just as Su Yang was on high alert, Qi Feng in the distance seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head, precisely looking in Su Yang's direction. Their eyes met, and a bright flower-like smile blossomed on Qi Feng's exquisite face. She moved her lips slightly, and a clear transmission entered Su Yang's ear. It's been many years, I didn't expect that Dao friend Su has successfully formed his golden core. The fate that brings us together here is truly remarkable. As she took the initiative to speak, Su Yang's wariness increased, but on the surface he had to engage courteous. His expression unchanged, he transmitted back politely. So it is Senior Qi, indeed it has been many years, and Senior's elegance remains unchanged. Their brief exchange did not escape the notice of Master Li and the others who had been watching Su Yang closely. They frowned at the sight. Su Yang can still meet acquaintances here. Master Li felt puzzled, his gaze lingering particularly on Qi Feng for a moment. He could sense that the cultivation aura of the woman in the yellow dress was unfathomable, far beyond an ordinary golden core cultivator, even giving him a subtle sense of pressure. And the Stone family's golden core beside her clearly held her in high regard. I initially thought the Stone family acquired 2 tokens for the purpose of training younger family members, but I never expected they would bring such a figure. Master Li's unease heightened. From their conversation, it seems they are not mere acquaintances. If these 2 have a close relationship with Su Yang, and even join forces, it would be difficult for us to deal with him in the Medicine Valley. Just as various forces harbored ulterior motives and speculated in secret, the leader of the Great Ing army stationed at the entrance of the secret realm stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder reverberating throughout the area. The time has come. Please present your Medicine Valley tokens and enter the Qingming Medicine Valley in an orderly fashion. The time limit for the secret realm's opening is 1 month. Those who do not exit by then will remain within the valley forever. Let me remind everyone, anyone who remains in the valley regardless of their cultivation level has never survived until the next opening of the secret realm. Be cautious. At these words, many cultivators visiting for the first time changed their expressions. Su Yang recalled the rumors he had gathered earlier. After the Qingming Medicine Valley closes, strange changes occur within, and those who linger, no matter where they hide, mysteriously disappear. Even latest-stage golden core cultivators cannot escape misfortune. The enormous light gate at the entrance slowly opened under the control of the Great Ing cultivators. An ancient and vast aura steeped in countless years mixed with a rich scent of medicine flooded out. Enter. Someone shouted, and the cultivators holding tokens instantly transformed into streaks of flowing light orderly rushing into the light gate. Suyang no longer hesitated and simultaneously presented their tokens with Qin Jiangmei. As the tokens touched the spatial fluctuations at the entrance, they immediately glimmered. Suyang took Qin Jiangmei's hand and stepped into the light gate. In an instant, a dizzying sensation of teleportation struck him. At the same time, Suyang clearly felt a gentle and unique energy emanating from the token in his hand, enveloping both of them. He could even sense that this energy resonated and validated the space of the secret realm. Indeed, this token was no mere entry pass, but a key and talisman bound to the rules of the secret realm essential for entering this place. Without the protection of the token, forcing entry would likely trigger the restrictions and lead to unforeseen disasters. Suyang silently expressed his gratitude, thankful that he had spent a spiritual source to acquire 2 tokens for safety and had subsequently verified their importance. As the light and shadow swirled before him, once it stabilized, he found himself in a completely new world. The first sensation that flooded in was the aroma of spiritual herbs 10 times stronger than at the entrance, mingling with the fresh scent of soil and ancient trees. As far as the eye could see, ancient trees towered into the sky, vines coiled like dragons, exotic flowers and strange grasses covered the ground, while distant mountains undulated shrouded in spiritual mist. It was a scene of vibrant life, yet raw and desolate. The spiritual energy in this realm was much denser and purer than that of the outside world. As soon as all the cultivators landed, they transformed into streaks of light, without hesitation dashing in different directions. Even if there were grievances among them, no one chose to act near the entrance to avoid becoming a target and doing someone else's bidding. Suyang was no exception. He opened his divine sense, fully covering the surrounding area, and noticed that the auras of Li Junren and 3 others were unreservedly locking onto him and rapidly closing in. Suyang wrapped his arms around Qin Jiangmei's waist. A flash of spiritual light enveloped them, and their figures instantly became blurry, merging into the ancient trees beside them before seeping into the ground like flowing water. Little 5 Elements Escape Technique. This technique was nearly supernatural in a 5 elements environment with astonishing speed and unpredictable trajectories. Suyang, carrying Qin Jiangmei, alternately merged with ancient trees, blended into rocky surfaces, and skimmed over the surface of lakes, skillfully darting between the underground and the surface with astonishing speed. The relentless pursuit of Li Junren behind them revealed a look of astonishment on his face. Such an exquisite escape technique. To be able to maneuver so freely in a 5 elements environment. A golden core cultivator beside him, skilled in capturing and binding, snorted coldly, displaying disdain as he raised his hand to summon a dazzling golden net. The net inflated in the wind, enveloping an area of 100 feet, possessing the power to seal space, and descended upon the direction Suyang had fled. You can't even protect yourself, yet you carry a foundation establishment burden. I truly wonder how you made it to the golden core stage. The golden core cultivator sneered, envisioning Suyang trapped in the net. Just as the net was about to close, Suyang's figure, which had burrowed underground, not only did not stop, but his speed surged once again. A layer of dark shadow enveloped him. The little 5 elements escape technique and the Nightwalker technique were activated simultaneously. The combination of these 2 top-tier escape techniques propelled his speed through the earth to an unimaginable level, swift as the underground currents. Boom! The golden net crashed down, violently shattering and engulfing vast stretches of land, rock, and vegetation, yet it grasped nothing but air. The auras of Suyang and Qin Jiangmei had completely vanished, quickly escaping the divine sense detection range of Li Junren and the other 3. Li Junren and the others halted their escape light, frozen in place, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. He didn't even use his full strength just now? This escape speed is likely faster than that of a mid-golden core cultivator. A golden core cultivator gasped. No wonder he dared to bring a foundation establishment partner in here and act so confidently. This person is definitely not a novice in the golden core stage. Another added, his expression grim. The cultivator who had just summoned the net now looked even more pale and awkward. The harsh words he had just spoken now felt like a resounding slap to the face as Suyang effortlessly escaped right under their noses. Li Junren, should we pursue? He asked, his confidence waning. Li Junren's face was as dark as thunder, staring in the direction Suyang had vanished, his mouth twitching as he gritted his teeth. Pursue? With what to pursue? With such escape speed and an adeptness in concealment in this complex terrain of the Herb Valley, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. He sighed. Let's first search for opportunities. If luck is on our side and we encounter him again, we must set up a deadly ambush beforehand. If all else fails, Li Jinren huffed coldly. While lay in ambush at the exit of the Herb Valley, he must emerge within a month. Having let go of the great threat of Su Yang, the mood of the four was at its lowest, and their wariness towards Su Yang. Deep underground it was dark and silent. Su Yang used his escape technique, delving deeper towards the core of the earth with Qin Jiangmei. His immense divine sense swept carefully through the layers of rock and soil, suddenly stirring. Down below, at an extremely deep and distant place, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful life force. There's something below. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he immediately adjusted his direction, heading straight for the source of that life force. The distance was far beyond imagination. At his current escape speed, he sped downward for a full 15 minutes, and the surrounding rock began to change in texture, the temperature gradually rising, as if approaching the magma region of the Earth's crust, yet that life force grew even more vigorous and pure. Finally, a head opened up. Penetrating through the last layer of hard black iron rock, the oppressive darkness gave way to a vast underground cavern illuminated by emerald green light. This cavern seemed to be naturally formed, or perhaps opened up by great power wide enough to accommodate a small mountain. At the center of the cavern floated a layer of green light, from which the vast life force emanated. Outside, the light treasures glimmered faintly, the aroma of herbs wafted, indicating that extraordinary spiritual plants were nurturing within. However, this place had long been occupied. 10 or more formation flags were inserted at specific positions around the light, forming a third-tier confinement array that tightly sealed the light and the surrounding area of dozens of feet. Outside the array stood more than 10 figures. Upon rough inspection, there were 3 golden core cultivators and over 10 foundation establishment cultivators. They were standing in 3 distinct camps, maintaining a certain distance between each other, the atmosphere subtle and tense. The sudden appearance of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the balance of the place. All eyes immediately turned towards them, sharp as knives, filled with vigilant scrutiny and unabashed hostility, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Su Yang remained unperturbed, his powerful divine sense sweeping across the scene. He keenly detected that while these individuals seemed united against a common foe, there was also an underlying wariness among them, their spiritual power subtly aimed at the other 2 parties. Clearly, these individuals belonged to 3 different factions, temporarily aligned due to the interests at hand, attempting to crack or confine the spiritual plants within the light. A young golden core cultivator standing on the eastern side in a gray robe with a stern expression spoke first, his voice like ice clashing, carrying an undeniable intent to expel. This place has already been occupied by us. The formation has been set. If you are sensible, please leave quickly and do not bring trouble upon yourself. Su Yang, upon hearing this, not only showed no fear, but revealed a faint smile. His gaze swept over the emerald light and the surrounding confinement array, and he understood. He cupped his hands and spoke calmly. Fellow Taoists, please wait. As the saying goes, those who see have a share. Since I have fortuitously arrived here, I naturally wish to partake in the opportunities within this light. Arrogant, unaware of your impending doom. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden core cultivators from the other 2 factions displayed anger, their auras rising clearly, preparing to act. Su Yang remained calm and continued, of course I am not someone who does not understand the rules. I will not take benefits without cause. If I am not mistaken, you fellows seem to be at a loss regarding this light. Yes. This confinement array can only temporarily restrain it, blocking its aura, yet cannot truly break through, can it? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 golden core cultivators changed simultaneously, a flicker of suspicion crossing their eyes. Su Yang's words struck right at their current predicament. This emerald light was incredibly resilient and possessed a strong self-repair ability. Their attacks were ineffective, and the confinement array was only laid to prevent the spiritual plants within from escaping. The young man in the gray robe narrowed his eyes slightly and surveyed Su Yang again, solemnly asking, "What do you mean by that, friend?" Su Yang smiled faintly and replied calmly, "I am but a humble 3rd-tier array master. Perhaps I can lend you all a hand in breaking through this barrier. When the treasures inside the barrier are distributed according to the effort put forth, wouldn't that be delightful? It is far better than wasting time here only to attract more coveting eyes and end up empty-handed." A 3rd-tier array master. The 3 golden core cultivators' eyes brightened at the words, quickly exchanging glances, secretly communicating with their divine senses and discussing fervently. If this person is indeed a 3rd-tier array master, he could certainly help them break the current stalemate. Moments later, the young man in gray spoke again. Words alone are not enough. If you can truly assist us in breaking the barrier, sharing some opportunities with you is certainly not out of the question. Well said, well said. Su Yang displayed a hint of honest sincerity on his face, but inwardly, these cultivators from Dang are far more pragmatic and ruthless than those from Dakian. Their notion of cooperation is merely a temporary measure. Once the barrier is broken, chaos will erupt in an instant. Although the 3 Golden Core cultivators were trying hard to conceal their cultivation levels, with Su Yang's divine sense far exceeding that of his peers, and his mastery of high-level concealment techniques, he could clearly discern that their true cultivation was merely at the early stage of the Golden Core. A glint of sharp light flickered deep in Su Yang's eyes. The vitality of the spiritual plants within the barrier was so vigorous that its value was incalculable. The 3 early-stage Golden Core opponents were worth the risk. Moreover, if a battle truly broke out, it would not necessarily be him against 3. These 3 harbored hidden agendas and were likely considering backstabbing him. Without any hesitation, Su Yang directly threw out several array flags. Amidst the flickering spiritual light, the flags accurately landed on several key nodes of the existing trapping array. He formed hand seals, and intricate array patterns flowed from his fingertips, merging into the flags. The existing 3rd-tier trapping array buzzed and hummed the speed of spiritual light circulation, significantly accelerating the structure, growing denser and more stable, even exuding a chilling aura, transforming towards a killing array. Everyone's attention was drawn to Su Yang's exquisite array setup, when suddenly a clear and melodious tune began to resonate, the music seemingly out of place in the cavernous space. The 3 factions of cultivators immediately became alert, their gazes collectively turning towards the source of the music. They saw Qin Jiangmei, who had unknowingly seated herself cross-legged, the Tianin wooden guqin laid across her lap, her delicate fingers lightly caressing the strings, her expression focused, as if she was merely passing the time, playing music. Seeing that Qin Jiangmei was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, the 3 Golden Core experts' tense nerves relaxed slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. What tricks could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator perform in the face of the absolute power of Golden Core cultivators? It was nothing but a futile endeavor. They shifted their attention back to Su Yang. Su Yang's hand seals continued to be cast, further reinforcing the array. Not only did the trapping effect intensify, but it also began to unleash rhythmic bursts of spiritual power against the emerald barrier, weakening its defenses. In an instant, the 3 realized that Su Yang was indeed a 3rd-tier array master without a doubt, and his skills were exceptionally high. The array that he arranged gradually left the array master among their ranks baffled. These patterns were ancient and profound, exuding a flair not typical of contemporary schools. What kind of trapping killing array is this? How come I have never seen such array seals before? A middle-aged array master exclaimed softly, his brows furrowed. It looks like an extremely ancient array inheritance, said another elder-looking array master, his eyes filled with suspicion. This person's array inheritance is quite remarkable. It must have originated from some hidden great sect. The 3rd person concluded, his expression growing increasingly grave, hinting at a sense of wariness. Not understanding the array means the other party could leave hidden dangers within it ready to ensnare them once they stepped inside. How could they dare to feel at ease? That's enough. This is where we stop. Leave the rest to us, the young man in gray shouted sternly, halting Su Yang's continued reinforcement of the array. He realized this issue as well, thus he could not allow Su Yang to continue setting up the array. Otherwise, even if they broke the barrier, they would not dare to step inside. Originally, they thought Su Yang would make all sorts of excuses, wanting to continue setting the array to increase his bargaining chips. Unexpectedly, he smiled pleasantly and immediately ceased his movements, retracting the array flags and stepping back a couple of paces, appearing quite cooperative, even somewhat simple-minded. Yet no one would believe such a clumsy facade. Those who could cultivate to the Golden Core stage were all cunning old foxes. There were no truly simple-minded people. This was merely a guise to disarm his opponents. Seeing Su Yang stop, the 3 Golden Core cultivators no longer hesitated, exchanging glances and simultaneously springing into action. Boom, boom, boom. 3 differently colored Golden Core spells crashed onto the barrier, creating a continuous, thunderous roar. The barrier trembled violently, its surface flickering with rapid light. Under the sustained weakening of Su Yang's incomplete array, the barrier's defense significantly declined. Crack! A crisp sound like glass shattering rang out. Immediately, a small crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the barrier and spread out at a visibly rapid pace, soon covering a large area like a spiderweb. Put in more effort, the young man in gray urged. Joy flashed in the eyes of the 3, and they simultaneously increased their output of spiritual power. With a booming sound, the emerald barrier finally could not withstand it and exploded. In an instant, a rich and overwhelming medicinal fragrance surged forth like a tangible wave, and merely inhaling it felt as if one's entire being was relaxed. The spiritual power, subtly invigorated as if they had consumed a powerful elixir. Then a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. They saw that within the barrier grew a towering giant tree that obscured the sky. Its trunk was as thick as a mountain, and its crown spread out like a canopy nearly occupying half of the cavern. The giant tree was suffused with a dreamlike, colorful glow, and between its branches and leaves hung fist-sized, translucent five-colored spiritual fruits, gleaming brilliantly, emanating an alluring wave of spiritual energy. Surrounding the giant tree were numerous ancient spiritual plants diverse in species, with a rich aura of spiritual energy, resembling an ancient medicinal garden. 5 elements spiritual fruits. It's the 5 elements spiritual fruits. Huh. I never expected that I would be so fortunate, exclaimed the middle-aged golden core cultivator, his voice trembling with excitement. The 5 elements spiritual fruits are one of the main ingredients for refining the nascent soul pill. Not only were there several ripe 5 elements spiritual fruits before them, but there was also a living 5 elements spiritual tree. If they could bring this tree back to their sect for cultivation, it would be equivalent to having an endless source of primary materials for the nascent soul pill, a tremendous opportunity that could establish the foundation for a nascent soul cultivation faction. However, the moment the barrier shattered, an unexpected change occurred. The ancient spiritual plants seemed to come alive, their roots pulling out from the soil, and their branches and leaves swaying, transforming into streams of light that fled in all directions. Yet they crashed against the trapping array barriers set up outside, firmly blocking them inside. At the same time, the 5 elements spiritual tree seemed to sense danger. Its radiant, colorful light suddenly became dazzlingly bright, and an invisible wave spread out from its center. At the moment when the 5 elements spirit tree erupted with radiant light, Su Yang sensed danger and unhesitatingly threw out several array flags, landing beside himself and Qin Jiangmei. A small defensive barrier formation instantly rose up, protecting the two within. The 3 golden core cultivators also changed their expressions. Some summoned their magical treasures to hover above their heads, emitting protective spiritual light, while others cast spells to conjure shields for defense. However, the dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators reacted a bit too slowly and failed to notice the danger in time. When the colorful light illuminated them, several suddenly felt an indescribable sense of fatigue wash over them, as if the strength and vitality within their bodies had been instantaneously drained by more than half. My face. A foundation establishment cultivator exclaimed in horror as he touched his cheek. Surrounded by companions, the faces under the radiance aged visibly, with skin wrinkling and hair turning gray, as if they had aged several decades in an instant. Even worse, some felt their vitality rapidly withering and sat down on the spot. Is this vitality devoured? The gray-robed youth's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock. The vitality of the dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators was forcibly extracted, transforming into clusters of milky white orbs of light that emerged from their bodies and flew towards the 5 elements spirit tree at an astonishing speed. The gray-robed youth reacted swiftly, casting a spell that transformed into several large hands of spiritual power, capturing a few of the orbs, flying towards the giant tree and forcibly pulling them back into the bodies of several foundation establishment cultivators. Their previously aged appearances suddenly regained a bit of youth, but their auras still remained weak, indicating significant depletion. The other 2 golden core cultivators completely ignored the lives of those beneath them. Their attention was solely focused on the 5 elements spirit fruit forming on the tree, joy barely concealed on their faces, their eyes filled with greed. Their ecstasy quickly subsided after just a few breaths, replaced by overwhelming murderous intent. Such a stunning opportunity must not be known to outsiders. They must eliminate witnesses. The 3 exchanged quick glances, reaching a consensus in an instant. First, they would deal with this external array master. Almost simultaneously, the 3 narrowed their eyes sharply and suddenly unleashed their magical treasures and techniques, attacking Su Yang without warning. The gray-robed youth's battle spear transformed into a blood-colored dragon, while the middle-aged cultivator's spell coalesced into a crimson firebird. The other tall, thin cultivator summoned a black arrow which whistled through the air from 3 directions, sealing off Su Yang's escape route. Su Yang was already prepared for this. As the small defensive array shattered under the combined strike of the 3, he raised his hand and unleashed the mountain suppression seal into the air, while a radiant sun rose behind him, illuminating the surroundings with blazing purple divine light. With a thought, the myriad manifestations pearl flew out from his dantian, transforming into 2 long swords gleaming with cold light. One was as hot as the sun, while the other was as cool as the moon, simultaneously unleashing the sword intense of sunlight and moonlight. In an instant, the sun and moon shone together, radiating brilliant light. The scorching and chilling sword intense intertwined, violently clashing with the three incoming attacks. Boom. The clash of techniques caused a devastating wave of spiritual energy to explode from the center of the collision, shaking the underground cavern, causing stones to tumble down. However, what followed was not the continuous onslaught of the three. The gray-robed youth suddenly changed his hand seals. The blood-colored spear dragon that was originally aimed at Su Yang oddly turned in midair, howling with a piercing sound, and fiercely stabbed towards the back of the middle-aged golden core cultivator. At the same time, the crimson firebird launched by the middle-aged golden core cultivator also sharply changed direction, its scorching flames transforming into a spear that shot straight for the throat of the other tall, thin golden core cultivator. Meanwhile, the black arrow also altered its trajectory halfway, stealthily darting towards the back of the gray-robed youth's head. In that moment of jointly attacking Su Yang, the three plotted against each other, stabbing each other in the back. Su Yang was almost left dumbfounded. The speed at which these three turned on each other was faster than flipping a book, and they all seemed to be in cahoots, wanting to take advantage of their joint attack to first suppress him, the outsider, while simultaneously eliminating a companion to reduce the number of shares. However, the problem lay here. Their early betrayal and inconsistent targets not only failed to suppress Su Yang in one fell swoop, but their temporary alliance was utterly shattered at this moment. What do you mean by this, Taoist Liu? The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly summoned a shield magical treasure to block the blood-colored spear, shouting in astonishment and anger. No need for useless words. Let's see the real skill beneath our hands. The gray-robed youth sneered, offering no explanation. At this point, their relationship had already fractured, and further explanations were futile. They could only eliminate everyone present and monopolize the opportunity. Plans could not keep up with changes. They were unable to simultaneously eliminate Su Yang and one companion. They could only fight for themselves, with the last one standing being the victor. Form the array. The gray-robed youth commanded sharply. The several Foundation establishment cultivators he had saved, though weak, immediately gritted their teeth at his command, summoning several blood-colored formation plates, biting their tongues to activate them with their blood. Their faces instantly turned even paler, their auras weakened, clearly paying a great price. But a massive blood-colored formation radiating a strong smell of blood spread out from the gray-robed youth at its center, instantly enveloping a large part of the cavern. Within the formation, blood lights surged, and faint illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerged, with eerie wails echoing. Blood sacrifice trapping array. Is this your trump card? The middle-aged cultivator's expression darkened, finally understanding why the other had previously benevolently saved those few Foundation establishment ants. It turned out it was for this blood sacrifice at this moment, using their cultivation and lifespan as a cost to forcibly elevate the power of the formation, as well as the cultivator's own cultivation realm. The gray-robed youth's cultivation aura began to rise steadily, and the surrounding illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood became increasingly vivid, the crimson blood light engulfing the entire area. His cultivation realm surged from early golden core to mid-golden core. Although it was only a temporary elevation of a small realm, the difference between each realm for golden core cultivators was like heaven and earth. Die! The gray-robed youth laughed sinisterly and struck out with his hand. The blood sea within the formation surged, transforming into a colossal wave that crashed towards the middle-aged cultivator and Su Yang. Countless piercing wails echoed within the blood wave, with distorted, anguished phantom faces appearing and numerous blood-formed clawing arms extending from the blood sea, reaching first for the weakest cultivator, the tall and thin one, with only a single turn of golden core. This person wielded only a low-grade arrow as his magical treasure, and no matter how hard he struggled or unleashed continuous spells, he could not break free from the blood wave's grasp. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole by the overwhelming blood wave, only able to let out a short scream before falling silent. After devouring one person, the momentum of the blood wave surged even further, immediately pouncing towards the middle-aged cultivator and Su Yang like a primordial beast. Surrender, and you may spare yourself from pain. The gray-robed youth stood atop the blood sea, his tone indifferent as he coldly advised. The middle-aged cultivator's face turned ashen, dismissing the words of the gray-robed youth as nonsense. His three-turn golden core spun furiously within him, elevating his cultivation to its peak as he summoned a soul-capturing cone enveloped in dark light. This cone was a middle-grade magical treasure, and upon being summoned it began to spin at high speed, creating a deep black vortex of spiritual power that collided heat with the surging sea of blood, attempting to tear open a gap. Su Yang opted for a swift retreat, his figure flickering before landing next to Qin Jiangmei. The Wanxiang pearl transformed into a golden cauldron hovering before him, while streams of flowing light surged from his body, layering in front of him to form several barriers of spiritual power. Qin Jiangmei seemed entirely oblivious to the surrounding chaos, her head bowed in concentration as her delicate fingers lightly caressed the strings of the guqin. The melodious sound of the guqin felt out of place in this battlefield rife with killing intent. With her fingers plucking the final note, a clear sound resonated. The music suddenly soared, transforming into a sharp, piercing sound akin to tearing silk. A sudden change occurred. In the void, a constellation of golden array patterns abruptly manifested, forming a third-tier sword formation. In an instant, a colossal sword shadow forged from brilliant golden light materialized at the center of the array, wielding the power to cut through all, disregarding the distance of space, and fell directly upon the turbulent sea of blood and the gray-robed youth. What? The gray-robed youth was struck with horror. The golden giant sword plunged into the sea of blood, unleashing an earth-shattering roar as the blood sea was cleaved open, creating a massive chasm, with countless blood shadows wailing and dissipating. Puff, puff, puff. Several Foundation establishment cultivators participating in the formation sacrifice were the first to bear the brunt, all screaming in agony as blood gushed from their orifices, their life force extinguished in an instant as they collapsed to the ground. The blood sacrificial trapping formation was shattered on the spot. The gray-robed youth let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his aura rapidly declining as he fell back to the early stage of golden core. A third-tier formation? How is that possible? Could it be a guqin formation? His face turned as pale as paper, stunned as he stared intensely at the ancient guqin resting on Qin Jiangmai's lap. He had only seen scant records of this technique in some ancient texts, barely remembering it as the long-lost secret of the illusion sound sect, which had been extinct for countless years. He never expected to witness it today, and executed by a female Foundation establishment cultivator. The aftermath of their clash reverberated endlessly, with spiritual energy flowing chaotically. Fortunately, the 5-element spirit tree and the myriad of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs were barely protected by the half-finished remnants of the formation laid down by Su Yang. Otherwise, the aftermath of this strike alone would have been enough to destroy most of the rare spiritual plants. Qin Jiangmai's complexion paled slightly, forcing the third-tier formation with her Foundation establishment cultivation was tremendously draining. She quickly raised her hand to consume a pill, adjusting her breathing to recover. "Surrender, and you may avoid pain." Su Yang retorted with the same words, his mind stirring as the Wanxiang pearl transformed into a dark golden dragon-patterned spear that he grasped in his hand. In the next moment, Su Yang shot out like an arrow released from a bow, directly targeting the gray-robed youth and the middle-aged cultivator. The spear shot forth like a dragon, radiating an extreme cold brilliance, its techniques flowing like clouds as it unleashed a flurry of indistinct spear shadows indistinguishable between reality and illusion, accompanied by a tearing pain that pierced the soul. The flowing cloud-shattering spirit spear. The spear techniques also incorporated the soft yet sinister intent of the Nine Sorrows fist. With each block against the spear's assault, the gray-robed youth and middle-aged cultivator felt a sinister dark energy seep into their bodies through their magical treasures or protective spiritual light, like a festering disease, continuously stacking and gnawing at their life force, eroding their Tao Foundation golden core and even their souls. The two became increasingly alarmed. This spear technique was not only fierce and domineering, but it also contained a strange power that continuously weakened them, forcing them to divide their attention to fend off the internal erosion. For a moment, they were thrown into disarray, struggling to cope against Su Yang's singular spear. The two of them tacitly chose to join forces against the enemy, attempting to find a flaw. However, whenever they seized an opportunity, the clear sound of the guqin would resonate in their minds, reaching deep into their souls, causing their bodies to momentarily stiffen or slow their offensive momentum, faltering. It was Qin Jiangmai's melodic Tao that was interfering. "First kill that woman." The gray-robed youth transmitted a message secretly, while vigorously wielding his blood-colored war spear to fend off the tide of Su Yang's spear assault. The middle-aged cultivator understood, immediately turning his direction and summoning the soul-capturing cone, which transformed into a dark light charging towards Qin Jiangmai. In an instant, a majestic golden body emanating a powerful and righteous aura materialized behind Su Yang. The 6 arms of the golden body moved in unison, unleashing techniques from the spear, sword, intense star plucking technique, and purple mist divine light, simultaneously clashing with the middle-aged cultivator's sudden attack. The gray-robed youth and middle-aged cultivator teamed up, unleashing all their most potent killer moves with their magical techniques and spiritual light, intertwining, attempting to break through Su Yang's defenses. However, Su Yang handled it with ease. The Wanxiang Pearl transformed endlessly, sometimes becoming a spear, sometimes a sword, sometimes a shield, continuously adapting to various techniques, fighting two against one, growing bolder with each battle, his momentum soaring. The fierce battle raged from the cave to the depths of the Earth's core, with roaring magical techniques and terrifying power piercing through layers of rock, the carnage becoming increasingly brutal. Yet the three were intentionally restraining the fluctuations caused by their clash. They were all secretly concerned that too much commotion in this place would gradually attract other golden core cultivators. However, without unleashing powerful killer moves, it was difficult to kill the opponent in a short time. Under this entangled and contradictory mindset, the battle gradually escalated. Ultimately, the three no longer held back, and the disturbances caused by their magical techniques grew increasingly loud as they fought their way up from the depths, breaking through the layers of rock and emerging to the surface. Only Qin Jiangmei remained in the cave, guarding the 5-element spirit tree and the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. The two golden core cultivators were not concerned that Qin Jiangmei could escape with so many spiritual plants. In their view, successfully killing Su Yang was the key to seizing everything. The gray-robed youth and middle-aged cultivator exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing their strongest killing moves. The gray-robed youth wielded a blood-colored long spear with a vast sea of blood manifesting behind him, a fierce blood wind assaulting them. The middle-aged cultivator exerted all his strength to activate the soul-capturing cone, which spun rapidly, transforming into a black whirlwind of devouring light accompanied by a chilling wail. The two energies of magical techniques surged in from the left and right, simultaneously crashing towards Su Yang. Su Yang's expression remained calm as the golden body floating behind him grew increasingly solemn, while a radiant and majestic purple mist, divine light, erupted from his back, carrying the purifying essence of all evils, colliding fiercely with the incoming magical energies. In an instant, the magical energies glimmered brilliantly like a sun falling to the earth, the deafening buzzing sound permeating all surrounding sounds, and the blinding light illuminated the area in a fiery white. When the dazzling light and deafening roar gradually dissipated, only the headless corpse of the middle-aged cultivator remained, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The gray-robed youth's chest had been pierced by an unknown attack, a clear passage visible from front to back, blood gushing ceaselessly from his mouth and wound. His eyes filled with disbelief, followed by a dawning realization and a hint of relief. You are the legendary 9-Golden Core, he stammered, using his last ounce of strength to voice his suspicions. Then his pupils lost focus entirely, his body slumping helplessly to the ground, his golden core, Tao foundation, and meridians all corrupted to a pitch-black hue by a sinister power. The two did not fall to Su Yang's direct confrontation of Tao techniques, but rather suffered damage to their golden cores, Tao foundation's meridians, and even their souls from the insidious erosion power of the Nine Sorrows Fist. At the critical moment of life and death, the erosion effect of the Nine Sorrows Fist fully detonated, causing their Tao techniques to suffer fatal obstructions, and their bodies became rigid and sluggish in an instant, ultimately enduring Su Yang's full-force Tao attack and perishing on the spot. Without uttering a word, Su Yang waved his hand to collect the storage rings and magical artifacts of the two, and in a flash he turned back towards the cave. At that moment, Qin Jiangmei, with her superb array skills, repaired the semi-finished formation laid down by Su Yang earlier, successfully sealing off the aura leaking from the cave and firmly trapping the 5 elements spiritual tree and the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs within the formation. Naturally, the storage rings of the fallen cultivators in the cave were all taken by Qin Jiangmei. The most important task for the two now was to take away the 5-element spiritual tree and all the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Su Yang's voice was low as he immediately opened the entrance to the starry secret realm, controlling both his powerful divine sense. Su Yang's voice was low as he immediately opened the entrance to the starry secret realm, controlling both his powerful divine sense and spiritual power to rapidly, forcefully transplant the scattered 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs into the secret realm. The 5-element spiritual tree seemed to possess considerable spirituality, filled with strong resistance, continuously struggling against Su Yang's collection. The tree's body emitted colorful brilliance, attempting to deprive Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei of their vitality. Su Yang had no time to waste with this spiritual tree. His divine sense had already clearly detected that at least 3 golden core cultivators were rushing towards the cave from different directions. Just as he was preparing to disregard the potential damage and forcibly restrain the 5 elements spiritual tree with spiritual power to collect it into the starry secret realm, The heavenly spirit fruit tree within the starry secret realm suddenly emitted a soft, luminous white glow, and the roots that were anchored in the secret realm's soil broke through the ground, penetrating the spatial barrier of the realm, reaching outside the starry secret realm, and burrowing into the rock layers of the cave. The five elements spiritual tree seemed to be startled by some high-level existence, trembling with brilliance, and actively breaking through the earth, attempting to escape underground. The roots of the heavenly spirit fruit tree, like living spiritual snakes, quickly spread out tightly, binding the five elements spiritual tree, followed by a surge of gentle immense power that forcibly dragged the struggling five elements spiritual tree into the starry secret realm. Seeing this scene, both Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were extremely astonished, but this was not the time to investigate. They exchanged a glance fully in sync and immediately slipped into the starry secret realm, the entrance closing silently behind them. In less than a few breaths after the starry secret realm closed, several figures exuding powerful golden core auras arrived almost simultaneously. They wasted no time, not even bothering to investigate in detail, and directly shattered the formation's barrier enveloping the cave with their strongest Dao techniques. However, when they impatiently broke through the formation, all they saw was a barren ground that had been completely looted, and over a dozen fallen cultivator corpses lying in disarray. The overwhelming life aura and rich herbal fragrance had vanished without a trace. Damn it! The opportunity has been taken by someone. I clearly sensed a strong life aura just a moment ago. Why did it disappear in an instant? A golden core cultivator with a grim expression was both shocked and angry. It's impossible to escape the scene so quickly. The treasure thief must still be nearby, using some special concealment technique that prevents us from detecting. No matter how strong the concealment technique is, it ultimately remains the method of a golden core cultivator. The third person coldly spoke, and before he finished his words, his figure had already transformed into a streak of escape light, dashing in one direction. Everyone search separately, or rely on your own abilities. Whoever finds it first, the opportunity will belong to them. Although the few were all golden core cultivators, they were not from the same faction. Their earlier cooperation to break the formation was merely to clear obstacles for the sake of seizing the opportunity. Now that the opportunity was lost, their fragile alliance instantly shattered. From now on, whoever could find and capture the treasure thief would depend solely on their own skills and luck, trying to notify each other and share the spoils. In front of interests, such a possibility was absolutely out of the question. The crowd wore gloomy faces, their divine senses sweeping over the cave and surrounding areas repeatedly, even probing deep underground, yet found nothing. They all had a strong intuition that the opportunity in this place was definitely not far away and must still be somewhere nearby. However, the frantic searches over the next few days left them feeling utterly confused and furious. There was not even a trace left behind. The powerful life aura seemed to have evaporated from right under their nose. In the starry secret realm within the courtyard, two towering giant trees stood side by side, spreading their lush canopies. One tree was entirely white with leaves like jade, emitting a soft and gentle glow. The other tree was surrounded by magnificent colorful radiance with spirit fruits hanging from its branches, each transparent and shimmering, circulating the five elemental essences of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fragrant aroma of the fruits mixed with the refreshing scent of the plants wafted through the courtyard, invigorating the senses. Su Yang, like an experienced spiritual planter, was carefully watering the two giant trees with a spirit spring jade pot. As the spirit spring poured down, it seeped into the fertile spiritual soil, nourishing the roots. His movements were meticulous and his expression focused, as if he were tending to the most precious treasures in the world. After organizing everything in the courtyard, Su Yang strolled out. The originally empty area outside the courtyard had been transformed into well-kept spiritual fields where clusters of ancient, thousand-year-old spiritual herbs grew in an orderly manner, suffused with spiritual energy and fragrant aromas. In the center of the spiritual fields, a familiar, graceful figure was bent over, gently brushing aside the excess branches and leaves from several delicate spiritual herbs. Seeing Qin Jiangmei personally caring for the spiritual plants, a warm smile involuntarily appeared on Su Yang's face. He quickened his pace teasingly and affectionately, saying, "Leave this rough work to me. How can I let my lattice delicate hands get dirty?" Qin Jiangmei arched her willow waist, straightened up, and shot him a sultry glance, yet her lips held a smile. "We are already an old couple, why say such greasy things? I suspect you are doing this on purpose to annoy me." Hearing this, Su Yang laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally joyful. For this trip to the Qingming Medicine Valley had yielded far more than expected. Not only had they obtained the entire fortunes of 3 golden core cultivators, but also the countless thousand-year-old spiritual herbs scattered all around, along with the invaluable 5 elements spiritual tree. Even if they found nothing else in the Medicine Valley over the next half-month, this journey was still considered a success. Su Yang had already made plans to quietly leave the Qingming Medicine Valley in a few days. Taking advantage of the various forces exploring the secret realm and unable to attend to other matters, they could discreetly withdraw and leave Dang, returning to Daqian. Husband, have you figured out how to cultivate the 5 elements spiritual tree? Qin Zhongmei walked up to him, gazing at the radiant 5-color giant tree, softly inquiring. Su Yang first nodded, then shook his head, a hint of contemplation in his expression. For now it has been preserved, but it relies on the heavenly spirit fruit tree's assistance to nourish it with its own vitality. This method is only a temporary fix and not a fundamental solution. If it continues like this, it may deplete the foundation of the heavenly spirit fruit tree. Different spiritual plants have vastly different requirements for their growth environments. Though Su Yang successfully transplanted the 5 elements spiritual tree without knowing the specific cultivation methods, this rare ancient tree had nearly wilted. Fortunately, the heavenly spirit fruit tree was full of spirituality and actively extended a helping hand, coupled with Su Yang's fate of reviving with spring barely stabilizing the condition of the 5 elements spiritual tree. However, this reliance on external forces for stability was merely a stopgap measure. Long-term absorption of the heavenly spirit fruit tree's vitality would ultimately harm its essence. Therefore, Su Yang needed to search for the cultivation methods of the 5 elements spiritual tree afterward. If he could not find them, he would have to rely on heaven's path rewards hard work to slowly explore and try. The cultivation method of the 5 elements spiritual tree. I understand now. In Daqian Xingyuan Workshop City, Su Manor Su Xianming slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning from the realm of divine, since the information and instructions transmitted by Su Yang echoed in his mind. He rubbed his forehead, firmly committing the task of searching for the cultivation method of the 5 elements spiritual tree to memory. He then summoned the personnel from the Clan Affairs Office and instructed the Su Clan Merchant Association to utilize all channels and spare no effort to gather relevant information. His father obtained the legendary 5 elements spiritual tree in the Qingming Medicine Valley. This news should have thrilled Su Xuanming, yet he felt an unusual heaviness in his heart, a persistent cloud of gloom hanging over him. He had just returned from a funeral. His closest friend from his youth, Jia, who had founded the Su Clan Merchant Association alongside him from scratch, had ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time and passed away not long ago. Among the old friends he once struggled alongside, all had left this world, yet the one who caused him the deepest sorrow was none other than Jia. The two shared similar temperaments and aspirations, one focused on external expansion, while the other managed internal affairs, complementing each other perfectly, truly understanding one another. It was a pity that Jia lacked a spiritual root and could not embark on the path of cultivation. To mortals the lifespan was fleeting, as ephemeral as morning dew in the face of the vast immortal journey. Standing by the window in the hall, gazing at the vibrant spiritual plants in the courtyard, Su Xianming was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of melancholy and enlightenment. He began to understand why those cultivators preferred to sever worldly ties and seldom formed deep connections with mundane friends and family. If one invests too much emotion in too many mortals throughout the lengthy years of cultivation, they would have to endure repeated separations and farewells. These joys and sorrows might one day transform into inner demons that erode one's Tao heart. Cultivators pursue longevity and seek strength, and when faced with the emotional ties versus the path of immortality, the vast majority of cultivators would choose the latter. Su Xianming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sadness in his heart. Some landscapes on the road to immortality are destined to be traversed alone. He quickly adjusted his mindset and redirected his focus back to the heavy family affairs. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The visitor was Chun Hao, one of the few elders of the city. He entered the hall with a solemn expression, approached. Su Xuanming respectfully clasped his hands and spoke with a voice slightly stiff from tension. "Master, I have reached the perfection of foundation establishment and wish to apply for a golden core elixir from the family." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy hall fell silent. The Su family members handling various documents and accounting turned their heads in unison, all gazing at Chun Hao with expressions of surprise, envy, and a hint of disbelief. The golden core elixir. It is a precious pill that can assist a foundation establishment cultivator in breaking through to the golden core realm, its value sufficient to bankrupt many small to medium-sized factions. Even for the now golden core family of the Su clan, the golden core elixir was not something that could be freely bestowed. Chun Hao felt even more anxious as he sensed the gazes gathering around him. He was not of the Su family bloodline. He was merely an elder, or rather a high-ranking servant. To exchange for the golden core elixir, he needed not only to accumulate enough family contributions, but also to earn the trust of the core members of the Su family. After all, once you become a golden core, how can you ensure that you won't sever ties with the Su family, or even repay kindness with enmity? This is a concern all factions in the cultivation world would be wary of. Many sects and families often delay such requests until they possess absolute strength to suppress the other party before they would grant the elusive breakthrough elixir. However, Su Xuanming's reaction was unexpected for everyone. He maintained a calm demeanor, not pondering excessively, and said, "Elder Qin's contributions to the family over the years have been more than sufficient to exchange for a golden core elixir. However, the family is currently unable to provide you with the materials for the elixir. Such an opportunity must be sought by Elder Qin himself in the outside world." He did not emphasize loyalty, nor did he question Chen Hao's faithfulness. He did not take this opportunity to impose harsh conditions or make demands. Su Xuanming's attitude seemed merely to be handling a routine contribution exchange, as if the golden core elixir was no different from ordinary cultivation pills. Chen Hao was taken aback, a complex surge of emotions flooding his heart. He had long known that the Su family was different from other factions filled with human warmth, but he did not expect that even in matters concerning the distribution of core family resources, the Su family would still maintain this pure trust and fairness. "I only seek a golden core elixir and do not dare to hope for the materials." Chen Hao snapped back to reality from his daze, quickly bowing deeply, his voice filled with excitement and solemnity. "Thank you, Master, for your generosity. If I Chen can successfully break through to the golden core, I will surely not disappoint the Su family's nurturing. The materials I will seek opportunities in the 10,000 Great Mountains, but I will need to leave the family for a while, hoping for the Master's understanding." Su Xianming revealed a gentle smile, nodding. "This is what you deserve, no need for thanks. Go ahead, if you can successfully break through, it will be a joyous occasion for our Su family, and the family will always be your support." "Thank you for your trust, Master." Chen Hao once again bowed deeply, his heart brimming with uncontrollable excitement and gratitude as he turned and strode out of the hall, his back radiating a spirited determination. A few days later, Chen Hao quietly left the Su family, embarking on a journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains in search of materials for the golden core. On the same day, Chenglan, the head of the Cheng family, came to visit. "Master Su, the Wanchuan Valley's cave is about to open again," Chenglan stated candidly, adopting a very low posture. "This time my Cheng family hopes to collaborate exclusively with the Su family and not join forces with any other factions. Since the marriage alliance with the Su family, especially after Su Yang successfully broke through to the golden core and the family ascended to golden core status, Chenglan's attitude toward the Su family has undergone a tremendous change. Once an equal partner, she now consciously placed herself in a subordinate position. Let alone calculating against the Su family, she now wished to firmly tie the Cheng family to the Su family ship, showing goodwill in every way and even willing to entrust all her trust to the Su family. For this expedition to Wanchuan Valley, she did not trust any other Foundation establishment factions, fearing being stabbed in the back in the secret realm. Only the Su family as a golden core family would look down on the trivial gains of Wanchuan Valley, and since their relationship was close, they were the most trustworthy ally. Su Xianming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I will arrange for some younger clan members to go with the Cheng family to explore Wanchuan Valley together. It can also serve as training for the younger generation." He had already made plans in his heart. Song Baking's cultivation had now reached the late Foundation establishment stage, just a step away from perfection, and he would be the perfect one to lead this expedition. If Song Baiqing could find an opportunity in the cave, perhaps the Su family would soon add another golden core cultivator. Compared to Chen Hao, who had joined midway, Song Baiqing was a sword cultivator nurtured entirely by the Su family, his character pure and loyal, undoubtedly more worthy of trust and cultivation. In the great Ying dynasty, Qingming Medicine Valley, an inconspicuous escape light quietly emerged from the ground, merging into the shadows of the mountains and forests, transforming into a swift rainbow that raced towards the valley's exit. As Su Yang moved stealthily, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. In recent days, the Qingming Medicine Valley had become a place of madness. Even though Su Yang spent most of his time hiding in the starry secret realm, he could still vaguely sense the fluctuations of battle occurring outside through his divine sense. Among those who were most murderous and ruthless were Qi Feng and the golden core cultivators of the Shi family. These two practiced demonic arts, and their visit to the Medicine Valley to search for opportunities seemed to be merely a side endeavor. Their true purpose was to hunt down other golden core cultivators, absorbing their cultivation and essence blood to enhance their own power. Within the valley, the secret techniques were obscured, and the flow of energy was cut off, making it an ideal place for murder and plunder. No matter what kind of background one had in the outside world, it meant nothing here. Thus Qi Feng and the Shi family's Golden Core cultivators acted recklessly and decisively, even the few Golden Core cultivators who had entered the underground caverns that day, according to Su Yang's observations, seemed to have perished at the hands of Qi Feng and the other. It was precisely because of this that Su Yang dared to seek an opportunity to escape, intending to leave this place of chaos as soon as possible. However, just after escaping several hundred miles, a tremendous wave of spiritual power suddenly erupted above the valley ahead. Countless streams of gaseous spiritual essence resembling golden little dragons seemed to have broken free from some kind of restraint, transforming into ethereal dragon shadows that scattered through the heavens and earth, prompting cultivators from all directions to madly chase and seize them. The sound of Tao techniques thundered and spiritual light flashed, turning the originally beautiful valley into a pockmarked wasteland. A dragon shadow formed from spiritual essence fortuitously swept directly towards Su Yang's position. A nearby Golden Core cultivator, quick on his feet, suddenly seized at his face, lighting up with wild joy. However, before he could escape, he was struck by a fierce beam of Tao light from behind. Boom! The violent waves of spiritual power erupted, instantly shattering the protective spiritual light around the Golden Core cultivator, who didn't even have time to scream before dying on the spot. The assailant was an elderly man with a gaunt face and deep wrinkles, his cultivation evidently reaching the mid-Golden Core stage. He casually retrieved the strip of spiritual essence and turned his gaze towards Su Yang not far away, squeezing out a friendly smile. This item is fated to be with me. I trust this fellow Taoist does not intend to snatch it from me, right? Su Yang silently cursed his bad luck, but maintained a calm facade, cupping his hands and saying, I am merely passing through and have no intention of competing for it. Farewell. After saying this, he attempted to turn and leave. Within the range of his divine sense, he sensed at least 3 Golden Core auras quickly approaching from different directions. It would be unwise to get entangled in a struggle now. Wait a moment, the old man said, his smile unchanged, eyes sharp as a blade. I do not believe you are merely passing by. You in the face of such a rare treasure as spiritual essence. I cannot believe you are not tempted. Moreover, I do not wish for too many people to know about my acquisition of the spiritual essence, so I can only ask this fellow Taoist to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man raised his hand and summoned a purple-black gourd from which surged a torrent of purple-black flames carrying the aura of annihilating all and corrupting the divine souls, sweeping towards Su Yang. Damn it, they all have such ferocious killing intent. Su Yang cursed silently. Although he had anticipated that the other party would not let him leave easily, he couldn't help but feel anger rise within him when it truly came to blows. Since entering this Qingming Medicine Valley, everyone he encountered had tried to kill him. He had not seen anyone capable of normal conversation. He reacted swiftly, immediately summoning the blood-colored war spear he had previously obtained. With his magical power activated, the spear erupted with a terrifying sea of blood phenomenon, colliding fiercely with the incoming purple-black flames. Hiss hiss hiss. Water and fire intertwined, creating vast clouds of mist. Ha ha ha. Finally we have found you. At that moment, a familiar burst of laughter accompanied by several streams of escape light broke through the rising mist and rushed over. The leader was none other than Li Jinren from Taiping Xianqing. Behind him followed 3 Golden Core cultivators who were indeed the ones that had previously surrounded Su Yang at the Lingxiao Lake Trading Fair. Su Yang's expression darkened. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. After hiding for so many days, he still encountered them. If it weren't for the old man blocking his way, he would likely have brushed past Li Jinren and his group. At this moment, with wolves in front and tigers behind, Su Yang's murderous intent surged, wishing he could immediately tear the old man apart. Yet reason told him that facing so many Golden Core cultivators at once would put him at a severe disadvantage. Moreover, there were still numerous streams of spiritual essence swirling around continually, attracting more Golden Core cultivators to gather here. If he fought to the death with Li Jinren, even if he could win, it would undoubtedly deplete him, significantly risking being picked off by later arrivals. Just as Su Yang's thoughts raced, contemplating a way to escape, several more streams of escape light whistled in from the horizon, chasing after the ethereal shadows of the spiritual essence. The newcomers exuded a violent and overwhelming aura, unreservedly radiating a terrifying demonic energy. The leader, in a goose-yellow dress, smiled like a flower. It was Qi Feng from the royal family of Deqi. Beside her was the Golden Core cultivator from the Shi family. Upon Qi Feng's appearance, the expressions of Li Jinren and the others instantly turned grim. What a lively scene. Qi Feng's beautiful eyes swept over the tense crowd, her laughter like the tremble of blooming flowers. What fun is happening here? May I join in, sister? She was stunningly beautiful and charming, her laughter enchanting, resembling a blooming rose. Yet all the golden core cultivators present, including Su Yang, felt a chill rising up their spines. The old man's face changed dramatically. Almost the moment Qi Fang's gaze swept over him, he immediately transformed into escape light, speeding away towards the valley's exit, attempting to slip away. Humph! Upon seeing this, Qi Fang's smile instantly vanished, her beautiful eyes filled with the golden core cultivator from the Shi family moved like a ghost, his speed reaching its peak, shrouded in overwhelming black, demonic energy, directly pursuing the old man. The old man felt a surge of panic and hurriedly turned around, once again summoning the purple-black gourd to spew flames while casting several defensive spells. However, the Shi family's golden core cultivator was terrifyingly powerful, having inexplicably produced a massive black feather fan in his hand, which he waved lightly towards the incoming flames. Whoosh! In an instant, a fierce wind rose. This was no ordinary wind, but a demonic wind infused with malevolent energy, which actually caused the surging purple-black flames to be blown back along with the gourd, making it sway precariously. Following that, the demonic wind continued unabated, enveloping the old man. The piercing scream abruptly ceased. The crowd gazed in horror as they witnessed the old man's body being eroded by the demonic wind, his flesh and blood visibly dissolving, as if being gnawed by countless invisible tiny ants, leaving only a white skeleton in the blink of an eye. The demonic wind carried the skeleton with a loud bang, violently embedding it into the rock wall on one side of the valley, producing a dull thud. This scene left all the golden core cultivators present shaken, their gazes toward Qi Fang and her companion filled with dread and fear. This demonic art is far too vicious. This scene left all the golden core cultivators present shaken, their gazes toward Qi Fang and her companion filled with dread and fear. This demonic art is... I have no intention of taking your lives, my dear friends, but I would like you all to hand over the spiritual essence you possess. Qi Fang laughed charmingly, her voice echoing throughout the valley. But why does this old man run upon seeing me? Do I look that frightening? This comment furrowed the brows of the cultivators present. Handing over the spiritual essence. This was the breakthrough treasure they had fought so hard to seize. How could they easily part with it? The miserable death of the old man was vivid in Su Yang's mind, although he felt a sense of satisfaction, the current situation was even more perilous. He could not determine whether Qi Fang's words were true, or if she had ulterior motives. Senior Qi, Su Yang immediately cupped his hands in respect, and said, I possess no spiritual essence, may I leave? Qi Fang's divine sense scanned Su Yang without reservation. She smiled charmingly, but countered, Little friend, where is your beautiful companion? Why is she not by your side? Su Yang replied with an unchanging expression, My wife is waiting elsewhere. I am eager to join her, thus I have no intention of participating in the struggle for spiritual essence. He once again steered the conversation back to the spiritual essence, indicating that he had none. Wanna leave? Qi Fang tilted her head with a persistent smile. That is not impossible. In light of our past meeting at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, show me your storage ring. If you truly have no spiritual essence, I shall let you go. How about that? Upon hearing this, Li Jinren and the others displayed looks of astonishment. Checking someone else's storage ring. For golden core cultivators, this was a tremendous insult and provocation, nearly equivalent to exposing their trump cards in privacy. The vast majority of golden core cultivators would rather fight to the death than agree. However, while all the golden core cultivators presumed Su Yang would refuse outright, potentially even leading to conflict. In full view of everyone, Su Yang surprisingly removed a storage ring from his finger without hesitation and tossed it directly to Qi Fang. Moi. A clear surprise flickered in Qi Fang's beautiful eyes as she took the storage ring and probed with her divine sense, immediately falling into a daze. The space within the storage ring was not small, but the items stored within were few. Only some commonly used pills, talismans, spirit stones, and a few ordinary-grade magical tools and materials. There was not even a single decent treasure. For a golden core cultivator, it could only be described as meager. Is this guy really that poor? Qi Fang wondered suspiciously, instinctively using her divine sense to scan Su Yang's entire body again, to confirm he indeed only had this one storage ring with no other hidden magical tools. Most golden core cultivators operate under the assumption that important treasures must be carried on their person, stored in the safest storage ring. However, Qi Fang, as a demonic cultivator, did not act according to common logic and had a more erratic mindset. Although she believed Su Yang had more than this, his willingness to hand over the storage ring at least outwardly demonstrated the absence of spiritual essence. Perhaps the truly valuable items were entrusted to his Foundation establishment companion. It sounds absurd for a golden core cultivator to entrust precious treasures to a Foundation establishment partner, yet it is not entirely impossible, especially since this couple appeared to have a deep affection for one another. Fine, since you are so cooperative. Qi Feng seemed a bit disinterested, casually tossing the storage ring back and waving her jade-like hand. You may leave now. Upon hearing that Qi Feng was actually letting Su Yang go, Li Xinren's expression immediately turned extreme. He immediately pointed at Su Yang and shouted sternly, Su Yang, how could you associate with such a demonic cultivator? Are you also one of them? Su Yang retrieved the storage ring, his expression calm, as if the privacy being inspected was not his own. Li Xinren, do not slander me. I simply have no spiritual essence. After Senior Qi verifies this, I shall naturally be allowed to leave. If you also have no spiritual essence or are willing to hand it over, I believe Senior Qi will likewise allow you to leave safely. Hearing this, Qi Feng laughed. Little friend speaks well. I only seek spiritual essence and have no interest in your lives. As long as you hand over the spiritual essence to me, you shall naturally leave in peace. I keep my promises. With the demand for spiritual essence made, Li Xinren and the others' faces turned ashen. How could this be possible? They had ventured deep into the Medicine Valley, enduring battles, all for these spiritual essences that could help them break through their bottlenecks. How could they just yield because of this demoness words? The atmosphere instantly tensed. However, Su Yang no longer paid them any mind, slightly bowing to Qi Feng before transforming into a streak of light, racing eagerly toward the exit of the Medicine Valley. The urgent matter was to leave Qingming Medicine Valley as quickly as possible. The disputes and opportunities here had nothing to do with him. Demonic woman, just because you let him go doesn't mean we can. Li Xinren snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and summoned a silver flying sword treasure on the spot. The sword hummed its sharp aura directed towards Su Yang's fleeing direction. Su Yang paid no heed to this, and a brilliant five-colored spiritual light flashed around him as he utilized the little five elements escape technique, instantly blending his figure with the surrounding mountain and forest energies, transforming into an elusive streak of light, racing toward the exit of the Medicine Valley. You think you can escape? Li Xinren was unwilling to relent and immediately urged his escape light to pursue closely. Qi Feng, seeing this, would not allow him to have his way and laughed lightly. Where are you going, Dao friendly? Before her words fell, she and the nearby Shijia Xinren struck simultaneously, two overwhelming demonic energies transforming into dark chains and bloody claws, one on the left and one on the right, blocking Li Xinren. You two stop that witch for me. I will slay this beast. Li Xinren shouted loudly, commanding the several golden core cultivators accompanying him, while continually moving his silver sword, cutting through the layers of demonic energy, firmly pursuing Su Yang's escaping direction. Several golden core cultivators traveling with Li Xinren, though wary of Qi Feng and her companion, could only brace themselves and take action as the situation called for it. In an instant, various colors of Dao techniques, spiritual lights, and magical powers were unleashed, crashing toward Qi Feng and Shijia Xinren. Boom! The clash of golden core cultivators erupted again, fiercer than during the struggle for spiritual essence. Countless profound Dao techniques collided like a torrential downpour, the sounds of magical treasures clashing, reverberating through the valley. Terrifying waves of spiritual power easily flattened and shattered peaks. The earth cracked, dust filled the sky, and the battle situation escalated into a boiling point. Li Xinren relentlessly pursued Su Yang. His escape technique was also remarkable, though not as adept as Su Yang's little five elements escape technique, which could navigate through the five elements effortlessly. However, relying on his profound cultivation at the mid-golden core stage and continuously bombarding with long-range Dao techniques to disrupt, he could barely keep up with Su Yang, not completely losing ground. The two figures chased and fled, sweeping across hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. The continuous high-speed escape consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. As Li Xinren was secretly calculating how to force his opponent to stop, the five-colored light in front of him suddenly halted, without warning, hovering in midair. Li Xinren swiftly closed and stabilizing his form 100 zhang away from Su Yang, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Why aren't you running? Have you finally realized that even if you escape from Qingming Medicine Valley, the outside world is far more dangerous? He believed Su Yang was exhausted or had come to terms with reality, giving up on futile struggles. Su Yang slowly turned around, his expression calm and undisturbed, as if he merely paused to enjoy the scenery. He shook his head lightly, speaking in a flat tone. No, I just think the feng shui here is quite good. It would serve well as your burial place. Hearing this, Li Xinren seemed to have heard the biggest joke, scoffing. I admit you do possess some strength. Your ability to conceal your cultivation and that tough turtle shell of yours are commendable. But you can't really believe that the brief skirmish we had in Taichingxian City could secure you in unbeatable position, can you? That confrontation in Taichingxian City was purely due to his carelessness. Had he not manipulated his flying sword to attack from a distance, Su Yang would not have been able to seize the treasure. If he guessed correctly, Su Yang's treasure was that spiritual armor which had the effect of forcibly severing the connection between a cultivator and their treasure for a short time. As long as he did not summon his treasure and engage Su Yang in close combat, the effect of Su Yang's spiritual armor would be as useless as a chicken rib, posing no threat to him. There's no point in talking further. I ask you, Li Jinren, to die. Su Yang was too lazy to engage in a war of words with his opponent. His murderous intent was resolute, seeking a swift resolution. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white light flashed around him, and the distinct heavenly spirit body instantly enveloped him. At the same time, a majestic, demonic, restraining golden body phantom rose abruptly from behind him, 6 arms extending, each forming seals. A blazing and resplendent purple cloud divine light rose like the sun at dawn, hovering behind the golden body, its magnificent Tao rhythm sweeping across the 4 directions. In an instant, the dazzling light of the Tao illuminated the valley as if it were daytime. A wave of spiritual energy far exceeding that of an early golden core cultivator erupted violently from Su Yang, radiating outwards. The 9 turns golden core within him operated frantically, its pure and overwhelming spiritual power elevated to its peak, causing the aura he emanated at this moment to nearly rival that of a mid-golden core cultivator, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. This was the strongest form Su Yang had achieved in his cultivation journey. The Wanxiang Pearl moved at his command, transforming in his hand into a long sword with a chilling gleam, its blade flowing with the radiance of the 5 elements. The 6 arms of the golden body phantom moved in unison, one hand lifted as he performed the star-plucking technique, drawing upon the starlight from the heavens, as if a giant hand plucked a cluster of stars from the sky. The other hand pressed down, gathering the mountain-suppressing seal, to condense 100 Zhang mountain, exuding a heavy might that suppressed all. And yet another arm formed seals, activating the 9 heavens falling thunder technique, summoning dark clouds and dancing lightning. Li Jinren's expression changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He realized he had severely underestimated Su Yang. This was no mere entry-level golden core. Clearly, he was a mid-golden core cultivator with a profound foundation, just one step away from advancing to late golden core. The spiritual energy wave that faintly overshadowed him caused his heart to tremble. Su Yang's offensive surged like a torrential storm, leaving him no time to think. Li Jinren shouted loudly, suppressing his anxiety, and fully urged his cultivation. The silver radiant sword of his life was summoned again, ringing with a clear sound, instantly splitting into hundreds of sword shadows, forming a forest of swords to protect his surroundings. Simultaneously, he clapped his hands together, unleashing several sharp gold sword chi that pierced through the air, attempting to intercept the descending stars and mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the Tao techniques colliding shook the valley. The stars and mountains crashed fiercely into the sword array, erupting with blinding spiritual light. The sword array trembled violently, silver light splattering everywhere as countless sword shadows shattered and reformed. Immediately after, thick purple lightning tore through the dark clouds like divine punishment, striking down fiercely. Li Jinren's figure flickered quickly, simultaneously manipulating some sword shadows to transform into flying dragons rising against the heavens, colliding with the lightning. The intertwining of lightning and sword light exploded, destroying all the rocks and trees within a radius of hundreds of zhang, turning the ground into deep charred ravines and filling the air with the acrid scent of burning metal. Su Yang, seizing the advantage, transformed with the sword, becoming a 5-colored light that charged directly at Li Jinren. The long sword formed from the Wanxiang Pearl pierced and slashed, its moves simple and unadorned, yet each strike forced Li Jinren to block, causing his blood to surge with a chilling dark energy, continuously infiltrating his meridians, devouring his vitality. Li Jinren became increasingly alarmed. He discovered that his proud sword array was being overwhelmed by the various Tao techniques of his opponent, leaving him struggling to cope. The golden body phantom seemed to possess independent consciousness, with each of its 6 arms performing various Tao techniques, incessantly interfering, restraining, and attacking. The reflected purple cloud divine light was unbearably scorching, continuously wearing down his protective spiritual light and the essence of his sword shadows. Su Yang's sword technique was fierce and domineering with immense power, each clash leaving his arms numb. I can't let him get close. Li Jinren abruptly retreated while altering his sword technique. The myriad sword shadows no longer pursued to entrap the enemy, but transformed into a silver sword river, as if the Milky Way were flowing backwards, sweeping towards Su Yang with a mournful wail from all directions attempting to win by numbers and create distance. A cold light flashed in Su Yang's eyes, and the golden body phantom behind him suddenly closed in the 6 arms, simultaneously forming seals as the purple cloud divine light blazed fiercely, transforming into a condensed beam of light that swept outward. Buzz! Wherever it passed, the silver sword river melted like snow in spring. Seizing the moment of disruption, Su Yang's spiritual energy surged, condensing all his focus and sword intent into the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the chaotic and turbulent spiritual energy of heaven and earth from their battle seemed to be suddenly smoothed and gathered by an invisible giant hand. The surrounding wind ceased, the drifting clouds dispersed. Even the raging lightning and shattering rocks seemed to freeze at this moment. Suddenly, Su Yang's aura surged dramatically, causing Li Zenren's heart to race with alarm. An unprecedented shadow of death loomed over him. Not good. The instincts of a golden core cultivator are not to be ignored. Li Zenren hurriedly urged all sword shadows to return for defense, laying down layer upon layer of sword screens in front of him, while simultaneously summoning several protective magical artifacts, his spiritual light surging. However, it was all too late. Su Yang slowly raised his sword, his movements seeming slow, yet somehow drawing upon the momentum of heaven and earth. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no flashy and dazzling light, only an extremely concentrated pure sword intent that sent chills down the spine. In the next moment, he swung his sword down. Sword like a long rainbow in a line. Swish! A line so fine it was almost imperceptible extended from the sword tip. This sword intent of Su Yang was condensed to the extreme, cleaving through the air and drawing a long rainbow between heaven and earth. The line was as thin as a hair, piercing through the vast sky, dividing the visible world in two. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. The fine line formed by the ultimate sword intent silently swept through the void. The layers of sword screens set by Master Li appeared as fragile as thin paper before this fine line, being split apart cleanly, the cross-section smooth as a mirror reflecting spiritual light. The fine line passed through the sword body without obstruction. A barely audible mournful cry echoed, and the spiritual light on the flying sword suddenly dimmed, its spiritual essence greatly diminished. How could this be? Master Li's eyes widened, the line that split heaven and earth reflected in his pupils, filled with confusion and horror. He wanted to dodge, yet found his body firmly locked in place by an invisible sword intent. Unable to move, he wished to scream, but not a single sound could be forced from his throat. A long rainbow-like streak pierced through the vast sky. A perfectly terrifying cut appeared from the center of his brow, extending straight down, dividing his high nose, slightly parted lips, rolling Adam's apple and solid chest, until it reached below his waist, all severed by this fine line. Master Li's body slowly split apart along the cut, then collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. Su Yang slowly sheathed his sword, the Wanxiang Pearl, transforming back into a smooth orb, sinking into his dantian for nurturing. The golden body illusion behind him and the majestic purple divine light quietly dissipated. The celestial silver armor covering his body faded into his form. Su Yang's breath was slightly labored, his complexion somewhat pale. To resolve matters quickly and avoid attracting more variables, he had truly exerted all his strength, expending a considerable amount of spiritual energy and divine sense. This place is not suitable for staying long. Su Yang waved his hand to collect Master Li's storage ring and the broken flying sword treasure, not daring to examine them closely, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, hastily rushing toward the exit of Qingming Medicine Valley, without looking back. This time he finally did not encounter any further complications. Su Yang concealed his own aura while taking out a third-grade hat artifact that could shield against divine sense exploration, and placed it on his head, obscuring his features before calmly escaping from the secret realm. He did not conceal the aura of his golden core cultivation. In such a perilous place, revealing a foundation establishment cultivation would instead lead to being eyed by various cultivators like a soft persimmon easily squeezed. Only by displaying his golden core cultivation could he instill fear in them, preventing them from making a move. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yang stepped out of the secret realm, he attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. With some time left before the secret realm closed, it was quite rare to see a cultivator leaving early. According to common logic, those who left early were mostly those who had gained something within the secret realm, fearing that prolonged exposure would lead to unforeseen circumstances, thus eager to depart. However, when everyone sensed the pressure of Su Yang's golden core cultivation, the originally restless forces were doused with cold water, abruptly halting their intentions to intercept or probe. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. Why is he leaving at this time? Strange, shouldn't golden core cultivators fight until the last moment to seize the greatest opportunities? How could he come out early? Could it be that he obtained some extraordinary treasure inside, and felt he couldn't keep it, hence he hurried to leave? Someone speculated in a hushed tone, greed flickering in their eyes. Are you crazy? That's a golden core master. Who dares to set their sights on him? Are you tired of living? Our golden core ancestor is still in the secret realm. Nearby a companion quickly chided in a low voice, fearing to be implicated. Various forces whispered among themselves, their gazes lingering on Su Yang, yet no one dared to truly step forward to block him. Though they all sensed that Su Yang must possess valuable items, the gulf between a golden core and foundation establishment cultivator was sufficient to cool any greedy thoughts in the face of reality. Without a golden core cultivator leading the way, anyone stepping forward would simply be courting death. Su Yang paid no heed to the whispers around him, nor did he have the slightest intention to explain or linger. With a thought, he directly summoned the spirit-concealing flying boat. As soon as the boat appeared, its spiritual light surged, and the formation and spirit patterns were activated to the utmost, transforming in the blink of an eye into a dazzling streak of light that streaked across the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. The speed was astonishing, leaving all cultivators present astounded. From the moment he boarded the spirit-concealing flying boat, it meant that even golden core cultivators lacking special escape techniques or flying treasures could never catch up to Su Yang's speed. The flying boat combined the stability of the formation with the super speed of spirit concealment, racing at breakneck speed towards the direction of Deqian. Only when the flying boat had completely left the range of Qingming Medicine Valley and entered a relatively safe airspace did Qin Jiangmei emerge from the starry secret realm, landing lightly on the deck of the flying boat. Her face bore an uncontrollable joy, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light as she hurried to Su Yang's side, speaking cheerfully. "Husband, I've finished counting." In Master Li's storage ring there were actually 17 complete spirit sources. Truly an unimaginable wealth. Not only that, but there are also a large number of ancient thousand-year spirit herbs of excellent quality, along with what we gathered in the cave of the Medicine Valley, and the previous family stock roughly calculated the total amount of thousand-year spirit herbs should be enough for several golden core cultivators to refine 20 years' worth of attribute essence pills. If these resources are solely for you to cultivate, husband, you won't need to worry about attribute essence pills for 100 years. The daily cultivation of golden core cultivators revolves around two main items. One is the attribute essence pills used for daily nourishing of the golden core and to enhance the cultivation speed. The other is the breaking treasures used to overcome small boundary bottlenecks. During this trip to Qingming Medicine Valley, Su Yang not only successfully formed his life treasure, but also obtained a massive amount of spirit sources and spirit herbs, marking an overwhelming harvest. Upon returning, he could completely focus on closed-door cultivation with ample resources, making the path to the mid-golden core stage smooth sailing. Even if resources were to become scarce in the future with his mid-golden core cultivation, he could easily venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains or overseas to expand more trade routes and resource channels for the family, acquiring more high-level cultivation materials. Calculating the time, Chun Hao and Song Baiqing should soon be about to break through to the golden core stage as well. Su Yang pondered for a moment, gazing at the swiftly retreating clouds outside, and spoke slowly. If these two succeeded in forming their cores, it would undoubtedly represent another leap in strength for the Su family. The task of exploring overseas could be entrusted to them to attempt first. Although Su Yang himself was unwilling to rashly venture overseas with his early golden core cultivation, it was indeed making full use of the talents cultivated by the family. With so many people supported by the family, they naturally should contribute to the family's development. They couldn't just remain comfortably within the family enjoying resources. What do you think, husband? What are their chances of forming cores? Qin Jiangmei nestled beside him casually, and Su Yang contemplated for a moment, objectively analyzing Song Baking's core formation should not be a major issue. After all, he is a pure-hearted sword cultivator with a very solid foundation, plus the family's complete sword path inheritance, and he still has the unresolved thoughts of revenge. If this obsession can be properly guided during core formation, it could become a support. I estimate he can at least form a second-turn golden core, and may even have hopes of breaking through to the third turn. As for Chun Hao, the situation is a bit special, and the outcome depends more on his own choices. If he pursues a higher quality golden core, such as forcibly attempting to break through to the third turn, or even higher given his foundation and temperament, the probability of failure will increase significantly. However, if he is a bit more pragmatic, merely seeking stability to condense a first or second turn golden core, the success rate would be much higher. Su Yang paused for a moment, adding, compared to Chun Hao's own potential for the Tao, the spirit beasts he has nurtured actually have a higher growth ceiling. However, speaking of which, whether it is Chuanhao or Song Baiqing, the spiritual root qualifications of both can at most support their cultivation to the golden core stage. This is nearly their limit. To break through to the nascent soul stage unless they encounter a miraculous opportunity that defies fate. But how many cultivators with their qualifications exist in the world? How could so many miraculous opportunities possibly fall upon them? For the two of them, the greatest opportunity in this life is joining the Su family, allowing them the hope of cultivating to the late golden core stage. Time passed like an arrow, quietly slipping away over the long journey home. Su Yang was unaware of how the Qingming Medicine Valley would ultimately conclude, nor did he wish to delve into it. He navigated his flying vessel, traversing mountains and rivers, and finally returned safely to the Daiqian dynasty, to the Qingyuan market, and to the familiar Su family. Upon returning to the Su residence, he learned that Chuanhao had returned from the 10,000 Great Mountains, bringing back 3 golden core spiritual items for the family. He himself only took one of them for his own golden core advancement, and was currently preparing to break through to the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Song Baiqing, who had returned from his experience in the Wangchuan Valley, successfully advanced to the peak of foundation establishment in exchange for a golden core from the family treasury. He then set out to search for golden core spiritual items in the 10,000 Great Mountains. After listening to Su Zuanming's report, Su Yang nodded slightly and instructed the celestial phenomenon during the golden core formation is hard to completely conceal. If Chuanhao succeeds in forming his golden core in the clan grounds, the Su family will gain another golden core cultivator, which will further solidify the reputation of the golden core family. However, do not arrange for Song Baiqing to break through within the clan. If the Su family were to produce new golden core cultivators in quick succession, it would attract excessive attention and investigation from various forces, which would not be beneficial for the long-term development of the clan. Let Song Baiqing directly find a relatively concealed and safe location in the 10,000 Great Mountains to enter seclusion and break through. The clan can dispatch some reliable personnel to provide protection. One must always guard against others. Not allowing the outside world to fully comprehend the depth of the Su family's foundation will enable them to retain more initiative and trump cards in various unexpected situations. Su Xianming nodded in agreement, saying what father said is indeed correct. I have considered this as well. A tall tree catches the wind. Being low-key and hidden is the way to long-term success. However, breaking through to the golden core in the 10,000 Great Mountains carries significant risks. If his aura leaks during seclusion, it could attract golden core level beasts or be detected by some scheming cultivators, leading to considerable trouble. Moreover, the clan cannot allow Su Yang, the golden core patriarch, to personally go and protect the clan elders. That would be too degrading. However, the solution is quite simple. Once Chuanhao breaks through to the golden core stage, he can be sent to the 10,000 Great Mountains to protect Song Baiqing. Su Yang smiled and said, speaking of which, Chuanhao is indeed more rational than I imagined. I thought he would try to challenge the second transformation of the golden core, but unexpectedly, he chose the most prudent first transformation. The first transformation of the golden core is the simplest to condense with the highest success rate. If it were Song Baiqing with his sword cultivator temperament and ambitions, he would never settle for just the first transformation. At the very least, he would attempt the second transformation. After all, the quality of the golden core directly affects the richness of spiritual power, the power of Tao laws, and even future potential within the same realm. However, Chuanhao's situation is special. He is a beastmaster primarily relying on spirit beasts in combat, while he himself is more in a commanding and supporting position. Therefore, having slightly weaker personal combat power is not a major concern. The primary goal of condensing the golden core is to gain the long lifespan of over 500 years that comes with being a golden core cultivator. Whether it is a first transformation or a ninth transformation golden core, the increase in lifespan is no different. He only needs to cultivate 1 or 2 golden core level spirit beasts, and in future battles, he won't even need to act personally. The spirit beasts will be sufficient to solve most problems. Thus, for him, successfully condensing the golden core is far more important than pursuing the quality of the golden core. Several days later, the spiritual energy in the sky above the Su family land was once again activated, gathering towards the family, like rivers converging into the sea, gradually forming a slowly rotating vortex of spiritual energy. Although the scale and momentum were far less astonishing than when Su Yang condensed his ninth transformation golden core, the pressure of the golden core cultivator's spiritual power, along with the celestial phenomena celebrating this event, still shocked the entire Qingyuan market. Here it comes again. Someone from the Su family is about to condense their golden core again. How long has it been since the last time? The Su family is truly flourishing with talents emerging one after another. I heard that this time the one forming the golden core is not a direct descendant of the Su family, but an elder from outside the family. Is this news true? An elder? Isn't that equivalent to a servant of the family? Does any family in the world truly dare to be so generous as to grant a servant the opportunity to form a golden core? Hey, you've been living in Qingyuan Market for all these years, but don't you understand the Su family style of doing things? Other families might not be able to do it, but the Su family can indeed pull off such a thing. They are always generous towards those who have contributed. Being a servant to other families means truly being a slave. Yet being a servant to the Su family tisk the treatment is comparable to that of some core descendants of other families. It's not an exaggeration to call them family members. The cultivators and commoners in the market looked up at the golden core phenomenon in the sky, discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with astonishment, envy, and a hint of bitterness. Countless loose cultivators and small family cultivators felt a fire ignite in their hearts, wishing they could immediately join the Su family and become one of them. A family willing to genuinely cultivate and even grant opportunities to their servants to form golden cores is truly a rare gem in the harsh world of cultivation. Most forces impose strict requirements on non-bloodline core members regarding crucial resources like foundation establishment pills and golden core formation, often extracting exorbitant prices or even demanding their lives in exchange. Of course, everyone is well aware that the Su family does not accept just anyone. Their selection criteria are stringent, placing greater importance on character and loyalty. Thus, the vast majority can only remain in the realm of envy, lamenting from afar. Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, the golden core phenomenon in the sky gradually reached its peak. Although the brilliant spiritual light was not as overwhelming as Su Yang's at the time, it still contained a heart-quaking resonance of golden core Tao and pressure, heralding the birth of yet another golden core true immortal. As Su Yang had anticipated, the process of Chun Hao condensing the first transformation of the golden core was remarkably steady. With the ample resources prepared by the Su family and his solid foundation, he encountered no obstacles in the three crucial stages of Qi essence and spirit, smoothly achieving his goal. When the dazzling golden core phenomenon finally dissipated, a dense and stable pressure of the early golden core emanated from the Su family land, rippling outwards like water waves. In an instant, the entire Qingyuan market erupted in excitement. It worked. It really worked. Another golden core, true immortal. The Su family is truly soaring to new heights. Cheers, gasps of astonishment, and discussions surged towards the Su family from all directions. The dual golden cores of the Su family had already become a formidable force that could not be ignored within the Luoxian prefecture and even the Daqian dynasty. Deep within the vast mountain range, towering peaks and ancient trees loom, enveloped in a primitive and wild atmosphere, while the roars and howls of demonic beasts echo incessantly. Song Baiqing was leading a small team, cautiously exploring deeper into the mountains, accompanied by Wei Jing, Chu Yebai, and several members of the Su family, along with numerous foundation establishment servants. Chu Yebai, scanning the surrounding forest with vigilance and a serious expression, remarked, "The demonic beasts in the mountains have been unusually agitated lately. Their activity seems rather abnormal. I have a vague premonition that something significant is about to happen." Wei Jing, with a resolute face like a carved rock, sensed the pungent odor in the air and the distant muffled roars of beasts, and said in a deep voice, "This doesn't seem like the result of a treasure emerging. It feels more like the beasts are overflowing with energy and have nowhere to vent it. When we came here, we noticed frequent internal conflicts among them, as if they were about to unite and launch an attack on the human territories. Could it be a beast tide?" Song Baiqing paused momentarily, his brow furrowing. Based on his personal experience and the signs before him, it indeed appeared to be a precursor to a large-scale beast tide. The hearts of the team members tightened, instantly awakened to the gravity of the situation. Recalling the encounters along the way, different species of demonic beasts had been frequently clashing, and many of their territorial instincts seemed to be blurring. They wandered restlessly, their aggression noticeably heightened. All these signs were highly consistent with the characteristics before a beast tide erupts. But why would there be a beast tide out of the blue? Has there ever been a case of a beast tide in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Chu Yabai asked as he walked. Before the words could finish, a sudden crash of falling trees erupted from the side of the slope. A massive demonic beast resembling a giant rhinoceros, covered in scales and with crimson eyes, violently crashed through the ancient trees ahead, kicking up clouds of dust and broken branches as it roared toward the Su family's small team. A foul wind rushed toward them, shaking the ground. "Oomph." Wei Jing snorted coldly, his expression showing no fear. He was robust in build, and at that moment his vital energies surged as overwhelming power coalesced, instantly transforming him into a bolt of black lightning, charging directly toward the towering and fierce demonic beast. The distance between them closed in an instant. Just as the beast lowered its head, its glimmering horn about to stab Wei Jing, he suddenly crouched low, nimbly dodging the deadly point, then twisted his waist, his right fist, like a cannonball, striking with tremendous force at the side of the beast's skull. Boom! The dull sound of the collision resounded through the forest, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar of pain as its enormous head was knocked to the side, its massive body staggering back. Seizing the advantage, Wei Jing pressed forward, stepping relentlessly as his fists rained down like a torrential storm, each punch striking precisely at the vital points of the beast's skull. Each punch landed with a meaty thud accompanied by the faint sound of bones shattering. Under the violent close-range assault, the beast's demonic energy rapidly dissipated, the crimson ferocity in its eyes dimming swiftly until it let out a mournful wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wei Jing shook his slightly numb fist, a light, white mist rising around him, his breath still steady, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He glanced at the demonic beast on the ground, rapidly losing vitality before leisurely responding to the question Chu Yebai had posed earlier. The 10,000 Great Mountains are vast and boundless, so a beast tide does indeed exist, but this outer region, where the Yunming ruins are located, has never experienced a beast tide before. As soon as he finished speaking, his previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened, sharply looking deeper into the... Not only him, but also Song Baiqing, Chu Yebai, and the other Su family cultivators present all felt an unusually rich and pure aura of spiritual energy emanating from a head, instantly dispersing the bloody smell in the woods. What is that? Song Baiqing furrowed his brow slightly, and with a flash of sword light beneath his feet, he soared into the air, using his sword to ascend to a height, gazing out into the distance. He saw that above a valley several miles away, a faint spiritual light shimmered with clouds of mist rising, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding environment, and an ancient primordial aura filled the air. He landed back on the ground, his expression heavy yet tinged with excitement. There really is a treasure emerging. That place where the spiritual light gathers seems to be the remains of an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Elder Song, do you sense any danger in that cave dwelling? Should we directly go in to explore, or inform the family first and wait for support? Wei Jing immediately asked, his tone decisive. Before Song Baiqing could respond, Chu Yebai interjected, his eyes sparkling with intensity. In my opinion, we can do both simultaneously. While conveying the message to the family, we should first go in to investigate. This place was extremely far from the Yunming ruins, and the surrounding area was sparsely populated. Now was the best time to seize the opportunity. If they waited for the family to send someone, or for news to spread and attract other cultivators, the variables would increase. The greatest opportunity within the cave dwelling might just lie within this initial moment. Wei Jing and Song Baiqing exchanged glances, both feeling that Chu Yebai's words held merit. In the competition for opportunities, every second counted. Very well. Song Baiqing nodded, and said to Wei Jing, you quickly inform the family, while the others remain vigilant, and follow my lead. Wei Jing immediately focused his mind, sinking his consciousness into the realm of divine sense, relaying the discovery of what appeared to be an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, as well as the unusual agitation of the demonic beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains, which could be a precursor to a beast tied to the Su family. After completing the information transmission, Wei Jing opened his eyes and nodded at Song Baiqing. Without hesitation, Song Baiqing took a deep breath, and the sword in tin around him subtly flowed, protecting the others behind him. Let's go. The group immediately concealed their presence, and under Song Baiqing's lead, like shadows merging into the forest, quickly advanced toward the valley where the spiritual light flickered. Qingyuan Market Su family. Just after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, Chun Hao had yet to fully enjoy the joy of his advancement before receiving the latest directive from the family head Su Yang. He was to immediately head to the 10,000 Great Mountains to support Song Baiqing and others who were exploring the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, and also to serve as a protector for Song Baiqing, who was about to enter seclusion to break through to the Golden Core stage. Chun Hao had no complaints and immediately accepted the order. He was well aware that his successful breakthrough to the Golden Core stage was entirely due to the abundant resources and unreserved trust provided by the Su family. Now that he had made progress in his cultivation, it was time to repay the family. As for Su Yang himself, he had no intention of going personally. The Su family had developed to such an extent that it was no longer the small family that required the family head to personally handle everything. If even the exploration of a newly discovered cave dwelling required the Golden Core family head to take action personally, wouldn't that make the Su family an enormous infant that could not manage itself without him? After arranging various matters, Su Yang strolled into the family's alchemy room. The room was filled with the fragrance of herbs, and the ground fire was steady. Su Xinrui was fully focused on manipulating the flames, refining a furnace of 5 elements origin pills. Noticing his grandfather's arrival, Su Xinrui did not stop his actions, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his mind still immersed in the process of pill refinement. Su Yang's eyes showed approval, and he did not disturb him. Instead, he sat down on a nearby mat, his hands forming seals as he cast several intricate alchemical techniques into the cauldron. With the combined efforts of the grandfather and grandson, the efficiency of alchemy greatly increased. The furnace hummed, and the pill energy enveloped the air. Soon pill after pill, each the size of a longan and shimmering with 5 colors of golden, green, blue, red, and brown spiritual light, emerged from the furnace, skillfully collected by Su Xinrui into specially crafted jade bottles, the bottle mouths sealed with flickering spiritual light. Grandfather, what brings you to the alchemy room today? After finishing a batch of pills, Su Xinrui wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and asked with a smile. Since Su Yang broke through to the Golden Core stage, he rarely came to the alchemy room, usually residing in the Star Horizon secret realm. Su Yang did not answer directly, but rose and walked to the center of the alchemy room. He extended his hand toward a heavy, ancient-looking cauldron, gently patting its cold surface, producing a dull sound. Having some free time, I thought I'd share some alchemical insights with you, and take a look at this cauldron. His gaze fell upon the large cauldron, tinged with curiosity. This cauldron had an extraordinary origin, acquired by Su Xianxiao in the Star Horizon secret realm of Luoxian City from an unknown cultivator. Due to its unique material that withstands high temperatures and its exceptional ability to conduct fiery spiritual power, it had always been kept in the Su family for use as the main alchemical furnace. Initially, the family believed it to be a high-quality special artifact, perhaps close to the level of a magical treasure. However, now that Su Yang had refined his own life-bound magical treasure and seized many magical treasures from Golden Core cultivators, he had gained a deeper understanding of the materials and spiritual resonance of magical treasures. Upon careful observation of the large cauldron, he was astonished to discover that the ancient Tao rhythm contained within it was even superior to that of his Wanxiang pearl. This was certainly not something an ordinary magical treasure could compare to. Xinrui, after using it for so many years, have you noticed anything special about this cauldron? Su Yang turned around, asking earnestly. For instance, does the cauldron exhibit any faint spiritual fluctuations? While refining pills, have you ever received any vague thoughts or information? Su Yang had his suspicions. In the cultivation world above magical treasures were the legendary spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures are imbued with spirit and possess a degree of independent consciousness and intelligence, their power far surpassing that of magical treasures, typically only wielded by powerful cultivators at the transformation stage. If it truly were a spiritual treasure, how could it fall into the hands of a small Su family? How could it be obtained by an unknown minor cultivator? Su Xinrui pondered carefully and eventually shook his head. Using it for alchemy makes the flame control easier, and the quality of the pills is more stable. Other than that, I have no other feelings. It's just a particularly useful cauldron. Seeing that his grandson had no further discoveries, Su Yang could only temporarily suppress his doubts. With the newly refined 5 elements origin pills in hand, Su Yang returned to his meditation chamber. He sat cross-legged and took out a 5 elements origin pill, swallowing it whole. As the pill entered his abdomen, it dissolved into 5 streams of pure Tao rhythm, quickly converging into his dantian and absorbed by the brilliant 9 turns golden core. In an instant, Su Yang felt the Tao rhythms of the golden core become more distinct, and the speed at which spiritual power circulated in his meridians increased slightly, flowing more smoothly without obstruction. This was the nourishing effect of the 5 elements origin pill for golden core cultivators. It did not directly enhance cultivation, but rather solidified the foundation, improved the quality of spiritual power, and deepened the resonance with the 5 elemental forces of heaven and earth. Over time, the efficiency of cultivation would naturally increase, and breaking through bottlenecks would become relatively easier. Ordinary golden core cultivators nourish their golden cores by using themselves as a furnace, painstakingly extracting the minuscule Tao rhythms from the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making the process highly inefficient. The 5 elements origin pill transferred this time-consuming and labor-intensive refining process outside, allowing the alchemist to complete it with the help of the cauldron and superb skills, greatly enhancing efficiency. The speed of cultivation with and without the pills is worlds apart. With my current cultivation speed and ample support from the 5 elements origin pills, perhaps within 50 to 60 years I can break into the mid-golden core stage. Su Yang paused his cultivation, secretly calculating in his heart. Golden core cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years, but before the age of 350 is the golden age for condensing the nascent soul. Although there is still a chance to condense the nascent soul after this age, potential will be exhausted and future breakthroughs will be nearly impossible. If I can maintain a steady supply of attribute origin pills, I can hope to condense my nascent soul before the age of 350. Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a renewed sense of urgency reminiscent of the desperate struggle he had endured years ago for Foundation establishment. The path of immortality is long, and without progress one falls behind. Now he was no longer a cultivator with a pseudo-spiritual root, but a genuine spiritual root. However, to condense the nascent soul, a considerable amount of opportunity and vast resources were still required. Only the legendary heavenly spiritual roots can guarantee the successful condensation of the nascent soul. Moreover, the nascent soul is divided into 3 grades: heavenly, earthly, and mundane. If I only rely on the nascent soul condensation pill for breakthrough, the result would merely be the most ordinary mundane soul with limited potential. If I want to condense a higher grade earthly soul in addition to the nascent soul condensation pill, I would also need to find a rare nascent soul spiritual object from the world to integrate into it, thus forging an earthly grade nascent soul. And to achieve the legendary heavenly soul, Su Yang's gaze sharpened, his expression carrying a hint of longing and seriousness. It requires, on the basis of fulfilling the first 2 conditions, to create a life-bound divine ability based on one's own Tao before condensing the nascent soul to have even a glimmer of possibility. Divine abilities are unique powers of nascent soul cultivators, manifestations of their own Tao rules, with powers far beyond any spell akin to the embodiment of Tao. Any intricate spell would pale in comparison to a divine ability, even becoming ineffective. For example, if a certain nascent soul, true monarch's divine ability is heavenly flame, then even if an opponent employs top-tier water spells of the 4th, or even 5th rank summoning the power of rivers, and sees they cannot extinguish the fire of this divine ability. For it is not an ordinary spell flame, but the rules of fire embedded within their own Tao. The divine abilities of nascent soul cultivators are varied and unfathomable. Su Yang recalled the conversation he had with Luo Wanyun at the Golden Core celebration. Luo Wanyun had mentioned that she heard while traveling on the other side of the 10,000 Great Mountains about a nascent soul, true monarch, possessing a defiant divine ability capable of renting their lifespan to cultivators below their realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was shocked, as if hit by crashing waves. Such means are nearly akin to altering the rules of life and death. The cost of renting lifespan is also incredibly heavy. If the borrower successfully breaks through to a higher realm afterward, they must repay several times the life. If they fall in the process and cannot repay, their soul will not enter reincarnation, becoming a soul slave to work for the nascent soul, true monarch, laboring with their soul to repay the borrowed lifespan. Fortunately, divine abilities could only be comprehended through personal enlightenment, not transmitted, thus preventing identical powers from proliferating across the world. Were such transmission possible, chaos would surely engulf the realm, reducing all cultivators to slaves of their own lifespans. Offensive divine abilities are the most straightforward to master. Rule-based abilities, though lacking in raw destructive power, excel in extraordinary efficacy, capable even of reshaping heaven and earth. Yet rule-based abilities pose the greatest challenge to comprehend. To awaken a divine ability during the Golden Core stage is already arduous. Mastering the most profound category of such abilities is all but inconceivable. Su Yang drew a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Should he form a nascent soul, it would be nothing less than a celestial grade 1. Thus he must awaken his life-bond divine ability during the Golden Core stage, and he would settle for nothing less. Like a life-bond artifact, a life-bond divine ability once chosen and successfully forged evolves continuously alongside its cultivator's growth and deepening insights. Should Su Yang awaken an offensive life-bond divine ability, its potency would escalate steadily as he advanced further along the path of slaughter, refining his comprehension with each passing cultivation milestone. Ordinary divine abilities, by contrast, attain near final form. Their structure and power crystallized at the moment of inception, leaving little room for meaningful evolution. Naturally, the vast majority of nascent soul monarchs spend their entire lives cultivating just a single life-bond divine ability. Only a rare few, those blessed with extraordinary talent and profound karmic fortune, succeed in awakening 1 or 2 additional divine abilities beyond their life bond. Enlightenment demands not only exceptional innate talent, but also immense time and mental exertion to internalize and synthesize countless Taoist arts. No nascent soul monarch devotes boundless energy to this pursuit. For most, a single formidable life bond divine ability suffices. To cultivate a rule-based life bond divine ability during the Golden Core stage, I must immerse myself in a vast corpus of Taoist scriptures, studying golden core level arts, and even nascent soul level techniques, to absorb their essence, cross-reference their principles, draw inspiration, and ultimately achieve profound insight. Su Yang's thoughts coalesced with growing clarity. I bear the destiny trait. Heaven rewards diligence. No matter how abstruse or profound the golden core, or even nascent soul arts may be, steadfast perseverance guarantees mastery. This is my foundational confidence. Yet only two true obstacles remain, he murmured, brows faintly furrowed. First, how do I acquire a vast trove of high-tier Taoist arts? Arts of golden core and nascent soul rank are each priceless treasures, closely guarded secrets of sects and clans. To amass them in quantity is nigh impossible. Second, and far more pivotal, is my own innate enlightenment capacity. Heaven rewards diligence, ensures I will eventually master any art, but the speed, depth, and ultimate breakthrough into original creation hinge overwhelmingly upon my inherent enlightenment aptitude. If his enlightenment were merely average, heaven rewards diligence would demand interminable grinding. If, however, it soared beyond the norm, that same trait would ignite flashes of transcendent insight, turning arduous cultivation into effortless epiphany. Amidst his contemplation, a sudden spark illuminated his mind. Within his ancestral bloodline scroll lay an unactivated destiny trait. All laws return to one origin. This trait did not directly enhance enlightenment speed. Rather, it enabled complete internalization of all cultivated arts, fusing them seamlessly into a unified whole. Though distinct from traits that accelerate comprehension, its efficiency in systematizing and unifying sprawling Taoist systems was astonishing. For the essence of a divine ability lies precisely in a cultivator's ultimate understanding and sublimation of their chosen Tao, a singular self-forged expression born from the alchemical fusion of myriad arts. The convergence of these two principles, synthesis and unification, was perfect, brilliant. Light blazed in Su Yang's eyes. With heaven rewards diligence, I can forcibly master countless high-tier arts. No matter their difficulty, mastery is inevitable given time. Then, with all laws returned to one origin, I shall rapidly penetrate their deepest truths. Finally, relying on my own enlightenment, I shall forge my life-bond, divine ability. His path now clear, his spirit unclouded. Convinced of its viability, Su Yang hesitated no longer. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness, unfurling the ancient weathered bloodline scroll. His gaze settled upon that all laws return to one origin trait. With a subtle shift of intent, he activated it. Immediately flooded by an ineffable, profound sensation coursing through his entire being and surging deep into his sea of consciousness. In that instant, it felt as though 10,000 stars ignited simultaneously within his mind. Arts he had long believed fully mastered and committed to memory. The minor 5 elements art, star-plucking art, mountain-subduing seal, 9 heavens thunderfall art, purple dawn divine light, celestial origin divine weapon art, and even the esoteric stellar circulation technique, now erupted with torrents of fresh insights and revelations. Techniques, energy pathways, and spiritual energy configurations he'd once deemed flawless now revealed subtle imperfections ripe for refinement, and deeper layers of Tao resonance waiting to be unearthed. As he delved deeper, inspiration gushed forth like an unceasing spring. Long obscure bottlenecks dissolved, hidden correspondences between disparate arts emerged with crystalline clarity. So this is it. In all laws return to one origin does not grant answers outright. It heightens my capacity for synthesis and perception, enabling me to pierce the fundamental nature of arts and discern their shared principles and points of convergence. Understanding dawned within Su Yang. Joy surged through him. Fortunate indeed that I now possess 500 years of lifespan, granting ample time to gradually digest and deeply explore these Taoist principles. Were I to activate this trait during foundation establishment, my fleeting lifespan and shallow cultivation base would easily trap me in obsessive narrow study, sacrificing essential cultivation progress for superficial mastery. Having clarified his path, Su Yang stilled his heart and began re-examining all the arts he had cultivated, especially those inherited golden core level transmissions. Yet he did not devote every moment solely to divine ability enlightenment. Cultivation demanded balance. Each day, he still reserved fixed time to ingest the 5 elements primordial pill to nourish his golden core and steadily advance his cultivation. Simultaneously, he allocated part of his awareness to further refine and improve the stellar circulation technique. Time flowed like a white steed leaping a crevice. Months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, deep within the 10,000 mountain range space above a perilous, uninhabited valley suddenly convulsed violently, then rippled like water, tearing open a shimmering radiant portal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of figures shot forth from the portal like projectiles, shouting, screaming, roaring, interspersed with furious cries, agonized shrieks, and bestial bellows. Chaos reigned, flashes of spiritual light entwined with splashes of crimson. At the vanguard surged the Su clan. Wei Jing led the charge, bare-chested, his muscles corded and powerful dark golden arcane patterns pulsing beneath his skin, radiating overwhelming vital energy. His cultivation had clearly broken through to foundation establishment midstage. His fistwind, fierce and unyielding, shattered the residual energy waves of spells launched from behind. Close behind him, Chu Yebai stood upon a pair of blazing wind and fire wheels, his movements fluid and lightning swift. His former Qi refinement level cultivation had now ascended to foundation establishment early stage. Clearly he had secured significant fortune within the immortal realm. The synergy of his robust physical body and refined spellcraft allowed him to navigate the melee with consummate ease. Trailing them were the Su clan's attendant cultivators, wounded weapons stained with blood, faces weary, yet eyes sharp, holding a simple formation as they fought while retreating. Pursuing relentlessly from behind were dozens, even over 100, frenzied cultivators from various factions joined by foundation establishment rank demonic beasts drawn by the scent of blood and treasure, roaring as they closed in. Everyone. Wei Jing abruptly halted and whirled around to face his pursuers, his voice booming like a bronze bell echoing through the narrow canyon. Now that we have exited the celestial cavern by the unspoken laws of the cultivation world, all contests for opportunity must end at its threshold. Then why do you press us so relentlessly? Do you truly wish to wage an eternal blood-soaked feud with the Qingyuan Su clan? The moment the words Qingyuan Su clan left his lips, many pursuers visibly paled, their assault faltering momentarily. The Su clan now commands immense prestige across the Luoxian prefecture, a bona fide golden core family. Just recently news spread that yet another golden core cultivator had emerged within their ranks. No one could say for certain whether a Su clan golden core elder was already concealed somewhere among these 10,000 mountains, observing coldly from the shadows. Opportunities and treasures belong to those strong enough to seize them. Others may fear your Su clan, but the Wanjian sect fears no one. A sharp-nosed youth clad in Wanjian sect robes, his foundation establishment cultivation perfected, stepped forward from the ranks, his expression dripping with disdain and avarice. Surrender whatever you obtained inside the celestial cavern. A mere third-tier clan dares to swagger before us. Ha 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 ha. From the opposite side, a figure swathed entirely in black robes and wearing a grotesque demon-like mask let out a ghastly cackle, his voice hoarse and indistinct. My fellow cultivator from the Wanjian sect speaks wisely. The Su clan, merely fortunate to have produced 2 golden core elders at the initial stage, do they truly believe themselves worthy of reverence? Today the Guimian Valley shall claim its share. Beyond these 2 golden core sects, several foundation establishment cultivators from minor and mid-tier sects exchanged furtive glances, the lure of the celestial cavern spoils having clouded their judgment, stirring restless ambition. Even more perilous were several low-intelligence foundation establishment-grade demonic beasts acting purely on instinct, roaring as they lunged toward the flanks of the Su clan formation. Kill. Murderous intent blazed in Wei Jing's eyes. He spoke no further. This expedition into the celestial cavern had yielded extraordinary rewards for the Su clan. Both he and Chu Yebai had achieved breakthroughs, and they had secured multiple rare golden core-grade spirit materials. Such priceless treasures could never remain secret. If bearing a treasure invites calamity, then better to forge a reputation of ruthless ferocity. To make the world understand the Su clan is no soft fruit waiting to be plucked. Wanjian sect, Guimian Valley. Your words today are etched into the Su clan's memory. If you seek to steal, then let strength decide the matter. Life and death entrusted solely to fate. With a thunderous roar, Wei Jing charged first toward the lead bear-like demonic beast, hurling a single fist forward, golden light erupting violently as the creature's massive skull caved inward, sending it hurtling backward in agony. Meanwhile, Chu Yebai moved like a phantom, gliding across the battlefield atop wheels of wind and fire. His fists and palms struck with lethal precision, spells erupted in rapid succession, targeting only the weakest or wounded foes, holding several adversaries at bay. Yet the enemy held numerical superiority, and the disciples of the Wanjian sect and Guimian Valley were no ordinary cultivators. With a chilling sneer, the Wanjian sect youth raised his flying sword, which instantly multiplied into hundreds upon thousands of shimmering sword projections, coalescing into a grim towering sword formation. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Sword resonance shook the heavens as countless blade images descended like a torrential storm upon Wei Jing. razor-sharp chi slicing the air with shrieking intensity. Unflinching Wei Jing bellowed, low golden sigils blazing fiercely across his body as his fists blurred into motion, meeting the deluge of blades bare-handed flesh and bone defiant against steel. A cacophony of clashing metal and rending force filled the air. To everyone's astonishment, most sword images shattered explosively upon striking Wei Jing's golden-lit fists or torso, as if colliding with a divine artifact, leaving only faint white marks and showers of sparks upon his skin. Only a handful of cunningly angled strikes managed to graze his arms or shoulders, drawing thin crimson lines, yet none pierced deep enough to threaten his core vitality. What a... The Wanjian sect disciple's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief twisting his features. His perfected foundation establishment technique, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, should have grievously wounded, or even slain, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Why did it prove so ineffectual against this man? His physique is unnatural. No ordinary body-refining art could achieve this. Cultivator from Gue Mian Valley, what are you waiting for? Strike now, he shouted urgently. The Gue Mian Valley cultivator cackled again, his form flickering as thick churning black mist surged forth, coalescing into over a dozen twisted wailing specters that darted from every direction, targeting souls directly, assaulting minds with psychic dread. Chu Yebai snorted coldly, chanting a quick incantation and sealing madras with his hands. A searing ring of flame erupted from his center, forcing back the spectral onslaught. In the same breath, he blurred forward, engaging the Gue Mian Valley cultivator in furious close combat, fists crashing, spells detonating, neither yielding an inch. Yet the Su clan's attendant cultivators now bore crushing pressure. Most cultivated only to the early foundation establishment stage, besieged by numerous peers, and even superiors, in martial prowess, while simultaneously fending off soul-chilling phantoms, they soon staggered under the onslaught, barely clinging to survival. Wei Jing watched, heart tightening. His blows intensified, desperate to overwhelm the Wanjian sect youth swiftly, but the opponent's swordsmanship was masterful, and his cultivation a full-stage superior. Victory would not come easily. Ha 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 ha. Wei Jing. Chuyabai. What does raw strength matter when two hands cannot match four? Today the Su clan will fall, here and now. As the Wanjian sect youth crowed triumphantly, sensing his faction gaining dominance, a sudden surge of over 30 overwhelming auras erupted from the distant forest. Dozens of streaking lights shot across the sky. Foundation establishment cultivators of late and perfected stages, including disciples from both the Wanjian sect and Gue Mian Valley, and even members of other Golden Core sects. Not good. Chu Yabai's expression darkened. Against such a host of foundation establishment cultivators, even he and Wei Jing stood no chance. Without Golden Core elders stepping forth, even 100 foundation establishment cultivators are but brittle tiles and scrawny chickens. Though startled, Wei Jing remained composed, driving his foe back with a single punch, his voice thundering, seeking to cow the enemy with sheer authority. Arrogant fool, do you truly think the Wanjian sect has no true masters? A frigid voice sliced through the sky. Not loud, yet silencing every clamor below, heavy with an aura that chilled the marrow. From an oppressive spiritual pressure descended like a mountain, crushing down, invisibly hammering every heart with unbearable weight. Several chi condensation cultivators gasped, blood welling at their lips as they stumbled backward. A razor-edged sword light cleaved through the clouds, arriving in an instant, hovering motionless above the valley. As the radiance subsided, a stern-faced, middle-aged man appeared, his long sword sheathed across his back. He floated midair, robes billowing, emanating the overwhelming sovereign aura unique to Golden Core elders. His gaze sharp as lightning swept downward, commanding absolute. It's a Wanjian sect Golden Core elder. Someone cried out in shock, the atmosphere freezing solid. With a Golden Core elder present, the entire balance had irrevocably shifted. Yet the very next instant, another golden streak blazed in from the opposite direction, matching the elder's speed precisely, halting gracefully opposite him, radiating identical Golden Core energy. The light faded, revealing a face unfamiliar to nearly all present. Middle-aged, calm and bearing eyes keen and unwavering. Shunhao, newly ascended to Golden Core, dispatched expressly to safeguard Song Baiqing. Shunhao's gaze remained serene as he regarded the Wanjian sect elder. Calmly he said, contests within the celestial cavern are governed by merit alone. Once outside its gates, contention must cease. That is the unwritten covenant of our cultivation world. That your disciples violated this pact is regrettable. But do you, a Golden Core elder, intend to disgrace yourself by personally threatening mere juniors of the Su clan? His arrival electrified the Su clan. Across the way, the Wanjian sect elder's countenance turned as dark as storm-racked iron. A cultivator who has just advanced to the early golden core stage and has yet to refine his own life treasure dares to speak to him in such a manner, causing Sun Yi's expression to darken instantly. Though he had not seen Chen Hao, it was not difficult to guess that this person was the newly promoted Golden Core Elder of the Su family based on the recent rumors from the Luoxian territory. You are not qualified to speak to me. You should have your clan leader come instead. Sun Yi's tone was arrogant and cold, carrying an unmistakable disdain. In his view, Chen Hao was merely a low-level character who had fortuitously condensed a first-turn Golden Core, and his achievements had halted at this stage, making him hardly a concern. As for himself, he was a deeply rooted sword cultivator, having formed a second-turn Golden Core and refined his own life treasure far beyond the capabilities of his opponent. Does the Su clan leader think he can just appear whenever he wants? Fellow Daoists, do not change the subject. This does not conceal the fact that the Wan Sword sect intends to disrupt the rules and bully the weak. Chen Hao remained unfazed, responding calmly, though his body was already on high alert. Hearing this, Sun Yi's eyes flashed with cold light, completely losing patience. My words represent the rules of the Wan Sword sect. If the Su family insists on not surrendering the treasures obtained in the cave sky, then they shall be buried here. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his flying sword treasure and slashed it through the air. All swords returned to the sect. In an instant, the flying sword split into countless sword shadows like a silver torrent that obscured the sky, rushing towards Chen Hao with a piercing sound. The sword light was brilliant, and the intent to kill was palpable. The air within 100 feet seemed to be sliced apart. Chen Hao's expression changed slightly. It was normal for others to look down on him, as he had just broken through to the Golden Core stage, and the few main spirit beasts he raised were still at the Foundation establishment completion stage. Facing a seasoned Golden Core sword cultivator like Sun Yi, confronting him head-on was certainly unwise. However, his primary task on this journey was not to defeat Sun Yi, but to delay time for Song Baiqing, who was currently in deep meditation in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, striving to break through. In a flash, Chen Hao's thoughts raced. He waved his sleeve, and a black shadow shot out like lightning, revealing itself to be a fully matured Foundation establishment python. The python coiled its body securely, lifting Wei Jing, Chu Yebai, and other members of the Su family, transforming into a black wind and darting deeper into the 10,000 great mountains. Trying to escape, Sun Yi snorted coldly, altering his sword technique to intercept some of the sword shadows. Roar! A whoa! At that moment, the spirit beast pouch at Chen Hao's waist shone brightly, and several spirit beasts of various shapes, all of which had reached the Foundation establishment completion stage, roared out. There were winged tigers, giant bears covered in rocky armor, and lizards that were entirely crimson, spewing poisonous flames. Though they had not reached the Golden Core stage, their tough skin and strong vitality, combined with their excellent teamwork, led them to bravely charge at Sun Yi, either biting, colliding, or using demonic techniques, disrupting Sun Yi's torrent of sword light. Seizing this opportunity, the python had already escaped a long distance with Wei Jing and the others. Sun Yi frowned just as he was about to unleash his sword techniques. Chen Hao, however, shifted his form and executed the exquisite small 5 elements escape technique, blending with the aura of the mountains and earth like a fish entering water, quickly increasing the distance. Simultaneously, he flicked his hands, releasing numerous binding, slowing, and interfering techniques, as if they were free. Although they could not inflict substantial harm on Sun Yi, they greatly disrupted his pursuit rhythm and concentration in casting spells. Rodent! How dare you! Sun Yi was furious, transforming into a sharp sword light and chasing it. However, Chen Hao's escape technique was exceedingly slippery, choosing to traverse complex terrain of mountains and valleys, while Sun Yi's sword light escape technique was fast but direct. When encountering mountain barriers, he either had to detour or forcibly slash through, inevitably affecting his speed. The two chased and escaped, and the sound of sword light and various techniques exploding in the forest echoed repeatedly. It seemed fierce, yet Sun Yi felt as if he were punching cotton, a sense of frustration. Chen Hao did not confront him directly. He merely evaded, disturbed, and delayed. Is this the Golden Core cultivator of the Su family? Is all you can do is flee? If you are afraid of death, you should have rolled back earlier. The Wan Sword sect will someday flatten your Su family. Sun Yi cursed angrily, attempting to provoke him. However, Chen Hao's temperament was stable. He remained unfazed, continuing to strictly execute his delaying tactics. He was well aware that his advantages lay in controlling beasts and escape techniques, while his disadvantages lay in direct offense and treasures. Why would he engage in short strikes against long ones? As the two were locked in combat, suddenly the sky above another area of the 10,000 great mountains became The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible force frantically converging towards a certain direction, gradually forming a visible spiritual energy vortex, with rays of light appearing heralding the manifestation of a golden core. However, that area was rarely visited by people. There were no other cultivators within hundreds of miles. Only the demonic beasts in the mountains were disturbed by this unusual movement, emitting uneasy roars, some even rushing towards the center of the phenomenon. The direction in which Chunhao's python carrying Wei Jing and others was heading was precisely the center of this golden core manifestation. Wei Jing and the others' task was to block the demonic beasts attracted by the phenomenon and protect Song Baiqing. Chunhao needed to stall Sun Yi, who was the greatest variable. The more Sun Yi fought, the more he sensed that something was off. Chunhao's tactical intentions were too obvious. Suddenly, he became aware of the unusually powerful flow of spiritual energy in the distance, and combined with Chunhao's abnormal delaying behavior, a shocking thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Is it possible that the Su family has a third person who is about to form a golden core here? He suddenly looked at Chunhao, his mind racing, and then transformed into escape light heading towards the direction of the spiritual energy flow. To his surprise, Chunhao's expression changed slightly. He no longer simply dodged, but instead commanded his spirit beasts to desperately obstruct him, even at the cost of injuring the beasts. Indeed, Sun Yi was both shocked and furious. What is Su family hiding so deeply? If you are allowed to develop for another 100 years, how could my Wan Sword sect have a foothold in the Luoxian territory? Filled with astonishment and rage, Sun Yi held nothing back and shouted loudly. His life-flying sword shone brightly. The myriad sword shadows converged into a massive sword aura that split apart the entanglement of spirit beasts and the interference of techniques, temporarily forcing Chunhao back. Then he merged with his sword, transforming into an incredibly dazzling sword rainbow, no longer paying attention to Chunhao, and sped towards the place of the golden core manifestation with utmost haste. He absolutely could not allow the Su family to add another golden core. If the opponent succeeded in forming the golden core, he would face a 1-against-2 situation. Stop him. Chunhao's complexion turned pale as he shouted urgently, while also fully activating his escape technique to pursue. Several spirit beasts roared and pounced towards the sword rainbow, but at this moment Sun Yi erupted with full force, and the sword light was extremely swift. The spirit beasts could not catch up. Only Chunhao, relying on the subtlety of the small 5 elements escape technique, could barely keep up from behind, yet he could not fully obstruct him. Sun Yi flew swiftly with his sword, his heart anxious. As he caught a distant glimpse of the scale and aura of the golden core phenomenon, his pupils constricted. This phenomenon is definitely not a 1-turn or 2-turn, it must be at least a 3-turn golden core. When did the Su family produce such a figure? A 3-turn golden core, even within the Wanjian sect, is considered a core strength. If this person successfully forms their golden core and teams up with Chunhao, I fear today I might truly be in grave danger. Although he is a 2-turn golden core sword cultivator with an advantage in magical artifacts, a 3-turn golden core cultivator should not be underestimated. Coupled with Chunhao's alliance, the gap is insurmountable even with magical artifacts. I must interrupt him. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Yi's eyes as he increased his speed. However, when he charged over a valley shrouded in faint mist, an unexpected change occurred. A layer of light barrier suddenly rose and intricate formation patterns flowed, revealing a prearranged 3rd-tier confinement formation. Inside the barrier, Wei Jing, Chu Yebai, and other Su family cultivators sat cross-legged at various formation nodes, their faces flushed as they poured their spiritual power into the formation to maintain its operation. Chunhao's figure appeared at the edge of the formation, his face somewhat pale, but his gaze exceptionally calm. To draw you into the formation would have taken some effort, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own. A mere 3rd-tier confinement formation thinks to stop me. Break for me. Sun Yi shouted fiercely, the 2-turn golden core within him, operating as an immense spiritual power, surged unreservedly into his life-bound flying sword. The flying sword hummed and trembled, its blade expanding dramatically, transforming into a 10-zhang-long sword aura that carried a sharp aura capable of tearing everything apart, striking fiercely towards the light barrier. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the valley, the light barrier shaking violently, the formation patterns flickering uncertainly. The ones maintaining the formation, Wei Jing and others, were violently shaken, spitting out blood, yet they gritted their teeth to hold on. 1,000 army killing formation rise. Chunhao immediately formed hand seals, triggering the killing changes within the confinement formation. Inside the light barrier, the mist rolled and instantly condensed into countless spiritual soldiers clad in armor, wielding knives, guns, swords, and halberds, forming a battle array that charged towards Sun Yi. The battle cries shook the heavens, their momentum astonishing. Sun E, trapped within the formation, had to fend off the surging soldiers from all directions while continuously slashing at the light barrier attempting to break free. He was momentarily flustered. Though his cultivation was higher than Chun Hao's, and he had the advantage of a life-bound magical artifact, the combination of the third-tier confinement formation and the killing formation along with Chun Hao controlling spirit beasts to disrupt him temporarily trapped him. Meanwhile, deep within the valley in a temporarily opened cave, Song Baiqing sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling sword energy, and a vortex of spiritual energy above his head grew increasingly vast and pure. His expression was solemn, focused, as he was currently breaking through the three key gates of spirit energy and spirit for golden core formation. Thanks to his pure heart and the ample resources and protection provided by the Su family, he had smoothly passed the first two gates. At this moment, he was gathering all his divine sense to break through the final gate of divine sense. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged wildly, and the phenomenon of golden core formation became increasingly brilliant, with the faint sound of sword cries echoing through the valley. Open for me. Within the confinement formation, Sun E, unable to break through after a prolonged attack, felt increasingly anxious. He suddenly bit his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed onto his life-bound magical artifact. The flying sword immediately radiated with bloodlight, its sword energy surging several times. Blood sword breaks illusion. Flash. A blood-colored sword rainbow shot up into the sky, carrying a fierce and decisive aura, striking fiercely at the same point on the light barrier. Crack. Boom. The overburdened third-tier confinement formation finally shattered with this The fragments of the light barrier flew apart, and those maintaining the formation, including Wei Jing, suffered backlash, once more spewing blood and being sent flying back, their breath weak. Sun E transformed into a streak of escaping light as he broke through the formation, but he too paid a price. His hair was disheveled, his robes torn, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his aura significantly weaker than before, clearly a great expenditure. Yet in the very moment he broke through, a wave of golden core aura erupted from deep within the valley, like a slumbering fierce beast awakening, instantly sweeping outward. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth cleared, and the resplendent phenomenon of golden core formation began to slowly converge, merging into the cave below. Song Baiqing successfully formed his golden core. Damn it! Sun E's expression changed drastically, looking extremely ugly. He sensed that this golden core aura was not only stable, but also radiated a sharp and pure sword intent far exceeding that of an ordinary new golden core cultivator. It was undoubtedly a three-turn golden core. What was more troublesome was that the opponent was also a sword cultivator. With Chun Hao eyeing him greedily in front, and a newly minted three-turn golden core sword cultivator behind Sun, he quickly weighed the pros and cons, and began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Though his life-bound magical artifact was an advantage facing two opponents, one of whom was a sword cultivator skilled in offense, and having just broken the formation while expending significant energy, the risk of falling in a hard fight was extreme. Retreat. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sun E made a decisive choice, turning into a streak of sword light and fleeing in the direction he came from. Since you have arrived, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A clear voice with a hint of coldness rang out. In the next moment, a swift azure sword light arrived, first blocking Sun E's path. As the sword light dissipated, a young man with a stern face and sharp eyes like swords appeared. Song Baiqing held a sword glowing with azure light. Without a word, flicked his wrist, and a remarkably condensed azure sword energy tore through the air, stabbing directly at Sun E's face. The sword move was simple, yet fast, precise, and fierce, carrying an unwavering resolve. At the same time, Chun Hao arrived. A blazing sun suddenly rose behind him, and purple radiance shone forth. Qingyuan Market, Su family's inner courtyard. Su Xianming was handing several completed family affairs jade slips to his grandson, Su Jingyan, who stood beside him, while also giving a few instructions to Su Jingyi, who was organizing the accounts. These two grandsons were gifted and stable in temperament, showing exceptional talent in family management. Under his careful guidance over the years, they could now handle matters independently, alleviating much of the pressure. With their assistance, Su Xianming could finally extricate himself from the tedious affairs and focus on his own cultivation. Just as he was about to concentrate and prepare for today's training, a fluctuation came from his spiritual sense space. Su Xianming immediately collected his thoughts and immersed his consciousness within. As the light and shadow shifted, the slightly weary faces of Wei Jing and Chu Yabai appeared. The two bowed in unison, and then Wei Jing reported everything that had occurred in the 10,000 Sword Mountains. What? You killed a golden core cultivator from the Wanjian sect. Even Su Xuanming, usually calm, was shaken upon hearing this news. He quickly calmed down, his brow furrowed as his mind raced, The golden core true person from the Wanjian sect must have left a soul lamp or life card within the sect. Once they die, the lamp extinguishes or the card shatters, and the sect will immediately be aware. There are other forces at the scene, and the Wanjian sect will easily learn the truth. This matter cannot be concealed at all, unless everyone present is killed. Saying this, Su Xianming shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. The Su family was not a bloodthirsty clan capable of such heinous acts. However, if this matter was not resolved, it would surely invite the revenge of the Wanjian sect. Su Xianming truly did not expect that merely a cave opportunity would escalate to this, directly making an enemy of the Wanjian sect. Is the Su family destined to be at odds with the Wanjian sect? Lord of the Su clan, this matter was truly not the will of Elder Chun or Elder Song. Master Chu Yebai hastily interjected, his voice edged with urgency. It was Jin Dan, true immortal son, of the Wanjian sect, who pressed upon us relentlessly. First attempting to seize our Su clan's destined opportunity, then scheming to sabotage Elder Song's golden core formation, and even openly threatening to raze our entire Su clan to the ground. The two elders acted solely to protect us, and had no choice but to slay him. His arrogance knew no bounds. He left us no room for compromise. Su Xianming sighed faintly, a wry smile flickering across his lips as he waved his hand dismissively. How could I not know this? The two elders acted rightly. The moment demanded life or death, leaving no space for hesitation. Yet Sun Yi's threats were mere bluster, hollow boasts meant to intimidate. Our Su clan is the imperial appointed guardian of Luoxian Prefecture, safeguarded by the sovereign's laws. Even if the Wanjian sect wields immense power, it dares not openly commit an act tantamount to rebellion, such as leveling our clan, without provoking the wrath of the great Qian dynasty. His gaze grew profound, his tone grave, yet now it is our Su clan that stands exposed on the precipice. Thrust into the eye of the storm, placed at a severe disadvantage, all because we slew one of their Jin Dan elders. Still, Su Xianming well understood that even had elders Chun Hao and Song Baiqing chosen retreat and spared Sun Yi, the Wanjian sect, renowned for its domineering ways, would never have shown gratitude. Instead, it would have escalated its aggression without restraint. From the Huangchan incident years ago to the bitter contest over the Luoxian guardianship, conflicting interests between the Su clan and the Wanjian sect had long festered. Today's clash was merely the inevitable eruption of accumulated enmity. Enmity was inevitable. And Lord, how shall we proceed? Master Chu Yebai's voice carried deep concern. They had escaped peril, yet burdened their clan with grave consequences. After a moment's silence, resolve flashed in Su Xianming's eyes, and his voice rang with unshakable certainty. Return to the clan immediately. Should any from the Wanjian sect, or other factions, dare impede you en route, show no mercy. Strike them down without hesitation. What is done cannot be undone. Evasion is futile. Better to act decisively, to project the Su clan's strength and fearless resolve to the world. With 3 Jin Dan cultivators now anchoring our clan, even the Wanjian sect cannot overpower us. Moreover, as the imperial guardian of the great Qian dynasty, we stand under the sovereign's direct protection. So long as righteousness lies with us, the dynasty will inevitably lend its support. Having issued his orders, Su Xianming withdrew his consciousness from the spiritual realm and returned fully to his physical form. He stilled the tumult within his heart, then summoned Su Jingyan and Su Jingyi before him, briefly recounting the events in the 10,000 mountain range and his decisive course of action. You two shall draft an uncompromising official notice to be delivered to the Wanjian sect immediately. Su Xianming commanded sternly. Its core message must hold the Wanjian sect accountable for violating the sacred codes of the cultivation world, wielding brute force to oppress the weak and forcibly seizing the destined opportunity of our Su clan disciples. The Wanjian sect must render a formal explanation to our Su clan, not only issuing a public apology, but also compensating us for all losses incurred as a result of this affair. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan fell silent in contemplation, offering no immediate reply. Closing his eyes, he sank his consciousness into the spiritual realm and activated the star-reading art, swiftly weighing advantages and risks and tracing the chain of consequences that might follow. Su Jingyi furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. Grandfather intends to seize the initiative through bold offense, to strike them off balance and claim absolute command of the situation. Yet such a move would irrevocably sever all possibility of reconciliation between our Su clan and the Wanjian sect, plunging us into a battle to the death. The Wanjian sect possesses formidable depth. Its ranks include more than 1 Jin Dan cultivator, and its alliances entwine with numerous other powers. A war of annihilation between the Su clan and the Wanjian sect would not entail confrontation with a single enemy alone. Allied sects and clans, bound to the Wanjian sect by mutual interest, would likewise turn their hostility toward us. Su Xianming nodded slowly, then shook his head. Your concerns here are not unfounded. Our Su clan as it stands today lacks the strength to directly challenge a colossus like the Wanjian sect. But understand, this retreat and forbearance will not bring peace. They will only signal weakness, inviting ever greater encroachment and abuse. We are not without allies. The Yunjian sect maintains deep ties with our Su clan. That is the first. And second, we serve as the imperial guardian of the great Qin dynasty, thus standing beneath the sovereign's direct patronage. By speaking out boldly, we ascend the moral high ground, thereby shaping public perception and giving the imperial court ample justification to support us openly. So long as we uphold righteousness, the great Qin dynasty, determined to preserve its own authority and the sanctity of its laws, will have no choice but to back us, at the very least exerting visible pressure upon the Wanjian sect. But should we swallow our pride in silence, or handle matters poorly, allowing the Wanjian sect to twist truth and cast us first as murderers of their elder, then even righteous claims would crumble before slander. The dynasty, though willing to aid us, would hesitate, fearing backlash, and dare not intervene openly. At that moment, Su Jingyan concluded his divination and spoke. Grandfather, my reading confirms it. Though bold action will inflame tensions and draw hidden daggers, it remains the optimal path forward under present circumstances. Henceforth, all our clan members traveling abroad must exercise heightened vigilance, especially when encountering disciples of the Wanjian sect. And precisely so. Su Xianming nodded. Since enmity is now sealed, conflict is inevitable. Our task is not to endure blows passively, but to command the battlefield itself. Issue orders forthwith, effective immediately. All Su clan disciples and retainers undergoing cultivation trials abroad shall elevate their alertness. No fewer than 3 may travel together beyond the clan grounds. Should they encounter Wanjian sect disciples, avoidance is preferred. If unavoidable, strike first. Understood, grandfather. Su Jingyan and Su Jingyi replied in unison, their expressions solemn and resolute. Without further delay, they set about executing the command. Swiftly, a stern and unyielding statement of accountability, crafted by the Su clan, raced along official channels to the Wanjian sect's mountain gate, while deliberately circulating through key locations across Luoxian prefecture. This was no mere declaration. It was a deliberate display of unassailable authority. The Wanjian sect, Grand Assembly Hall atop the main peak. The air hung thick and heavy. Shunmun, newly ascended sect master, sat upright upon the throne at the hall's apex. His white robes immaculate, his youthful countenance strikingly refined. Having heard his disciples' report, he faintly furrowed his brows, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a quiet rhythm upon the armrest of his seat, offering no immediate judgment. He remained composed, but others in the hall could not. And bang! A Foundation Establishment elder of the Sun clan slammed his palm onto the jade table beside him and surged to his feet, his face flushed crimson with fury, his voice sharp with outrage. Outrageous. Unbelievable. This is sheer arrogance. That upstart Qingyuan Su clan, having barely clawed its way into prominence, dares slay one of our Jin Dan elders, then brazenly turns the tables, demanding our sect issue apologies and reparations. Where in this world does such injustice prevail? Turning to Chunmiyun, he bowed deeply and declared loudly, Sect Master, this matter cannot end quietly. I beg you to issue immediate orders, mobilize our elite forces, march upon Qingyuan, eradicate the Su clan utterly, and make an example of them, to avenge Elder Sun Yi's death and restore our honor. Otherwise, what remains of the Wanjian sect's dignity and prestige? The gazes of everyone in the hall converged upon the Foundation Establishment elder. Everyone understood his urgency. Sun Yi was the greatest reliance of the Sun family within the Wanjian sect, and this elder's position was obtained thanks to Sun Yi. Now that Sun Yi had perished, the Sun family's standing in the sect would undoubtedly plummet, likely following the same path as the Huang family's decline from years ago. Chen Miwen's expression was calm, yet he sneered inwardly. He felt little sorrow over Sun Yi's death, and even sensed that the Sun family had been too domineering within the sect, relying on having a Golden Core elder. However, the Su family's counteraccusation truly displeased him. How dare a family that had just recently ascended to Golden Core status provoke the Wanjian sect's centuries-old authority? Yet Chen Miyuan was not blinded by anger. He continued to calmly contemplate his strategy. At this moment, another elder of considerable seniority at the Golden Core stage slowly spoke, his voice steady. Elder Sun is mistaken. The Su family is officially appointed by the Great Qian Court to guard Luoxian. To act against the Su family is akin to slapping the Great Qian Court in the face. Unless our Wanjian sect is prepared for a full-scale war with the Great Qian, this proposal is absolutely unfeasible. Moreover, as far as I know, the Su family has a significant relationship with the Yunjian sect, and Luo Wanyan's cultivation and influence cannot be underestimated. Are we to simply swallow this indignation? Allow our golden core elder to die in vain? Let the Su family ride roughshod over us? The elder from the Sun family retorted unwillingly, his eyes reddening. This indignation cannot be easily swallowed. At this moment, Chun Muyuan finally spoke, his voice not loud, yet suppressing the clamor in the hall. He ceased his finger-tapping, scanning the crowd with his gaze. However, the Wanjian sect is indeed not in a position to go to war with the Su family, and it is even more unwise to directly provoke the Great Qian court. The Su family is precisely aware of this, which is why they dare to act so arrogantly. We absolutely cannot apologize for this matter. We can respond robustly, denounce their slander, and temporarily keep this account in mind. When the conflict between the two sides intensifies in the future, we will find a pretext to deliver a decisive blow to the Su family before the Great Qian and the Yunjian sect react. By then the matter will be set in stone, and for the greater good the Great Qian will likely not sever ties with a family that no longer has a golden core cultivator to stand guard. Chun Muyuan's strategy was clear: endure for now, avoid direct confrontation, wait for the right moment, and deliver a fatal strike. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Sun family members instantly darkened. The Foundation establishment elder from the Sun family looked around the hall and suddenly exclaimed, "It's the Su family again." The Huang family's disciples fell in Qingyuan back. Then, looking back, now how can we say they died in Qingyuan? They clearly perished at the hands of the Su family. The sect had let the matter from back then slide, but with another elder now falling to the Su family's hands, are we to continue tolerating this? Once, twice, we are to bear it each time. To outsiders, how do we differ from a soft persimmon that can be easily... If this goes on, who will respect our Wanjian sect? Perhaps even the most insignificant will dare to trample on us. This rhetoric was highly provocative, and the expressions of the crowd varied. In an instant the hall was abuzz with discussions, and many gazes filled with doubt and pressure were directed towards Chun Muyuan at the front. This newly appointed sect leader's cultivation was inferior to that of the previous sect leader, Huang Lingxiao, and his prestige was already lacking. If he mishandled the situation, now internal dissatisfaction could easily arise, shaking his position. Chun Muyuan sensed the implications behind those gazes, his hand resting on the armrest tightened slightly. The Sun family was roasting him over a fire. Since some believe the decisions of this sect leader to be inappropriate, Chun Muyuan suddenly snorted coldly. Then let us vote on it. The minority shall yield to the majority. He shifted his tone, his eyes sharply sweeping across the assembly. However, I will not be responsible for any consequences arising from the decision made by the vote. He kicked the ball back, simultaneously clearing his own responsibility. Since some were eager to push for war with the Su family, let them drive it forward. This was a good opportunity to see which families jumped the highest. The greatest issue within the Wanjian sect had never been a lack of foundation, but rather the entangled family influences constantly scheming against one another like a pile of loose sand. If Chun Muyuan wished to truly control the Wanjian sect, he would need to gradually weaken the foundations of these families, allowing the Chun family to dominate the sect. Even if this action would lead to a temporary loss of strength for the Wanjian sect, as long as the internal situation stabilizes, it would surely return to its peak with time. Hearing this, the elders in the hall exchanged glances. After a heated debate, they ultimately voted to pass the resolution to retaliate against the Su family. However, the method of retaliation was not to confront them directly, as that would be an open defiance against the Wanjian sect plan to hunt down the Su family's disciples who were out training, continuously escalating the conflict and provoking the Su family, ultimately drawing out their golden core cultivators, then setting a trap to concentrate their forces and annihilate them. As long as the Su family lost the protection of their golden core cultivators, their value in the eyes of the Great Qian court would undoubtedly plummet. By then, when the Wanjian sect obliterated the Su family, the Great Qian would at most only formally hold them accountable and then take over the Su family's assets. The world of cultivating immortals was indeed cold and ruthless. Between the Wanjian sect, which had multiple golden core cultivators stationed, and a Su family that had lost its golden core protection, the choice was obvious. With the resolution set, the Wanjian sect's retaliation began to stir like an undercurrent. The conflict between the Su family and the Wanjian sect spread, with both sides holding firm to their claims, quickly echoing throughout the Luoxian domain. The confrontation between the two major golden core forces attracted countless gazes, as everyone held their breath waiting for the conflict to escalate, further speculating on how this storm would ultimately resolve. As everyone's attention was drawn to the enmity between the Su family and the Wanjian sect, a sudden weighty piece of news landed like a boulder in a still lake, stirring up massive waves. The Great Qian dynasty and the Great Qi dynasty were at war once again. The news of the rekindled flames of war spread with astonishing speed. In the realm of spiritual sense, Su Xianxiao frowned tightly. The Great Qian and the Great Qi have started fighting again. This is too sudden. The reasons for their previous ceasefire have yet to be determined. As the lord of Luoxian City, he bore the responsibility of guarding his territory. If the Great Qi army unexpectedly attacked the Luoxian domain, the pressure on him would be unprecedented. Su Xianming spoke with a grave expression. For both major dynasties to simultaneously halt their military actions must be tied to a shocking opportunity related to the nascent soul level. With the war reignited, it is likely that this opportunity has been claimed or that the struggle has entered a new phase. He anticipated that peace would be only temporary, yet he did not expect war to come so swiftly. The most pressing issue now was no longer the feud between the Su family and the Wanjian sect, but the court's conscription orders. Now the Su family was a golden core family ranked within the Great Qian's official seal, no longer a small family that could evade military service. The war of the immortal Cultivation dynasty has a remarkably high death rate. Going to the front lines is fraught with peril, and someone from the family is bound to sacrifice. However, if we do not go or act in a perfunctory manner, what awaits the Su family will not be the schemes of the Wanjian sect, but the thunderous means of the Deqian court. Su Xinrui furrowed her brows. Moreover, even if we are mandated to support the front lines, we will not only face the enemies of the Deqi, the people of the Wanjian sect will likely seize this opportunity to strike from behind. This statement plunged everyone present into silence. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the Su family seemed trapped between two enormous grinding wheels, unable to advance or retreat. The atmosphere of the family meeting suddenly grew heavy. War is inevitable. In this suffocating atmosphere, Su Xuanheng suddenly spoke up, but we can guard against the Wanjian sect. Yinner and I are about to achieve the Golden Core. Once we succeed, the Wanjian sect will pose no threat. Swish! All eyes instantly turned to Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, who stood beside him. The couple stood side by side, their postures as straight as pine trees. The sword intent in Su Xuanheng's eyes was reined and steady as a mountain, while Wei Yin exuded an aura of heroism, her gaze sharp. Facing the scrutiny of everyone, the two merely nodded slightly, their faces devoid of any trepidation, exuding absolute confidence that had settled after enduring countless trials and tribulations. Su Xianming was the first to react, his tone filled with anticipation. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, you. Over the years, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin had joined the Yunjian sect following Luo Wanyan to test their skills against various sects, traversing many perilous lands famous for their dangers, even venturing into forbidden zones. Though the process was fraught with danger, they brushed shoulders with death multiple times, but it was this extreme tempering that honed their swordsmanship and mindset, allowing their cultivation speed to progress rapidly. Now both had stabilized in the late foundation establishment stage, just one step away from perfection. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the growth of the Su family over the years was not merely about its burgeoning population. The true foundation of the family was about to experience an unprecedented explosive growth. Not only had Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin reached the late foundation establishment stage, but Qin Jiangmei and Su Xianxiao had also quietly reached the same stage. In another 10 or 20 years, when these members of the Su family who had accumulated a solid foundation gradually advanced to the Golden Core stage, what a spectacular scene would that be? The number of Golden Core cultivators in the Su family will experience a series of increases, and the family's foundation and strength will expand rapidly like a snowball. By then, the Su family will not only be the overlord of Qingyuan Square City, but also a top-tier force within the entire Luoxian prefecture, one that cannot be ignored. Thinking about it this way, what once seemed like a colossal entity, the Wanjian sect, now appeared rather insignificant. All of this stemmed from the Su family's inherited path, allowing every disciple of the Su family to start with at least a true spiritual root qualification and the ability to forge a perfect Tao foundation. This foundational strength, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, means that Su family members have a much higher success rate when breaking through to the foundation establishment and forming golden cores compared to the average level in the immortal cultivation world, with incomparably greater potential. Su Xuanjing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. If elder brother and sister-in-law can successfully form their golden cores along with father, and the two elders, our Su family will have 5 golden core cultivators. At that time, even the Wanjian sect, which has stood for hundreds of years, will no longer dare to underestimate us. She said this, her mood suddenly dipping a little. Currently, her cultivation was stuck in the mid-foundation establishment stage, still quite far from forming a golden core, and she could distinctly feel that the pace of her cultivation improvement was no longer as simple and easy as during the qi refining stage. Without the life-and-death tempering of external experiences, merely relying on the resources provided by the family for closed-door cultivation, her progress was ultimately a bit slow. Realizing this, Su Xuanjing's gaze suddenly became firmer. She should consider going out to experience some training, otherwise forming a golden core in the future might be exceedingly difficult. With such a vast amount of cultivation resources available in the Su family, she was not content with merely forming a third or fourth turn golden core. She also yearned to pursue the legendary 9-turn golden core like her father and elder brother-in-law, striving for higher potential in her golden core formation. She was equally filled with longing for the path of longevity. Elder brother and sister-in-law, please rest assured in your closed-door cultivation for forming your golden cores. Everything here in the family is in my hands. Su Xianming wore a calm smile, taking over the conversation. As the head of the family, he must stabilize the overall situation. With his statement, the heavy atmosphere in the divine sense space lightened considerably, and everyone's hearts seemed to find a sense of reassurance. Su Xianming quickly organized his thoughts and began to arrange the support for the front lines. The best candidate for the Golden Core stage was none other than Song Baiqing, whose swordsmanship was sharp and suitable for battlefield slaughter. Elder Chun Hao's abilities were more suited for beast mastery, making him fit for executing special tasks or protecting the family in complex environments. Meanwhile, Su Yang, the Golden Core Patriarch, was still in closed-door cultivation. Moreover, matters like going to the front lines to fight should not and cannot trouble the family head to attend personally. As for the candidates in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, they were not complicated. The Su family disciples studying at the Daiqian Academy, according to the Academy's regulations, would mostly head to the front lines for training, which would be a rare opportunity for them to hone their skills. The Su family would also select a group of outstanding servant cultivators to go along. Once Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin succeed in forming their golden cores and head to the front lines for support, it would maximize the survival rate of the Su family members. With the plan set, actions were immediately set in motion. The grievances between the Su family and the Wanjian sect were temporarily set aside, as everyone in the Su family entered a full preparatory state for the front lines. Spirit tools, spirit cannons, spirit ships, various levels of formation plates and flags, various medicinal pills for healing and recovery, talismans for offense and defense. An enormous amount of supplies were drawn from the storeroom, counted, categorized, and loaded. The Su family's combat style has always been unique. Relying on their strong financial resources, they adhere to the philosophy that in battles of magic it is not life that is wagered, but resources, striving to achieve the greatest results with the least casualties. After a series of orderly preparations, a massive spirit ship slowly ascended, its hull shimmering with lights, as the formation runes lit up one after another. The warship was laden with all kinds of supplies, personally steered by Song Baiqing, carrying the elite of the Su family, led by Wei Jing Chu Yebai, and in Xiao, transforming into a dazzling streak of light as it sped toward the front lines. On a solitary peak outside Qingyuan Square City, Su Yang's figure quietly appeared. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes gently swaying in the mountain breeze, his deep gaze fixed on the warship disappearing at the horizon, remaining silent for a long time. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. He sighed helplessly, a hint of emotion in his voice. The Su family had just elevated to a golden core family, yet they had not yet enjoyed the prosperity and peace that came with their elevated status. Instead, troubles came one after another, leaving no moment for respite. Su Yang understood that this was an inevitable outcome in the resource competition of the cultivation world, difficult to avoid. After all, the cultivation resources in the southern region of the Great Qian were limited, and with each additional golden core cultivator, a larger piece of the pie would be taken away. The rapid rise of the Su family would naturally raise the vigilance of the golden core forces, prompting them to join forces to suppress it. I was originally focused on how to deal with the open and hidden attacks from these golden core forces. Su Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating. I didn't expect that the Great Qian and Great Qi would once again go to war at this moment. Is this timing a coincidence, or is it intentional? He could not determine clearly. If it were the latter, it would indicate that the Great Qian court had started to subtly fear the Su family's rapid rise. At the level of golden core cultivators, many hidden trump cards and true potentials are difficult to conceal from those proficient in the art of divination. Therefore, Su Yang did not rule out a possibility. The Great Qian royal family may have already glimpsed the astonishing potential of the Su family's future through divination, specifically restarting the war at this moment, intending to use the blade of dynastic warfare to weaken the Su family's foundation. After all, a family with unlimited potential could very well become an unstable factor within the dynasty, potentially shaking the royal family's ruling position in the future. Su Yang never forgot that the essence of the cultivation world is incredibly cruel. Even the great Qian royal family, which had cooperated for many years, ultimately consisted of a group of cold and ruthless cultivators. Beneath the friendly surface, there always existed the weighing and calculation of interests. Su Yang's figure flickered and disappeared from the peak, returning to the inner courtyard of the Su family, stepping into the starry secret realm. The current starry secret realm, after years of development and transformation, had an area comparable to more than half of the Su family estate, forming its own small world. The internal environment of the secret realm was elegant and tranquil, with picturesque scenery. The central courtyard was exquisitely designed, with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly fashion, the interior adorned with rustic elegance, and every detail crafted with ingenuity. What caught the most attention were the two towering spiritual plants standing in the courtyard. One was a heavenly spirit fruit tree, its branches and leaves shimmering with soft luminous light, exuding a rich vitality. The other was a 5-element spirit tree, radiating hues of gold, green, blue, red, and brown, with a subtle and harmonious aura. The two trees resonated with each other, their spiritual light intertwining, forming the core scenery of the secret realm. Su Xinrui was standing under the two spirit trees, his expression focused. He held a jade plate, meticulously grinding various medicinal powders that emitted a peculiar fragrance, and evenly sprinkled them into the soil surrounding the spirit trees with specific techniques and trajectories. He then took specially prepared spiritual spring water and carefully irrigated the plants. This series of steps was complex and intricate, allowing no room for error. These medicinal powders were actually made from various precious elixirs as core materials, supplemented by dozens of spiritual plant powders personally ground and mixed by Su Xinrui. Based on the incomplete ancient prescriptions collected by the family, combined with his own alchemy skills and understanding of spiritual plants, he carried out extensive deductions, experiments, and improvements before finally determining this maintenance plan. The cultivation conditions for the 5-element spirit tree were extremely stringent, requiring nearly harsh standards for the soil's texture, nutritional structure, the purity of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment, and even the humidity and flow of air. Su Xinrui utilized the medicinal power of these specially formulated elixirs to subtly improve the essence of the spirit soil, harmonizing the 5 elements to maintain and enhance the vitality and growth of the 5-element spirit tree. Surrounding the spirit trees was a complex and profound formation with radiant halos circulating faintly, forming a stable 5-element cycle domain. This formation was personally arranged by Su Yang, consuming a considerable amount of precious material. Under the dual nurturing of the formation and elixirs, the current 5-element spirit tree had stabilized, brimming with vitality, no longer needing to rely on the life essence of the heavenly spirit fruit tree for emergency irrigation. However, what replaced it was an astronomical quantity of various specially formulated elixirs consumed daily. If not for the Su family's current substantial financial resources and rich foundation, they truly could not afford such extravagant consumption for the 5-element spirit tree. I feel that the ratio of the elixirs can still be further optimized. Su Xinrui saw Su Yang approaching, paused his work, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Perhaps we can lower the cost by another 10 to 20%, and the effectiveness will not diminish. Thank you for your hard work, Xinrui. Su Yang stepped forward, patting his grandson's shoulder appreciatively. If it weren't for your extraordinary alchemy skills and understanding of the medicinal properties of spiritual plants, I don't know how much time and energy I would have had to expend to maintain them so well on my own. Su Xinrui quickly humbly replied, Grandfather, you flatter me. These are what I should do. Your energy should be focused on improving your cultivation. Nurturing spiritual plants is the responsibility of us younger generations. Moreover, the vigorous growth of the 5-element spirit tree is also thanks to your continuous improvements to the environment of the starry secret realm, making the circulation and laws of spiritual energy within the secret realm increasingly perfect, greatly enhancing the growth efficiency of all spiritual plants. In merely adding a finishing touch, Su Yang smiled with satisfaction, saying no more. His grandson's growth and sense of responsibility filled him with a deep sense of assurance for the future. He turned and stepped into the quiet room of the secret realm, preparing to continue his secluded cultivation. After days and nights of intensive research, he had successfully improved part of the core of the starry secret technique, which was why the growth rate of the spiritual plants in the secret realm had significantly increased rather than the direct transformation understood by Su Xinrui. Currently, the growth rate of spiritual plants in the secret realm was several times that of the outside world. The day when 1,000-year spiritual herbs could be harvested was just around the corner. Next, Su Yang needed to share the starry secret realm with the entire family. Once this technique succeeds, its strategic significance would be immeasurable. It would greatly enhance the survival capabilities of the Su family members in the outside world, whether facing dire situations on the battlefield or being pursued by overwhelming enemies. As long as they focused their thoughts, they could enter the secret realm, making it the strongest safeguard for their lives. Su Yang already had an idea of the direction of research inspired by the Zongyuan alchemy classic. This classic created a spiritual sense space that allowed all members of the Su family, no matter where they were, to enter the same space for communication. Su Yang planned to draw on this method and combine it with the starry secret technique. The first step would be to deeply connect the family members' spiritual senses with the starry secret realm, allowing them to project a wisp of consciousness into the secret realm as if entering the spiritual sense space. The second step would be to achieve the entry of the physical body, allowing the entire family to share the secret realm. Merging two high-level inheritances to create a technique comparable to divine ability is not an easy task, nearly a pipe dream. However, Su Yang possessed the fate of heaven's path rewards diligence. As long as the direction is correct and he perseveres, he will surely achieve success. Coupled with the enhancement of the all method's return to origin, fate, it would greatly improve his efficiency in integrating different systems of Taoism. The combination of the two gave him the confidence to overcome the challenges. In the quiet room, Su Yang cast aside distracting thoughts, fully immersing himself in the simulation of the Taoist techniques. The rhythm of the Tao flowed slowly around him, producing a subtle resonance with the entire starry secret. Time flows like water, quietly passing by. In the blink of an eye, several years have swiftly gone by. The external situation has turned tumultuous as the war between the two great dynasties of Deqian and Deqi has completely erupted, with flames of war sweeping through the borders and even the heartlands of both nations, resulting in fierce slaughter and rising smoke signals. Even the recently restored prosperous Luo Xianfuyo has once again been dragged into the whirlpool of war. As the city lord of Luo Xian, Su Xianshao is at the forefront, forced to lead the city defense forces to contend with the invading Qi army, bearing immense pressure. Within the borders of the two nations, it is nearly impossible to find a peaceful place. Only Qingyuan Square can barely maintain relative peace amid chaos, relying on its third-tier great formation and the fame of the Su family's Golden Core clan. In the starry secret realm, time seems to flow at a different rhythm. In a tranquil room, Su Yang sits cross-legged, with Tao rhythm circulating around him. The rhythmic Tao resonance faintly synchronizes with the space of the secret realm. Every slight fluctuation can cause the stars in the sky to dim and brighten, as if he has become a part of the rules of this world. Unbeknownst to how much time has passed, an unusual change suddenly occurs in the tranquil room. The space surrounding Su Yang ripples without warning. Immediately, several portals adorned with deep purple halos open around him. These portals are not large, only about a foot square, with swirling halos at their edges, through which one can vaguely see blurred images on the other side. One of the portals reveals a closed meditation room filled with spiritual energy, where Su Xianheng sits cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, with sword energy concealed, yet not released, currently in a critical adjustment period before forming his golden core. Another portal shows a bloody battlefield where cries of war fill the air. Su Xianyao is back-to-back with several young members of the Su family, fiercely battling against a Qi cultivator force that outnumbers them several times as sword lights and spells intertwine. The third portal reveals an elegant tea house in Qingyuan Square, where Su Xianling is enjoying spiritual tea with several friendly female cultivators laughing and chatting about the interesting gossip of the square, momentarily distancing herself from the external turmoil. Another portal reflects a scene from the family courtyard, where Qin Jiangmei, with gentle eyes, is patiently guiding several young Su family descendants, creating a warm atmosphere. These portals surrounding Su Yang are entrances to the secret realm, with their internal scenes hazy yet real, continually shifting to reveal different family members' surroundings in response to Su Yang's subtle thoughts. After a long time, the Tao rhythm surrounding Su Yang gradually calms as the purple portals silently close as if they had never existed. He slowly opens his eyes, a gleam of excitement shining within. Su Yang lets out a long breath, a smile spreading across his face. I finally succeeded. The new starry secret technique has been completed. From now on, the starry secret realm can connect with all members of the Su family, enabling shared experiences. The conditions for entry are similar to the divine sense space. The Su bloodline can enter directly, while outsiders must be summoned by a member of the Su family. Without any delay, Su Yang focuses his thoughts, sinking his consciousness into the divine sense space, transmitting the newly devised cultivation method of the starry secret technique to Su Xianrui and Su Xianjing. The two concentrate and reflect in their respective rooms. The reformed starry secret technique is not complicated. The key lies in using one's own bloodline as a guide to sense and anchor the starry secret realm opened by Su Yang. Moments later, Su Yang sees the space not far away ripple silently within the starry secret realm as two portals adorned with purple halos quietly open. Through the portals, one can clearly see the shock of disbelief on the faces of the two. Is this really happening? Su Xinjing's voice trembles slightly as she tentatively takes a step forward. As light and shadow shift, a slight sense of dizziness from the transition of space washes over her, and in the next moment, she finds herself firmly on the ground, genuinely feeling the rich and pure spiritual energy of the secret realm, seeing Su Yang standing with a smile, not far away along with the two iconic spirit fruit trees in the courtyard. Immediately after, Su Xianrui's figure also steps out from another portal, equally astonished as he surveys his surroundings. We really managed to cultivate the starry secret technique just like this. And we entered the same secret realm. Su Xinjing's voice rises slightly with excitement. Cultivating in the starry secret realm requires a vast amount of stellar energy and a profound understanding of spatial Dao law. Even with the current financial standing of the Su family, it is impossible to support every clan member in independently opening their own secret realm. However, the reformed starry secret technique devised by Su Yang completely overturns all of this. The entire Su family can share the same secret realm without needing to rely on Su Yang to open the entrance. They can sense and enter at any time. From now on, the Su family possesses a secret realm uniquely belonging to them, and the effects of this technique are nearly akin to divine abilities. With this technique in the family, doesn't that mean we can gather in the secret realm anytime regardless of whether we are far apart or close together? Su Xianrui's tone is filled with emotion. Although the divine sense space created by the Zhong Yuan Lian Shindian allows clan members to gather their souls and communicate without barriers, it is ultimately a meeting on the level of consciousness. In contrast, the starry secret realm brings forth a true physical presence in the same world, allowing for tea tasting and discussions, sparring and training, and the genuine sensation of each other's warmth and breath, which cannot be replaced by the divine sense space. Su Yang smiles and nods, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Indeed, from now on we will expand and reform this secret realm together. By transmitting the technique to other clan members, we can guide our blood relatives into it, just like the divine sense space. Hearing this, the two immediately set to work. Soon the secret realm ripples again as the figures of Qin Jiangmei and Ruan Ning appear in succession. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp belonging to the Su family on the front lines of the Deqian border, Su Xianyao has just led a team of clan members to repel a probing attack from the Qi army, his law robe stained with dirt and some dried blood, his breath slightly heavy. After several cleaning spells, Su Xianyao changes into a clean law robe. Upon entering the Su family's meeting tent, he finds that the siblings who usually gather here are nowhere to be seen. Second brother. A clear shout echoes as a tall figure clad in dark spirit iron armor, wielding a war spear, suddenly appears in the tent. Su Xianxie is surrounded by an aura of lingering killing intent, with several fresh scratches on his armor, a look of excitement on his face. You must try the newly transmitted starry secret technique from the family. It is truly amazing. Su Xianxie speaks hurriedly, his eyes sparkling. Su Xianyao is taken aback. He has naturally received the technique transmitted within the clan, but has not yet had the time to comprehend it after just experiencing battle. However, what surprises him more is that in his divine sense perception, Su Xianxie just appeared in the camp out of thin air. How is the new starry secret technique different from the family's collection of the starry technique? Just now I saw you. Su Xianyao points at her, and then glances at the tent entrance, his meaning clear. How did you get in just now? Su Xinsha flashed a bright smile, and without any pretense stated, naturally, I just came out of the secret realm. After my grandfather modified the Xinghuan secret technique, it now allows the entire clan to share the same secret realm, entering and exiting at any time. What a... Su Xinyo's pupils shrank suddenly, his voice rising a few notches. Are you saying that you just entered the secret realm created by grandfather? Does that mean we can see grandfather and grandmother as well as our parents? The thought of reuniting with loved ones far away filled his heart with an uncontrollable excitement. Su Xinsha nodded seriously, her smile growing brighter. Second brother, you should try it too. Many of our clan members are gathering in the secret. Su Xinsha nodded seriously, her smile growing brighter. Second brother, you should try it too. Many of our clan members are gathering in the secret realm. Right now it's quite lively. After saying this, the air behind her twisted, and a portal shimmering with a purple glow suddenly opened. Through the portal, Su Xinyao caught a glimpse of a peaceful courtyard scene. Ancient trees towered overhead, spiritual light flowing, and several familiar faces were conversing in the courtyard. He even saw his older brother Su Xinyo looking towards him, smiling and waving as if mouthing, "Come here." The portal flickered and disappeared in an instant. Su Xinyo stepped inside, her figure vanishing from the camp in a flash. This scene completely ignited Su Xinyo's eager emotions. No longer able to suppress himself, he immediately sat cross-legged, clearing his mind, and began to guide his bloodline perception according to the incantation. The modified Xinghuan secret technique no longer focuses on the arduous task of drawing in stellar energy and opening spaces, but rather on sensing the connection between bloodlines and the secret realm, then opening the entrance to the secret realm. In just a moment, with a thought, Su Xinyao felt a gentle tremor in the space beside him, and a purple portal quietly opened. Taking a deep breath filled with anticipation and excitement, he stepped inside. Light and shadow flowed as he landed firmly on the ground. Familiar spiritual energy enveloped him, and the soft sound of a zither along with cheerful laughter reached his ears. He focused his gaze and found himself standing in the central courtyard of the Xinghuan secret realm. The sight before him warmed his heart. His sister Su Xinyue was already there, chatting with several cousins. Descendants from the Su family spanning from the first to the third generation gathered in great numbers. Some were stationed in Luoxian City, some were studying at the Daiqian Academy, some were fighting at the borders like him, and others were enjoying tranquility at the Qingyuan Su family. At this moment, everyone was able to gather here, using the Xinghuan secret technique, crossing mountains and rivers. In the courtyard, Qin Jiangmei and Su Xianling delicately played the zither, a lively and cheerful melody flowing gently. Su Zhengxian transformed into a dutiful servant, pouring fragrant spiritual tea for the elders and siblings, the rising tea mist adding warmth to the atmosphere. This technique truly seizes the world's creation. Su Xianming took a sip of the spiritual tea, glancing around at the gathered clan members, unable to help but exclaim, "This secret technique can actually allow family members scattered everywhere to gather at any time. Not just that, but any celestial treasures, confidential information, or even during times of danger, can be sent back here immediately, or one can retreat into this place for safety." His words were like stones thrown into a lake, creating ripples. Everyone snapped back to reality from their joyful reunion and began to think deeper about the additional value brought by the shared secret realm. Su Zhenjian's eyes lit up, and he interjected, "What the elder said is absolutely right. In the past, our Su family's business network spanned across many regions, and transporting resources required the use of flying vessels and caravans, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive, while also worrying about bandit attacks on the road. Now that we have this secret realm, we only need to station one clan member at each major trading hub, and then the resources purchased from various places, as well as the goods that need to be distributed, can be transferred instantaneously through the secret realm. How much cost and risk will this save? Not just commerce." A young member of the Zheng generation excitedly said, "If we encounter danger outside and are pursued by formidable enemies, as long as we have a moment to catch our breath, we can activate the secret realm to escape. Even a golden core cultivator would be helpless against this. This is the strongest life-saving card of our family." As the crowd exchanged excited words, they began to analyze the various benefits brought by the shared secret realm one by one. As the conversation grew more intense, Su Xianxiao suddenly stroked his chin and said something astonishing. "This technique is indeed marvelous, but it would be perfect if we could directly go to the location of another clan member through the secret realm. If that were the case, it wouldn't just be a refuge in times of danger. We could directly leave dangerous places through the secret realm. That would truly be the freedom to come and go as we please, making distance seem insignificant. Whether for support, surprise attacks, exploring dangerous lands, or traveling overseas, we could reach our destination in an instant, saving countless hardships and risks along the way." His imaginative idea caused a brief silence in the lively courtyard. Soon after, Su Xinyo chuckled and shook his head. "Fourth uncle, you really dare to dream, don't you? If we could truly achieve point-to-point teleportation through the secret realm from point A to point B, then this Xinghuan would no longer be simply a secret technique, but a legendary divine power." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, feeling that Su Zhuangxiu's idea was too ahead of its time and idealistic. For now, the ability to share the secret realm with the entire clan and access it at any time was already an incredible secret technique they had long dreamed of. They felt satisfied and did not dare to wish for more. However, sitting in the main seat and listening with a smile, Su Yang's eyes flickered with a hint of profound. Su Zhuangxiu's whimsical thought precisely hit upon his ultimate vision for the Xinghuan secret technique, which was also the direction for the next stage of his plan. Su Xinyo was right. If one wished to use clan members as coordinates for two-way teleportation, the Xinghuan must transcend the level of a secret technique and become a divine power to achieve that. Moreover, Su Yang's goal for cultivating the nascent soul was to achieve a heavenly-grade nascent soul. One of the key prerequisites for forming a heavenly infant is to create a life-bound divine power during the golden core stage. Perhaps, Su Yang pondered aloud, the Xinghuan secret realm could serve as my life-bound divine power. Originally, the Xinghuan was merely a technique for creating secret realm space used for storage planting and trapping enemies. After his modification, the potential of the Xinghuan secret realm was significantly enhanced. Taking it a step further, it could become a divine power. If it were continuously enhanced as a life-bound divine power in the future, he could potentially refine the Xinghuan secret realm into his own spatial domain, controlling the life and death of enemies trapped within by his thoughts. Going even further, he might be able to manifest part or even all of the secret realm into the outside world, merging it into a piece of heaven and earth, forming a divine kingdom governed by his Tao techniques. At that level, not to mention borrowing lifespan, even unimaginable feats like manipulating reincarnation and reversing time and space might not be impossible. After the family gathering ended, most of the Su family members left the starry secret realm one after another. Only a few relatively free clan members remained, taking turns to construct this secret realm. They planned spiritual fields, transplanted spiritual plants, and stabilized formations, gradually transforming it into a paradise. If only I could find a high-grade spiritual vein to place within the secret realm. Su Xuanming, who temporarily stayed in the secret realm, felt the abundant spiritual energy, but knew it ultimately needed to draw supplements from the outside world. He pondered silently. If a high-grade spiritual vein were found, the concentration of spiritual energy within the secret realm would rise to a new level, satisfying the growth conditions for many rare spiritual herbs. He immediately decided to arrange for family members to pay more attention to any news and opportunities related to spiritual veins. A secret realm capable of autonomously producing abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy and forming a stable cycle would become the core foundation of the Su family. At that time, when clan members closed themselves off for breakthroughs, the resulting heavenly phenomena would be completely concealed, maximizing the avoidance of external scrutiny, truly achieving the goal of hiding in plain sight. Su Xianming then left the secret realm. The once lively courtyard returned to tranquility, leaving only Su Yang and his wife Qin Jiangmei. Qin Jiangmei gently held a pot in her delicate hands, pouring a cup of warm spiritual tea for Su Yang, the fragrance wafting in the air. She raised her eyes and looked at her husband, her voice soft. "Husband, my cultivation and state of mind have both reached perfection. It is time for me to retreat and make a breakthrough." Su Yang accepted the teacup, his gaze resting on his wife's gentle and beautiful face, and he nodded slightly. Back then, Qin Jiangmai's cultivation level closely followed, and now that he had been at the golden core stage for many years, it was indeed time for Qin Jiangmei to solidify her golden core. The reason for her slight delay was complex, involving personal encounters, family affairs, and the tempering of her state of mind. Too many factors affected the speed of cultivation. However, this was of little concern. The path of immortality is long, and what matters is not the speed at any moment, but the foundation and potential. "What grade of golden core do you plan to condense, my dear?" Su Yang asked softly. Qin Jiangmai's gentle gaze now held a hint of determination and confidence as she looked at Su Yang and stated, "I want to walk alongside my husband for all eternity." She aimed to match Su Yang's ambition, targeting the legendary 9 turns golden core. Only with the highest quality golden core can one attain a longer lifespan and a broader future, allowing her to truly accompany her partner and walk side by side on the path of longevity. Hearing this, Su Yang silently calculated in his heart. Both Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin aimed for the 9 turns golden core, and with Qin Jiangmei, the 3 of them needed a total of 27 golden core spiritual materials. Given the current amount of golden core spiritual materials collected by the Su family, it was clearly insufficient. However, he was not worried, as Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin were now disciples of the Cloud Sword sect and possessed great potential soon to condense their cores. Luo Wanyan would certainly not be stingy with them. Thus, the portion of spiritual materials required by Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin could be assisted by the Cloud Sword sect. The family could concentrate resources to prepare 9 types of golden core spiritual materials for Qin Jiangmei. "In that case, my dear, let's have you retreat and break through directly within the starry secret realm." Su Yang set down his teacup and made a decision. "I will use secret techniques to draw spiritual energy from the Su family's spiritual vein into the secret realm for your golden core condensation." This method would be quite troublesome to execute, but the advantage was that it could prevent the phenomena of golden core condensation from appearing above Qingyuan Square. The current De Qian royal family had some wariness towards the Su family. If golden core cultivators were continuously born, it would surely invite deeper suspicion and unnecessary attention. If the Su family were to be too ostentatious, Su Yang worried that the clan members on the front lines would fall victim to the Daiqian royal family's treachery. Originally, the Su family planned to conceal the news of Song Baiqing having condensed his golden core, but when the Daiqian and Dachi went to war, the plan to use Song Baiqing as a trump card fell through. With Song Baiqing heading to the front lines, the news of the Su family having 3 golden cores had already spread. Xuanheng and Wei Yan do not need to hide their golden core condensation from the outside world. At that time, the Su family will be a family of 5 golden cores, and the special identities of Xuanheng and Wei Yan can restrain the malicious intentions of various forces towards the Su family. Su Yang calculated in his heart. Both of them had the status of direct disciples of the Cloud Sword sect backed by the golden core great cultivator Luo Wanyan. With Luo Wanyan's reputation and strength, the Daiqian royal family would have to weigh their actions carefully before taking any steps. Moreover, with the close relationship between the Cloud Sword sect and the Su family, even if the Su family were to explode with new golden core cultivators in the future, the Daiqian would feel helpless. If Daiqian dared to lay hands on the Su family, they would have to face not only the Su family, but also the Cloud Sword sect. According to the predictions from the Heavenly Mechanism technique, the relationship between Luo Wanyun and the Daiqian Empress does not seem simple. With the Cloud Sword sects backing, the Su family may not necessarily walk the path of opposition against Daiqian in the future. Su Yang was accustomed to anticipating the worst outcomes in all matters and prepared countermeasures in advance, hence the need to conceal the family's trump cards. However, many times things do not truly unfold in the worst way. The most important thing at present, aside from steadily improving my cultivation, is to continue reinforcing the Starry Secret Realm and strive to elevate the Starry Secret technique to the level of divine powers. Currently, although the Starry Secret Realm is immensely useful, it is essentially a space created by a high-grade secret technique whose strength can at most confine golden core cultivators. For a nascent soul true monarch who has mastered spatial power, there is a risk of it being forcibly breached. To elevate the secret technique to divine powers, it is necessary to strengthen the stability and rule strength of the secret realm, enabling it to withstand the impacts at the nascent soul level. In the quiet chamber, Su Yang immersed his mind in the deductions of the Tao and divine powers. Meanwhile, Qin Jiangmei adjusted her state within the spirit gathering formation specially arranged by Su Yang, preparing to challenge the golden core barrier. As the sun and moon cycled, time flew by, and several months passed in a flash. Within the Starry Secret Realm, Su Yang sat cross-legged on the warm jade stone, the rhythm of the Tao flowing around him, his consciousness deeply engaged in the deductions of the Tao. Suddenly, he sensed something. His consciousness sank into a sea of consciousness where the ancient and profound bloodline genealogy began to unfold a new page on its own without any wind. Is a new member of the family born? Su Yang's thoughts stirred, focusing on the genealogy. After a brief glance, he confirmed that the 4th generation of Su descendants had been born. The newly emerged name on the genealogy indicated that this was the child of Su Jingyan. According to lineage, he was Su Yang's great-grandson, crossing 4 generations of bloodlines with him. Looking at the name of the newborn, Su Yang's feelings were rather complex. As the 3rd generation of descendants gradually increased, his emotional investment in the younger generation inevitably became somewhat diluted compared to his own children and grandchildren. The joy brought by the birth of the 4th generation great-grandson was more rooted in the update of the bloodline genealogy than in his feelings towards the great-grandson. Among the 3rd generation of descendants, Su Yang had only paid special attention to a few talented individuals who often accompanied him. By the time of this 4th generation, he even felt a hint of unfamiliarity. The newly born great-grandson is the son of Su Jingyan. Su Yang's interactions with Su Jingyan have not been frequent. In Su Xinjian's eyes, Su Yang is the supreme patriarch of the family, radiating authority, and only the family prodigies can garner the patriarch's attention and guidance. Having an ordinary relationship with the patriarch is, in Su Xinjian's view, perfectly normal. However, Su Yang is currently immersed in a subtle emotion. He is uncertain whether this emotion is a result of a long lifespan leading to increasing indifference or a natural phenomenon caused by generational gaps and diluted bloodline connections. Su Yang has noticed that he is slowly becoming somewhat indifferent towards the family members born later. He worries that he might grow accustomed to this indifference, gradually becoming like most cultivators in the cultivation world, no longer valuing emotional connections. This thought must not take root. Su Yang took a deep breath and immediately sat down cross-legged. He focused his mind and concentrated all his attention on adjusting his mental state. He must confront this subtle panic to prevent it from taking root in his heart, quietly growing during the long years of cultivation, ultimately transforming into an inner demon. Once an inner demon takes shape, it will surely harm him when confronting the nascent soul tribulation. He was unsure how long he sat in silence, but when Su-yang slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze was no longer lost or fearful, replaced instead by clarity. Bloodline kinship is also an indispensable part of the great Taoist cultivation. It is the cornerstone of tempering one's character, not a burden. Su-yang formulated a new plan in his heart. From now on, in every generation of descendants, a few must be selected to stay by my side for personal teaching and nurturing. By personally participating in their growth when they establish families and have children, my emotions can be continued and entrusted within these familiar bloodlines. In this way, I will naturally pay attention to the future development of the entire family, maintaining this bond of kinship. As he thought of this, a hint of relief and a light smile appeared on Su-yang's face. He steadied his mind and refocused his attention on the bloodline genealogy. His hand slowly turned the pages of the ancient genealogy, unfolding to the page detailing the family's Tao methods. Indeed, with the birth of the fourth generation of descendants, the transmission chapters have been updated again. In addition to the original foundation establishment and golden core chapters of the Tao, Yin, Han, Yuan, Jing, a new chapter on the nascent soul has been added along with an entirely new Tao method, ancestral Tao divine threshold technique. Su-yang concentrated his divine sense and carefully read the summary of this new Tao method. After a moment, he involuntarily took a deep breath, a sense of uncontrollable shock bursting forth in his eyes. Is this actually a method for transmitting divine abilities? Su-yang's heart shook violently. According to the ancient records of the cultivation world, it is an ironclad rule that divine abilities cannot be transmitted. Regardless of whether they are ordinary divine abilities or innate divine abilities, they can only be created through a cultivator's own comprehension of the Tao. Their mysteries cannot be conveyed in words, nor can they be recorded or passed down in any form. Divine abilities are manifestations of the laws unique to the comprehender alone. However, this ancestral Tao divine threshold technique astonishingly breaks this ironclad rule in an unimaginable way. Using the ancestral Tao divine threshold technique as a foundation, a divine threshold great hall is opened on the level of consciousness. Any family member who has mastered a divine ability can record the transmission mark of that divine ability in the hall using the divine ability's Tao rhythm as a guide. Later entrants into the divine threshold great hall can comprehend the mysteries of the divine abilities by observing the marks. This principle is similar to the divine sense space created by the Zone Yuan Lian Shindian for family members to communicate their souls. The ancestral Tao divine threshold technique creates a divine threshold great hall specifically for recording, preserving, and transmitting divine abilities. The entry rules are likewise based on bloodline connections mirroring the divine sense space. Su-yang was profoundly shocked, almost unable to contain his excitement. He immediately calmed his mind and began to comprehend the introductory techniques of this ancestral Tao divine threshold technique. Given his current realm and understanding of the Tao, entering was not difficult. Soon he felt a familiar sense of detachment. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed dramatically, surrounded not by the familiar starry beaches and tides, but rather immersed in a magnificent solemn palace suffused with ancient Tao rhythms. The palace is extraordinarily high and vast, filled with dense jade bookshelves all around, yet the shelves are entirely empty. At the end of the palace is a gigantic blank scroll occupying an entire wall made of a material that is neither silk nor paper, shimmering with a hazy luster. Simply being here, Su-yang instantly comprehended the rules of the hall. When a family member records a divine ability, here a transmission jade slip carrying that divine ability will appear on the corresponding shelf. Moreover, that enormous blank scroll is used to reproduce the Tao rhythm scenes, images, and even sounds when the recorder performs the divine ability, allowing later entrants to immerse themselves in the comprehension of that divine ability. Since the Su family currently has no one who has truly mastered divine abilities, the shelves in the hall are completely empty and the great scroll is also blank. Su-yang's consciousness lingered in the hall for a moment before returning to his body. Despite the absence of any divine ability transmissions in the hall, he was still filled with excitement. The possibility of transmitting divine abilities brings immeasurable benefits to the future of the Su. This means that the Su family can establish a treasure trove of divine abilities, where each clan member can not only understand their innate divine abilities, but also learn the divine abilities of other family members through the divine threshold great hall. More critically, innate divine abilities will continuously strengthen with the growth of the cultivator and their comprehension of the great Tao. As long as there are nascent soul cultivators in the family who have mastered innate divine abilities entering the divine threshold Great Hall regularly, to update their understanding of these divine abilities, other clan members can also learn and continuously reinforce the divine abilities they have learned. Over time, it equates to everyone in the Su family being able to simultaneously master multiple innate divine abilities with growth potential. After a while, Su Yang gradually calmed down from this grand vision. He shook his head with a smile, realizing that he had been overly excited. The premise of this magnificent blueprint is that the Su family must have multiple nascent soul cultivators, and that the family has undergone countless generations of accumulation and development to enrich the divine threshold Great Hall with a diverse array of divine abilities before it can gradually take shape. For the current Su family, this divine threshold Great Hall is still merely a display. After calming his emotions, Su Yang was just about to unfold the destiny page of the Bloodline genealogy. Just as his thoughts stirred, he suddenly noticed that the section of the genealogy recording the names of family members had inexplicably increased in pages. Upon closer inspection, he was first taken aback, but then could not suppress a smile of gratification. He saw an incredibly familiar name on the newly added page, Qin Jiangmei. Not only that, Wei Yan, Wan Ning, Ji Shulan, Zhao Wan, Yi Wei Jing, and Chu Yi, by all of whom have given birth to descendants for the Su family, also appeared on the Bloodline genealogy. Any spouse, son-in-law, or daughter-in-law who marries into the Su clan and secures its bloodline continuity may now be inscribed in the ancestral register. A sudden clarity illuminated Su Yang's mind, followed by an irrepressible surge of joy. Undoubtedly, this revision to the bloodline register would elevate the Su clan's foundational strength to unprecedented heights. These outsiders, those who married in or were adopted in, had already withstood the test of time, proving themselves exceptional in both character and capability. Long ago, they had come to regard the Su clan as their true home, devoting heart and soul to its prosperity. Should they receive the blessing of a celestial fate mark, their latent potential would awaken, further raising their ceiling of achievement, and thereby amplifying their capacity to serve the Su clan. Su Yang's gaze softened with tenderness and quiet reverence as it settled upon Qin Jiangmei's information panel. Name: Qin Jiangmei. Spirit root: true spirit root. Cultivation realm foundation establishment: perfection. Celestial fate mark: heaven-blessed phoenix destiny. Heaven-blessed phoenix destiny, sovereign over the primordial essence of earthly harmony and auspicious fortune, naturally augments one's spouse and stabilizes blessings. An inherently auspicious omen. Every endeavor attracts benevolent patrons and timely aid. An inherently auspicious omen. Stunned anew at discovering his wife bore a celestial fate mark from birth, Su Yang stood momentarily, breathless, ripples of wonder spreading through his heart. He gently retraced the long years they had walked together, each memory rising like a clear, quiet wave. Qin Jiangmei had once been an ordinary mortal woman, utterly devoid of spirit roots, yet she had chosen him as her husband. From the moment she entered the Su household, fortune seemed to descend upon them like divine grace. He awakened the bloodline register itself, and the clan, once non-existent, rose steadily, surmounting countless perils to become a golden core-level lineage today. Warmth swelled within Su Yang, mingled with profound reflection. It seems her union with me was no mere coincidence, but destiny's own design. After all, Su Yang possessed the bloodline register, a vessel of boundless future potential holding within it the very promise of Taoist immortality. Should the Su clan one day ascend to the zenith of the cultivation world, Qin Jiangmei's heaven-blessed phoenix destiny would prove not merely prophetic, but sovereign, radiating enduring blessings across generations. Gazing toward the direction of the meditation chamber, Su Yang murmured softly, his eyes tender, "My beloved bears the heaven-blessed phoenix destiny. Her fortune runs deep. This golden core formation shall surely succeed. We still have a long, luminous road ahead." After calming his emotions, Su Yang briefly reviewed the profiles of others. Wei Jing's profile clearly listed his physique as the overlord body, a confirmation aligning perfectly with Su Yang's earlier assessment and with the inherited constitution of Su Sini. Chu Yabai's profile, however, drew a knowing glint and a faint smile into Su Yang's eyes. Celestial fate mark, heaven-guarded auspice. This mark conferred innate fortune-boosting resonance, greatly increasing the likelihood of uncovering hidden opportunities within secret realms or celestial caves. Indeed, this young man's fortune is extraordinary. Su Yang mused, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Even back then, when Chu Yabai first presented that rare violet crystal, Su Yang had sensed an unusual auspiciousness clinging to him. Later, Chu Yabai's cultivation advancement outpaced even many of the Su clan's own disciples, fueled entirely by serendipitous discoveries during his outer world trials. Ancient pavilions, abandoned hermitages, legacies of venerable elders, and rare spirit herbs blooming beneath heaven and earth. Even Wei Jing, who traveled beside him for years, had reaped abundant secondary benefits. This heaven-guarded auspice explained perfectly why he so consistently turned calamity into opportunity and chance into destiny. The remaining profiles proved comparatively unremarkable, either bearing no fate mark or physique at all, or possessing only common modest marks. For instance, Yi Qin, the wife of Su Xinshan, bore the fate mark, physician's benevolent heart, reflecting more a moral disposition and subtle aptitude than a potent force. It lent her slight resonance with medical cultivation and nurtured an abiding compassion. Qian Yaoyin, the wife of Su Xinrui, possessed the innate fate mark, merchant's harmonious fortune. Those marked thus exude natural affability in commerce, effortlessly earning trust from clients and partners, minimizing disputes, and fostering mutually beneficial agreements. An unexpected commercial prodigy, keeping her confined to internal clan administration is a genuine waste of such talent. Su Yang smiled faintly, recalling how Qian Yaoyin, since joining the Su clan, had diligently overseen routine internal affairs with flawless order, yet never revealed any conspicuous mercantile acumen. Even her natal family, the Qian clan, had regarded her solely as a tool for political marriage, never recognizing this latent gift. Perfect. She shall assist Xianming in managing the external liaison and expansion of the Su clan trading consortium. A plan crystallized in Su Yang's mind. Having finished reviewing the basic profiles of newly added clansmen, he shifted his focus to the register's fate mark bestowal interface. With the opening of the 4th generation, the page refreshed, revealing 15 entirely new fate mark bestowal. Chaos Dao Embryo, Peerless Prodigy, Heaven and Earth Array Sovereign, 9th Abyss Imperial Physician, Master Artisan's Ingenuity, Stellar Omen Divination, Void Shattering Divine Eye, Fortune Star Ascendant, Sovereign of 10,000 Spirits, Dao Heart Clarity, Resonant Voice Piercing the 9 Heavens, Ink and Brush Creation, Earth Vein Dragon Seeker, Flora and Fauna Communion, Armory Tomb Warden. 15 radiant entries shimmered before him, each pulsing with distinct Dao resonance and arcane profundity. Their collective potency far surpassed those granted to the 1st and 2nd generations. If 15 new fate marks appear with the 4th generation, will the 5th yield even more? Su Yang pondered silently, his gaze methodically scanning each entry's detailed description. Some effects bordered on the miraculous, others offered pragmatic high-yield advantages. The overall quality was exceptionally refined. His eyes first lingered upon the foremost 2 entries, Chaos Dao Embryo and Peerless Prodigy. Their names alone bespoke transcendence. Their descriptions, even more staggering, one emphasized innate Dao body perfection and supreme comprehension, the other unparalleled holistic talent and accelerated growth velocity. The Chaos Dao Embryo and Peerless Prodigy must be bestowed only upon the clan's most exceptional descendants, otherwise their full power cannot be realized. Su Yang's expression grew pensive, caught in quiet dilemma. Excellence was relative, future merit remained unknowable, and even the present paragon might someday be eclipsed by a later greater genius. Rash bestowal risked squandering these treasures. Yet one truth remained absolute. Fate mark bestowal must never be rushed, especially now as the Su clan's population surged rapidly. Though 15 marks appeared abundant distributed across the ever-growing membership, they were in fact woefully insufficient. Each mark must be wielded with surgical precision, allocated only where it would yield maximum resonance. His gaze drifted downward, landing upon a familiar entry, Resonant Voice Piercing the 9 Heavens. Resonant Voice Piercing the 9 Heavens has appeared a 2nd time. Su Yang recalled how initially Qin Jiangmei's name had not yet been inscribed in the register, so he had granted this exceptional musical Daoart fate mark to his younger daughter Su Xuanling, who shared a similar affinity for melody. Now Qin Jiangmei's name stood proudly enshrined, and her mastery of music far surpassed Su Xuanling's. Within the entire clan, she alone could fully embody and magnify this fate mark's power. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yang focused his thoughts and directly bestowed the destiny of sound of the 9 heavens upon Qin Jiangmei. As for the destiny of Master of all Spirits, which is related to beast taming, it is actually more suitable for Su Xuanling, who possesses the destiny of spirit beast language and enjoys interacting with spirit beasts. Unfortunately, once a destiny is bestowed, it cannot be removed. A trace of regret flashed through Su Yang's mind. If he could adjust it, he would exchange sound of the 9 heavens from Su Xianling. After all, although Su Xianling has an interest in the path of music, her talent and dedication ultimately pale in comparison to her mother's. Concentrating too many destinies on one person, if not fully utilized, would instead be a luxurious waste. Never mind, Su Yang shook his head, his Tao heart resolute, never indulging in regrets over past choices. Is there anything in life that goes as one wishes? Moreover, who can predict the future? Perhaps one day Sound of the Nine Heavens will play a crucial role in Xuanling's life. However, regarding whether to bestow Master of All Spirits upon Su Xuanling, after careful consideration, Su Yang decided to hold off for now. He wanted to see if there would be future descendants more suited to this destiny. Our resources should be reserved for those who can maximize their value. If it takes too long, it would not be too late to bestow it upon Su Xianling. Next, Su Yang's gaze landed on Command of the War Tomb and Celestial Insights. Command of the War Tomb communicates with the ancient War Tomb, summoning the souls of soldiers for one's use. Celestial Insights naturally resonates with the celestial bodies, allowing one to glimpse opportunities and hidden dangers through the star tracks. Su Yang pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. He bestowed Command of the War Tomb upon Su Xinxi. Command of the War Tomb is not simply about communication, it requires the recognition of the soldier's soul and a profound understanding of the corresponding weapon. This granddaughter possesses extraordinary talent with various weapons, and among the family's spell Heavenly Origin Divine Weapon, she wields it with the most skill, making this destiny highly compatible with her. As for Celestial Insights, this destiny is suited for the arts of stargazing and divination. Currently, only Su Yang and Su Jingyan in the family have dabbled in this field. Su Yang already possesses the destiny of Zhou Tian Xing Yin. If he were to add Celestial Insights, there would be overlapping dilution of some talent effects. Thinking of Su Xingyan's decent talent in the art of divination and being the contributor to the opening of the fourth generation of descendants, Su Yang did not hesitate too much and bestowed Celestial Insights upon him, hoping it would help him advance further in divination. As for the remaining destiny entries, Su Yang chose not to act on them for now, needing more time to observe and weigh his options. Gift of Flora belongs to the talent destiny related to spiritual plants with remarkable effects. Whether giving it to Su Xinrui or keeping it for himself, both would be good choices. But after pondering, Su Yang decided to reserve it for future clan members. He could not let all the burdens regarding spiritual plants and alchemy fall solely on him, and Su Xinrui, the family, needed more talents. There is also a destiny of 9 Nether Medical Sovereign, and the first person Su Yang thought of was his great-granddaughter Su Jingyi, who bears the 10,000 curses poison body. Medicine and poison are inseparable. With this physical foundation, if she were to gain the enhancement of the 9 Nether Medical Sovereign destiny, Su Xingyi's achievements in the path of medicine and poison would be limitless. However, Su Jingyi is still quite young, and currently at the initial learning stage of both medicine and poison, and her knowledge is still too limited. 9 Nether Medical Sovereign destiny does not directly increase medical talent, but instead grants the holder more inspiration and creative thinking in medicine. Bestowing it now might instead make her struggle to solidify her foundation due to overly scattered thoughts. Su Yang decided to wait until she lays a solid foundation and develops a deeper interest in medicine before bestowing it. Finally, Su Yang's gaze fell upon Clarity of the Tao Heart. This destiny's effects are similar to Clarity of the Sword Heart, but its applicability is broader, enhancing one's comprehension, understanding, and creativity across various Tao techniques. For instance, spells, secret arts, and divine abilities. Su Yang urgently needs to create divine abilities and is in dire need of this type of destiny. As the owner of the Bloodline family tree, Su Yang naturally would not hesitate to add a destiny for himself. However, he always adheres to the principle of considering the family's long-term interests, so he refrained from recklessly piling precious destinies upon himself. But Clarity of the Tao Heart is crucial for his current research, greatly enhancing his efficiency and success rate in deducing, merging, and creating divine abilities. This is it. Su Yang did not hesitate, his thoughts stirred slightly, and he bestowed the destiny of Clarity of the Tao Heart upon himself. In an instant, a profound sensation flowed through his entire body, surging into the depths of his consciousness. The feeling was akin to that when he bestowed Return to the Source of All Laws. Countless inspirations regarding the Tao techniques and divine abilities surged forth in his mind. Like stars ignited, they surged in his mind, colliding with each other, illuminating what had previously been obscure and unclear. Thoughts regarding the key nodes of merging the celestial sphere's secret art with the origin of the sect's refinement, understanding the Tao of space, and insights into the essence of divine abilities erupted like a fountain. Su Yang could hardly contain the surging desire to deduce, immediately sat cross-legged, collected his thoughts, and poured all his consciousness into the deduction. The front lines of De Qian and De Qi had become a meat grinder. As far as the eye could see, the flames of war were raging, smoke obscuring the sun. On the scorched land lay enormous pits and trenches left by spell bombardments alongside tattered flags, shattered magical artifacts, and even severed limbs scattered everywhere. In the sky, enormous warships occasionally dragged, thick smoke plummeting like wounded giant birds crashing into the ground and causing deafening explosions. Every moment, countless warriors and cultivators fell amidst their screams. A closer observation would reveal that most of the fallen warships belonged to Deqi. Even though the warships of Deqian were damaged, their structure often remained relatively intact. The difference lay in the Su family's spirit embedding technique. Warships reinforced by spirit embedding and crucial components surpassed the sturdiness and resistance of ordinary Deqi warships. Naturally, Deqi was aware of this. Thus, in recent years, they not only intensified their attacks on the front lines, but also repeatedly sent cultivators to infiltrate the Luoxian territory, aiming directly at the Su family, attempting to seize or destroy the source of the spirit embedding technique. Unfortunately, Deqian had long been prepared. The Luoxian city and its surrounding defenses were managed like an iron barrel. Combined with the Su family's formidable presence, Deqi's sabotage efforts mostly ended in failure, merely small disturbances that never shook the foundation. At this moment in the center of the battlefield, a lithe and fierce figure stood out remarkably. Su Xinxi, clad in blood-stained spirit iron heavy armor, bore the marks of blade and sword strikes and spell burns, yet her elegance remained uncompromised. The Tiang Yuan divine weapon in Su Xinxi's hand flowed with her thoughts, its form shifting in unpredictable ways, dazzling to behold. At times it transformed into a heavy meteor hammer, crashing down with the force of thunder, shattering both the enemy's protective spiritual light and their body. At other times, it became a sharp flying sword, piercing the clouds, diving like a dragon, penetrating several enemy cultivators. In the next moment, the divine weapon flashed with light and turned into an ancient hefty cauldron, its mouth facing downwards, releasing a heavy pressure that suppressed all directions, trapping the surrounding enemies. In an instant, the cauldron morphed into a grand bell. As Su Xinxi struck the bell with her fist, the deafening sound waves spread outward in a circular fashion, causing the charging Qi army cultivators to bleed from their orifices and stagger backward. The divine weapon changed, endlessly adept at both attack and defense. Whether facing close combat body cultivators, long-range spellcasters, or soldiers forming battle formations, Su Xinxi always found the most suitable weapon form to counter, cutting through the throngs of enemies with ease. Sweat mingled with the blood of her enemies, soaked into her inner garments. Su Xinxi breathed heavily, her chest heaving violently, and her arms holding the divine weapon trembled slightly. Amidst the thunderous battle cries, she faintly heard some strange buzzing in her ears. The sound was subtle and ethereal, seemingly emanating from a distant place, yet also resonating deep within her mind, like countless whispers recounting something, or like ancient weapons lightly humming in their sheaths, unwilling to remain silent. Whenever this sound arose, the Tiang Yuan divine weapon in her hand operated with even greater fluidity and precision. With a thrust, she pierced the throat of a Foundation establishment cultivator, hot blood splattering onto her face shield. Su Xinxi abruptly halted her charge, slightly tilting her head to loudly ask Su Xinyi, who stood like an iron tower at her side, "Go." At that moment, Su Xinyi was engulfed in a frenzied state of battle. He was tall and muscular, with his bare torso displaying bulging muscles, dark golden patterns subtly flowing beneath his skin, exuding a chilling aura. Facing a fierce strike from a Qi army cultivator with a flying sword, he did not dodge. His large hand shot out like a fan, fingers like iron claws. With a crunch, he crushed the incoming sword in his palm. The flying sword flickered violently, emitting a mournful cry under the strain shattered by his bare hand. Immediately after, his other fist shot forward like a cannonball, producing a deafening blast as it slammed into the chest of the horrified flying sword's master. With a dull thud, the cultivator's protective spiritual light shattered like paper, and his chest instantly caved in, bones shattered, sent flying dozens of feet, clearly on the brink of death. Hearing his sister's questions, Su Xinyi shook off the blood and flesh clinging to his fists, his tiger-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Besides the ear-splitting sounds of slaughter, he detected nothing unusual. He said gruffly, "I didn't hear any sound, Xinxi. Are you too tired? After this battle, you should apply for a break." After all, they bore the identity of students from the Dakian Academy, and such privileges were still accorded to them. If one truly felt exhausted or unwell, they could apply to temporarily withdraw from battle and rest. Su Xinxi furrowed her brows slightly at his words, her heroic demeanor evident. She was well aware of her condition, although fatigued, she had not reached the point of hallucination. The sound in her ears, though vague, felt exceptionally real, accompanied by a peculiar allure, as if it were calling out to her, guiding her. Strangely, whenever this sound faintly echoed, she would enter a profound state, the Tiang Yuan divine weapon moving as if guided by her, while even unleashing powers beyond her usual capabilities. Perhaps the malice of the battlefield has triggered something. She pondered in her heart, yet could not ascertain. At this moment the battle raged on with bloodthirsty enemies all around. It was truly not the time to be distracted by exploration. With a flick of her wrist, the long spear-shaped Tiang Yuan divine weapon emitted a clear resonant hum, its tip pointing towards the incoming Qi army cultivators. Kill! With a fierce shout, she transformed once more into a crimson flash, charging into the enemy ranks. However, this time, amidst the thunderous battle cries and clashing weapons, she divided a sliver of her focus to capture that elusive calling. As the fighting continued, the mysterious calling grew increasingly clear, no longer just a vague buzzing. In a daze, Su Xinsha seemed to see an ancient battlefield. The ground cracked open, filled with countless remnants of divine weapons emanating a chilling, killing intent: swords, spears, halberds, and axes, each uniquely shaped, as if each one was silently screaming. She channeled the Tiang Yuan divine weapon, its shifting forms unconsciously mimicking the aura and contours of these divine weapons, her techniques blending increasingly seamlessly, with power rising accordingly. The transformations of the Tiang Yuan divine weapon became ever more fluid, each form radiating a vibrant sheen, with the damage dealt becoming increasingly fierce. Though Su Xinsha did not fully understand, she attributed it to an epiphany born from the life-and-death struggle, allowing this technique to reach a deeper level. She grew bolder in battle, single-handedly cutting a bloody path through the ranks of the great Qi army. Just as the great Qi soldiers began to scatter in flight and the battle was nearing its end, Su Xinsha remained immersed in the mysterious state of resonance with her divine weapon. Suddenly, a chilling, killing intent, like a venomous snake, surged from behind her. This killing intent did not come from the defeated enemies ahead, nor from the ancient battlefield's divine weapons, but rather from behind her own ranks, an entity that had concealed its presence, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Had it not been for her current connection with the killing intent of countless divine weapons, her senses magnified, she would have never detected this fleeting killing intent. The opponent had locked onto her back, preparing to strike. There's an assassin. Su Xinsha's heart raced with alarm, her hair standing on end. She suddenly twisted her body to look back, moving like lightning. She saw a blurry shadow that had stealthily approached her from several feet away, a dagger glimmering with a ghostly blue light in hand, piercing towards her brow with a speed almost impossible for divine sense to capture. The speed was so swift and the angle so tricky that even Su Xini, who had been guarding her flank, did not notice in time. A flicker of astonishment crossed the attacker's eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce determination. The fully cultivated spiritual power of Foundation establishment erupted without reservation, all channeled into the dagger, intending to shatter the hastily formed shield with absolute force. By common logic, the defensive spell hastily conjured by a Foundation establishment novice would be utterly incapable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Foundation establishment master. Yet to his disbelief, the golden shield not only remained unscathed, but instead shimmered with increasing brilliance, visibly thickening and solidifying from the ethereal shadows of spiritual power into a nearly tangible metallic form. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as a fissure appeared at the tip of the dagger, which quickly spread like a web. Then with a dull thud, the entire dagger exploded into countless shards of cold light. Damn it! Su Xini's roar was like thunder from a clear sky, and he finally reacted, his eyes bloodshot with fury. His raging blood surged explosively, the golden patterns on his body igniting like molten lava as he hurled a punch at the attacker's face. Wherever the punch's wind passed, the air erupted with explosive sounds of unbearable pressure. Though the attacker was startled, he remained composed and reacted swiftly, instantly deploying 3 layers of shimmering protective spells before him. However, Su Xini's furious strike was unstoppable, his body exhibiting an overwhelming force that strongly countered the Dao spells. His fist shone with golden light, smashing through the 3 layers of protective spiritual light. Bang! A muffled sound of impact accompanied by the cracking of bones resounded. The attacker's face twisted in agony as he was sent flying back by the punch, his head hitting the ground first, deeply embedding into the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Die! The murderous intent of Su Xinfang surged as the divine weapon in his hand transformed into a massive hammer the size of a door, roaring with the sound of thunder and wind crashing down towards the figure embedded in the ground. The ground trembled violently, creating a gigantic pit. Amidst the smoke and dust, the attacker suddenly shot up from the pit, his face half bloody and breath ragged, yet his movements remained swift. Madness and resentment flickered in his eyes as he waved his hands, sending numerous glimmering talismans flying out. At the same time, he summoned a small black shield to protect himself and attempted to flee. The fierce battle fluctuations drew the attention of all parties on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Great Qian army turned their heads while several nearby Foundation establishment cultivators quickly gathered closer. Trying to escape, a cold voice echoed from the sky, carrying the overwhelming pressure unique to a golden core cultivator crashing down like an invisible mountain. There stood Song Baiqing in midair, his robes billowing, his gaze as cold as a blade. The attacker who had just attempted to flee felt like he had been struck hard, his body abruptly halting, as if a bird with broken wings crashing down from the air, firmly suppressed against the ground. Song Baiqing's figure flashed, appearing before the attacker, offering no chance for the opponent to plead for mercy or argue. His right hand curled, like a hook, directly gripping the attacker's crown. Soul-searching technique. A fierce glint flashed in Song Baiqing's eyes as his powerful divine sense sought to forcibly invade the attacker's sea of consciousness. Wait, Daoist Song. Spare him. Just as the soul-searching technique was about to be activated, two urgent shouts rang out almost simultaneously, accompanied by two incredibly swift lights of golden core escape techniques that tore through the air, coming in from both sides, directly launching an attack. Two thick streams of spiritual power transformed into enormous hands fiercely grasping towards the attacker, subdued by Song Baiqing, aiming to snatch him away. Song Baiqing's expression turned cold regardless of who the newcomers were. He kept his grip on the attacker's left hand firm, while his free right hand formed a sword-like gesture, slicing through the air. Swish! A streak of blue sword energy shot forth, accompanied by a sharp sound, piercing the air, accurately slicing towards the two spiritual power hands. The two sides' spiritual powers collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent surrounding cultivators staggering backward. As the brilliance faded, everyone finally saw that the newcomers were also two golden core masters. One wore the signature robe of the Wanjian sect, his expression sinister. It was the elder Sun Yuan of the Wanjian sect. The other, clad in a Daoist robe embroidered with star patterns, was a golden core cultivator from the Tiangang Hall named Xing Shizi. Daoist Song, why the rush? Sun Yuan retracted his hand, a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes, saying, we only wish to interrogate this person for more clues about the spies from the Great Qi. We do not intend to rescue him. Daoists to act without a word and attempt to snatch him from my hands is rather domineering and could easily damage his soul's memories, causing vital information to be lost. Song Baiqing's gaze turned colder. Any information can be verified through soul searching. It is the most. You two step in without discussion to snatch him away. Surely you have something to hide. What if Daoist Song knows some critical information but chooses to remain silent? It could lead to unforeseen disasters. It would be more prudent for us to interrogate this wanted criminal together. Song Baiqing sneered inwardly. The Tiangang Hall and Wanjian sect were two peas in a pod. Over the years on the battlefield, both factions had often tripped up the Su family, yet due to the authority of the Great Qian court and the discipline of the battlefield, they had not dared to inflict any severe harm. However, judging from today's assassination attempt, it seemed that this attacker was likely not a spy from the Great Qi, but rather a death warrior secretly cultivated by the Wanjian sect or Tiangang Hall. They were snatching him away out of fear that Song Baiqing's soul-searching would yield irrefutable evidence substantiating their violation of battlefield rules and their assassination of allied cultivators. This person openly attacked the descendants of the Su family on the battlefield and should be dealt with by us. Do the two elders not understand this most basic principle? At this moment, Wei Jing also arrived. Though he was only at the Foundation establishment level, he showed no fear in the face of the two Golden Core masters and boldly questioned them. Seeing Su Xinfeng barely escape with his life, his heart burned with anger. When Golden Core cultivators are discussing matters, what place does a junior like you have to interrupt? Song Yuan snorted coldly, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at Wei Jing, an invisible pressure of Golden Core descending upon him. Song Baiqing waved his sleeve, and a gentle barrier of sword energy protected Wei Jing, easily dissipating the pressure. He glared at Song Yuan, his tone icy. Is the Wanjian sect determined to become enemies with my Su family? Daoist Song, you misunderstand. It's all a misunderstanding. Song Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, his expression changing like flipping a book, shamelessly saying, I was too far away earlier and didn't see that this young friend was from the Su family, thinking he was some unseeing minor character, hence I intended to slightly punish him. Since he is one of our own, that is a different story. His words were extremely perfunctory, and even a 3-year-old child would not be fooled. Many soldiers of the Great Qian and cultivators around showed disdain. It was already a public secret that the Wanjian sect targeted the Su family. Their shameless pretense at this moment was truly contemptible. Enough! A deep, commanding voice thundered across the battlefield like muffled thunder, instantly silencing the clamor and contention. An imposing middle-aged general strode forward with decisive strides. clad in obsidian black heavy armor, his presence as weighty and unshakable as a mountain. He was General Qian Tian of the Great Qian Dynasty, commander of this war zone. He had been directing mop-up operations against scattered enemy forces when he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations and conflict emanating from golden core cultivators behind the front lines, and immediately turned back. With a single sweep of his divine sense and careful observation of the scene and exchanged words, he grasped 7 or 8/10 of the truth. The great battle has just ended. Enemy remnants remain nearby. Yet you senior cultivators quarrel amongst yourselves. Will you not hand the great Qi dynasty an easy laugh? General Qian Tian's voice boomed like a bronze bell as his piercing gaze swept over Song Baiqing, Elder Tsongyuan, and Elder Xingzhu. This man launched an assault upon our great Qian soldiers mid-battlefield. Regardless of his origins, he must be handed over to our military law for adjudication. Bring him forth, bind him securely. I shall interrogate him myself. At his command, several elite personal guards, each radiating formidable qi, stepped forward to take custody of the assailant held fast by Elder Tsongyuan. Elder Tsongyuan's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke again, his tone, now edged with quiet resolve. General Qian Tian, it is not that we distrust your military law, but our sect possesses unique esoteric techniques capable of extracting deeper intelligence from this man, perhaps even revealing critical enemy deployments. We respectfully request your indulgence in entrusting him to us. Once interrogated, we shall report all findings to you without omission. Upon hearing these words, General Qian Tian's stony visage tightened, his brows drawing deeply inward. This was no longer mere contention over a prisoner, it was an open challenge to, and attempted circumvention of, the great Qian military legal system, its defiance unmistakable. On the battlefield, military orders were as immutable as mountains. How dare any sect interfere so brazenly? Elder Tsongyuan, do you intend to resist a direct order? The general's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous register. Elder Tsongyuan cleared his throat twice, forcing a faint smile onto his face. General, you misunderstand. Before he could finish, chaos erupted. The assailant held motionless in Elder Tsongyuan's single hand suddenly convulsed violently, then vomited a torrent of foul blood laced with pulverized internal organs. His life force collapsed like a pricked balloon, his gaze dissolved into vacant emptiness. Song Baiqing and General Qian Tian's eyes snapped wide, fury surging within them like wild. In that instant, they understood Elder Tsongyuan had deliberately drawn attention with his words, while secretly channeling a savage surge of spiritual energy into the man, shattering both his heart meridians and soul essence, ensuring silence forever. So this one could not withstand pressure, and chose self-immolation. Elder Tsongyuan feigned astonishment, even shaking his head with theatrical regret. Beside him, Elder Xingzhu smoothly stroked his beard and chuckled, such fanatical spies of enemy states fear neither death nor pain. Self-annihilation is but common practice. A pity, this vital lead has vanished. Watching the two perform their shameless charade, the Su clan members felt bile rise in their throats, rage boiling in their chests, yet utterly powerless to act. They still stood upon the battlefield, fresh from combat. It was truly inadvisable to provoke two golden core cultivators into deeper confrontation here and now. General Qian Tian fixed Elder Tsongyuan and Elder Xingzhu with a long, searing glance, his gaze as sharp as a blade, as if seeking to pierce through their hypocritical masks. Yet as Supreme Field Commander, he bore responsibility for the greater picture. This was simply not the moment for reckoning. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he suppressed his fury and let the matter rest, for now. Oomph. With a cold snort and a sharp flick of his sleeve, General Qian Tian turned and strode away. His guards withdrew in silence. As General Qian Tian departed, Elder Tsongyuan and Elder Xingzhu exchanged a fleeting glance, subtle triumph glinting in their eyes, before vanishing into streaks of light. Once the battlefield was cleared, all returned to their encampments, hearts heavy with unspoken tension. Within the Su clan's camp, the air hung thick and silent. Su Sini crossed his arms tightly, chest heaving with anger. The one who attacked Su Xinsha must have been sent by the Wanjin sect. I cannot swallow this insult. I say we strike back at them. Wei Jing's expression remained grave as he shook his head. Do not act rashly. This assassination may only be the beginning. Su Xinyao frowned deeply. Then does this mean our Su clan will continue suffering such attacks on the battlefield, again and again? Impossible to guard against them all. Not necessarily, Wei Jing replied calmly. Now that the first attempt has failed, our Su clan will heighten vigilance, making further success far more difficult for them. Moreover, General Qian Tian witnessed the Wanjin sect's arrogance today. He may well strengthen oversight. For now they may lie low, to avoid provoking the great Qian military beyond repair. Su Xinyue's voice rang clear and cold resolute. This matter must be reported to the clan immediately. Whether to retaliate or bide our time is a decision for the elders alone. Our foremost duty for now is to survive the battlefield. All fell silent, nodding in grim assent. Several senior Su clan elders were currently secluded in profound meditation, striving to break through to the Golden Core realm, their strength ascending at a pivotal juncture. Even should vengeance against the Wanjian sect be inevitable, it must wait until more elders achieve Golden Core cultivation, until the clan's power ascends to new heights. Meanwhile, Su Xinsha sat apart, lost in thought, her brow faintly furrowed. In her mind's eye replayed the ancient battlefield she had glimpsed mid-combat, and the shattered divine weapons strewn across it, each radiating chilling lethal intent. What troubled her most was the shield that had deflected the fatal blow, none other than a divine weapon she herself had extracted from that primordial ruin. Yet this weapon had manifested only partially, first appearing as the Tianyuan divine weapon artifice, unleashing but a fraction of its true might. This sudden surge of power arriving without warning left her awestruck and deeply unsettled. At the same moment, deep within the Luoxian prefecture at the Yunjian sect, the mountain protection formation flared to life without warning, its luminous barrier shimmering as it enfolded the entire sacred peak. Then, two immense, boundless auras erupted simultaneously from the sect's innermost sanctums, piercing the heavens. Spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing above Yunjian's sect into twin interlacing golden core tribulation phenomena. 10,000 beams of auspicious light blazed forth, 1,000 streams of benevolent qi cascaded downward. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy rotated slowly, strangely balanced, harmoniously intertwined, as if yin and yang embraced in eternal taiji rotation. Most astonishing of all, two cultivators were forging their golden cores simultaneously. Yet the celestial energies showed no sign of competition or turbulence. Instead, guided by some unseen force, they flowed evenly, dividing themselves with perfect symmetry between the two. The range and density of spiritual energy drawn were vastly greater than those of a solitary golden core formation, drawing in qi from across a radius of nearly 1,000 li, as if countless rivers converged upon the sea. Before disciples could even process the shock of this dual tribulation phenomenon, nine-colored radiance erupted from the conjoined auras, interweaving, swirling, dazzling beyond measure, shaking the very soul. Such a terrifying sign of golden core formation attracted the attention of various nearby cultivation forces as threads of divine sense probed from all directions. Could it be that there are two people forming their golden cores at the same time? It seems unmistakable. Observing the two manifestations of golden core formation merging without any hint of rivalry, but rather complementing each other, they must be a couple whose hearts resonate and whose cultivation methods are mutually beneficial. With a couple of foundation establishment completion level within the Yun Sword sect, it is evident that they must be the two direct disciples of Sect Master Luo. Are they forming their golden cores simultaneously? Aren't they afraid of insufficient spiritual energy or mutual interference? To break through to the golden core stage requires a tranquil mind, and any disturbance could lead to failure. What is the Yun Sword sect thinking? You may not know, but it is said that this couple has mastered an extremely profound combined sword technique, sharing the same source of cultivation, and their hearts resonate. Forming their golden cores together will not hinder each other, rather it will enhance the success rate. This manifestation of golden core formation is truly dazzling. With a nine-colored brilliance, could this be a 9-turn golden core? Perhaps one of them is condensing a 5-turn golden core while the other is condensing a 4-turn, and the overlapping manifestations create the 9-colored radiance. Many cultivators from various forces who rushed over upon hearing the news hid in the shadows, whispering among themselves, with each harboring different thoughts. Some envied the Yun Sword sect for having successors, as the sect was about to gain 2 golden cores. Others, however, displayed flickering eyes revealing strong apprehension and hostility. Above the mountain gate of the Yun Sword sect, Luo Wanyun stood gracefully in a moon-white long dress, floating in midair with her garments billowing, resembling a celestial sword fairy. She emanated the overwhelming pressure of a latest-stage golden core cultivator, and the chilling, killing intent spread unabashedly, with her divine sense weaving like an invisible net tightly covering every corner of the sect. Beneath her feet rose the protective formation's barrier, and although the sword in her hand had yet to be drawn, that sharp sword intent had already locked onto all directions. If anyone dared to intervene in the golden core formation process of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, at this moment the sword in her hand would strike without hesitation. The manifestations of golden core formation grew increasingly resplendent, and the nine-colored radiance illuminated the entire Yun Sword sect, making it appear as a celestial realm. Suddenly, several unmistakable rays of golden core escape light, like shooting stars piercing the night sky, rushed towards the mountain gate of the Yun Sword sect. Luo Wanyan's gaze sharpened, and the chill on her frosty visage intensified. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, its blade reflecting a chilling brilliance under the radiance. The auras of the approaching individuals might evade the detection of other forces, but they could never escape her senses. Among the two escape lights, the fluctuations of their cultivation methods were undeniably from the core lineage of the Wan Sword sect. That unique method of sword essence operation was all too familiar to her. The Yun Sword sect had always been at odds with the Wan Sword sect, and with Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin about to form their golden cores, the Wan Sword sect would certainly not sit idly by. Especially the two about to form their golden cores, not only were they exceptionally gifted, but they were also descendants of the Su family. Once they succeeded, the Yun Sword sect and the Su family would join forces, possessing the foundation to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wan Sword sect. Moreover, the critical point was that the resources in the southern region of Qianzhou were scarce, and there was an unwritten rule: if too many golden core cultivators emerge in one area, it is likely to incite a bloody storm over resource competition. Various forces often tacitly take action to reduce their numbers, alleviating the pressure on resources. Thus, when major golden core forces saw the Yun Sword sect and Wan Sword sect clashing again, most would choose to sit back and watch, relishing the outcome, and would never step in to mediate. Boom. In an instant, Luo Wanyan's long sword rang out with a clear sound, and a sharp sword light that spanned the heavens was already slashed out. The protective formation of the Yun Sword sect shone brightly, layers of luminous barriers swirling firmly, safeguarding the entire mountain gate. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between multiple golden core cultivators erupted in an instant. The terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power swept outward like a tsunami, causing the lower-tier cultivators outside the protective formation to feel their blood surge, trembling uncontrollably, almost unable to breathe. They could not see the details of the golden core cultivators' battle, only feeling the suffocating pressure and the continuous booming sounds in their ears. Various spells and luminous auras crisscrossed above the Yun Sword sect, like brilliant fireworks, their light even piercing through 100 miles radius. The fierce battle continued for an unknown number of rounds, and the moon-white dress of Luo Wanyan became stained with scorch marks and dust from the spells. With her strength alone, she simultaneously halted several golden core cultivators' incursions, her sword momentum like a rainbow, leaving no openings, evidently exerting her utmost effort. Meanwhile, the several golden core cultivators enveloped in concealment light, unable to see their faces clearly, appeared even more disheveled. They bore varying degrees of sword wounds, a faint smell of blood lingering in the air, and their auras were considerably weaker than when they first arrived. Although their faces were not visible, it was easy to guess that their concealed expressions must be extremely grim. With so many golden core cultivators dispatched, they were unable to breach Luo Wanyan's defenses. The well-known latest-stage golden core sword cultivator truly instilled fear once again, confirming why all factions in the cultivation world held top sword cultivators in such apprehension. At that moment, the entwined auras of golden core formation within the Yun Sword sect suddenly surged without warning. Like a sleeping volcano erupting, the vast and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a visible vortex, wildly collapsing inward. The figures of several golden core cultivators engaged in battle visibly staggered, their offensive momentum faltering. They had realized that this surprise attack had failed. In the next instant, the overwhelming golden core pressure surged out from within the Yun Sword sect, like a flood bursting its banks. Two auras, one as hot as the blazing sun, and the other as cool as a bright moon, intertwined, alternating between heat and cold, forming a peculiar balance, as if the sun and moon were simultaneously suspended in the sky, illuminating all around. This manifestation of golden core formation carries pure and vast spiritual power. It must be at least a 6-turn or even a 7-turn golden core. The astonished voice of the Wan Sword sect's golden core cultivator echoed in everyone's minds through transmission. As they heard this, the bodies of several golden core cultivators stiffened. They too felt the terrifying pressure contained within the two newly formed golden cores, sending chills down their spines. Even a 6-turn golden core is a rare find in the southern region of Qianzhou, considered the pride of heaven. Yet now two were simultaneously born within the Yun Sword sect. This cannot be tolerated. It is not wise to linger here. Retreat. A leading cultivator decisively commanded, issuing a stern transmission while already transforming into a ray of escape light, swiftly racing away from the battlefield. Others reacted quickly as well. The mission had failed, and continuing to entangle was meaningless and could lead to being surrounded and killed. Several escape lights almost simultaneously lit up, attempting to flee in different directions. However, Luo Wanyan's speed was even faster than theirs. Does the Yun Sword sect allow you to come and go as you please? Luo Wanyan's cold voice rang out like ice striking jade, echoing through the heavens, merging with the sword intent that erupted from her hand once more. Before her words fell, she became one with her sword, transforming into a stunning white rainbow, arriving first to intercept one of the escape lights, her sword light, splashing, ensnaring it firmly. At the same time, two sharp escape lights burst forth from within the Yun Sword sect like the sun and moon, breaking free from their restraints. One was as blazing as a golden crow falling from the sky, the other as cool as a moon hanging in the void. It was none other than Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, who had just broken through to the golden core stage. The moment their gazes met, they simultaneously slashed towards the fleeing golden core figure with their swords. In a single day, the Yunjian sect has achieved dual golden cores, slaying two attacking golden core cultivators and severely injuring another. This news spread like wildfire within the borders of the Deqian dynasty, rapidly circulating in just a few days. Whether among the immortal Cultivation family's sects or the bustling halls of taverns and tea houses, nearly everyone was discussing this shocking news. In their words, there was no shortage of shock and speculation. Among the various factions, there was already an overwhelming sense of certainty regarding the hidden hand that dared to strike the Yunjian sect, likely led by the Wanjian sect in collaboration with some allied forces. However, nobody expected that the Wanjian sect would hit a brick wall this time, not only returning defeated under Luo Wanyan's sword, but also suffering heavy losses. According to reports from frontline witnesses, at least one of those slain was confirmed to be from the Wanjian sect. This truly marks the beginning of the Wanjian sect's decline. With golden core cultivators falling one after another, it clearly indicates the waning of the sect's fortune. An insightful old cultivator in the tea house stroked his beard with a sigh, his voice not loud, yet it stirred ripples among the silent patrons. Many nodded in agreement, their gazes towards the direction of the Wanjian sect shifting from past reverence to a scrutinizing assessment mingled with a trace of barely perceivable schadenfreude. News of this reached the mountain gate of the Wanjian sect, plunging the high-level meeting into a suffocating silence. Sect Master Chen Mu Yuan bore a blank expression, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the jade armrest, producing a monotonous and heavy sound. The elders present had varying degrees of evasive gazes, some with ashen faces, as the air thickened with feelings of defeat and unease. On the front line within the temporary camp of the Wanjian sect, the expression of the Tsang Yuan Zhenren darkened as he received the definitive intelligence, his face turning as gloomy as water, as if ink could drip from it. Sitting alone in a quiet chamber, the incense burner before him sending curling blue smoke, he could not dispel the weight in his heart. If this news is true, the sect not only faces humiliation, but its strength will suffer another blow. The alliance between the Su family and the Yunjian sect has now gained the power to threaten the foundation of the Wanjian sect. He spoke softly to himself, each word seemingly laden with 1,000 pounds of pressure. At that moment, Xing Shuzi from the Tiangang Hall lifted the curtain and entered, his usual smile. He stroked his beard, tentatively asking, "Song Yuan Daoyu, I have heard that the couple who achieved golden core in the Yunjian sect hails from the Su family. Now that they have both become golden cores and possess extraordinary combat power, does Wanjian sect have any countermeasures?" Song Yuan Zhenren raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as swords, his voice tinged with suppressed irritation. "Countermeasures? Does Xing Shu Daoyu not know the current state of the Wanjian sect? With factions in disarray, each with their own schemes, the position of the sect master remains unstable. How can we talk of a unified response? What I am most worried about is not how the sect will retaliate, but what actions the Su family will take next. The failed assassination of Su Xinche on the battlefield did not succeed, and with the Su family's vendetta style, the first targets they will seek to settle accounts with must be you and me. Xing Shu's expression stiffened slightly at these words, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. He was not a member of the Wanjian sect, but had chosen to side with Song Yuan Zhenren on the battlefield due to the long-standing ties and mutual interests between Tiangang Hall and the Wanjian sect. Who could have anticipated that in just a moment's decision, the Su family would unexpectedly gain two powerful golden core sword cultivators and align completely with the Yunjian sect? This was simply a stroke of bad luck. He cursed inwardly, realizing that had he known this would happen, he should never have waded into such muddy waters. Now he had unwittingly attracted trouble, and if the Su family truly sought revenge, would he not have to bear the wrath on behalf of the Wanjian sect? Xing Shuzi even began to calculate in secret whether it would still be too late to approach the Su family to curry favor, apologize, and distance himself from the Wanjian sect. But such loss of face would surely be immense. Time flowed and months passed swiftly amid the increasingly brutal skirmishes between the two great dynasties. The borders between Daqian and Daqi had completely turned into a meat grinder. The Daqian army, utilizing the spiritually strengthened warships and magical cannons from the Su family's techniques, held a hardware advantage. Meanwhile, Daqi compensated for the gap in magical artifacts with lives and demonic skills. Cities changed hands repeatedly in the Tugof War, with flames of war raging and corpses strewn everywhere. The ones who suffered the most were always the powerless commoners and low-tier loose cultivators. An increasing number of cultivators, unable to bear the ravages of war, began to flee to other dynasties in search of a sliver of peace. Beneath the tumultuous waves of collision between the two great immortal cultivation dynasties, the Daqian territory was also rife with undercurrents. Since the news of Su Xianheng and Wei Yan's successful golden core breakthrough spread, the Su family and the Yunjian sect appeared outwardly calm, without any grand actions. But all perceptive forces understood that this was merely a brief calm before the storm. The Su family was preparing to launch a counteroffensive. Everyone knew that newly ascended golden core cultivators needed to stabilize their realms, while also refining their life-bound magical artifacts. Once Su Xianheng and Wei Yan completed their life-bound magical artifacts, their combat power fully formed, it would be time for the Su family to unleash a thunderous retribution against the Wanjian sect. In the Su family, within the secret realm of Xinghuan. In the artifact forging room, the ground fire blazed fiercely, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the entire stone chamber and elongated the shadows of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, who sat side by side. Su Yang was focused, quietly instructing his wife beside him. Qin Jiangmei had a raw, ancient zither resting on her lap, its body, made of a certain light blue spiritual wood, exuding a gentle radiance. Following Su Yang's guidance, she meticulously carved intricate formations into the internal body of the zither, while slowly nourishing it with her pure golden core spiritual power. At each critical step, Su Yang would timely present the prepared rare materials. A strand of 7-colored rainbow silk, a piece of Tinthassandier warm jade marrow, and a few drops of 1,000-year phoenix tears were integrated into the zither body, instantly igniting a brilliant array of colors that resonated with the zither body. After an unknown amount of time, as the final core formation closed perfectly, Qin Jiangmei released a breath of spiritual power from her fingertips, completing the final awakening step. A clear, melodious sound like a spring emerged from within the zither, naturally resonating, not played by human hands, but the innate sound of the artifact's initial completion. The sound of the zither flowed like a clear spring in the mountains, gently rising and falling like pine waves under the moonlight, instantly cleansing the entire artifact forging room, and even spreading to parts of the Xinghuan secret realm, evoking a sense of peace and dispelling distractions. As the zither sound gradually faded, the brilliance retracted. A 7-string ancient zither, elegantly designed, predominantly light blue, with a faint 7-colored halo swirling, lay quietly across Qin Jiangmei's lap. Each of the 7 strings had a different hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, corresponding to the 7 colors, slightly vibrating as faint spiritual light and Tao rhythm radiated. Qin Jiangmei extended her delicate hand, gently caressing the cool zither body and the slightly trembling strings, her eyes filled with admiration and tenderness. She softly said, "With 7 colored strings and inner brilliance, let us name it Qitsai." Su Yang watched from the side, a light smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "My dear, doesn't the name of this magic treasure seem a bit too casual? After all, it is a top-grade magic treasure that will accompany you through the long years and help you achieve great fame." Hearing his words, Qin Jiangmei raised her gaze towards him, a hint of laughter in her eyes. She lightly brushed the strings of the guqin with her jade-like fingers, producing a clear and melodious sound. She responded softly, "Husband, a magic treasure gains fame through its power, not its name. Besides, I can sense that it rather likes this name. The innate magic treasure is in tune with its master's intentions. Although its spiritual essence has just begun to awaken and is still vague, Qin Jiangmei can faintly sense its subtle affection and recognition. Once the treasure enhances with her cultivation and evolves into a nascent soul magic treasure, its spirituality will gradually awaken, even to the point of gaining rudimentary intelligence." After testing the sound, Qin Jiangmei gently pressed down, calming the still trembling strings, her gentle expression slowly turning serious. She looked at Su Yang and asked softly, "Husband, my innate magic treasure has been completed. Surely Xuanheng and Yen'er's innate flying swords have also been successfully forged. What plans do you have next?" Su Yang took a deep breath, the long-suppressed killing intent flashing briefly in his eyes. "It's time. The Wanjian sect must be held accountable. Now, with 6 golden cores in the Su family and most of them being extraordinarily powerful, they have the confidence to turn the tables. I will go to the Yunjian sect with Xuanheng and the others teaming up with Master Luo to pay a visit to the Wanjian sect. Su Yang said solemnly. The grudge between the Su family and the Wanjian sect did not originate from some earth-shattering event, but rather from a series of small accidental incidents that accumulated over time. Initially a disciple of the Wanjian sect, Huang Chun coveted the Su family's spirit-invoking techniques, intending to forcibly seize them, but ultimately, he was killed by the Su family. At that time, the Su family was weak and acted cautiously, handling everything with great care to temporarily avoid direct conflict with the Wanjian sect. Subsequently, during an exploration of the Qingyuan secret realm, both sides clashed again over the contention of opportunities. Su Yang, using his wisdom and decisiveness, managed to handle the situation without leaving any obvious evidence. Yet it seemed that fate was always pushing the two sides towards opposition. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, cave conflicts over interests became inevitable, and the disciples on both sides forged deep grudges. This time the conflict could not be concealed, sparking nearly a decade of mutual hostility. Recently, the Wanjian sect even sent people to assassinate Su Xinxing on the battlefield where the two nations were at war, a move that completely trampled the bottom line of the Su family and intensified the conflict to an irreconcilable level. The Su family has always believed in eradicating the root of the problem. If the thorn that the Wanjian sect has driven into the hearts of the Su family is not completely removed, the entire clan will be unable to find peace. Does my husband need me to assist in secret this time? Qin Jiangmei asked softly, her eyes filled with Su Yang shook his head, holding her hand, and speaking gently. My dear, since I've kept your golden core news hidden, it is to make you a secret trump card for the Su family, which may prove vital at a crucial moment. This time I hope you can stay at home overseeing Qingyuan to prevent the Wanjian sect from getting desperate and sending people to sneak attack the Su family's foundation. Qin Jiangmei frowned slightly, voicing her concerns. I understand your considerations, husband, but the Wanjian sect has stood for hundreds of years with a complex web of relationships. There may be other golden core forces behind them. I worry that you and the others will face a joint ambush. Su Yang, hearing this, chuckled lightly. Dear, rest assured, my trip this time does not necessarily mean I want to raise the Wanjian sect to the ground. It would be best if I could achieve it in one fell swoop, but if it is not feasible, breaking a few of their bones and severely injuring their top combat power and sect prestige would be sufficient. A sect that has lost its top combat power and has its prestige in ruins does not need the Su family to destroy it personally. Those hostile forces eyeing the Wanjian sect, even former allies, will pounce like sharks, sensing blood devouring the Wanjian sect's centuries of accumulation. The Su family only needs to ensure they get their fair share from this feast. Such situations of when the wall falls, everyone pushes are common in the world of cultivation. A similar scenario once unfolded when the Yi family in Luoxian City fell into decline. The only regret is that the Su family cannot monopolize all of the Wanjian sect's assets, but with the Su family's current foundation and pace of development, securing an important seat at this banquet and seizing key resources would be a significant victory. Of course, all these plans hinge on thoroughly crippling the Wanjian sect. The Su family and the Wanjian sect have been at odds for years, and both sides know full well that this decisive battle is inevitable. The Su family has been secretly accumulating strength and plotting a counterattack. On the Wanjian sect's side, they must also be discussing countermeasures with great urgency. In the Luoxian prefecture at the Wanjian sect's main peak conference hall, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could be wrung out. Sect Master Chen Miyun sat high in the main seat, his face dark as he listened to several elders offering their advice, his mood sinking deeper. Most of these proposals were radical and risky, and some were even unrealistic. A foundation establishment elder from the Sun family faction stepped forward, cupping his hands and speaking loudly. Sect Master, in recent years the prestige of the Wanjian sect has continued to decline, with over 7 affiliated forces defecting, all turning to powers like the Ghost-Face Valley and the Daoxian sect. There are rumors in the market that the Wanjian sect's good fortune is coming to an end, and the root of all this chaos is due to the Su family's constant provocations, which undermine our sect's dignity. His voice grew impassioned, filled with incitement. The Su family is merely a nouveau riche that has risen by chance. How dare they ride on the heads of the Wanjian sect and act with impunity? If this continues, how can our sect maintain its prestige? How can our disciples find their place? I implore the sect master to make a decisive decision, agreeing to our plans, gathering all the elite forces of the sect, and directly annihilating the Su family with overwhelming force. Let us use blood to restore the prestige of the Wanjian sect. This statement drew agreement from several radical elders. The long-standing confrontation between the Su family and the Wanjian sect had indeed inflicted unprecedented damage on the prestige of this old Golden Core sect. In contrast, the Su family had been gaining prestige through each of these conflicts, rapidly growing from a secluded cultivation family into a Golden Core force that could not be ignored by any party. Over time, more and more subordinate forces and businesses broke away from the Wanjian sect's control. Even some former allies showed ambiguous attitudes, frequently engaging with other Golden Core forces, playing both sides. Annihilate the Su family. Chen Miyuan could no longer hold back, irritably rubbing his temples and coldly retorting, "Elders, tell me, what do we the Wanjian sect have to exterminate the Su family? Let's not even mention that the Su family is backed by the Daqian dynasty and that they are allied with the Yunjian sect's Luo Wanyan. Just the Su family alone already has 3 Golden Cores stationed there, and now with the addition of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, 2 Golden Core sword cultivators. What ability does the Wanjian sect have to completely turn against the Su family? Moreover, isn't the current passive situation caused by your insistence on targeting the Su family? I have long said that the consequences of this matter should be borne by you all. Now it's fine that you can't clean up the mess, but you want me to order a gamble on the fate of the entire sect based on your erroneous decisions." The hall fell into an instant silence. The elders exchanged awkward glances, their faces filled with embarrassment. When the Su family had only 3 Golden Core cultivators, they had dismissed them, believing that the foundation of the Wanjian sect was sufficient to suppress them. Who would have thought that the Su family had silently emerged with 2 more Golden Core cultivators, both capable of contending with Golden Core mid-stage sword cultivators? With the addition of a late Golden Core cultivator Luo Wanyun, the combined strength of the Su family and the Yunjian sect now posed a substantial threat to the current Wanjian sect. Everyone could feel the oppressive sense of an impending storm. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Su family was fully prepared to strike. As for the rules of the Daqian dynasty, everyone knew that if the Wanjian sect attacked the Su family, the Daqian court would definitely hold them accountable, but if the Su family attacked the Wanjian sect, the Daqian royal family would likely turn a blind eye or even welcome it. After all, the former Wanjian sect had once sought refuge with the Daqi dynasty and thus was not favored by the Daqian. This was precisely one of the reasons why at the time of selecting Luo Xian to guard Daqian, chose the Su family over the deeper-rooted Wanjian sect. "Master, please calm your anger." The elder who spoke earlier weakened his tone, but still forced himself to say, "The previous proposal may have been ill-conceived, but now that we are at this juncture, I urge you to prioritize the survival of the sect and think of a countermeasure quickly." This statement was made lightly, shifting the blame entirely, which made Chen Miyuan's fingers tremble slightly. For a brief moment, he even entertained the thought of giving up his position as sect leader. What kind of position was this elevated above thousands? It was clearly like sitting on the mouth of a volcano, having gained little power while attracting overwhelming troubles. As the atmosphere in the hall became tense, and everyone was at a loss, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. A powerful Golden Core aura surged from afar, swiftly entering the boundaries of the Wanjian sect, instantly triggering the outer defense formation, and a sharp, piercing alarm echoed throughout the mountains. Chen Miyuan's pupils constricted, and he shot up from the sect leader's throne like a streak of light hovering in the air above the main peak. The other 2 Golden Core elders reacted swiftly, following closely behind, standing beside Chen Min in midair, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distance. In the distance, several magnificent warships lined up against the clouds, racing towards the Wanjian sect's gate, with the insignias of the Yunjian sect and the Su family faintly visible on the ship's hull, revealing the identity of the visitors. Enemy attack. Activate the defensive formation. The alarm rang throughout the Wanjian sect, and countless disciples rushed out from their caves and halls, quickly forming ranks under the shouts of various elders wielding their magical tools to rise into the air, their faces tense, as if facing a great enemy. Just as the protective formation of the Wanjian sect began to rise before it could fully close, dozens of dazzling array flags suddenly shot out from the warships, accurately targeting the key points of the protective formation. As the array flags landed, the engraved runes lit up, and upon contact with the spiritual light of the Wanjian sect's formation, they emitted a hissing sound of interference. The protective formation of the Wanjian sect, which was about to fully close, suddenly trembled violently. The light curtain, having risen halfway, abruptly halted, emitting a strained hum, no longer able to extend upwards. Breaking array flags. A Golden Core elder of the Wanjian sect exclaimed in shock, his face changing drastically. The protective formation of the Wanjian sect was a top-tier third-grade array, and to breach it so quickly indicated that the attackers were clearly well prepared. Who dares to intrude upon the gate of my Wanjian sect? Chen Miyuan's face turned ashen as he suppressed his anger, channeling his spiritual energy, his voice booming out. The warships hovered high in the air, and several figures gradually emerged at their bow. Su Yang, dressed in a blue robe, stood with his hands behind his back, calmly overlooking the Wanjian sect's disciples who appeared to be on high alert below. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. I am Su Yang of the Qingyuan Su clan. Today I have come to seek an explanation from the Wanjian sect. As his voice fell, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin stood shoulder to shoulder beside Su Yang. Although both were newly in the Golden Core stage, the sword intent radiating from their bodies was awe-inspiring, like two unparalleled divine swords freshly unsheathed. Even from a distance, the sharpness of their aura was palpable, pricking the skin. Further back, Chun Hao and his newly ascended Golden Core spirit beast exuded an unmistakable Golden Core pressure. On another slightly larger warship, Luo Wanyan, clad in white, held a long sword, standing alongside several Golden Core cultivators invited to assist, all representing various forces allied with the Yunjian sect. The combined aura of the several Golden Core cultivators surged forth without reserve like invisible mountains, bringing with them a fierce, killing intent and chilling pressure that weighed heavily on the hearts of every Wanjian sect cultivator. An explanation. What does the Su clan leader mean by that? Chun Muyuan's face darkened like water, and he forced himself to ask calmly, while subtly sending a secret transmission commanding the Foundation establishment elders within the sect to seek assistance from the Golden Core powers. At this moment, Chun Muyuan felt a chill in his heart. There were only 3 Golden Core cultivators left guarding the gate of the Wanjian sect, and the protective formation had been disrupted by the enemy's breaking array flags, and had not fully risen, leading to a stark disparity in strength. Just from the Su family alone, 4 Golden Core cultivators had arrived. Though Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin were newly in the Golden Core stage, as sword cultivators, their combat power was already comparable to that of mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. Moreover, Su Yang's cultivation was equally unfathomable, not to mention the late Golden Core Luo Wanyun and the 3 Golden Core allies she brought along. In total, there were at least 8 Golden Core cultivators invading the Wanjian sect. Do I need to recount the actions of the Wanjian sect against the Su family over the years? Su Yang's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He ceased his words, raising his hand to signal. The warships behind him had already charged their spirit cannons, which glimmered with magical runes, all aimed coldly at the structures and people of the Wanjian sect below. Today we have come to annihilate the Wanjian sect. Su Yang's voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, echoed throughout the gate of the Wanjian sect. Those who do not wish to be implicated swear on your Dao heart, immediately withdraw from the Wanjian sect, and you may leave safely. I give you 10 breaths of time. When the time is up, those who have not sworn will be killed without mercy. As soon as these words were spoken, the congregated disciples of the Wanjian sect stirred in alarm. The terrifying pressure brought by the 8 Golden Core cultivators, along with the densely packed spirit cannons on the Su family's warships, caused many disciples who felt little sense of belonging to turn pale and waver in their resolve. What a declaration to annihilate my Wanjian sect! Chun Muyuan suppressed his anger and shouted sternly, attempting to rally the morale. The Wanjian sect has a legacy of hundreds of years with profound foundations. How could a mere Su family led by a traitor who once fled from the Wanjian sect claim to destroy us? He pointed the finger directly at Luo Wanyan, trying to stir up old grievances to confuse the issue. There is no point in further discussion. Luo Wanyan's cold voice rang out like icy pearls falling on a jade plate, instantly silencing Chun Muyuan's inquiries. The internal strife within the sect, the usurpation of the Huang family, and the massacre of the main lineage are well-known facts. Do you truly believe that a few fabricated lies can reverse black and white and change the truth? She had no interest in engaging in a war of words with Chun Muyuan. As her words fell, her long sword was already raised. A sword light, honed to perfection, suddenly sliced down towards Chun Muyuan. Though the 10 breaths of time had not yet passed for Luo Wanyun, there was no need to wait for the person she intended to kill. Attack! Chun Muyuan's expression turned ashen. He and the 2 Golden Core elders beside him roared. 3 life-bound flying swords erupted forth, instantly transforming into 3 colossal sword rainbows of distinct hues, intertwining to form a dense, shimmering sword net that hastily intercepted Luo Wanyun's single stroke, infused with true sword intent. In the very instant Luo Wanyan struck, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin moved as well. Their eyes met. A silent understanding passed between them. Simultaneously, they slashed their swords forward. At once, celestial omens surged across the heavens. A blazing radiant sun and a serene silvery moon manifested as ethereal projections in the void. Sun and moon converged. Their radiance blazed with 10,000 beams. The immense sword intent of yin and yang fused, seamlessly coalescing into a colossal solar-lunar sword wheel, over 30 meters in diameter, capable of grinding all existence to dust, as it descended with cataclysmic force upon the two golden core elders flanking Chunmuyuan. Before the sword wheel even reached them, the mountain stones and vegetation below shattered, ignited, and froze under the unbearable fusion of searing heat and glacial cold emanating from its aura. The battle between golden core cultivators erupted in the blink of an eye. Tremendous fluctuations of spiritual energy swept across the sky like a tidal wave, illuminating the heavens with multicolored sword light and arcane brilliance, while deafening thunderclaps reverberated through the clouds. Below, the myriad sword sect disciples, still hesitating whether to sever ties with their sect, had no time to react. The residual Taoist energies released by golden core combatants struck down upon them like invisible crushing hammers. Cultivators at the chi refinement stage spat blood mist instantly. The sickening crunch of fractured bones echoed incessantly. Foundation establishment cultivators were slammed backward as if struck by a titan, tossed violently through the air, crashing into and demolishing countless pavilions and halls. Screams and cries of terror filled the air. Hold, wait. At this critical juncture, a voice, aged yet resonant like distant thunder rolling across the earth, sounded out. Immediately afterward, 4 streaks of golden core light, each a different hue, raced toward the sect from disparate directions beyond its mountain gate, arriving within moments and revealing 4 figures of overwhelming aura. One among them exuded an especially profound, surging presence, undoubtedly a latest-stage golden core grandmaster. The other 3 stood at mid and early-stage golden core cultivation. Chunmuyuan, who had been forced back by Luo Wanyun's single strike, felt the taut string in his heart ease slightly. At last they've arrived. As Su Yang had anticipated, the myriad sword sect was not unprepared. They had foreseen the joint assault by the Cloud Sword sect and the Su family, and thus held frequent secret meetings with allied forces such as the Tiangang Hall, even going so far as to expend great resources to retain several golden core cultivators near the sect. Should an attack occur, shattering a specially crafted transmission jade token would summon these reinforcements without delay. This is the Cloud Sword sect and Su family's affair, yet you intervene. Do you intend to oppose us? Luo Wanyun stood motionless, sword in hand, robes billowing in the wind. Her cool, incisive gaze swept across the 4 newcomers, her tone calm, yet edged with unassailable authority. The latest-stage golden core elder was none other than the hall master of the Tiangang Hall. He offered a slight bow, courteous in form, yet laced with veiled pressure. Master Luo, please calm your wrath. I am the hall master of Tiangang Hall. I implore you to deliberate carefully. With the Great Qian and Great Qi realms locked in fierce warfare, the front lines strain under immense pressure. Every golden core cultivator bears decisive weight upon the battlefield. Surely the Great Qian Imperial Court would not wish to see our own golden core strength diminished by internal strife at such a pivotal moment. He invoked the moral imperatives of imperial sovereignty and wartime necessity, seeking to compel Luo Wanyun and Su Yang to stand down. Yet his words met only with Su Yang's detached, indifferent voice. As though he had not heard them at all, the deadline is passed. All who remain within the myriad sword sect shall be executed. At that very instant, a dazzling, radiant sun burst forth behind him, its core blazing with violet divine light. Hiss! Wherever the violet divine light touched, whether panicked Foundation establishment stewards or bewildered chi refinement disciples, purple flames ignited upon their bodies. These were no mundane fires. They defied water and earth alike, burning directly into the soul. Piercing, inhuman shrieks tore through the entire myriad sword sect mountain gate. Disciples writhed on the ground, frantically casting spells and slapping talismans. Yet the violet flames refused to be quenched. They could only watch helpless as their flesh dissolved before their eyes, and their very souls burned away in excruciating agony. The violet divine light refracted ceaselessly among those it touched, spreading like a plague, clearing vast swathes of the crowd in mere heartbeats. Simultaneously, warship-mounted spear cannons roared, like a meteor shower descending upon the earth, triggering continuous explosions and churning up towering plumes of dust. Outrageous! One of the mid-stage golden core cultivators beside the Tiangang Hall master bellowed in fury and struck without hesitation. His hands wove intricate seals, a thick ochre yellow barrier descended from the heavens like an inverted giant bowl, separating the rampaging violet divine light and spirit cannon fire from the majority of the myriad sword sect disciples, finally halting the slaughter. The Tiangang Hall master's face darkened utterly, his voice dripped with bone-chilling frost. We speak with reason and restraint, yet you scorn our counsel. Have you truly grown so arrogant as to disregard every golden core power here assembled? Murderous intent boiled within him. especially towards Su Yang, who was merely an early-stage golden core cultivator, yet dared, emboldened by Luo Wanyun's authority, to openly defy him. He believed he had already offered sufficient grace, yet Su Yang had responded with ruthless immediacy, striking directly, slapping not just him but all of them across the face. The other 3 golden core cultivators likewise wore grim, icy expressions, locking their glares on Su Yang. They did not represent themselves alone, but the formidable golden core powers behind them. When had they ever endured such contempt? Faced with multiple killing gazes, Su Yang's expression remained utterly unchanged. Calmly he spoke, his voice low yet piercing clearly into every ear. Since you have chosen to wade into these murky waters, prepare yourselves, for we shall settle accounts with you all without exception. The moment the final word left his lips, the golden core serpent dragon spirit beast beside Chunhao unleashed a heaven-shaking roar, transforming into a black blur streaking forth with a miasmic gale lunging straight for the Tiangang Hall master and his companions. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin too moved as one mind. The descending solar-lunar sword wheel suddenly fragmented, shattering into countless sharp-edged sword beams of sun and moon falling like a torrential downpour, not only engulfing the 2 original myriad sword sect elders, but sweeping the 4 newly arrived golden core cultivators into its lethal radius as well. Boom! The aftershocks of scorching heat and glacial cold crashed down. The mountain peak over 30 meters tall split apart, as if cleaved by a colossal blade, exploding into a cloud of fine ash. The myriad sword sect's protective formation, still incomplete, could not withstand such overwhelming power for even a single breath. Its luminous barrier groaned in protest, then shattered like fragile crystal, vanishing utterly. The mountain gate lay in ruins. The formation collapsed. Golden core cultivators clashed in chaos. Death descended. Countless myriad sword sect disciples finally broke, sobbing, screaming, scattering blindly in all directions like headless flies. The hovering warships opened relentless fire, spirit cannon barges sweeping across the mountain gate, and its defenders like a luminous carpet of annihilation. The mountains of Bailey shattered with a resounding crash, leaving the entrance of the Wanjian sect in ruins. Deep, bottomless chasms crisscrossed, cleaving the originally continuous peaks into disarray. Only a few forbidden peaks and the core area of the sect barely maintained their integrity, while the remaining structures, pavilions, training grounds, and disciple residences were reduced to rubble and scorched earth. The figures of golden core cultivators had already vanished from the sect. Luo Wanyun and others pursued the Lord of Tiangang Hall, and multiple golden core cultivators slashing their way from the sect's entrance to the outside. The remaining disciples of the Wanjian sect had lost their fighting spirit. Those who could escape had already scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Those who could not escape, or were too late to do so, mostly perished in the chaos of the golden core cultivators' battleground, to dust by the residual waves of Dao techniques, leaving no remains. In the depths of the sect, the treasury area remained relatively intact, due to the formation suffering only minor damage. On the square in front of the hall, a multitude of Wanjian sect disciples lay sprawled, their blood not yet fully congealed. An old man clad in a gray tattered robe sat quietly on a wooden chair at the entrance of the treasure hall. His figure was hunched, his face gaunt, and a pair of murky eyes peered through the smoke, gazing at the distant war-torn and dilapidated peaks of the sect, devoid of sorrow or joy, only a detachment that seemed to have seen through the affairs of the world. The old man sighed softly, his voice hoarse and low. The karma accumulated by the Wanjian sect over so many years must ultimately be repaid. He slowly rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe, his movements slow yet steady. He stepped forward, treading over the bodies of Wanjian sect disciples, and walked straight towards the tightly shut treasury door. Just as his withered hand was about to touch the door knocker, a figure suddenly appeared several feet behind him, its aura concealed perfectly, only detected upon its emergence. The old man paused, slowly turning his neck, and spoke to the newcomer in a deep voice. "Are you also here to plunder the sect's treasury?" Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as water as he surveyed the seemingly decrepit, yet actually restrained, old man before him. His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, and he spoke in an indifferent tone. "We have obliterated the Wanjian sect, and thus it is only right that we claim the sect's assets as compensation. It is rather puzzling that the actions of an elder like yourself raise my suspicions." He paused, his gaze returning to the old man. "These disciples all fell by your hand, yet the attire you wear is unmistakably that of the Wanjian sect. You must be the guardian of the treasury, am I correct?" Su Yang's mind raced as he quickly made his judgment based on the circumstances at hand. It was likely that the remaining disciples of the sect, seeing the imminent demise of the Wanjian sect, were overcome by greed, converging at the treasury to loot amidst the chaos before fleeing for their lives. However, they did not expect to encounter this guardian who had slain them all here. What made Su Yang more vigilant was that the old man appeared to only possess the cultivation of perfect foundation establishment on the surface, yet he was in fact a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Because of this, regardless of how many Wanjian sect disciples came to attack the treasury in front of a golden core master, they were merely ants that could be crushed with a single palm. The strange contradiction that puzzled Su Yang was that if this person was truly loyal to the Wanjian sect, he had concealed his cultivation throughout the sect's calamity and never came to their aid. Conversely, if he was devoid of any feelings for the Wanjian sect, he would not willingly guard the treasury here, even clearing out intruders when the sect's disciples attempted to loot. Only when Su Yang arrived here did it seem that the old man had developed the intention of entering the treasury to take resources. Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled dryly, his laughter rough. "It is my duty to guard the treasury. I do not wish to see this place plundered and its treasures sullied, so I have remained here to see if there is any possibility for the Wanjian sect to turn the tide. Yet now it seems that the Wanjian sect cannot withstand this calamity. If that is the case, rather than letting the things inside benefit outsiders, it is better that I take them away myself." He openly admitted his intentions. "That can only disappoint you, elder." Su Yang replied flatly. "This battle is a collaboration between the Su family and the Yunjian sect. The resources within the treasury rightfully belong to us. If the elder does not wish to attract trouble, I advise you to leave." No sooner had his words fallen than another mountain peak in the distance was struck by a fierce wave of sword energy from an unknown source, exploding with a resounding crash and turning to dust. The deafening roar echoed throughout the valley for a long time, yet the figures of the combatants were nowhere to be seen. Though the battles outside had shifted, they were far from over. The slaughter attacking the Wanjian sect had not reached its conclusion. Su Yang had come to this location having detected with his divine sense that a mid-stage golden core cultivator was hiding within the sect. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had come here for a moment. At this time, Luo Wanyun was pursuing the Lord of Tiangang Hall, while Wei Yin, Shun Hao and others were engaged in fierce combat with golden core cultivators at the sect's entrance. Only the sect leader Qin Muyuan remained within the sect battling Su Xuanning. The two transformed into dazzling sword lights darting across the skies in a frenzied clash. With each clash of sword intent, the dispersed sword energy caused further destruction to the sect's entrance. Su Yang did not go to assist his son. He had confidence in Su Zunhang's strength, and his gaze remained locked on the gray-robed old man. The wrinkles on the old man's face deepened with his bitter smile, and he shook his head. "I have no sense of belonging to the Wanjian sect. For many years my ideals have been at odds with the sect, which is why I proactively requested to guard this train. However, certain cultivation resources within the treasury are indeed what I need, thus I do not wish to easily relinquish all the treasury's resources to you, my friend." He paused slightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Su family. There is no deep-seated enmity between us. How about we engage in a battle of divine senses to determine the victor? If by chance I manage to gain an upper hand, I hope the Su family can grant me some of the treasury's resources for my use. If I lose, I will turn and leave immediately, never to entangle myself further. How does that sound? A battle of divine senses is a high-risk, but relatively civilized way of contesting. Both parties construct a battlefield with their divine senses, perfectly simulating the Tao techniques they command, without causing damage to their physical bodies or the surrounding environment. However, clashes of divine senses are particularly perilous. Light injuries require long periods of rest for recovery, while severe injuries can damage the soul or even lead to annihilation. The old man proposed this method, evidently confident in his superior divine sense cultivation compared to those of the same level, and he did not wish to engage in a potentially mutual destruction fight with Su Yang. Golden core cultivators usually focus their training on spiritual power accumulation, Tao comprehension, and golden core refinement. Although divine sense grows with the elevation of their realm, it is not the main focus of their cultivation. Only upon reaching the nascent soul stage does the strength of the divine sense become crucial. A golden core cultivator who emphasizes divine sense training must either practice a unique technique that heavily relies on divine sense or have lofty aspirations to condense a high-quality nascent soul, thus laying a solid foundation for their divine sense in advance. "Very well," Su Yang replied after a moment of thought. "I hope the elder will keep your promise. Otherwise." His unfinished words carried a clear warning. Almost at the moment the agreement was reached, both parties released their divine senses simultaneously. Buzz! In an instant the surrounding ruins, corpses, the great gate of the treasure vault, and even the distant smoke rising from the collapsing peaks became blurred and eventually vanished. The consciousness of the two seemed to be pulled out of reality, finding themselves in an endless expanse of dark void. Su Yang and the old man's divine senses coalesced into form. The old man's divine sense transformed, radiating with brilliant light as shadows of sharp golden swords appeared behind him, layered and slowly spinning, forming a colossal sword formation that was both awe-inspiring and majestic. Behind Su Yang's divine sense, a majestic golden figure of a demon-subduing body with 3 heads and 6 arms stood tall, as a purple divine light gradually rose behind it, illuminating the darkness. The 6 arms of the golden body either wielded sharp swords, held jade pestles, or grasped long spears, while the other arms each formed hand seals for various Dao arts, such as the 9 Heavens Thunder, Law, the Mountain Suppression Seal, and the Star Plucking Technique. Even more eye-catching was that Su Yang's divine sense was enveloped in a layer of angular silver glowing spiritual armor, making him appear like a furnace poised to unleash its power. Upon seeing Su Yang's appearance, the old man's calm expression finally stiffened noticeably. His greatest reliance stemmed from a divine sense cultivation technique he obtained in his early years, which had allowed his divine sense strength to far exceed the mid-stage golden core realm. Even when facing the divine sense of a later-stage golden core cultivator, he was confident he could hold his ground or even gain the upper hand. However, he never expected that Su Yang's divine sense strength would reach such a terrifying level, completely rivaling that of a later-stage golden core. "Young friend, your divine sense strength truly astonishes me," the old man exclaimed, his words trailing off in shock. Yet Su Yang did not engage in conversation. With a thought, his divine sense attack suddenly launched. The 6 arms of the demon-subduing body swung in unison as the purple divine light rolled like a celestial river, unleashing a torrent of divine law simulations, thunder laws, mountain suppression seals, sword energy, and spear light, pouring down upon the old man like a raging storm. The old man's expression changed again. In his haste, he could only brace himself and fully mobilize his divine sense, pointing a finger outward. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The countless golden sword shadows behind him emitted a clear, resonant hum, and then transformed into a torrent of golden sword energy howling towards Su Yang's divine law onslaught. Boom! In the dark void formed by divine senses, the two divine forces collided violently. The intense shockwave left both parties' consciousnesses reeling in dizziness and pain. Brilliant light instantly illuminated the entire dark space, an astonishing phenomenon born from the clash of Tao and divine senses. In the next moment, the scene shattered and consciousness returned to reality. PFF. The old man's frail body suddenly trembled, his complexion turning as pale as paper, and a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from his lips, his aura visibly waning, his murky eyes now filled with shock and a lingering sense of confusion. He stumbled a step, barely managing to steady himself. The surrounding scene reappeared before him, and once again he heard the continuous booming of golden core cultivators battling along with the restless fluctuations of spiritual power in the world. The bloodshed in front of the treasure vault remained, but the outcome between him and Su Yang had already been determined. The younger generation is truly formidable indeed. The old man gasped a few times, bitterly laughing to himself, then took out a jade bottle from his bosom, poured out a soul-nourishing pill, and swallowed it, his complexion easing slightly. Young friend's divine sense is far beyond my expectations. It seems the cultivation resources of this treasure vault are beyond my reach, he said, looking as if he had aged a few years. Without hesitation, he turned to leave this place of contention. Senior, please wait. Su Yang suddenly spoke. The old man paused and turned to look. Su Yang's gaze was piercing as he slowly said, Senior, are you so intent on the treasure vault's resources because you seek to gather materials for your earthly level, nascent soul? The old man's form visibly paused, and after a moment of silence he nodded candidly. That is indeed. Su Yang's eyes shifted slightly as he glanced at Chunmu Yuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Su Xuanheng, and calmly stated, Senior has been lurking in the 10,000 sword sect for so many years, you must know it like the back of your hand. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the old man, saying, I need you to inform me of everything you know. Furthermore, I ask you to immediately head to the front line of Deqian and assist my Su family disciples in eliminating all golden core cultivators closely associated with the 10,000 sword sect. As long as you accomplish these 2 tasks, I can promise to share a portion of the resources from the treasure vault with you. What do you say, Senior? Upon hearing this, the old man was first taken aback, then a deeper bitter smile appeared on his face. This truly is a hot potato. After doing all this, I fear I won't be able to stand in Deqian any longer. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, the mountain wind blowing his green robe, his tone still calm, but throwing out a highly tempting offer. If Senior has nowhere to go afterward, the Su family is willing to take you in. The old man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed heartily. So the Su clan leader has been waiting for me here. Good, good. Since the Su family possesses such broad-mindedness to accept an old traitor like me, if I were to be coy or ungrateful, it would truly be foolish beyond measure. Saying this, he wasted no time raising his hand to take out a blank jade slip, inscribing rapidly with his divine sense, and then tossed the jade slip to Su Yang. This contains everything I know. I will now head to the front line to meet up with your Su family members. I hope the clan leader will remember to communicate with your family. I am watching ya. His figure flickered and transformed into an inconspicuous gray escape, light vanishing into the horizon. Enlisting this person was a spurofement decision for Su Yang. He had originally planned to kill the old man directly, but to his surprise the other party not only had considerable cultivation, but was also so pragmatic and trustworthy, accepting defeat without a hint of regret. In this profit-driven, emotionally detached cultivation world, such a character was rare, especially among those who had reached the golden core stage, most becoming shrewd and selfish. Su Yang did not immediately offer resources to the old man, but instead made requests. This was both a test of Hua Qingjia's integrity and capability, as well as a means to mitigate risk. If the other party was merely playing along and disappeared afterward, it would not harm the Su family, and they could treat the matter as if it had never happened. However, if he could truly keep his word, helping the Su family eliminate the 10,000 sword sect's wings and providing crucial intelligence, then sharing a portion of the cultivation resources afterward as payment would be entirely reasonable. Su Yang delved his divine sense into the jade slip, taking a quick scan. It detailed the 10,000 sword sect's dealings with various forces over the years, including interests, secret connections, in which golden core cultivators had close ties to the sect, possibly participating in actions against the Su family. It seems I did not misjudge him after all, Su Yang thought to himself as he stored the jade slip away. His divine sense then spread out, landing on Su Xuanheng and Chunmu Yuan. The battle between the two had already reached its final heated phase. Chunmu Yuan, as the master of the Wanjian sect, possesses mid-level golden core cultivation and has been immersed in the sword path for hundreds of years, with true combat power capable of matching ordinary late golden core cultivators. Under normal circumstances, even against an opponent who is also a sword cultivator, as long as their cultivation level is lower than his, it would be nearly impossible for them to gain an advantage. However, Su Xianheng is not just a sword cultivator. He has stepped into the golden core path with the 9 Revolutions golden core. The 9 Revolutions golden core brings forth an immense spiritual power that far exceeds that of his peers, greatly compensating for the cultivation gap between him and Chunmu Yuan. In the arena, 2 streaks of sword light darted like shooting stars, chasing the moon, entwined like dragon serpents, clashing amidst the shattered mountains and rivers. The sword energy surged and intertwined, further shattering the remnants of walls and ruins in its wake. Initially, the more experienced Chunmu Yuan indeed held the upper hand. His sword techniques were ruthless and cunning, forcing Su Xianheng to defend. But as the battle prolonged, the advantage of the 9 Revolutions golden core's recovery speed gradually. Su Xianheng grew bolder with each clash, the sword intent around him shining ever more brilliantly. Each strike bore a scorching momentum, his attacks relentless, like an unending tide, each wave stronger than the last. In contrast, Chunmu Yuan, after a prolonged battle, began to feel anxious. His spiritual power was depleting far more than his opponent's. Though his strikes remained fierce, they lacked the initial calmness and fluidity, revealing signs of chaos and fatigue under Su Xianheng's relentless assault. Chunmu Yuan deflected Su Xianheng's scorching sword technique with a single sword strike, his figure leveraging the momentum to swiftly retreat, while his divine sense swept across the entire Wanjian sect's mountain gate. What he saw was devastation. The once picturesque and cloud-wreathed mountains were now torn asunder by the bombardment of spirit artillery and the residual force of golden core techniques. Giant chasms crisscrossed the landscape, countless pavilions and towers turned into charred remnants, and the once rich spiritual energy was replaced by blood and smoke. In his line of sight, the sect disciples had either turned into cold corpses silently lying amidst the rubble, or had long since discarded their armor, fleeing in all directions like startled birds, leaving only panicked silhouettes behind. Ha ha ha! Chunmu Yuan suddenly laughed to the heavens, his laughter filled with endless absurdity and desolation. The Wanjian sect, standing for hundreds of years and passed down through generations, has crumbled so easily, so simply. Yet he laughed, his heart turned cold. He understood better than anyone that the downfall of the Wanjian sect today was not solely due to the overwhelming strength of the Su family and the Yunjian sect. At least half of the reason lay within the Wanjian sect itself. This massive sect had been hollowed out by various families with clans standing tall on each peak and interests intertwined, constantly vying for power and undermining one another. Even with a great enemy at their doorstep, they had never truly considered uniting to repel the external threat. When the coalition of the Su family and the Yunjian sect attacked at the moment the protective formation was breached, many were not thinking about how to resist or defend the sect's foundation. Instead, they were focused on how to rush into the treasury and plunder resources, then flee to distant lands, preserving their own families. With such a self-serving, rootless mentality, how could they withstand the invasion of enemies? The laughter abruptly ceased, and Shunmu Yuan's divine sense instinctively swept towards the mountain peak of the Qin family. There it was already deserted, the cave dwellings stood wide open, important items had been swept away, leaving only empty structures wailing in the wind. His kin had quietly evacuated, even failing to relay any message to him, the sect master. In an instant, an indescribable void and confusion engulfed his heart. Shunmu Yuan fought desperately against Su Xianheng, sustaining over 10 sword wounds, his spiritual power rapidly depleting. But what was he truly fighting for? For his family. His kin had long abandoned him. For the sect. The disciples under him were either dead or fled, and even the golden core elders of the sect did not know where their opponents had led them to fight, their lives hanging in the balance. And those who had vowed to help him, such as the master of the Tiangang Hall, upon seeing the situation turned dire, fled faster than anyone else. Ha! I have lived for hundreds of years, exhausting my efforts step by step, only to end up as a joke swallowed by a dog. Shunmu Yuan laughed at himself, his voice hoarse, filled with endless fatigue and awakening. It turned out that the position of sect master he had strived to control was not a symbol of supreme authority, but a complete pitfall. A laughingstock that was eyed covetously by various families, yet abandoned by everyone at the moment of crisis. The Wanjian sect no longer held any reason for him to continue fighting. With his thoughts scattered, his fighting spirit vanished. Shunmu Yuan unleashed another fierce sword strike, barely deflecting Su Xianheng's relentless fiery sword light, his figure turning into a wisp of cold sword light as he sped towards the outskirts of the ruined sect, desperate to escape. Sect Master Qin, are you leaving just like that? Su Xianheng's cold voice rang from behind. How could he allow his opponent to escape so easily? He immediately fused with his sword, transforming into a golden rainbow, relentlessly pursuing. Just as Shunmu Yuan was about to charge out of the sect's bounds, a cold moonlike sword light swiftly approached from the front, instantly sealing off his escape route. As the sword light receded, it revealed Luo Wanyun's cold and transcendent face. With Luo Wanyun blocking the way ahead, and Su Xianheng in pursuit from behind, Shunmu Yuan found himself in a dire predicament. His expression changed drastically as he bit down hard, disregarding everything to activate a secret technique, forcibly burning part of his essence, blood, and golden core essence. His aura surged violently, attempting to tear a hole through the encirclement. At the same time, a flash of light in his hand revealed a top-tier 3-stage escape talisman. Once activated, this talisman would allow him to escape 1,000 miles in an instant. Even late golden core cultivators would find it hard to track him. This was his ultimate life-saving item, and he used it without hesitation. The talisman radiated bright light, and the spatial fluctuations surged violently. A glimmer of hope flashed in Shunmu Yuan's eyes as he felt a sense of survival. Just as the escape talisman was about to take effect and envelop him in spatial power, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, and a half-transparent light curtain abruptly rose from the ground, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloping him within. Patterns flowed across the light curtain, emanating a powerful binding force that forcibly cut off the spatial fluctuations triggered by the escape talisman. The talisman's spiritual light abruptly halted, flickering like a candle in the wind before it was completely extinguished. The joy on Shunmu Yuan's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror and despair. He abruptly looked up to see Su Yang quietly appearing not far away, holding an ancient array disc, calmly gazing down at him. Clearly, this third-tier confinement array had been prepared in advance to guard against Wanjian sect cultivators using height-ear escape talismans. With the last glimmer of hope shattered, Shunmu Yuan's complexion alternated between green and red, looking exceedingly grim. Shunmu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the panic within him, and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Fellow Taoists, please spare my life. I have no deadly feud with any of you." He first glanced at Luo Wanyun and spoke rapidly. "Master Luo, during the internal strife of the Wanjian sect years ago, when the Huang family seized power and slaughtered the main lineage, although some members of my Qin family were involved, I, Shunmu Yuan, did not support this matter. On that day when the main hall of the sect was besieged, I did not strike even once against you, Master Luo, as you should know." He then turned to Su Yang and Su Xianheng and the Su family. Over the years there have been voices within the sect proposing to target the Su family to suppress, or even eliminate them. I Chunmu Yuan have repeatedly expressed my opposition during sect discussions. There are 2 elders in the sect who can attest to this. And the real man Song Yuan is also aware of this. Though he is currently on the front lines, he can also test. In order to survive, Chunmu Yuan had no choice but to set aside his dignity as a sect master and any secrets of the sect, laying bare everything he knew in an attempt to prove his innocence and worth. Hearing Chunmu Yuan mention past events, Luo Wanyun's expression remained unchanged, yet her cold, beautiful eyes subtly shifted towards Su Yang. Though she said nothing, the meaning in her gaze was clear. When she was driven out of the Wanjian sect by the Huang family's forces, Chunmu Yuan indeed did not directly participate in the siege. As for whether he opposed actions against the Su family, it involved the Su family, and she could not judge on their behalf. Su Xianheng snorted coldly, his sword intent not only undiminished, but even more intense. He looked at his father and asked, "Father, how should we proceed?" Su Yang regarded the desperate sect master of Wanjian with keen interest, a smirk playing on his lips. "Master Qin, you mentioned needing the testimony of the other 2 elders. Unfortunately, those 2 elders may have already perished and cannot speak. As for real man Song Yuan on the front lines." He paused, his tone indifferent. "He probably won't last much longer either. Moreover, he is thousands of miles away, and how can he appear at this moment to vouch for you and convince us to spare you?" Su Yang felt a hint of melancholy. Indeed, there were quite a few talents in the Wanjian sect. First there was Hua Qingya, who hid his cultivation to guard the treasury, and now there was this sect master Chunmu Yuan, who appeared high-ranking, yet was actually abandoned by the entire sect. The Wanjian sect did not resemble a sect's power at all, instead it seemed like a county pieced together by families, while cloaked in the guise of a sect. In the face of impending disaster there was no unity to speak of, each one looked out for themselves, ready to betray others for survival. Chunmu Yuan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He realized he seemed to be trapped in an inescapable deadlock. Witnesses were either dead or far away, leaving him with no proof. Why would they believe him? Why would they spare him? In a life-and-death situation, there was no room for hesitation. In an instant of weighing his options, Chunmu Yuan steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to swear an oath with my Dao heart. In this life, I will never be enemies with the Su family or the Yunjian sect, and I am willing to follow your orders. If you are still not at ease, you may plant a restriction in my soul." He pleaded, "I only ask Master Luo and clan leader Su not to force me into actions that are certain to lead to death." After uttering the last sentence, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and the tension in his body finally relaxed, revealing a resigned look. This was the only method of survival he could think of, to fully submit and give up some freedom in exchange for a chance at life. He could either join the Yunjian sect or the Su family, becoming a vassal or guest elder. Su Yang and Luo Wanyun exchanged a silent glance, instantly completing a telepathic communication. Luo Wanyun subtly nodded. Su Yang made up his mind and looked at Chunmu Yuan slowly, saying, "The oath of the Dao heart and the soul restriction must be planted, but you need not join my Su family. Master Luo's Yunjian sect has just been established and requires a golden core cultivator to stabilize it and enhance its foundation. You shall go to the Yunjian sect and serve as an elder." This is the result of my discussion with Luo Wanyun. Currently, the Yunjian sect has only Luo Wanyun as a latest-stage golden core cultivator, holding everything together, while Su Xianheng and Wei Yin, although golden core cultivators, are ultimately part of the Su family. Luo Wanyun did not wish for the future Yunjian sect to become a one-man show of the Su family. She needed other background and controllable golden core cultivators to balance the situation and uphold the sect's reputation. Chunmu Yuan had considerable cultivation, was a sword cultivator, and held no direct enmity with the core members of the Yunjian sect and Su family, making him a suitable candidate. This is acceptable. Chunmu Yuan forced a bitter smile and nodded in agreement. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. If that's the case, do not resist. As Su Yang spoke, he stepped forward, raised his right hand, and gently tapped the center of Chunmu Yuan's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Chunmu Yuan's body trembled slightly as he closed his eyes, completely relaxing his soul defenses. Flowing light swirled at Su Yang's fingertips as a complex and profound forbidden spell, like an invisible carving knife, slowly etched into the depths of Chunmu Yuan's soul. At the same time, a gentle yet unstoppable divine sense surged in, swiftly sweeping over the surface of Chunmu Yuan's memories, instantly capturing and verifying information regarding the Wanjian sect. Chunmu Yuan felt a slight chill in his soul, as if an invisible shackle had been placed upon him, but the expected excruciating pain did not occur. In an instant, Su Yang's fingers had already left his forehead. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Su Yang. Was that feeling just now a soul-searching technique? But why was it so gentle and quick without any discomfort? This was a technique he had never heard of. Su Yang did not explain. He possessed multiple fate enhancements and had over the years mastered forbidden spells and soul-searching techniques to an extraordinary level, creating secret arts unique to the Su family. Not only could he quickly plant restrictions, but he could also complete soul-searching without harm. Su Yang slightly nodded towards Luo Wanyun and conveyed, "What he said just now is mostly true. He indeed did not strike you back then, and his memories indicate an opposing stance regarding the Su family, which can be utilized." With that, Luo Wanyun's last shred of doubt dissipated, and her cold expression softened slightly. Su Yang looked at the complexly expressioned Chun Mu Yuan and said, "The restriction is in place. From now on you will follow Master Luo to the Yunjian sect, but before that you must come with us to handle something." Chun Mu Yuan's heart stirred. He had already guessed. Are we going to deal with the several forces supporting the Wanjian sect? Exactly. Su Yang nodded, and then turned to Luo Wanyun. "Master Luo, how did the pursuit of the Tiangang Palace Master and others go?" Luo Wanyun softly replied, "The Tiangang Palace Master is cunning and sly. Seeing the situation as dire, he and several others scattered and fled using methods that consumed their essence. I heavily injured 2 of them, but ultimately I could not capture them." There was a hint of regret in her words. Su Yang consoled her. "No worries, the monk who runs away can't escape the temple." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of breaking air came from afar. "Clan Chief Master." Wei Yin touched down, her voice threaded with fatigue, yet more suffused with the relief of a task completed. 2 Golden Core elders of the Wanjian sect were slain on the spot. Resistance within the mountain gate has been largely eradicated. Su Yang inclined his head slightly, his gaze settling once more on Chun Muyuan. His tone was even. "Very well. After a brief reorganization, and once this place is cleared from end to end, let sect leader Chen guide us. I imagine you are familiar with forces such as Tiangang Hall." Upon hearing this, Chun Muyuan's lips twisted into a deeper bitter smile. He exhaled long and low, his voice hoarse. "Clan Chief, Su, I am no longer the sect leader. Life is fickle and ever-changing. Who could have foreseen that the Wanjian sect, which had loomed over the Luoxian domain for centuries, would be shattered in a single day, its gates breached, its high ranks either dead or surrendered, verging on annihilation. More bitterly ironic was that many disciples within the sect did not fall to outside enemies, but perished by the blades of their own brethren. To the side, Luo Wanyun and her disciple Wei Yin stood in silence, looking upon the ruined remains of the Wanjian sect's ancestral grounds, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. There was the calm of vengeance, fulfilled the lament for the world's mutability, and above all a sharp, abiding admonition. The sect's destruction owed its root to a warped system of internal governance, outwardly imposing yet hollow within, where fractured loyalties left it unable to withstand the storm. That warning struck them like a tolling bell. The future Yunjian sect must never repeat the Wanjian sect's fatal errors. Only by unity of purpose and heart could a sect stand firm in the world of cultivation. News of the Wanjian sect's fall swept across the Dacian dynasty like a gale. The Su clan and the Yunjian sect in alliance had raised a centuries-old Golden Core sect with thunderous decisiveness. Their resolve and strength sent tremors through every power that heard of it, instilling deep awe and dread. While the dust had scarcely settled, the Su clan and Yunjian sect turned their blades toward the next targets. Guided by Chun Muyuan, they pressed on without pause to strike at Tiangang Hall and several other Golden Core forces who had supported the Wanjian sect. For a time, the Luoxian domain and its borderlands were rife with alarm, every man fearing for his back. Yet Su Yang and Luo Wanyun were not bloodthirsty. Against those Golden Core powers, they did not enact wholesale slaughter. Instead, they demanded huge reparations, inflicting grievous damage to their vital energy to settle accounts. With blades at their throats, these Golden Core sects had no choice but to rip flesh from themselves to preserve the name of the sect. As for the numerous Kairefining and Foundation establishment minor sects that had been tethered to the Wanjian sect, Su Yang did not even spare them a glance. The Su clan now brimmed with wealth and influence. Luo Wanyun's character was lofty and austere. Neither cared for pillaging petty holdings. Those minor powers sighed in relief at their apparent escape, yet a deep-rooted reverence and fear of the Su clan took hold in their hearts. At the same time, many were stunned that the Wanjian sect, dominant for centuries, had collapsed so suddenly and utterly. In the hearts of numerous sword cultivators, the orthodox line of Wanjian had long since followed the main branch disciples into the Yunjian sect. What remained of the extinguished Wanjian was little more than a hollow name. Its annihilation nonetheless meant the Dacian dynasty had lost several Golden Core cultivators in short order. This occurred amid the fierce war between Dakian and Daki, though every Golden Core master was a strategic asset. The Su clan and Yunjian sect's private campaign undertaken without imperial sanction naturally attracted the close attention of the Dakian court. Surprisingly, however, once the Su clan and the Yunjian sect had finished settling related forces and returned to their mountain gates to regroup, the Dakian court had not sent a single word of rebuke. That silence conveyed tacit consent, and a deeper calculation to the throne. A Wanjian sect deemed unreliable was far less valuable than the promising Su clan. So long as the Su clan could fill the gap left by Wanjian, the court was content to turn a blind eye. At the front, Song Yuan-jinren, as yet unaware of Wanjian's fall, was instead met by the Su clan's swift reprisal. Before learning of the Wanjian sect's demise, Xing Shuzi of Tiangang Hall had personally sought out Song Baiqing to proffer apologies, pledging to sever all ties with Wanjian and even offering to join in killing Song Yuan-jinren as proof of sincerity. Su Yang accepted this obsequiousness. Soon after, the newly pledged Hua Qingya was dispatched to the Su clan's command. 3 Golden Core cultivators set an ambush and upon the chaotic battlefield publicly encircled and slew the unprepared Song Yuan-jinren. News of the deed chilled the spines of many former Wanjian allies. Yet the Su clan's brazen assassination of a Golden Core master on the front lines ultimately crossed the court's red line and provoked unease. Not long after, an imperial edict from the Dakian throne descended upon the Su clan. The decree did not pursue the matter of the Wanjian sect's annihilation. Citing the dire situation at the front and a shortage of combatants, it ordered the Su clan to dispatch multiple Golden Core cultivators to the border to bolster the imperial forces. The Su clan had anticipated this. Su Xianming accepted the edict with composure and immediately sent Hua Qingya, Su Xuanheng, and Wei Yin to take up posts at the front. This was both an answer to the court's demand and a trial for the 3. At the same time, Song Baiqing was withdrawn from the front, for in his heart there lay a weighty family vendetta. Song Baiqing had never forgotten the enemies who had destroyed the Song family. That opposing force likewise maintained Golden Core cultivators. For years Song Baiqing had kept his patience, but now that he himself had formed a Golden Core, the flame of vengeance could no longer be contained. Song Baiqing informed the Su clan of his intent to return to Daki and avenge his family. Su Xuanheng answered on behalf of the family with concern. Elder Song, you have fought and bled for the family for many years. The Su clan will not ignore your blood feud. If you require assistance, the family can dispatch people to aid you and accompany you. Song Baiqing shook his head with resolute expression. I thank you for your kindness, young master. This blood debt must be settled by my own hand to soothe the spirits of my Song ancestors. He paused, his voice low and earnest. Moreover, in the wake of our family's destruction of the Wanjian sect, our momentum is at its height. It would be unwise to invite new enemies. My journey is for private vengeance, though I should not bring further trouble to the family. Su Xuanheng heard this and felt both understanding and admiration in his eyes. Knowing Song Baiqing's mind was set, he did not press the matter. He only spoke solemnly. Very well, travel with care. If you need anything, send word to the family at any time. Song Baiqing bowed deeply. Please convey my gratitude to the family head and the clan chief. May you all take care. Having settled every matter, Song Baiqing forsook lingering attachments. His figure blurred into a streak of retreating light, an arrow loosed toward Daki, and he soon vanished at the horizon. Watching Song Baiqing's receding form, Wei Jing felt a tangle of emotions. He too bore a blood-deep hatred. His enemy was the demon-suppressing general who once betrayed Dakian to join Daki, a formidable cultivator of the late Golden Core stage. Yet despite his tireless efforts in cultivation, he himself had only reached the mid-foundation establishment. The thought of how long the war between Dakian and Daki might yet endure surged a helplessness within him. If the war were to end before he broke into the Golden Core and his foe were dead or hidden, would he be denied the chance to personally avenge his kin for the rest of his life? What are you thinking, uncle? Chu Yabai's voice drew him back from the tumult of those thoughts. Wei Jing sighed and answered frankly, I was thinking of my vengeance. Whether the day will ever come when I can settle it with my own hand. Chu Yabai was aware of Wei Jing's past. He patted Wei Jing's shoulder and said with determination, the Su family's development speed in the cultivation world is unprecedented, creating countless miracles. As members of the Su family, we must continue this miracle. Uncle, your cultivation speed is already astonishing. What seems like a distant Golden Core stage may not be unattainable for you. Wei Jing smiled bitterly and shook his head. You have so much faith in me. But my enemies are at the late Golden Core stage. Even if I can break through to Golden Core, by the time I reach the later stages, they will likely have already perfected their Golden Core or even approached the nascent Soul stage. Right? When you first embarked on the path of cultivation, did you ever foresee that you would achieve the mid-foundation establishment stage today? Chu Yebai countered his gaze intense. So do not use common sense to predict your future, and do not underestimate the potential of our Su family. These words struck Wei Jing like a thunderclap. Yes, the wandering youth from back then never imagined he could successfully establish his foundation at this age, let alone reach the mid-foundation establishment stage. All of this, aside from his own relentless effort, was inseparable from the Su family's unwavering support and the accumulation of vast resources. Similarly, looking across the entire Deqian, who would have thought that a family that rose in less than 200 years could uproot the Wanjian sect, which had a legacy of hundreds of years? The future is unpredictable, and the potential of the Su family is equally limitless. They have become members of the Su family, carrying the fortune of the clan, and should hold the belief of creating miracles and continuing the glory, walking steadfastly forward. Wei Jing's confusion gradually dissipated, reigniting a sharp glint in his eyes. He took a deep breath and made a decision. Yabai, I want to apply to the family to leave the front lines and seek more opportunities in the cultivation world. He looked towards the distant battlefield where the flames of war still burned and spoke calmly. While the battlefield can sharpen skills in combat and experience in fighting, and life and death struggles can stimulate potential, ultimately, there are no opportunities to be gained. Opportunities to quickly elevate cultivation and break through bottlenecks often lie hidden in ancient caves, secret realms, and ruins. To catch up with, or even surpass the demon general relying solely on hard training and fighting is far from sufficient, he must venture into broader horizons for training. Chu Yebai pondered for a moment, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes, then decisively said, I will go with you. Should we bring Xi and E along? Wei Jing shook his head, his expression serious. Let X and E stay on the battlefield to continue honing his skills. He is young and needs the tempering of war, and he has no blood feud pressing upon him, so there is no need to take such risks with me. He paused and looked at Chu Yebai, his tone filled with concern. In fact, Yebai, you don't need to come with me, who, after all, the road ahead is uncertain and fraught with danger. However, Chu Yebai laughed, a smile laced with confidence and teasing. Uncle, my luck has always been good. If you don't take me along, you might miss out on a lot of opportunities. Hearing this, Wei Jing was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. Having spent so many years together and experienced countless life and death crises, they had a profound understanding of Chu Yebai's luck. Much of the key opportunities that allowed Wei Jing to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage so quickly were tied to Chu Yebai's luck. Often when they trained together, unexpected gains would follow. You're right. Wei Jing no longer declined, nodding. Then let's go together. After making the decision, the two did not delay any longer and immediately contacted the family through the spiritual sense space to formally apply to the family head Su Xuanming for a transfer from the front lines to travel and seek breakthrough opportunities. Upon learning of this, Su Xianming did not oppose, but instead expressed understanding and support. Currently, the Su family has many cultivators, and there is no shortage of personnel to fight on the front lines. The main purpose of the family continuously sending its descendants to the front lines is to train the younger generation, allowing them to grow rapidly through the trials of blood and fire. Now, with Hua Qingya, Su Xuanheng, and Wei Yin, 3 golden core cultivators from the Su family stationed on the front lines, the safety and deterrence have significantly increased, making the battlefield an excellent training ground for the Su family's younger generation. Temporarily lacking Wei Jing and Chu Yebai 2 foundation establishment powers is not a major issue. Su Xianming even considered the possibility of establishing a rotation system in the future. Every so often, some clan members who have been training on the front lines for a long time would return to the family for rest, while new forces would be sent to replace them, thereby maintaining the vitality and ongoing growth of the family's combat strength. As the wind swept through the branches, several times the world has changed through the seasons. Since the Su family allied with the Yunjian sect to annihilate the Wanjian sect with a thunderous force, the Su family's prestige in the Deqian territory has soared, and the family's power and influence have undergone a tremendous change. When Su Xianjing learned that Wei Jing and Chu Yebai had left the front lines to cultivate in various parts of the cultivation world, she took the initiative to find them and join their training expedition. Su Xianjing realized that she had been stuck at the mid-foundation establishment stage for a long time. If she wanted to condense a high-level golden core and look forward to the path of the nascent soul, closed-door cultivation was not a good strategy. She must go out and experience storms to seek her own opportunities. Meanwhile, the Su Chamber of Commerce, after several decades of vigorous development, officially stepped out of the Luoxian territory, with its branches and commercial networks spreading like spider silk, covering the major prosperous cities of Deqian and countless small and large county towns. Recently, they even began planning to expand their commercial territory to cultivation dynasties beyond it. Among the original allies of the Su family, the Lingxi sect officially became a vassal sect of the Su family after Cheng Mingxiang returned and took over as the sect master with the strong recommendation of several elders within the sect. The Lingxi sect can enjoy the protection of the Su family while also integrating into the Su family's power structure. On the battlefield, Su Xian Yi and Su Xian She gained great renown through their exceptional strength. After the phase of warfare calmed down, the two returned to the family for a period of rest. During this time, Su Xian Yi and Chu Yibai's sister Chu Yunshu formed a good bond, and shortly after their marriage they welcomed a pair of lovely children, adding new members to the family. Among the younger generation of the family, Su Zhangxian successfully refined his spiritual root to the earth spiritual root through the effects of this star thief destiny, significantly increasing his cultivation speed, eventually surpassing many of the second generation of the Su family. The Su family's spirit beast Dahe quietly broke through, recently successfully advancing to the golden core stage, able to speak human language, and its intelligence greatly increased, thus becoming the clan's guardian spirit beast with a transcendent status. Regrettably, the elder servant of the Su family, Luo Qian, passed away peacefully not long ago due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Before his death, his only concern was for the descendants of the Luo family, imploring the family head Su Xuanming to offer some care to the Luo family in light of their long-standing relationship. Regrettably, the Luo family has yet to produce a descendant with a spiritual root, and their fortune remains shallow.